My name is Ragnar. I am a modern engineer trapped inside the body of an 18-year-old Viking bastard, trying to save a starving village from a war that could destroy us all. It was the year 865 AD, somewhere among the frozen fjords of Norway. I stood at the edge of a rocky beach, staring at the cold sea. Only 1 month earlier, I had been sitting inside a comfortable office in Seattle. Back then, I worked in a climate-controlled building and spent my days studying CAD drawings. My latest project had been a highly efficient cargo ship. I was a senior industrial engineer and a naval architect. Now I was Ragnar, the 18-year-old bastard son of Ulf, the chieftain of a small Viking village. Coffee, I whispered as the freezing wind struck my face. I would kill a dragon for 1 cup of lukewarm instant coffee. Stop muttering to the spirits, boy. I turned and saw my father walking down the frozen, muddy path. Ulf was enormous. He had broad shoulders, powerful arms, and a beard that looked like a bird's nest made from steel wool. His eyes were always narrowed, as if he suspected everyone around him of planning something. I wasn't speaking to spirits, father, I said. The words came naturally in the rough Norse language. The memories of this body allowed me to speak it without thinking. I was thinking about the ships. Ulf stopped beside me and looked toward the cove. 3 Viking longships floated in the freezing water. They rose and fell gently with the waves. They were beautiful in a violent and savage way. Their long bodies and narrow shapes made them fast. However, to an engineer like me, they were terribly inefficient. The king sails in 30 days, Ulf said as he crossed his thick arms. The great army is gathering. We sail to England. We take their gold and we take their land. That is our way. I stopped myself from sighing. The Viking business model was terrible. It was based on a dangerous investment called raiding. Unfortunately, the employee turnover rate was extremely high because most of the employees died. Father, I said carefully, I had to choose my words wisely. As Ulf's bastard son, my place in the village was only slightly higher than the goats. Look at the village, look at the people. I pointed behind us. Small huts with thatched roofs stood close together, trying to hide from the wind. Smoke slowly rose from the central longhouse. The villagers walking between the buildings looked weak and thin. The winter was hard, Ulf admitted. His voice became lower and more serious. The harvest failed. Exactly, I said. We are starving. If we take every able-bodied man to England who will fish, who will hunt, who will repair the roofs before the next snow comes, we will bring back gold, Ulf snapped. His voice became defensive. Gold can buy grain. Gold cannot be eaten, I replied, and dead men cannot bring gold home. If we go to England, half of our warriors may never return. The village will slowly die while we die quickly. Ulf turned toward me. His hand moved to the handle of the axe hanging at his side. And what do you suggest, engineer? He said the word engineer as if it were an insult. I had only used that word once before. When I first woke inside this body, had been burning with fever and had tried to explain who I really was. Ulf believed an engineer was some kind of wizard. We don't invade England, I said. My heart struck hard against my ribs. We supply them. Ulf stared at me in silence. Supply the English? No, I said quickly, shaking my head. We supply the king. I pointed at the 3 ships in the water. Look at those ships, father. They are standard carves. They are good for fast coastal attacks, but they are terrible for carrying large amounts of cargo across the open sea. The king must move thousands of men across the north. See, he must also move horses, food, weapons, and siege equipment. He doesn't need more warriors carrying rusty axes, he needs logistics. Ulf blinked at me. Logistics, he repeated. Another wizard word. Capacity, I corrected myself. I pointed toward the nearest ship. It was called the Sea Wolf. I can change that ship so it carries twice as much cargo without losing its speed. If we arrive with a ship that can carry twice the normal amount of supplies, the king will not send us to die on the front lines. He will pay us to carry his army. Ulf looked at the Sea Wolf and then looked back at me. For a moment, the hard face of the village chieftain disappeared. I saw a tired leader who was afraid that the terrible winter would end his family line and destroy his village. Twice the cargo, he asked quietly, without sinking. I swear it on my life. Your life isn't worth much, boy, Ulf grunted. However, he turned and looked back toward the village. You have 3 days. If you destroy the ship, I will throw you into the sea and make you swim to England. I immediately walked toward the village's rough shipyard. Sven, I shouted. An old man looked up from a pile of oak boards. He had only one eye, and years of hard work had bent his back. Sven was the village's boat builder. The bastard screaming again, Sven said with a laugh. He spat a dark piece of tobacco onto the sand. "What do you want, little wolf?" "We are pulling the sea wolf out of the water," I announced. I picked up a charcoal stick from a nearby fire pit. Then I walked to a smooth piece of driftwood and began drawing. Sven slowly walked over and studied my sketch. I was drawing the cross-section of a ship's hull. "You want to make the beam wider?" Sven asked. His remaining eye narrowed. "She will become a floating tub. She will drag through the water like a pregnant cow." "No," I said. My mind was already moving through calculations involving weight, water, and buoyancy. "We will flatten the bottom in the middle and sharpen the front of the ship. We will change the displacement curve." Sven stared at me without understanding. "We make the bottom flatter in the middle," I explained in simpler words. "That will give us more room for boxes and supplies. But we make the front sharper so it cuts through the water more easily. We will also change the ropes and sail." I drew a new design for the sail. The traditional square sail worked well when the wind came from behind the ship. However, it was terrible when the ship needed to sail against the wind. I could not suddenly introduce a completely triangular lateen sail. It would look too strange, and the villagers might decide I was using witchcraft. They might burn me before I had a chance to explain aerodynamics. However, I could introduce something simpler called a spar bowline. It was a small wooden spar connected to the ropes. It would allow us to pull the front edge of the sail tighter. That would help the ship sail closer toward the wind instead of depending completely on rowing. If we do this correctly, we can carry 40 men and enough supplies for an entire month, I said. We will also be able to outrun every other ship in the king's fleet. Sven scratched his beard. He reached down and touched the charcoal drawing. "The wood will groan," he whispered. "There will be too much force on the keel. We will strengthen the keel with an iron shoe," I said. "I saw some scrap metal near the blacksmith's workshop. We will cover the bottom of the keel with iron. It will make the ship stronger and more stable." Sven's eye opened wide. "Iron on the keel, to protect it when it strikes rocks." "That too," I said with a grin. "It will also help keep the ship upright when strong wind hits the sail." I held out my hand. "Are you with me, old man?" Sven grinned, showing the 3 brown teeth still remaining in his mouth. "This is madness," he said. "Ulf will skin both of us. Ulf is desperate." I looked toward the longhouse, and desperation is the mother of industry. It had taken 2 full days for the broken memories of the original Ragnar to join properly with my own memories. I barely slept during that time. This body was much younger and stronger than my old body, but the work was still brutal. We pulled the sea wolf onto the beach by placing large wooden logs underneath it and using them as rollers. I removed my tunic and worked beside the slaves and free villagers. I swung an adze again and again until the skin on my hands broke. My palms became covered in blisters and blood. "Be careful with that pitch," I shouted at a young Viking named Leif. He was spreading the waterproof tar far too thickly across the ship. "That is too much weight. We need a thin seal, not a blanket." I also introduced the village to a simple version of an assembly line. Normally, one man would cut a wooden board, shape it, sand it, and then place it on the ship. I changed that. 3 men cut the boards by following a wooden template I created. 2 other men focused only on smoothing and sanding them. Each person repeated one task and became faster at it. Efficiency had been the religion of the 21st century. Now, I was its prophet in the 9th century. By the evening of the 2nd day, most of the village had gathered near the beach to watch us. The sea wolf looked completely different. Even while resting on the sand, the ship sat differently. Its belly was wider and fuller, but the lines near the front were much sharper. Ulf came down to the beach at sunset. He slowly walked around the ship. His rough hand moved across the new iron covering on the keel. He examined the mast step, which was the part supporting the mast. I had strengthened it so it could survive the greater force created by the new ropes and sail design. "It looks fat," Ulf said. "It is spacious," I corrected him. I wiped sweat and sawdust from my forehead. "We launch it at dawn. And what happens if it sinks? Then I will no longer need to worry about the king's war," I answered dryly. When dawn arrived, the entire village gathered on the beach. I stood near the front of the ship. I was completely exhausted, but I had checked the calculations many times. Archimedes' principle did not change just because I was living in the Dark Ages. "Push," Ulf commanded. 50 men leaned against the sea wolf and pushed with all their strength. The ship groaned loudly. The wood sounded as if it were complaining about every movement. Then it began sliding across the greased wooden logs. The sea wolf struck the water with a heavy splash. Freezing water sprayed across my face. The ship remained high in the water even though its new frame was heavier. The iron keel worked exactly as I had planned. It acted as a counterweight and stopped the violent side. The side rolling that often troubled these ships. Load it, I ordered. Without thinking, I had stepped into the role of the person in charge. Bring the rocks. We did not have enough cargo ready to test the ship properly. Instead, we used heavy rocks to represent warriors, food, weapons, and other supplies. The men carried large stones onto the deck. They brought one pile after another. The Sea Wolf slowly sank deeper into the water, but the water stopped exactly at the line I had drawn with charcoal. The ship was carrying twice the weight of an ordinary longship. It was still floating safely. Raise the sail, I shouted. The wind was blowing from the north. Normally, a Viking longship would have been forced to use its oars against a wind like this. The large sail opened above us. It was made from pieces of wool sewn together, and I had personally changed many of the stitches. I grabbed the new spar bowline and pulled the leading edge of the sail tight. The sail snapped loudly as the wind filled it. The wooden ship creaked beneath us. The iron keel held the ship steady. Suddenly, the Sea Wolf rushed forward. Its sharp front cut through the rough water. A cheer rose from the villagers standing on the beach. At first, it was quiet and uncertain because they did not understand what they were seeing. And the cheering grew into a powerful roar. I stood on the deck and felt the ship vibrating beneath my feet. It was working. Every calculation, every change, and every painful hour had been worth it. Ulf was waiting when I turned the ship around and guided it back toward the dock. He watched the large pile of rocks on the deck. Then he looked at how quickly we had returned. I jumped from the front of the ship and landed in the shallow water. The freezing water covered my boots as I walked toward my father. "We have a product," I said. Ulf looked at me. For the first time in many years, he truly looked at his son. The disappointment in his eyes was gone. It had been replaced by a sharp and calculating light. "The king needs ships," Ulf muttered. His mind was finally beginning to understand the business opportunity. "He needs to move grain. He needs to move iron." "And we are the only people who can build ships like this," I said. I pointed toward the thin, shivering villagers gathered near the beach. "We do not need to raid England, father. We are going to sell the king the means to do it." Ulf placed his enormous hand on my shoulder. The force of it nearly caused my knees to bend. "Very well, boy," he said. "We sail for the king's assembly in 2 days." Again, a voice boomed from above. Ragnar spat out a clump of mud and looked up. Locking out the pale Nordic sun was a mountain of muscle named Bjorn. At 17 years old, Bjorn was a terrifying specimen of human engineering. He had shoulders like boulders, a chest like a beer barrel, and a grin that suggested he was having entirely too much fun. "I think," Ragnar wheezed, rolling onto his back, "that my shield has a structural defect." Ragnar groaned as he was hauled to his feet. For the last 2 days, while the village carpenters worked in shifts to modify the ships, Ragnar had been subjected to the Bjorn crash course in not dying. It turned out that being a senior industrial engineer didn't help much when a wooden practice sword was being swung at your head at Mach 2. Sitting on a fence nearby were the audience, his 5 younger half-siblings. There was Helga, 12, and Astrid, 10, who were currently braiding each other's hair while occasionally shouting, "Hit him harder, Bjorn!" And the 3 younger boys, Ivar, 8, Sigurd, 6, and little Arn, 5, who were wrestling in the mud, trying to mimic their older brothers. Ragnar looked at them. They were loud, dirty, and violent. Under the laughter, he could see the sharp angles of their cheekbones. The famine hadn't spared the chieftain's house. "I have to keep them alive," Ragnar thought, the realization hitting him harder than Bjorn's shield. "I can't just build ships. I have to make sure these kids don't end up as collateral damage in some pointless war." "Focus," Bjorn barked, slamming his wooden sword against his own shield. "The English won't wait for you to daydream about timber. Set up, shield wall." Ragnar gritted his teeth and raised his round shield. "Lock your elbow," Bjorn instructed, stepping in close. His voice dropped the teasing tone. "If your arm is bent, the impact will smash the shield into your face. If your arm is straight and locked, the force goes into your shoulder, down your spine, and into the ground. You become a wall." Ragnar blinked. "You're turning my body into a truss," Ragnar muttered, adjusting his stance. He planted his back foot, locked his elbow, and leaned into the shield. "I don't know what a truss is." Bjorn grinned, his eyes wild with the thrill of combat, "but let's see if it breaks." Bjorn charged. He slammed into Ragnar like a runaway truck. Usually Ragnar would have gone flying, but this time he visualized the vector of force. He just grounded himself, letting the energy travel through his skeletal structure into the mud. Ragnar slid back a few inches, his boots carving grooves in the earth, but he stayed upright. Bjorn bounced off, stumbling back a step. The giant teenager looked surprised, then delighted. Bjorn roared, slapping Ragnar on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his teeth. You actually learned. I utilized physics, Ragnar panted, rubbing his bruised arm. You build the ships weird, Ragnar, and you talk weird, but you stand your ground, that is good. From the fence, the younger boys cheered. Ragnar, Ragnar. Ragnar managed a weak smile. By the afternoon, the training session ended, and the real work began. Ragnar and Bjorn walked down to the fjord. The scene that greeted them was enough to make any project manager weep with joy. Floating next to the Sea Wolf were two more ships, the Iron Serpent and the Storm Caller. He'd been standard Viking raiders 2 days ago. Now they were ugly, bulky, high-capacity transport vessels. Ragnar had supervised the retrofitting of the hulls, widening the cargo holds and reinforcing the keels with iron plating. They look like pregnant whales, Bjorn commented, crossing his arms. Fast whales. Fast enough, Ragnar said, scanning the rigging. And they can carry 3 times the food and weapons of a normal fleet. That's our edge, Bjorn. We aren't going to England to fight on the front lines. We're going to be the people who make sure the army doesn't starve. That makes us valuable, and valuable people don't get sent to die in the shield wall. Bjorn looked at the ships, then at Ragnar. You really think the king will care? King Harek's likes blood. He likes gold. He likes winning, Ragnar corrected, and you can't win if your army is hungry. Just then a horn blew from the center of the village. It was the summons. Father is calling the assembly, Bjorn said, his face hardening. He has to convince the others. Not everyone likes your pregnant whales, brother. The great hall was packed. Ulf sat on the high wooden chair, his face grim. The village elders and the free warriors stood in a semi-circle. There was murmuring, angry, confused whispers. Why have we ruined our ships? Shouted Starkhead, a warrior with a scar running down his nose. We are Vikings, we are wolves of the sea. Ragnar has turned our wolves into pack mules. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. We cannot raid effectively with those heavy tubs. Another man yelled. How do we chase down merchant vessels? How do we flee if the English Navy catches us? Ulf stood up. The room went silent. The chieftain was still the strongest man in the village, and his temper was legendary. We do not flee, Ulf growled, but Starkad speaks a truth. The ships are different. They are heavy. He looked at Ragnar. It was a cue. Sell it, boy, sell it, or they'll burn your ships. Ragnar stepped forward. He felt the weight of 50 pairs of eyes on him. Bjorn stood behind him, arms crossed, a silent wall of support. Starkad is right, Ragnar said, his voice clear. They are pack mules. The crowd grumbled, admitting defeat. But ask yourselves this, Ragnar continued, raising his voice. Last summer, Starkad, you went raiding. You lost 3 men. You brought back 2 chests of silver, a good haul. Aye, Starkad puffed out his chest. It bought us grain for 3 months. 3 months, Ragnar nodded. And now we are starving again. We risk our lives, we lose our brothers. We get just enough to survive until the next winter. It is a circle of death. He walked into the center of the room. The king takes an army to England, 5,000 men. Do you know how much 5,000 men eat? Ragnar paused. They eat a village like ours every single day. The king doesn't have enough ships to carry that food. His warriors will be hungry before they even land. He will pay double for transport. He will pay triple for a fleet that can carry his siege engines, his horses, and his reserves. Ragnar pointed to the door toward the harbor. I have calculated the volume. Our 3 ships can carry the cargo of 10 normal longships. We charge the king for 10 ships worth of service. We don't have to storm the beaches. We don't have to climb the walls of York. We sail the supplies, we take the king's gold, and we come home. He looked at the faces in the crowd. We are evolving. We are becoming the backbone of the great heathen army. And when we return, we will be the richest village in the fjord. Silence hung in the air for a long heartbeat. Then Bjorn stepped forward. He slammed his fist against his chest. I sail with Ragnar, Bjorn shouted, his voice shaking the rafters. I saw the Sea Wolf move. It is fast. I am tired of eating bark soup. If my brother says we get rich without dying, I follow. The younger generation started to cheer. The hunger was the greatest motivator. Ulf watched the room turn. He saw the hope sparking in the eyes of his people. He looked at Ragnar and gave a slow, proud nod. It is decided, Ulf bellowed, raising his drinking horn. We sail at dawn. We go to the king not as raiders, but as, what did you call it, Ragnar? Logistics experts, Ragnar smiled. As logistics masters. Ulf roared, clearly having no idea what the word meant but liking the sound of it. To England. To gold, the village roared back. Ragnar sat by the fire outside the longhouse, sharpening a dagger he had no intention of using if he could avoid it. Bjorn flopped down next to him, handing him a horn of ale. You speak well for a man who gets hit in the face with mud, Bjorn chuckled. Marketing is half the battle. Ragnar took a sip. It was terrible ale, sour and warm. He missed carbonation. Tomorrow we sail to the capital, Bjorn said, looking up at the stars. King Horik is unpredictable. He might like your ships, or he might decide you are a witch and cut your head off. Comforting, Ragnar muttered. I will stand next to you, Bjorn said simply. He poked the fire with a stick. You have the brain, I have the axe. We keep the little ones safe. Yes. Ragnar looked over at the sleeping firs where his younger siblings were piled together like puppies. Yes, Ragnar said, feeling a fierce protectiveness rise in his chest that had nothing to do with engineering or logic. We keep them safe. Good, Bjorn stood up and stretched. Get some sleep, logistics master. Tomorrow we go to sell the king a mule. Ragnar stood at the bow of the sea wolf, shielding his eyes against the glare of the sun on the gray water. For 3 days they had sailed south, and the modified ships had performed exactly as his calculations predicted. Look at them all. Bjorn breathed, standing beside him. Ahead of them, the fjord widened into a massive natural harbor, and it was full. Hundreds of longships were beached on the sand or bobbing at anchor. It looked less like a military encampment and more like a heavy metal festival that had run out of sanitation. The great heathen army, Ragnar muttered. It's bigger than the history books said. History books? Bjorn asked, tilting his head. We have books about this. Figure of speech, Ragnar said quickly. I mean the sagas, it's bigger than the stories. Bjorn grinned, slapping his axe handle. More Danes means more glory. Ragnar looked at the sprawling camp and saw something else, a logistical nightmare. There were thousands of men down there. No wonder they need to invade England, Ragnar thought. If they stay here another month, they'll eat Norway down to the bedrock. He turned to look at his father. Ulf was standing by the tiller, his knuckles white as he gripped the wood. The bravado from the village had evaporated. Now, he was just a small-time chieftain from a backwater village arriving at the court of sharks. Ragnar walked back to him. Steady, father, Ragnar said softly. The ship handles well. Ulf looked at him, his eyes tight. It's not the ship I fear, Ragnar, it's the king. Horik is intense. He eats men like us for breakfast to test his teeth. We aren't breakfast, Ragnar said firmly. We're the caterers. Nobody kills the caterer. Ulf let out a short, nervous snort. I hope your wizard words work, boy. For the sake of your brothers and sisters. As the sea wolf, followed by the iron serpent and the storm caller, drifted closer to the main docks, the reaction was immediate. Vikings on other ships stopped coiling ropes to stare. Warriors sharpening swords on the beach stood up and pointed. Look at that tub, someone shouted from a nearby vessel. Did it swallow a whale? Hey, another warrior yelled, cupping his hands. Your ship is fat, did you feed it too much pork? Laughter rippled across the water. Bjorn bristled, his hand going to his weapon. I'll cut their tongues out. Let them laugh, Ragnar said, placing a hand on Bjorn's massive arm. They see a fat ship. I see a cargo capacity of 40 tons with a draft of only 1 meter. Let them laugh while we get rich. They guided the ships onto the shingle. A group of King Horik's elite guards marched down the beach. They wore chainmail that actually fit and carried axes that looked sharp enough to shave with. Identify yourselves, the lead guard barked. Ulf stepped off the ship, splashing into the shallow water. He puffed out his chest, trying to look larger than he felt. I am Ulf, Jarl of Oakhaven. These are my sons. We answer the king's call. The guard looked at Ulf, then looked at the strange wide ship behind him. He looked confused. You brought that to war. We brought 3 of them, Ragnar interjected, stepping down beside his father. He stood tall, projecting the confidence of a man who knew he was right. And we require an audience with King Horik immediately. We have a tactical advantage to discuss. The guard blinked. He clearly didn't know what tactical advantage meant, but Ragnar's tone seemed to work. The king is in the great hall, the guard grunted. Leave your weapons, keep your fat ships out of the way. The great hall was a massive structure of timber and thatch, smelling of roasted boar, stale beer, and power. As Ragnar, Ulf, and Bjorn entered, the noise hit them like a physical wall. Hundreds of warriors were drinking, shouting, and boasting. In the center of the room sat King Horik. He was lean, wiry, with eyes that darted around the room like a hawk looking for a field mouse. He wore a simple tunic, but the rings on his arms were heavy gold. Beside him, sitting on a lower stool with perfect posture, was a young woman with sharp features and eyes that seemed to be counting the number of threads in everyone's tunics. His daughter, Ulf, marched to the center of the room and knelt. Ragnar and Bjorn followed suit. King Horik, Ulf announced, his voice cracking slightly before he steadied it. Ulf of Oakhaven offers his sword. The king looked up from a map spread across his knees. He looked bored. Ulf, the king said, his voice dry. I remember you. You're the one who lives up near the ice shelf where even the fish freeze. You brought 30 men. 32, Ulf said proudly. And 3 ships. Ships, the king's daughter spoke up. Her voice was cool and melodic. We heard reports of unusual vessels docking. They say they look like pregnant cows. The hall erupted in laughter. Even the king cracked a smile. Ulf turned red. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but the words failed him. Ragnar stood up. They are not cows, princess, Ragnar said calmly. They are granaries on water. The room went quiet. You didn't just interrupt the king's laughter. King Horik leaned forward, his hawk eyes locking onto Ragnar. And who is this, the calf speaking for the cow? I am Ragnar, son of Ulf, he said. And I built those ships. Are wide because they carry 3 times the cargo of your standard longship. They are reinforced to carry horses without breaking their legs in rough seas, and they sail just as fast as your raiding parties. The king stared at him. He stood up and walked slowly down the steps of the dais. He circled Ragnar, looking him up and down. 3 times the cargo, the king asked. Yes, my king, and they sail fast. Physics guarantees it, Ragnar said. The king stopped in front of him. Physics, is that a god? A law, Ragnar corrected. Like gravity, or the fact that fire burns. The king narrowed his eyes. You speak strange words. Tell me, shipbuilder, if your ship is so fat, does it not get tired? Ragnar blinked. Tired? Yes, the king said, looking genuinely curious. A fat man runs slow. A fat horse breathes heavy. If you feed the ship so much wood to make it fat, does the spirit of the ship not become lazy? Ragnar fought the urge to face palm. Right, animism. They think the ship has a soul. It is not fat with meat, my king, Ragnar improvised, thinking fast. It is big-boned. It has a strong skeleton of iron. It does not get tired because the wind pushes it, and the wind never tires. It is built to serve you, to carry the heavy burdens so your warriors can save their strength for swinging axes. The king seemed to consider this logic. Big-boned, he muttered. I have an uncle like that. The king's daughter stood up and walked over. She was looking at Ragnar with intense curiosity. If we fill it with grain, she asked, will it sink? It will sit lower, Ragnar explained, using his hands to demonstrate. But the bottom is flat. It pushes the water away. It floats. I have calculated the displacement. Displacement, the king repeated slowly, savoring the weird word. Is that a spell? In a way, Ragnar smiled. It is the magic of knowing how much water a rock pushes out of the bucket. The king looked at Ulf, then back at Ragnar. He suddenly clapped his hands together, a sharp sound that echoed in the hole. Insane, the king declared cheerfully. You are insane. You take a perfectly good ship and make it a bucket. Ulf's shoulders slumped. He thought it was over. But, the king continued, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intelligence. I have 5,000 men who eat too much. I have catapults that are too heavy for my ships. I have horses that kick holes in the hulls. He leaned in close to Ragnar, smelling of wine and violence. Does your bucket ship keep the horses dry? Bone dry, my king, Ragnar promised. And stable. The horses won't get seasick. Horses get seasick, the king asked, surprised. It makes a terrible mess, Ragnar said seriously. The king threw his head back and laughed. It was a genuine barking laugh. I like him, King Horik shouted to the room. He speaks madness, but he answers straight. He worries about vomiting horses while we worry about glory. The king grabbed Ragnar's shoulder. We sail for England in 2 days. You will take my siege engines. You will take the heavy reserve grain. If your fat ships sink, I will tie you to a stone and see how good your displacement is then. Ragnar bowed low. That is fair. The king turned to his daughter. Jida, see that the logistics master gets a place near the royal tents. I want to see these fat ships for myself tomorrow. As the king returned to his throne, dismissing them with a wave, Ulf grabbed Ragnar's arm. They walked out of the hall, past the staring warriors, and into the cool evening air. Ulf let out a breath he seemed to have been holding for an hour. You are a madman, Ulf whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. You told the king his horses would vomit. I told him the truth, Ragnar said, feeling the adrenaline finally fading, leaving his knees a little weak. We have the contract, father. We're in business. Bjorn, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly punched the air. Did you see the princess looking at you? Bjorn grilled, grinning like an idiot. She looked at you like you were a shiny new axe. She looked at me like I was a puzzle she wanted to take apart, Ragnar corrected, though he had noticed the look too. Same thing, Bjorn shrugged. Ragnar looked down at the harbor, where his 3 ugly, efficient ships sat among the sleek raiders. Come on, Ragnar said, heading for the camp. We need to prep the cargo holds. If we're carrying siege engines, I need to design a winch system by morning. Winch, Ulf asked wearily. Another wizard word. You're going to love it, father, Ragnar promised. It lifts heavy things so you don't have to. Meat. Real dripping, roasted meat. Ragnar sat on a log near a roaring bonfire, a skewer of pork in one hand and a horn of decent ale in the other. For months, their diet had consisted of watery fish stew and bread that tasted like sawdust. Now, thanks to Ragnar's fat ships and his fast talking, they were seated in the guest ring of the great heathen army's encampment. I tell you, Stark had shouted, grease running down his beard, I always knew the boy was smart. Even when he was drowning in the mud during training, I said, that boy thinks like a fox. You called him a soft-handed milk drinker 2 days ago. Bjorn roared, laughing as he shoved Starkad's shoulder. That was affectionate, Starkad protested, tearing into a rib with savage joy. Ragnar smiled, taking a sip of ale. His father Ulf was sitting with other chieftains, his chest puffed out, telling a highly exaggerated story about how they had tamed the ocean with their new ship designs. They're happy, Ragnar thought, watching his younger brother Ivar try to wrestle a dog for a bone near the fire. They're fed. Step 1 complete, but a good engineer never stops at step 1. Ragnar's eyes wandered from his celebrating kin to the upper tier of the camp. The king's pavilion was set on a small rise, guarded by the elite huscarls. The flaps of the royal tent were open, revealing the king holding court. There she was. Princess Jyda sat slightly behind her father, her gaze cut through the smoke and the crowd, locking directly onto Ragnar. It wasn't a romantic look, Ragnar wasn't delusional. It was the look a cat gives a mouse that has suddenly started walking on 2 legs and juggling. She raised her goblet slightly in his direction. Ragnar raised his horn in return, a silent toast. She knows, he realized. The king thinks I'm a funny madman, but she knows I'm doing something different. I have to be careful with that one. He looked away, breaking the connection. The great army was sailing for England to take York. Ragnar knew his history. York, or Eoforwic as the Saxons called it, had walls, old Roman walls. They were stone thick and designed to keep barbarians out. He looked at the pile of siege equipment the king's army had staged nearby. It was pathetic. There were ladders, hundreds of them. There were a few large logs capped with iron to act as battering rams. There was something that looked like a giant slingshot that probably had a range of 10 feet and a 50% chance of killing the user. We're going to run face first into stone walls, Ragnar thought, grimacing. Ladders mean climbing. Climbing means getting rocks dropped on your head. He took a bite of pork, chewing thoughtfully. I need a wall breaker, something simple, something I can build with timber, rope, and iron. His mind briefly flashed to electricity. He imagined rigging a primitive generator, maybe shocking the English defenders or creating a spotlight to blind them. He shook his head, chuckling to himself. Don't be an idiot, Ragnar. To make a generator, I need copper wire. I need magnets, I need insulation. Electricity is a pipe dream. I need physics, I need leverage. He reached down and picked up a twig. He smoothed out a patch of dirt near his feet, illuminated by the flickering firelight. The Romans used ballistas, he mused, drawing a line in the dirt. Torsion springs, twisted rope, efficient but finicky. If the humidity changes, the tension changes. Too complex for a first prototype. He rubbed the dirt smooth and started again. What is the simplest way to throw a heavy rock very far? The onager, a bucket on an arm powered by a twisted rope bundle. It kicked like a mule and wasn't very accurate. No. He needed the king of siege engines, the weapon that dominated the medieval period until gunpowder ruined the party. The trebuchet, specifically the counterweight trebuchet, it was beautiful in its simplicity, a long arm on a pivot. A heavy box of rocks on the short end, the counterweight, and a sling holding the projectile on the long end. Gravity pulls the heavy box down, the long arm swings up, the sling whips around, and whoosh, goodbye, castle wall. What are you drawing? Ragnar jumped slightly. Bjorn had flopped down next to him, holding a massive turkey leg. A way to open a door, Ragnar said, sketching the triangular frame. Bjorn squinted at the dirt. That looks like a fishing crane. It's a gravity engine, Ragnar corrected. He deepened the lines with the stick. Look, Bjorn, the king wants to take York. York has walls, high stone walls. How do we get inside? We climb the ladders, Bjorn shrugged, tearing off a chunk of meat. We kill the guards, we open the gate. And while you climb, Ragnar said, poking Bjorn in the chest with the twig, the Saxons throw boiling oil on you. They shoot arrows at you. Half of us die before we touch the ground. Bjorn stopped chewing. That is usually how it goes. It is the price of glory. It's the price of stupidity, Ragnar said. Why climb the wall when you can knock it down? He pointed to his drawing. This, Ragnar tapped the stick on the pivot point, is the fulcrum. We build a tall frame. We put a massive arm on top. On this short end, we hang a box the size of a hut and fill it with the heaviest rocks we can find. Lead iron boulders. And on the other end, Bjorn asked, leaning in. A sling. You put a stone the size of your head in it. Ragnar mimed the motion with his hands. When we let go, the heavy box falls. It pulls the arm up. The sling whips around at incredible speed. It throws the stone 300 meters. It hits the wall with the force of a thunderbolt. Bjorn stared at the crude drawing. He looked at the stick figure Ragnar had drawn getting crushed by the falling rock. No men pushing? Bjorn asked. No men, just gravity, Ragnar said. The earth pulls the box down. The machine does the work. We can sit back, eat an apple, and watch the walls turn to dust. Bjorn's eyes went wide. The idea of destroying an enemy without even sweating was alien to him, but also deeply appealing. You can build this, Bjorn whispered. Here, not here, Ragnar said, erasing the dirt with his boot as a group of drunken warriors stumbled past. He didn't want anyone stealing his IP, intellectual property. We don't have the seasoned timber, but I can design the iron fittings. We can forge the pivot axle and the release hook here in the camp smithy before we leave. When we get to England, plenty of trees there. Ragnar looked back at the pile of ladders. They look so primitive now. I need to talk to the smith, Ragnar muttered, his engineer brain revving up. And I need rope, lots of rope, and maybe some leather for the sling. You have that look again, Bjorn noted, grinning. What look? The look you had before you made the ships fat. I am smarter than everyone else look. I'm not smarter, Ragnar said, standing up and dusting off his breeches. I just have a better education. Same thing, Bjorn laughed. Ragnar looked toward the king's tent one last time. The princess was gone. The king was drinking from a skull-shaped cup. The invasion of England was going to be a bloodbath. Ragnar couldn't stop the war, he was just one man. But if he could knock down the walls of York from a safe distance, he could save thousands of Viking lives, including Bjorn's, including his father's. He was going to bring the medieval industrial revolution to the 9th century, one wooden beam at a time. Come on, Ragnar said to Bjorn. Finish your turkey, we have work to do. Now, Bjorn groaned. But there is still ale. You are making door hinges? The camp smith asked, wiping sweat from his blackened forehead. He looked at the heavy iron bracket Ragnar was cooling in a bucket of water. In a way, Ragnar said, watching the steam hiss and rise. I'm making a hinge that opens the gates of York. Bjorn sat on an anvil nearby, sharpening his axe for the 100th time. He picked up one of Ragnar's creations, the release pin for the trebuchet sling. It looks like a hook for catching a very stupid fish, Bjorn grunted. It's a trigger, Ragnar corrected, taking the metal back and inspecting it. It was crude, hammered out by hand, but the geometry was correct. This little piece of iron decides exactly when the rock flies. Too early, the rock goes straight up and lands on our heads. Too late, and it smashes into the ground in front of us. Physics is unforgiving, brother. Bjorn looked at the sky. I prefer enemies I can hit. Physics sounds like it cheats. That's the point, Ragnar grinned, tossing the cold iron into a sack. If you're fighting fair, you've already lost. He slung the heavy sack over his shoulder. The fleet was prepping to sail. The tide was coming in. It was time for one last pitch to the CEO of this violent enterprise. King Horik was in a good mood. This was terrifying for everyone involved. The king stood on the beach, watching his warriors load barrels of salted meat onto the royal flagship. He was laughing as two men dropped a barrel and scrambled to pick it up. Ulf's son, the king shouted as he saw Ragnar approaching. The man with the fat ships, have they sunk yet? They float like ducks, my king, Ragnar said, bowing his head slightly, and they are hungry for cargo. Good, the king slapped his thigh. Then load them. Why are you here bothering me with a sack of scrap metal? Ragnar took a breath. This was the hard part. Vikings respected strength. They respected courage. They did not typically respect standing 300 meters away and doing math. I have a proposal, King Horik, Ragnar said. A weapon to take York. The king raised an eyebrow. I have 5,000 weapons, he said, gesturing to his army. They are called Vikings. Vikings bleed, Ragnar said calmly. Walls do not. York was built by Romans. Stone walls, 3 men thick. Ladders will cost us hundreds of lives. Ragnar knelt in the sand. He didn't have the full machine that would require chopping down half a forest, which he planned to do in England, but he had built a small-scale model out of firewood and twine to demonstrate the principle. He set the little wooden frame on a flat rock. The king's huscarls gathered around, snickering. Is that a toy for your little brother? One guard asked. It is a siege engine, Ragnar said, ignoring him. He placed a small pebble in the tiny leather sling. He loaded the counterweight bucket with a handful of lead fishing weights he'd stolen from his father's tackle box. Watch the driftwood log over there, Ragnar pointed to a piece of wood about 10 paces away. The king looked bored. Get on with it. Ragnar pulled the pin. The heavy box dropped. The arm swung up with surprising violence. The sling whipped around the tip of the arm, accelerating the pebble faster than the eye could track. The pebble slammed into the driftwood log with such force that it splintered the wood and sent chips flying. The snickering stopped. The guard who had mocked him took a step back. 10 paces was a long way to throw a rock that hard with a machine the size of a dog. Ragnar stood up. Scale that up, he said, looking the king in the eye. Make the arm 50 feet long. Make the counterweight 10 tons of rock. It doesn't throw pebbles. It throws boulders the size of cows. It crushes stone walls like they are eggshells. King Horik looked at the splintered driftwood. He looked at the little toy machine. Then he looked at Ragnar with a mixture of impressed shock and deep distaste. It throws from far away, the king asked. Outside the range of their arrows, Ragnar nodded. We sit, we drink ale, we knock down their walls, and then we walk in. The king scowled. He kicked the sand. It is a coward's weapon, Horik grumbled. Where's the glory in throwing rocks from the bushes? Where's the clash of steel? The poets will not sing of a machine, Ragnar. They sing of men. The poets can sing whatever they want, Ragnar countered, his voice steady. But dead men don't hear songs. And dead men don't rule England. Do you want to be the king who died bravely at the foot of a wall, or the king who conquered York without losing his best men? The king was silent. He was a traditionalist. He wanted the fight. But he was also a conqueror. He wanted the prize. It is efficient, a voice said. Ragnar turned. Princess Jyda had stepped forward from behind the king. She was wearing a cloak of white fur, and her eyes were locked on the little wooden model. Father, she said, her voice cool and melodic. If we lose 500 men taking the walls, that is 500 fewer men to hold the city once we take it. The Saxons have more men than us. We cannot trade lives one for one. She looked up at Ragnar. For a second, the rest of the world vanished. Her eyes were an intense, piercing blue, and they were shining with something that made Ragnar's engineer heart skip a beat. The counterweight, Jyda said, pointing a slender finger at the box of lead weights. It uses the falling weight to create the speed. A lever. A lever with a high ratio, Ragnar explained, feeling a smile tug at his lips. Finally, someone who spoke his language. The short end is heavy, the long end is fast. It multiplies the force. A force multiplier, Jyda whispered, tasting the words. She looked at Ragnar, a small, impressed smile playing on her lips. You have a dangerous mind, shipbuilder. The king looked between his daughter and Ragnar. He grunted, breaking the moment. My daughter has a point, Horik admitted, though he looked like he had swallowed a lemon. I do not like it, it lacks honor, but I like winning. He pointed a calloused finger at Ragnar's chest. Pack your iron hooks, pack your physics. When we get to England, you will build this wall breaker. But listen to me well. The king leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. If we stand outside the walls for weeks building your toy while the English laugh at us, if it does not work, I will put you in the sling and throw you at the wall. Do we have an understanding? Ragnar swallowed dryly. Crystal clear, my king. Good, Horik barked. Now get those fat ships in the water. The tide waits for no man, not even an engineer. An hour later, the Sea Wolf was moving. The sensation of the ship leaving the harbor was magical. The hull groaned as it took the weight of the open ocean, but the iron-reinforced keel held steady. Ragnar stood at the stern, watching the coast of Norway slowly shrink into a gray line. Bjorn was beside him, looking back at the hundreds of ships trailing behind them. It was an armada of wood and canvas, a swarm of locusts heading for the green fields of England. The princess likes you, Bjorn said. Breaking the silence. Ragnar laughed, checking the rudder. She likes the machine, Bjorn. She's smart. She sees the math. She looked at you like you were a piece of meat, Bjorn insisted, nodding wisely. Smart meat, but meat. We're all meat in this era, Ragnar muttered. I'm just trying to keep us from becoming dead meat. He looked down at the sack of iron parts at his feet. The trebuchet was a 12th century invention. He was bringing it to the 9th century. He was skipping 300 years of military development. Hey, Bjorn. Yeah, in England, there are trees called yew trees. So, Ragnar smiled, looking at the horizon. After we knock down the walls, I'm going to make you a new bow. A longbow. We're going to change the world, brother. Bjorn laughed, the sound carrying over the waves. I don't care about changing the world, Ragnar. I just want to see that wall fall down. Ragnar turned his face to the wind. The cold spray hit his cheeks. To England, Ragnar whispered. To gold, Bjorn shouted. The sea wolf surged forward, leading the way into history. Hold on, Ragnar screamed, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. Wall of black water, easily 4 meters high, smashed into the port side of the Sea Wolf. In a normal Viking longship, this would be the moment of panic. Standard longships were shallow, flexible, and designed to skim over the water. When hit broadside by a wave like this, they had a terrifying tendency to flip over like a discarded toy. The wave hit. The ship shuddered. The Sea Wolf leaned. It leaned hard. The deck tilted until Ragnar was staring directly into the churning dark water. Come on, Ragnar thought, his mind racing through diagrams of metacentric height and ballast ratios. Trust the iron. Trust the keel. For a heart-stopping second, gravity fought buoyancy. And with a groan of stressed timber, the heavy iron shoe on the bottom of the keel did its job. The moment the wave passed, the massive weight pulled the ship violently back to the upright position. The ship leveled out, splashing water back into the sea. We're still up, Bjorn yelled, sounding genuinely surprised. He wiped freezing salt water from his beard. We didn't flip. Physics, Ragnar shouted back, spitting out a mouthful of brine. A low center of gravity is harder to knock over. I love gravity, Bjorn roared. But the celebration was short-lived. Ragnar looked out across the chaotic expanse of the ocean. It was a nightmare. The great heathen army was scattered. 5,000 men, hundreds of ships, all being tossed around like leaves in a gutter. Look, Ulf shouted from the tiller, pointing a shaking finger to the east. Ragnar squinted through the spray. About 200 meters away, a standard longship was in trouble. It had taken too much water. As Ragnar watched, another wave crested over it. The ship vanished. One moment there was a ship with 40 warriors, the next there was just debris and heads bobbing in the freezing foam. They're gone, Ulf whispered. The toughness of the chieftain was replaced by the horror of a sailor, watching his kin drown. Just like that, Ragnar felt a cold knot in his stomach. The Sea Wolf was stable, but if they tried to turn around in this swell to pick up survivors, they would likely collide or capsize themselves. Eyes forward, Ragnar commanded, his voice cracking. We can't help them. If we stop, we die. Keep the bow into the waves. He looked back at the Iron Serpent and the Storm Caller trailing behind them. They were struggling, their bows dipping deep into the troughs, but they were popping back up like corks. The fat ships, as the warriors called them, were ugly dancers, but they were refusing to leave the dance floor. How are the horses? Ragnar yelled to a soaked stable hand who had just crawled up from the cargo hold. They are unhappy, the boy shouted back. But they are standing. The ship does not roll enough to throw them. Ragnar nodded. Small mercies. If the horses broke their legs, the king would skin him alive, assuming the ocean didn't drown him first. The storm raged for 2 days. Time lost its meaning. Ragnar didn't sleep. He spent the time checking the hull for leaks. The wider frame was taking a beating, and the caulking was straining, but the internal reinforcements were holding. You look like a corpse, Bjorn said on the morning of the 3rd day. Ragnar was slumped against the mast, chewing on a piece of dried beef that tasted like leather. I feel like a corpse that has been put in a blender, Ragnar admitted. The wind had finally died down. The sea was still angry, rolling in long, sullen swells, but the violence was gone. The sky was breaking, revealing patches of pale blue that looked like miracles. Where are we? Bjorn asked, looking at the empty horizon. I have no idea, Ragnar said honestly. The storm blew us southwest. We could be near York. We could be near France. We could be sailing off the edge of the map if you believe the old stories. I don't like France, Bjorn grumbled. Their wine gives me a headache. Suddenly a shout came from the crow's nest. Birds, white wings. Ragnar scrambled to his feet, ignoring the protest of his stiff muscles. He ran to the bow. They are circling high above the water with 3 gannets. They dove into the water, hunting. Gannets don't fly far from the coast, Ragnar said, a grin breaking across his cracked lips. Land. We're close. A cheer went up from the crew. Men who had been praying for death an hour ago were now hugging each other and sharpening their axes. Sails on the horizon, Ulf called out. Ragnar looked back. The sea was dotted with survivors. He saw the royal banner, a black raven on a red field, fluttering from a large ship about a mile back. King Horik had made it. His ship was listing slightly, and its sail was torn, but the king lived. The king survives, Ulf said, sounding relieved. That is good. I would hate to have invaded England just to find out we're unemployed. 2 hours later, the gray line of a coast appeared. It was a low, marshy coastline with gray dunes and scrub grass. England, Ragnar breathed. It looked remarkably like the swampy parts of New Jersey, but to a Viking, it looked like a bank vault waiting to be cracked. "Where is the army?" Bjorn asked, scanning the beach. "Scattered," Ragnar said. "We're the lead group, we land first." The Sea Wolf approached the shallow water. "Oars," Ulf commanded. The men deployed the long oars. With the wind gone, they had to row the final stretch. The keel bit into the sand. The ship shuddered and stopped. For a moment, nobody moved. The silence was deafening after days of howling wind. "Out!" Bjorn yelled, vaulting over the side. He splashed into waist-deep water and waded ashore, laughing like a maniac. He fell to his knees on the dry sand and kissed the ground. Ragnar followed more sedately, carrying his sack of engineering drafts. He stepped onto the beach, his legs feeling wobbly on the solid ground. Around them, the Iron Serpent and Storm Caller beach. The ramps were lowered. From the belly of the Sea Wolf, led by the handlers, walked 12 horses. They were shaken, their eyes wide, but they were walking. "Look at that," Ragnar whispered to himself. "Cargo intact." A horn blew. The king's ship was grounding nearby. King Horik jumped into the surf. He looked terrible. His hair was matted, his tunic was stained with salt, and he looked like he hadn't slept in a week. But his eyes were burning with fury. He marched up the beach, his huskarls trailing behind him. He stopped in front of Ragnar and Ulf. The king looked at his own ship, which had lost its mast in the storm and was leaking badly. He looked at Ragnar's 3 fat ships, sitting high and proud on the sand undamaged. He looked at the horses grazing on the dune grass. "My horses," the king rasped. "They live. They are hungry, my king," Ragnar said, bowing, "but they are fit for battle." King Horik stared at Ragnar. He reached out and grabbed Ragnar's face with both hands, squishing his cheeks. "You," the king growled, shaking Ragnar's head slightly. "You and your fat ships. I saw Earl Sigvard's ship snap in half, and you bobbed like a cork." "Buoyancy, my king," Ragnar said through his squished cheeks. The king released him and turned to the gathering crowd of survivors. "We are alive," Horik roared. "Thor tried to drown us and we spit in his eye." The men cheered, raising their weapons. Princess Jyda stepped off the king's ship. She looked remarkably composed, though her white fur cloak was soaked. She walked over to Ragnar, ignoring the cheering warriors. "We lost 6 ships," she said quietly. "Maybe more, 200 men drowned." "I saw," Ragnar said somberly. "The standard hull twists too much in a cross swell. It breaks the spine of the ship." "Next time," Jyda said, looking at the Sea Wolf. "I sail on your ship." "Looks boring, I like boring." Ragnar smiled. "Boring is safe." "Where are we?" Ulf asked, looking at the unfamiliar trees. "This doesn't look like the landing zone near York." Ragnar scanned the horizon. There were no landmarks he recognized. No Roman lighthouse, no city smoke. "I don't know," Ragnar admitted. "East Anglia, perhaps, or maybe further north in Northumbria." "Does it matter?" Bjorn shouted, running up to them with a crab he had found. "It's England, it's all plunder." "It matters," Ragnar said, "because if we are in Northumbria, we are in the backyard of King Egil, and he has a very large army that is probably marching toward us right now." As if on cue, a scout from the edge of the dunes shouted. "Riders on the ridge," Ragnar turned. On the crest of a hill about a mile away, a group of horsemen sat silhouetted against the gray sky. They held banners with a yellow cross. "Saxons." "Welcome to England," Ragnar muttered, reaching for the hilt of his sword, though his mind was already reaching for the blueprints of the trebuchet. "The vacation is over." King Horik drew his sword, a feral grin returning to his face. The fatigue of the storm vanished instantly. "Form the shield wall," the king bellowed. "Let's ask the locals for directions." Ragnar looked at the disorganized, exhausted Vikings, and then at the disciplined riders on the hill. "Bjorn," Ragnar said sharply, "get the axes, forget the plunder, we're building a fort." "A fort?" Bjorn blinked. "We just got here." "Exactly," Ragnar said, watching the Saxon riders turn and gallop away to call their army. "And we plan on staying." One day, Ragnar said, holding up a single finger, "Give me 50 men, the spare timber from the ships, and 24 hours. I will give you 3 wall breakers." King Horik stared at him. The king was standing on the wet sand, his boots sinking into the English mud. His stomach rumbled loud enough to be heard over the breaking waves. "One day," Horik asked skeptically, "it takes my shipbuilders a month to make a good keel. You want to build 3 siege engines before the sun sets tomorrow. It's assembly. We aren't carving dragon heads, we are bolting logs together." Ragnar said, his mind already calculating the labor division. The king looked toward the smoke rising in the distance. A Saxon village lay just beyond the ridge, a source of food, gold, and probably angry men with pitchforks. "I am hungry," Horik decided, tightening his belt, "and my army is hungry. We cannot siege York on empty stomachs." He turned to his commanders. "We take the village, we eat tonight." Then he grabbed Ragnar's shoulder. "I leave you 50 men, the ones with strong backs and small brains. If those machines aren't standing when I get back with the roast pork, I will feed you to the pigs." "Understood," Ragnar said. Ulf, Ragnar's father, tightened the straps of his leather armor. He looked at Ragnar with a mixture of pride and worry. "Stay behind the shield wall if trouble comes." Ulf grunted. "You're valuable now, don't try to be a hero with a hammer." "I'll be too busy yelling at people to be a hero," Ragnar promised. "Bring back something that isn't fish, father." Ulf laughed, clapped Bjorn on the back, who was staying behind as Ragnar's bodyguard/heavy lifter, and turned to join the king. "Move out," Horik bellowed. 4,500 Vikings roared in response. Ragnar stood on the quiet beach with his 50 confused-looking warriors. "Right," Ragnar clapped his hands. "Welcome to the 1st Viking Industrial Corps. Listen up." The warriors stared at him. One picked his nose with a dagger. "You're not building one machine at a time," Ragnar shouted, channeling every project manager he had ever known. "That is inefficient. We are doing batch production." He pointed to a group of 10 men with the largest axes. "You, the tree team, go to that copse of woods, cut down 12 oaks. Don't strip them, just drop them and drag them here." He pointed to another group. "You, the stripping team, when the trees arrive, you strip the branches, fast and rough." He turned to the last group, which included the village carpenter he'd brought along. "You are the assembly team. You drill the holes where I mark them." "No thinking, just drilling." "And what do I do?" Bjorn asked, flexing arms that were thicker than Ragnar's thighs. "You, brother," Ragnar grinned, "are the forklift." Ragnar ran back and forth across the beach. He used charcoal to mark cut lines on the timber before the trees even stopped rolling. "Measure twice, cut once," Ragnar screamed at a warrior who was eyeing a log with malicious intent. "I cut," the warrior yelled back happily, swinging his axe. "No, wait for the mark." Ragnar intercepted him, drawing a line. "Now cut." In the 21st century, building a trebuchet would require permits, OSHA inspections, and safety meetings. 865 AD, it required a lot of swearing and men who could lift entire tree trunks without complaining about back pain. By mid-afternoon, the frames were rising. They looked like skeletons of prehistoric beasts emerging from the sand. The frames were lashed together with thick hemp rope and reinforced with the iron bolts Ragnar had forged. "Lift," Ragnar commanded. Bjorn and 10 other men heaved on the ropes. The main throwing arm of the first machine rose into the air and settled into the iron axle groove. "Secure the cap," Ragnar yelled. Warrior hammered the iron retaining pin into place. Ragnar stepped back, wiping sweat and sawdust from his eyes. The first machine was upright. It wasn't pretty, but the geometry was perfect. "It looks like a gallows," Bjorn noted, wiping his hands on his tunic. "It's a physics stick," Ragnar corrected. "1 down, 2 to go." But the universe, Ragnar knew, hated smooth sailing. From over the ridge, the sounds of the king's raid had been drifting down all day: screams, clashing steel, the roar of fire. But now the sound was changing. It was getting closer. "Riders," a lookout shouted from the top of the dune. Cresting the hill wasn't the king's army. It was a group of Saxon horsemen, about 30 of them. It weren't the main force. They looked like a flanking unit that had escaped the village and circled back to hit the Vikings' rear. They saw the ships, they saw the half-built machines, and they saw only 50 men guarding them. The Saxon leader, a man in polished chainmail, raised his sword. "Heathens," he shouted. "Burn their ships." "Oh, come on," Ragnar groaned, grabbing his spear. "Can't a man build a siege engine in peace?" Bjorn grabbed his shield and axe, his face lighting up with a terrifying joy. "Finally, I was getting bored of lifting wood." "Shield wall," Ragnar ordered. "Protect the machines." The 50 builders dropped their saws and hammers and snatched up their shields. They formed a tight line in front of the construction site. The Saxon cavalry charged. The ground shook. 30 horses thundering down a sand dune was a terrifying sight. They were gaining speed, aiming to smash through the thin Viking line and torch the fleet. "Hold," Ragnar yelled, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Brace." The horses hit the shield wall. Bjorn roared, slamming the edge of his shield into a horse's nose, stopping the beast in its tracks. The rider flew over the horse's head, landing in the sand where Bjorn's axe met him. "For Oakhaven," Bjorn screamed, swinging like a windmill. Ragnar thrust his spear through a gap in the shields, catching a Saxon rider in the thigh. The man howled and fell. Dust, blood, and sand filled the air. The Saxons were on horses, giving them the height advantage, but the Vikings were fighting with the desperation of men who had nowhere to run. "They're circling," Ragnar noticed. 5 Saxon riders had peeled off, riding around the flank of the shield wall. They were heading straight for the sea wolf. "No," Ragnar shouted. "My ship." He broke from the line. It was a stupid move, but instinct took over. That ship was his masterpiece. "Ragnar," Bjorn shouted, trying to follow, but he was engaged with 2 swordsmen. Ragnar ran toward the ship. The Saxon riders saw him and turned. The leader grinned, lowering his lance. Ragnar skidded to a halt. He was out in the open. He had a spear. The rider had a horse and a lance. He looked around. He was standing next to the second trebuchet. It was unfinished, just the frame and the arm lying on the ground, attached by the rope tackle they were using to hoist it. The heavy counterweight box was already attached to the short end of the arm, resting on a stack of barrels, waiting to be lifted. The rope holding the arm down was tied to a stake near Ragnar's feet. "Die, heathen!" Ragnar looked at the rider, then at the rope. He waited. The hooves pounded the sand. The lance tip steadied on Ragnar's chest. 20 meters, 10 meters. "Now!" Ragnar screamed. He swung his axe not at the rider but at the rope stake. The tension released instantly. The heavy counterweight box on the stack of barrels dropped 3 feet to the ground. This caused the long end of the oak arm to jerk upward violently as the machine tried to find its equilibrium. It wasn't a full swing, just a sudden, violent kick of a 2-ton log. The heavy oak beam shot up from the sand just as the Saxon horse galloped over it. The beam caught the horse in the chest. It was like hitting a fly with a baseball bat. The horse stopped instantly. The rider didn't. He was catapulted through the air, sailing over Ragnar's head and landing face first in a pile of sawdust. Ragnar stood there, panting, the vibration of the impact still humming in the air. The other 4 riders, seeing their leader taken out by a jumping log, hesitated. A roar came from the ridge. "Odin owns you all." Hundreds of Vikings poured over the dune, covered in soot and blood, carrying sacks of grain and cages of chickens. Ulf was at the front. He saw the Saxons attacking his sons and let out a howl that would have scared a bear. The remaining Saxons panicked. They turned their horses to flee, but they were trapped between the shield wall and the returning army. Ragnar leaned against the frame of the trebuchet, his legs shaking. The adrenaline was fading, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Ulf ran up to him, grabbing his shoulders. "Are you hurt? I saw the horse charge you." "I'm fine," Ragnar said, pointing a trembling finger at the dead horse and the rider in the sawdust. "I used the machine." King Horik walked up, wiping his sword on a piece of cloth. He looked at the carnage on the beach, the dead Saxons, the sweating builders, and the 3 massive wooden structures rising from the sand. He looked at the dead horse, then at the trebuchet arm that had smashed it. "You killed a cavalryman with a pile of wood?" the king asked, impressed. "It was a field test," Ragnar lied smoothly. The king laughed, a loud, booming sound. He kicked the dead Saxon. "You are a strange warrior, Ragnar," Horik said, "but you kept your word. The machines are standing." He gestured to the army behind him. They were laden with spoils: cows, pigs, sacks of flour. "We have food," the king announced. "We have the beach, and now—" He looked up at the towering trebuchets. "Now we have the hammers." Bjorn walked over, limping slightly but grinning. He was covered in blood, none of it his own. "Did you see that?" Bjorn asked the king excitedly. Ragnar made the log jump. Ragnar stood on the beach, looking at the Saxon corpses being stripped of their armor by the efficient Viking scavengers. He looked at the dead horse he had crushed with the trebuchet arm. It was a gruesome sight, but his engineer's brain was focusing on the method. "I got lucky," Ragnar thought, rubbing his shoulder. "If that rope hadn't snapped just right, or if the horse had been 2 seconds faster, I'd be a shish kebab on a Saxon lance right now." He looked at his hands. "I need an equalizer," he muttered. He walked over to the trebuchet he had built. He stared at the massive ropes that held the throwing arm. They worked on tension and gravity. But the Romans had used something else for their ballistas: torsion. Twisted bundles of rope or sinew that stored immense energy. Ragnar kicked a broken Saxon spear lying in the sand. The shaft was snapped, leaving only the iron tip and a foot of wood. A spear, he mused, the king of weapons. Reach, penetration, simplicity, but a spear required muscle. You had to thrust it. You had to have the momentum. What if the spear thrusts itself? In the fantasy novels and games he used to play in the 21st century, there was often a weapon called a torsion spear or a pile bunker. A massive pneumatic spike that punched through dragon scales. But that's fantasy, Ragnar corrected himself. If I built a full-sized torsion spear that could punch through a shield, Newton's third law would break my arm. The recoil would be equal to the impact. I'd fly backward as fast as the enemy flew forward. He picked up the broken spear tip. But what if I don't make it big? What if I make it compact? He imagined a tube. Inside the tube, a spike. Behind the spike, a tightly twisted bundle of animal sinew, the strongest natural spring available in 865 AD. A trigger to release the tension. It would be a get-off-me button. Bjorn, Ragnar shouted. Bjorn was currently trying to teach a crab how to fight a rock. He looked up, bored. Yes, logistics master. Bring me the cow guts, Ragnar said with a manic glint in his eye, and find the smith, we're making a toy. The camp's smith, a burly man named Leif, not to be confused with the other 3 Leifs in the army, looked at Ragnar's drawing in the sand. You want a tube, Leif summarized. Made of iron, closed at one end. Open at the other. Yes, Ragnar said, and I need a steel spike that fits inside it perfectly, not too tight, not too loose, like a piston. Piston. Leif scratched his beard with a hammer. Is that a type of fish? Just make the spike, Leif, Ragnar said, too excited to explain internal combustion terminology. And I need a catch, a little lever here. He pointed to the side of the tube. When I press it, the spike flies out. And what pushes it? Leif asked. Ragnar held up a bundle of dried, twisted intestines he had scavenged from the butchers. This. Bjorn, who was watching over Ragnar's shoulder, looked skeptical. You are going to fight the English with cow guts inside a pipe. Ragnar, maybe the sun has boiled your brain. It's called torsion, brother, Ragnar said, kneeling to twist the prototype bundle. When you twist the fibers, they want to untwist. They store energy. If we twist them tight enough, they release that energy faster than your arm can move. If you say so, Bjorn shrugged. But if it explodes, I get your boots. It took all afternoon. The army was resting, eating, and preparing for the march to York, which gave Ragnar the precious time he needed. Leif forged the tube from a section of a broken anchor shaft. Ragnar spent hours carefully winding the sinew. He used a small winch to twist the fibers tighter and tighter until they hummed with tension. He loaded the spike into the tube, pushing it back against the twisted sinew until it clicked into the crude trigger mechanism Leif had fashioned. The result was a heavy iron cylinder, about the length of his forearm. It looked like a very primitive, very angry flashlight. It is ugly, Bjorn decided, inspecting the device. It's a prototype, Ragnar defended. The torsion spike Mark I. Mark 1, Bjorn asked. Who is Mark? Never mind, Ragnar stood up. Let's test it. They walked to the edge of the camp, away from the crowds. Ragnar set up an old, cracked wooden shield against a tree. It was a sturdy piece of linden wood, covered in leather, the standard protection for a Saxon warrior. Okay, Ragnar said, taking a deep breath. He strapped the device to his right forearm using leather belts. It felt heavy but reassuring. The iron tube ran along the underside of his arm, the tip just barely protruding past his wrist. The trigger was a small loop he held in his hand. Hit the shield, Bjorn said, crossing his arms. I want to see it bounce off. Ragnar stepped up to the tree. He stood about a foot away from the shield. This is it, he thought. Close quarters combat. No room to swing a sword, just a punch. He made a fist. He visualized the physics. The sinew would unwind violently, driving the piston forward. The recoil would shoot back into his arm, but because the mass of the spike was small compared to his body weight, he should be able to absorb it if he locked his stance. Hello, Saxon, Ragnar whispered to the tree. He punched forward, pulling the trigger loop at the exact moment of impact. The sound was sharp, like a hammer hitting a coffin. Ragnar gasped, stumbling back 2 steps. His arm felt like he had just punched a brick wall. The recoil had jarred his elbow, sending a shockwave up to his shoulder. Odin's beard, Bjorn shouted, running to the tree. Ragnar shook his numb arm and joined him. There, embedded in the shield, was the spike. It had punched clean through the wood, through the leather, and buried itself 2 inches into the oak tree behind it. The shield was pinned to the tree. It went through, Bjorn whispered, his eyes wide. He touched the iron tube on Ragnar's arm. No swing, no axe wind up, just pop, Ragnar grinned, ignoring the pain in his wrist. It's a hidden fang, Bjorn. A warrior raises his shield to block my sword. I step in close. I punch his shield. This goes through the shield and into his chest. Bjorn looked at the device with a newfound reverence. He looked at the hole in the shield. Can you make a big one? Bjorn asked, drooling slightly. Like a spear size? No, Ragnar said firmly, unbuckling the straps. If I made this spear sized, the recoil would have dislocated my shoulder and probably thrown me into the sea. This works because it's small. It relies on speed, not mass. He reloaded the device. It took some effort, but it was doable. It's a one-shot weapon, Ragnar explained. I use it to survive a surprise attack, then I run away or use my dagger. I want one, Bjorn demanded. You have an axe that weighs as much as a small child, Ragnar pointed out. You don't need this. I want 2, Bjorn corrected. 1 for each arm. Ragnar laughed. Let me refine the trigger first. I nearly broke my finger. As the sun began to set, painting the English sky in bruised purples and bloody oranges, Ragnar sat by the fire, tinkering with the torsion spike. He was polishing the internal track with some animal fat to reduce friction. He felt eyes on him. He looked up. Princess Jida was standing there, her white fur cloak glowing in the firelight. "The men say you punched a hole through a tree," she said. Her voice was calm, but her eyes held that same dangerous curiosity from the boat. It was a shield, and the tree was behind it. Jida sat down on the log opposite him. She didn't care about the dirt on her fine dress. "Show me," she commanded. Ragnar held up the device. "It uses twisted sinew, like the big machines, but smaller. Stored force," she nodded, recognizing the principle, "like a bow but contained." She reached out and touched the cold iron. Her fingers were long and slender, contrasting with the crude, brutal metal. "My father thinks you are a coward," Jida said casually. "He thinks fighting from a distance is weak." "And what do you think, Princess?" Ragnar asked, tensing slightly. "I think," she said, looking him in the eyes, "that a dead hero is useless, and I think you are the most dangerous man in this army because you don't play by their rules." "Make one for me," she said. Ragnar blinked. "You stay in the tent." "Do I?" Jida raised an eyebrow. "If the camp is overrun, do you think the Saxons will care if I am a princess?" She pointed to the device. "But this requires no strength, just a steady hand and a clever mind." Ragnar looked at her. She was right. In this world, being a woman often meant being a target. A weapon that leveled the playing field was exactly what she needed. "It has a kick," Ragnar warned. "It hurts the arm." "I can handle pain," Jida said softly. "I cannot handle being helpless." Ragnar nodded slowly. "I'll make you one, smaller, lighter. We'll use bronze for the tube so it doesn't rust, and I'll pad the arm brace with wool." Jida stood up. She looked at the trebuchets towering in the distance, then back at the small iron tube. "We march for York tomorrow," she said. "The walls are high, the Saxons are waiting. We're bringing the future to their doorstep." Ragnar said, strapping his invention back onto his arm. "Brother, why are you putting sheep in your boots?" Bjorn's voice was filled with genuine confusion, tinged with a hint of concern for Ragnar's sanity. Ragnar was sitting on a mossy log during a brief respite in the march, carefully stuffing a shaped wad of raw wool into the heel of his leather boot. "It's not just sheep, Bjorn," Ragnar muttered, sliding his foot back in and wiggling his toes. "It's arch support. We have been walking for 3 days. My feet feel like they've been beaten with hammers." Bjorn stared at him, then at his own flat, thin-soled leather shoes. "Pain is good. Pain reminds you that you are not dead. Pain reminds me that I need to invent rubber soles." Ragnar retorted, standing up and testing his weight. "It was heaven, or at least a slightly softer version of purgatory. Try it. It changes your posture. Less impact on the knees. An army marches on its stomach, but it walks on its feet." Ragnar quoted a general who wouldn't be born for another 1,000 years. Just then, the sound of hooves thundered down the muddy path. A horse skidded to a halt right in front of them, kicking up a spray of wet English earth. Ragnar shielded his eyes. It was Princess Jida. She looked less like a royal and more like a hunter who had lost her favorite arrow. Her white fur cloak was dusted with travel grime. Her eyes were scanning Ragnar with an intensity that made Bjorn take a subtle step back. "You," she said, pointing a gloved finger at Ragnar. "You said you would make it." "Make what?" Bjorn asked, oblivious. "The sting," Jida said, ignoring the giant. She looked at Ragnar. "You promised. I have been watching the trees. I feel exposed. Where is it?" Ragnar smiled. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. "I finished it an hour ago," Ragnar said. "I was just waiting for the glue on the padding to set." He unwrapped it. It was sleek, unlike the crude iron pipe Ragnar wore. This one was crafted from a polished bronze cylinder he had salvaged from a broken deck piece on the king's ship. It was slimmer, lighter, and the arm brace was lined with thick, soft wool, the same wool currently saving Ragnar's arches. "It's beautiful," Jida whispered. She slid off her horse with a grace that defied the mud. "The Valkyrie's sting," Ragnar named it on the spot. "Bronze barrel, reinforced steel piston, and I modified the trigger mechanism. It requires less force to release, but the safety catch is stronger." He helped her strap it onto her left forearm. It disappeared under the wide sleeve of her cloak. "How does it know when to strike?" Jida asked, feeling the weight of it. "It doesn't," Ragnar said, tapping his own temple. "You do. It's physics, Princess. Stored potential energy in the twisted sinew waiting to become kinetic energy. But to the Saxons, it will just look like the air itself decided to stab them." "Physics," Jida repeated, testing the word. "Did your gods tell you this, or did you dream it?" Ragnar hesitated. In the reference story of his own life, he remembered how he used to blame spirits. But Jida was too sharp. Let's just say, Ragnar lowered his voice, that the math of the universe speaks to me in my sleep. It showed me the spiral, the coil, the power of the twist. Jida looked at him, her eyes shining with that terrifying intellectual hunger. "And your dreams are dangerous, shipbuilder, I like them." Suddenly, a shout rang out from the front of the column. "Ambush, trees, left flank." The peaceful march shattered. From the dense woods lining the road, arrows whistled. 2 Vikings fell. Then, a roar of Saxon war cries erupted as painted warriors burst from the underbrush, wielding axes and crude spears. "Protect the princess," Bjorn roared, his playful demeanor vanishing instantly. He swung his massive shield up, catching an arrow that was meant for Jida's throat. "Get behind me," Ragnar shouted, drawing his sword, though his hand instinctively went to the trigger of his own torsion spike. It was a raiding party, maybe 40 men, not enough to stop the army, but enough to kill a few stragglers or a royal daughter if they were lucky. 3 Saxons charged their position, ignoring the main shield wall to go for the woman and the weak engineer. "Mine," Bjorn laughed, stepping forward to meet 2 of them. He was a whirlwind of violence, his axe moving faster than a man that size should be capable of. That left one. A Saxon with a crazed look in his eyes and a rusty sword lunged at Ragnar. Ragnar parried clumsily with his sword, the impact jarring his arm. He wasn't a fencer. He was an engineer. He stepped back trying to line up his arm, but the Saxon was fast, slashing wild, unpredictable arcs. "Ragnar, duck." The voice was melodic and cold. Ragnar dropped to his knees instinctively. Behind him stood Jida. She didn't look scared. She looked focused. She had raised her left arm, the white cloak falling back to reveal the bronze glint of the Valkyrie's sting. The Saxon froze for a split second, confused by the unarmed woman pointing at him. The steel spike shot out of the bronze tube. It crossed the 3 feet of distance instantly. It didn't just hit the Saxon, it punched into the center of his chest, through the leather armor, and buried itself deep. The man looked down, bewildered. He gasped, dropped his sword, and collapsed backward into the mud. Jida stood there, her arm extended, smoke from the friction of the sinew curling slightly in the cold air. She winced, rubbing her shoulder where the recoil had hit, but she didn't cry out. Bjorn finished his 2 opponents and turned around, panting. He looked at the dead Saxon, then at the princess. "By Odin's hairy legs," Bjorn whispered. "She bit him." Jida looked at the device, then at Ragnar. A slow, terrifying smile spread across her face. "It works," she said. "The math works." The skirmish ended as quickly as it began. The king's huscarls swarmed the remaining Saxons, leaving a trail of bodies. King Horik rode back, looking furious. Checking on his daughter. "Jida," Horik bellowed, "are you hurt? Did the blood eagles touch you?" "I am fine, father," Jida said, calmly pulling her sleeve down to hide the weapon. "Ragnar and his brother protected me, and I protected myself." The king looked at the dead man with the mysterious hole in his chest, then at Ragnar. He didn't ask. He just nodded, a heavy, silent gratitude in his eyes. "We camp here," Horik ordered, looking at the darkening sky. "We reorganize. I will not be pecked at by birds while I march." That night, the camp was buzzing with rumors of the princess's invisible arrow. But Ragnar wasn't listening to rumors. He was sitting by a large fire, surrounded by his 50 hand-picked men, the tree team, the assembly team, and the newly formed logistics squad. He held a piece of charcoal and a flat piece of slate. "Listen to me," Ragnar announced. The 50 men fell silent. They had seen the ships. They had seen the trebuchets. They had seen the princess kill a man with a bronze tube. They were believers. "Today was messy," Ragnar said, looking at them. "We were surprised. We ran around like headless chickens. If we do that at York, we die." He drew a circle on the slate. "We are not just warriors anymore. We are the engineers. From tonight, we have rules. We have a structure." He looked at the reference in his mind, the memory of organized industrial efficiency, and adapted it to the Viking reality. "I am establishing the order of the builders," Ragnar declared, "and here is how we work." He drew 3 lines. First, the surveyors. He pointed to Leif, the smith, and 3 sharp-eyed hunters. "You are the eyes. When we stop, you don't eat, you don't sleep. You measure, you find the wood, you find the range. You tell me how far the wall is, not in steps, but in yards. Precision is life." Second, the assembly. He pointed to the burly carpenters. "Or the hands, you don't fight Saxons, you fight time. Every bolt, every beam, every rope must be checked 3 times. If a machine breaks because you were lazy, you take its place in the sling." Third, the ballistics. He pointed to Bjorn and a few of the strongest men. "You are the muscle, but you are also the brain of the throw. You manage the counterweights, you learn the stones." A wet stone flies differently than a dry one. You will learn the weight of the world. Ragnar stood up, his voice rising, and finally the supply chain. He pointed to the youngest warriors. An empty machine is a pile of firewood. Your job is to ensure that for every rock we throw, 3 more are waiting. You are the blood of the beast. The men stared at him. This wasn't how Vikings usually talked. Usually it was charge, kill, and loot. Why? One of the older men asked. Why so many names? We just want to break the wall. Because, Ragnar said, lowering the slate, King Horik has an army of 5,000 axes. But axes don't break stone walls. We do. We are the key to England. If we are organized, we are unstoppable. If we are chaotic, we are dead. He looked at Bjorn. Bjorn, you are now the first foreman of the ballistics division. Bjorn puffed out his chest, looking immensely proud of a title he didn't fully understand. First foreman, I like it. Does it come with extra meat? It comes with extra responsibility, Ragnar said. Ragnar looked at his ragged, dirty, magnificent industrial core. Tomorrow we reach York, Ragnar said, his voice steady. The king thinks we are just building toys. Tomorrow we show him that we have built a factory of war. For the builders, Bjorn shouted. For Ragnar, the men roared back. Ragnar sat down, wiping soot from his face. He felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Jida. She had slipped into the circle of men unnoticed. She dropped a small pouch of silver coins into Ragnar's lap. For the lesson, she said softly, and for the boots. Ragnar looked at the coins, then at her boots. She had stuffed wool into them. Smart, Ragnar smiled. Adaptive, she corrected. Get some sleep, first engineer. Tomorrow we test your gravity against their stone. As she walked away, Ragnar looked at his division. They were sharpening saws instead of swords. They were counting ropes instead of coins. The Viking age was changing, and it was starting right here with a bastard son, a princess with a hidden gun, and an army organized by an industrial flowchart. Okay, Ragnar muttered to himself, picking up his boot. Now about those rubber soles. For the average Viking warrior in the great heathen army, life had not changed much in the last 24 hours. They woke up, they sharpened their axes, they complained about the damp English weather, and they waited for the order to march on York. But for the order of the builders, it felt like the sky had turned upside down and rained sawdust. Ragnar sat on a stump near the supply wagons, watching a young thrall struggle to carry 3 heavy rocks in a wicker basket. The boy was groaning, his back bent double. Inefficient, Ragnar muttered, taking a bite of hardtack. Physics is weeping. He stood up, wiped the crumbs from his tunic, and walked over. He grabbed a spare wooden crate and a discarded shield boss, the metal bowl in the center of a shield. Within 10 minutes, using a sturdy branch as an axle and the shield boss as a crude wheel hub, he had fashioned a monstrosity. Put the rocks in here, Ragnar commanded. The thrall looked at him with terror. Lord Ragnar, you want me to put the rocks in the box, but the box is heavy too. Just do it. The boy loaded the rocks. Ragnar tipped the contraption forward onto its single, wood-rimmed wheel and lifted the handles. Now push. The boy pushed. His eyes went wide. The heavy load rolled over the bumpy turf with barely a grunt of effort. It walks by itself, the thrall gasped, looking at Ragnar as if he had just turned water into mead. It's a wheelbarrow, Ragnar said, patting the boy on the shoulder. The one-wheeled chariot of labor. Don't make a religion out of it. Just move the rocks. Leaving the stunned boy to his new toy, Ragnar adjusted his belt, which now held a pouch of charcoal and a roll of vellum, and headed toward the manufacturing zone. He felt good. He felt heroic. He was the senior engineer inspecting his factory floor. As he got closer to the designated assembly area, the sounds of industry were less rhythmic and more violent. Ragnar stepped into the clearing and stopped dead. His smile vanished. He had expected an assembly line. He had expected the smooth production of trebuchet arms and torsion frames. Instead, he saw what could only be described as a heated argument between men holding very sharp tools. It is too short, one carpenter yelled, waving a saw. Your eyes are crooked, another shouted back, holding up a wooden beam. It is exactly 7 hands long. Whose hands? Yours. You have hands like a giant baby. Ragnar rubbed his temples. The factory was a disaster. Piles of wood lay everywhere, none of them matching. Some beams were thick, some were thin. The joinery looked like it had been chewed by beavers. Ragnar was about to explode into a lecture on quality control when a shadow fell over him. Greetings, High Builder. Ragnar turned to see Bjorn. His massive brother was grinning, looking remarkably clean for a man living in a muddy camp. Beside him stood 2 men Ragnar hadn't formally met yet. I would have prepared a feast, Bjorn boomed, but we are out of pork, So I brought you recruits instead. Ragnar frowned, pointing at the chaos behind him. Bjorn, look at this. It's a mess. I asked for 10 identical frames. I have 10 frames that look like they are from 10 different species of trees. Ah yes, Bjorn waved a dismissive hand. Growing pains, but forget that for a moment. Look at these two. I am vetting them for the position of Master Foreman in your order. Ragnar sighed. He knew he couldn't do everything himself. He needed middle management. Who are they? Bjorn pushed the first man forward. He was short, wiry, with one eye that seemed permanently squinted and hands that were covered in old scars. This is Leif the Squinter, Bjorn introduced proudly. He used to build coffins in Denmark. He says he never made a coffin that didn't fit the corpse. Very precise. Ragnar looked at Leif. The man didn't look like a warrior. He looked like a man who judged geometry for a living. And this one, Bjorn slapped the back of the second man, a towering brute with arms as thick as tree trunks, is Arn the Hewer. He claims he can fell an oak tree with 3 swings. He hates leaves, he hates branches, he just likes smooth wood. As soon as Bjorn finished, the two men slammed their fists to their chests. Foreman candidate Leif, ready to build. Foreman candidate Arn, ready to chop. Ragnar blinked. The salute was awkward, a mix of a warrior's greeting and something they had probably seen Bjorn do, but their eyes was serious. At ease, Ragnar said, instinctively adopting the tone of a site supervisor. He walked up to Leif. You built coffins? Aye, Lord, Leif rasped. A tight fit is a good fit, no rattling. Good, Ragnar nodded. He turned to Arn. You hate leaves. They get in the way of the wood, Arn grumbled. Messy. Ragnar suppressed a smile. Do a good job, he said, patting Arn's arm, which felt like patting a stone pillar. The sight of the lean engineer validating the giant lumberjack was comical, but nobody laughed. The two candidates straightened their spines, pride radiating off them. Sir, yes, sir. They shouted, mimicking the phrase Ragnar had accidentally taught Bjorn yesterday. Ragnar nodded to Bjorn. Brother, bring a keg of ale to my tent. We need to talk. Alone. The two new foremen saluted again and marched off toward the pile of mismatched wood, barking orders at the other workers. 5 minutes later, inside Ragnar's tent, the atmosphere was less celebratory. Ragnar poured 2 horns of ale, the cheap, watery stuff they had raided from the village, and sat down on a crate. Why is it a disaster out there, Bjorn? Ragnar asked, skipping the pleasantries. Where is the precision? Where is the uniformity? How are we going to siege York if our machines fall apart because the joints are loose? Precision. Bjorn looked confused, wiping foam from his mustache. Ragnar, the men are working hard. They are chopping wood. They are tying ropes. What is the problem? The problem, Ragnar leaned forward, is that 7 hands means nothing. I told the carpenter to cut a beam 10 feet long. He cut it 10 of his feet long. Then another man cut the crossbeam 10 of his feet long. The first man is short, the second man is tall. Now we have a trapezoid instead of a square. Bjorn blinked. He took a long drink of ale. So, we should only hire men with the same size feet. Ragnar stared at him, then he slapped his own forehead. The sound echoed in the tent. Idiot, Ragnar whispered to himself. I'm an idiot. A gun needs bullets. An industry needs a standard. He had been so focused on the complex designs of the trebuchet and the chemical composition of the torsion springs that he had forgotten the most fundamental building block of civilization, standardization. In the 21st century, a meter was a meter. In 865 AD, a foot was literally a foot. A yard was the length of a belt. It was chaos. Get a hold of yourself, Ragnar internalized. You can't blame them for not knowing the ISO metric system. His frustration cooled. He looked at Bjorn, who was looking at him with concern, probably wondering if the spirits were angry again. Bjorn, Ragnar said calmly, the problem isn't the men, it's the math. They are measuring with their bodies. Bodies are different. That is true, Bjorn agreed sagely. Starkad has very short legs. He is terrible at measuring depth. We need a ruler, Ragnar said. We have a ruler, Bjorn pointed to the royal tent outside. King Horik. No, Ragnar shook his head, a grin starting to form. Not a king, a ruler, a stick that never changes. He stood up, excitement flooding back. Bjorn, gather the foremen. Leif, Arn, all of them. In 1 hour I am holding a council of the stick. A council of the stick? Bjorn asked, looking at his brother as if he had finally cracked. Yes, Ragnar grabbed a piece of straight, seasoned oak from his firewood pile. He pulled out his dagger. I am going to solve our problems with this. He carefully marked the wood. He didn't have a modern ruler, so he used his own forearm from elbow to fingertip as the base unit. The cubit. It wasn't perfect, but it was his. He carved a deep notch. Then he divided that space into 2, then 4, then 8. This, Ragnar held up the piece of wood, is the Ragnar unit. From this day forth, no man uses his feet, no man uses his hand, they use this. Bjorn squinted at the piece of firewood. It's a stick. It's the future, brother, Ragnar said, pouring himself more ale. It's the first step to mass production. If everyone cuts wood to match this stick, every machine will be identical, parts will be interchangeable. If a wheel breaks, we can swap it with another wheel without resizing the axle. Bjorn's eyes lit up. He didn't understand the math, but he understood the result. Like arrows, every arrow fits the bow. Exactly like arrows, Ragnar nodded. But for everything. Bjorn chugged the rest of his ale and stood up. I will get the men. I will tell them the stick council is in session. And Bjorn, yes, tell Leif to bring his saw. We're going to make a lot of copies. Bjorn saluted a sharp, crisp motion that was becoming less awkward and more terrifyingly disciplined and ducked out of the tent. Ragnar looked at the Ragnar unit in his hand. It was just a piece of wood with scratches on it. But to his engineer's eye, it was more powerful than the Valkyrie's sting. He called for his personal attendant, a young boy named Ivar, not the boneless, just a regular Ivar. Ivar, Ragnar said, feeling the weight of leadership. Schedule a meeting with the king for tomorrow morning. Tell him the builders are ready to present the master plan. The boy bowed and scrambled out. Ragnar sat back, tracing the notches on the wood. The chaotic training, the mismatched lumber, the confusion, it all ended today. History will know this moment, Ragnar thought with a wry smile, as the day the Vikings discovered the tape measure. Inside the damp canvas of his command tent, Ragnar stared at a piece of charcoal, as if it were the most complicated microchip he had ever designed. He had the knowledge, he had the engineering degree, he had the blueprints in his head. But as he looked at the pile of mismatched gears and crooked axles outside, he realized that knowledge without a system was just a fancy way of creating chaos. Come in, Ragnar sighed, putting down the charcoal. Young Ivar poked his head through the tent flap. The boy was smeared with grease up to his elbows. Lord Ragnar, Ivar chirped, the king's council is eating the morning boar. They are waiting for the master plan you promised. Ragnar took a deep breath and nodded. He picked up his roll of vellum, a precious scrap of sheepskin he had scraped clean, and the wooden stick he had carved yesterday. Let's go, Ivar. Time to introduce middle management to the Dark Ages. King Horik sat at the head of a long makeshift table, tearing into a pork rib with the enthusiasm of a starving wolf. Around him sat the jarls and chieftains, including Ragnar's father, Ulf. Princess Jyda sat to the king's right, peeling an apple with a knife that looked dangerously sharp. Ragnar stepped into the tent. The chatter died down. The builder, King Horik bellowed, waving a bone. Sit there. Eat. Tell us how your magic machines will crush the Saxons. Ragnar didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the center of the room and bowed deeply, a gesture that was slightly too formal for a Viking camp. King Horik, jarls, Ragnar said, his voice steady. Before I present the plan, I must offer an apology. The room went silent. A Viking apologizing was usually a prelude to a confession of murder or betrayal. Ulf stood up, looking alarmed. Ragnar, what did you break? Ragnar waved his hand. I broke nothing, father. That is the problem. I apologize for my inefficiency. Yesterday we built 3 trebuchets. It should have been 10. The king stopped chewing. He looked at his jarls, then back at Ragnar. You built 3 monsters in one day, the king said slowly. And you are sorry you didn't build 10? Are you mocking us? No, my king, Ragnar said. I am admitting a failure of process. I treated this army like a raid, not an industry. I wasted time, I wasted men. The speech confused everyone. No one in the history of Viking warfare had ever complained about inefficiency. They complained about bad weather, dull axes, or lack of ale. But process. To ensure this does not happen again, Ragnar continued, unrolling the vellum on the table, pushing aside a jug of wine. I need your help to restructure the workforce. The jarls leaned in. They saw drawings, not of dragons or gods, but of boxes, arrows, and lines connecting them. Leave it to us, Ulf said, puffing out his chest, trying to support his strange son. We will chop whatever wood you need. Ragnar nodded, relieved. I appreciate that. Now, Marshal, forgive me, Jarl Sigurd. Ragnar addressed the king's second in command. How many men do we have who are wounded? Men with bad legs, missing eyes, or old age who can no longer hold the shield wall? Too many, Sigurd grunted. Maybe 400. They guard the camp. They are useless for the assault. Ragnar's next words made the jarls gasp. All 400 of them will be drafted immediately into the order of the builders. What? Starkad, the warrior who hated change, slammed his fist on the table. You want cripples to build your war machines? They cannot lift, they cannot run. I don't need them to run, Ragnar said calmly. I need them to sit. Confusion spread like a plague. Ragnar pointed to the diagram. I have designed a system where the work comes to the man. A man with a broken leg can still sharpen a stake. A man with one eye can still turn a winch. I am creating an assembly corps. He looked at the king. My king, you have warriors who are depressed because they think they are useless. Give them to me, I will give them dignity, and in return they will give you an endless supply of arrows, bolts, and spare parts. King Horik wiped grease from his beard. He looked at the diagram. He thought about the 400 mouths he was feeding for doing nothing. You take the broken men, Horik said slowly, a grin spreading across his face. And you make them useful. I make them the engine of the army, Ragnar promised. Does anyone object? The king asked the room. The jarls looked at each other. Getting rid of the dead weight. It was a dream come true. Good, the king decided. Take them, but if the machines break because a blind man built them, I will blame you. Ragnar nodded. Now the second matter. He reached into his belt and pulled out the piece of wood, the Ragnar unit. This, Ragnar held up the stick, is the new law. The room stared at the stick. Is it a wand? Jida asked, her eyes narrowing with interest. It is a standard, Ragnar explained. I am establishing a field academy for the carpenters. Every piece of wood cut in this camp must match this stick. Exactly. Why? Jarl Sigurd asked, baffled. A log is a log. Because, Ragnar walked over to the king. If a wheel breaks on a supply wagon during the battle, I don't want to wait an hour for a carpenter to carve a new one. I want to take a wheel from a broken wagon and put it on the good one instantly. Interchangeable parts. He handed the stick to the king. This stick allows us to repair our army faster than the Saxons can reload their bows. A school. For chopping wood, Ulf scratched his head. Ragnar, you are making war very complicated. I am making it simple, father, Ragnar corrected. Complexity is chaos, system is simplicity. He turned to Bjorn, who was standing by the tent flap. Looking hopeful. Bjorn, Ragnar said, step forward. The giant stepped up, saluting so hard his chainmail rattled. Bjorn will be the head of the academy, Ragnar announced. He will ensure that every recruit learns the law of the stick. Bjorn's face fell slightly. Me, but Ragnar, I like hitting things. Teaching is for smart people. You are smart, Ragnar said firmly. You understand the trebuchet better than anyone. You know how the weight moves. Ragnar walked over to his brother. He didn't have a magical system to transfer skills, but he had something better, trust. He handed Bjorn a slate with simple drawings demonstrating the Ragnar unit measurements. It's not about reading words, Bjorn. Ragnar said softly, patting his brother's massive back. It's about reading the world. You have the eye, teach them to see what you see. Bjorn straightened up. The fear vanished, replaced by a surge of purpose. He looked at the slate, then at the king. I will teach them, Bjorn roared. If they cut the wood wrong, I will gently correct them. Gently, Ragnar emphasized. King Horik stood up. He held the Ragnar unit stick like a scepter. I don't understand half of your words, engineer, the king admitted. Assembly corps, interchangeable parts, academy. He pointed the stick at Ragnar. But I understand that yesterday we were a horde. Today we sound like an empire. The king threw the stick back to Ragnar. Do it. Organize the cripples, teach the idiots, but have those machines ready to fire by dawn tomorrow. Ragnar caught the stick. It will be done, my king. He turned to leave, grabbing Bjorn by the elbow. Come on, Headmaster Bjorn, Ragnar whispered. We have a curriculum to write. As they exited the tent into the cool English air, Bjorn looked at the slate in his hands. So, Bjorn asked, do I get to hit them with the stick if they fail? No, Ragnar sighed, shaking his head. But you can yell. Managers are allowed to yell. I am good at yelling, Bjorn smiled. Ragnar looked out at the camp. The broken men were gathering near the ships, looking confused and fearful. They didn't know it yet, but they were about to become the first industrial assembly line in European history. Now that the cripples, the workforce are gathered. We must discuss the future of the Builders' Corps. Ragnar addressed the council inside the king's tent. He tried to look serious, despite the fact that he was holding a piece of firewood like a holy scepter. I have seen in recent days that our ability to break walls is lacking, he continued, his brow furrowing. We have enthusiasm, but we lack geometry. Jarl Sigurd, a man who believed every problem could be solved by hitting it harder, wanted to object. He slammed his horn down. We don't need geometry, boy. We need more axes. And we need to stop feeding these 400 broken men. They are mouths without hands. Ragnar waved his hand, cutting him off. I know, Jarl Sigurd. You want to send them to Valhalla to save on dried pork, but I will not reduce the workforce. For now, he added the last part silently, looking at the king. Sigurd grumbled, crossing his massive arms and sitting down. If they cannot fight, they should not eat. So, I have decided to train a higher quality of builder, Ragnar declared, his eyes shining with the manic energy of a project manager on a deadline. An army capable of building a bridge across the channel, if needed. He motioned to Bjorn to distribute the slate tablets they had spent all night scratching with charcoal. "Gentlemen, the gods came to my brother in a dream," Bjorn announced, stepping forward. He looked incredibly proud of his new role as headmaster, mostly because it meant he got to boss people around without getting hit back. Everyone was surprised. Bjorn usually only dreamt of roast duck and violence. "You have seen the slate," Bjorn continued, his voice booming. "The way of the builder is different from the way of the warrior." Bjorn cleared his throat and began to list the points Ragnar had made him memorize. Mandatory service. From now on, the wounded do not sulk in the tents. They serve full time. As compensation, they get second pick of the loot after the warriors, but before the dogs. Drills. We do not practice shield walls. We practice the cut. Straight line is holy. A crooked line is treason. Specialization. The heavy lifters. For the men with strong backs but slow minds, they move the timber. The joiners. For the men with nimble fingers, they fit the joints. The ballistics team. For the men who can count past 10, they load the rocks. Bjorn paused to drink from his horn, looking very important. King Horik was listening intently, tapping his finger on the table. "These are the laws Ragnar has written," Bjorn finished. "Are there doubts?" Multiple hands went up. Ragnar sighed. Jarl Sigurd raised his hand again. "Where do they learn this? We are on a beach in England, not in a schoolhouse." Ragnar nodded and motioned for him to sit. "Are there any other comments?" Ragnar inquired. Starkhead the raider raised a hand. "You say a man with one leg can build a machine, but can he defend it? If the Saxons come, my warriors have to babysit your carpenters." "Valid point," Ragnar said, "which I have already considered." Ragnar handed over another slate. This one detailed the formation of the Academy of the Stick. "Like the warrior training grounds, the Builders' Academy will be established right here on the dunes," Ragnar explained. Formation of the Academy of the Stick. Admissions. Any man who cannot hold a shield but can hold a saw is admitted. Admission is free, the cost is your pride. The curriculum. Level 1, the apprentice. You learn to use the Ragnar unit, the stick. You learn to cut wood without chopping off your toes. Level 2, the journeyman. You learn leverage. You learn why a triangle is stronger than a square. You learn to assemble the torsion spikes. Level 3, the master. You learn ballistics. You learn to look at a castle wall and see a pile of rubble that just hasn't fallen yet. Physical fitness. The builders will not run, they will lift. We will implement the squat, and the team lift to ensure backs do not break under the weight of the siege engines. Standardization drill. Every morning the builders will line up and measure a standard log. If the log varies by more than a fingernail's width, the entire squad starts over. And finally, Ragnar pointed to the bottom of the slate, the safety department, because a dead carpenter builds nothing. I am appointing Leif the smith to head this. He will ensure nobody stands behind the trebuchet when it fires. Leif, standing in the back, bowed awkwardly, his face smeared with soot. And for morale, Ragnar continued, to ensure these men remember they are still Vikings and not just furniture makers. I nominate Princess Jida. The room went silent. Jida, who had been quietly peeling her apple, looked up. Her eyes sparkled. "Me?" she asked, amused. "You have the sharpest eyes," Ragnar said. "You will inspect the work. If a machine is ugly or weak, you have the royal authority to burn it. They will work hard to please a princess." Jida stood up and bowed mockingly. "I accept. I will be a harsh critic." Ragnar turned back to the room. "Now, hear this. From this day on, any builder, no matter if he was a thrall or a jarl before his injury, can climb the ladder. A master builder outranks a common warrior within the shipyard." "What?" Sigurd choked on his ale. "A thrall outranking a freeman." "Inside the yellow tape of the construction zone," Ragnar said firmly, "logic is the only king. If the thrall knows the math and the freeman does not, the freeman carries the wood." Silence hung in the air. It was a radical, dangerous idea. Then King Horik started to clap. "I like it," the king laughed. "It upsets the natural order. It is chaotic. And if it gives me York, I don't care if a goat is in charge of the hammer." The other jarls, seeing the king's approval, grudgingly joined in. "Looks like there is no problem," Ragnar muttered to himself, collapsing internally with relief. The Council of the Stick had adjourned, but the king's tent remained crowded. Ragnar stood before a makeshift table covered in slate tablets. He looked at King Horik, whose mood had shifted from manic joy to calculating warlord. Leif, Ragnar addressed the soot-covered smith who was standing awkwardly in the corner. Calculate the structural requirements to finish the 3 trebuchets and build the 20 torsion spikes the princess requested. How much iron do we need? Leif scratched his beard with a pair of tongs. He closed one eye, doing the mental math of a man who usually measured things by handfuls. For the brackets, the release pins, the heavy bolts, and the shoes for the throwing arms. Leif grunted, we need 40 stone of good iron, maybe 50 if Bjorn breaks things. Ragnar frowned, 50 stone, that was a massive amount of refined metal for a field army to scrounge up on a beach. Jarl Sigurd, Ragnar turned to the king's second in command, a man who guarded the army's supplies like a dragon guarding gold. What do we have in the stores? Sigurd scoffed, crossing his arms. We have spare spear tips, we have nails for the ships, maybe 10 stone, the rest is in the hands of the men. So we are short, Ragnar said, rubbing his temples. We are short 40 stone of iron. Without it, the machines will tear themselves apart after the first shot. King Horik leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Then we raid for it, there are villages nearby. Mud huts and wooden fences, Ragnar shook his head. We've burned them already. They have pots and pans, not high-grade iron. York has the iron. But to get the iron, we need the machines to break the walls. It's a paradox. The tent went silent. The momentum of the builder's core threatened to stall before it even began. We have iron, Ragnar said slowly, a dangerous idea forming in his mind. It's just distributed inefficiently. He looked at his father, Ulf. Father, how many axes does the average warrior carry? 2, Ulf answered promptly. 1 for fighting, 1 for throwing, and a knife, and usually a backup sword he stole from a dead Saxon. Exactly, Ragnar nodded. Liquid assets. He turned to the king. I have a proposal, it involves the treasury. Everyone looked confused. The treasury is on the ships, Sigurd grunted. Chests of silver and gold. Not that treasury, Ragnar corrected. The iron treasury. I propose we implement a mandatory resource loan from the army. The confusion in the room deepened. Even Jida looked up from her apple, intrigued. Explain, the king commanded. Every warrior in this camp is carrying weight they don't need, Ragnar explained, his voice gaining confidence. Broken chainmail they haven't fixed, cracked axe heads, heavy iron buckles on belts that hold up nothing. I want to collect it, all of it. You want to disarm the army, Sigurd shouted, standing up. His face turned a shade of purple usually reserved for dying plums. You want to take their weapons before a siege. They will gut you, engineer. I don't want their primary weapons, Ragnar said calmly, raising a hand. I want the scrap. The excess. The broken bits they hoard because they think maybe one day I'll fix this. I want to melt it down to build the wall breakers. They won't give it up, Ulf warned, shaking his head. A Viking hoards iron like a dragon hoards gold. It is their life. They will, Ragnar smiled, if we offer them a return on investment. King Horik blinked. Return on. What, Roy? Ragnar said, using the English acronym before catching himself. Profit, my king. I don't want them to give it. I want them to lend it. Ragnar grabbed a piece of charcoal and drew a crude scale on the slate. We weigh what they give us. If a man gives me 2 pounds of scrap iron today, I promise him 4 pounds of prime Saxon steel when York falls, or the equivalent in silver. He looked around the room. We are asking them to bet on us, to bet on the machines. If the machines work, we take York and everyone gets rich. If the machines fail, we all die anyway, so the debt doesn't matter. King Horik sat back, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. He loved gambling. You want to turn the army into moneylenders? Horik asked. I want to turn them into shareholders, Ragnar corrected. If they have iron in the machines, they will fight harder to protect them. It becomes their weapon, not just mine. Sigurd looked like he wanted to argue, but the logic was suffocating him. He sat down, grumbling. It is madness, but it might work. Vikings love a wager. Good. King Horik slammed his hand on the table. Do it, but Ragnar. The king's eyes turned cold. If you melt down their backup axes and the machine fails, you will not have to worry about the Saxons. My men will tear you apart with their bare hands. I work best under pressure, Ragnar lied smoothly. He turned to his team. Bjorn, take the wheelbarrows, go to every campfire, tell them the king demands the iron tithe, but tell them about the double-back promise. Jida, Ragnar looked at the princess. I know, she said, standing up and brushing off her dress. You need a clerk, someone to write down who gave what so they don't claim they gave you a magic sword when they actually gave you a rusty spoon. Precisely, Ragnar smiled. You are the head of the audit committee. I prefer mistress of the ledger, she said coolly. It sounds more threatening. The camp, 1 hour later the news spread through the camp faster than dysentery. Bring out your scrap, Bjorn bellowed, pushing a wheelbarrow through the muddy rows of tents. Ragnar the builder offers a trade, old iron for new gold. At first the warriors were suspicious. They clutched their battered shields and broken daggers. Why does he want my cracked axe? A one-eyed veteran asked, spitting on the ground. Is he making a soup? He is making a giant hammer to smash York. Bjorn shouted, improvising. Give him 2 pounds of rust, get 4 pounds of silver when the walls fall. It is the king's guarantee. The mention of silver and king's guarantee changed the mood instantly. Vikings were simple economists. They understood risk and reward. The risk, losing a broken piece of junk. The reward, double value. I have a helmet that squishes my ears. One warrior shouted, running out of his tent. It weighs 3 pounds. Toss it in, Bjorn commanded. Jida stood by the wagon, holding a roll of vellum and a quill. She looked entirely out of place among the dirty warriors, which made her terrifying. Name, she asked the warrior. Sven the Flatulent, he replied proudly. 3 pounds of scrap iron recorded for Sven, Jida wrote elegantly. Next, it became a frenzy. Men were digging through their packs, pulling out bent nails, snapped sword hilts, and rusted chainmail links. They ran to the wheelbarrows, treating the scrap metal like betting chips in a casino. I have a cooking pot that leaks. Accepted. I have a spear that is crooked. Accepted. Ragnar stood by the field forge, watching the pile of scrap grow. It was a mountain of rusted potential. Leif the smith was already at work. The bellows were pumping, the fire roaring white hot. It's terrible quality, Leif yelled over the hammering, holding up a melted lump of metal that used to be a bucket. Full of impurities. Fold it, Ragnar shouted back. Fold it twice. We don't need it to hold an edge, we need it to hold weight. Quantity over quality, Leif. You are a slave driver. Leif laughed, sweating rivers, but he swung his hammer with renewed purpose. By sunset, the iron shortfall was gone. In its place was a massive pile of ugly, recycled iron bars, cooling in the sand. Next to the forge, 3 completed trebuchets stood tall, their critical stress points reinforced with the newly forged brackets. Ragnar walked the line of machines. He ran his hand over the iron plating on the counterweight box. It was rough. It was ugly. It was made of Snorri's old helmet and Eric's broken shield, but it was solid. King Horik walked up to him, holding a chicken leg. He looked at the machines, then at the ledger Jida was holding. How much do we owe them? The king asked. If we win, Jida said, checking the totals. The royal treasury owes the army about 200 pounds of silver. The king whistled. That is expensive. Cheaper than losing, Ragnar pointed out. True, Horik took a bite of the chicken. And if they die in the assault, we don't have to pay them. That is one way to look at it, Ragnar said, trying to ignore the ruthless pragmatism. The king slapped Ragnar on the back. You have your iron builder, you have your wood. You have your army of cripples and debt collectors. King Horik pointed his chicken bone toward the south, where the dark silhouette of York's walls could be seen against the moonlit sky. Tomorrow we knock. Make sure they hear us. Ragnar looked at the trebuchets. They were loaded. The counterweights were filled with rocks. The slings were prepped. He felt a vibration in the air, not from magic, but from the collective anticipation of 5,000 men who had literally invested their own gear into this siege. They'll hear us, Ragnar promised. He turned to Bjorn. Bjorn, tell the academy to sleep. Tomorrow is graduation day. And the test? Bjorn asked, grinning in the dark. The test, Ragnar said, is knocking down a Roman wall. The camp quieted down, but the forge fire kept burning, casting long, dancing shadows of the great machines against the dunes. The outskirts of the Viking encampment, England. Eric sat on a barnacle-encrusted rock, staring at the gray horizon. 19 years old, he should have been in the shield wall. He should have been screaming for glory. Instead, he was peeling potatoes with a knife that was duller than his uncle's sense of humor. Eric was broken. During the landing at East Anglia, a horse had fallen on his leg. The bone had healed, but it had healed wrong. Now he walked with a hitch that made him slower than the rest. In the Viking world, slow meant dead, or worse, it meant you were the potato guy. I used to have a future, Eric muttered to a turnip. Now I have starch. He tossed the peeled tuber into a bucket of cold water. His hands were red and cracked from the wind. He was invisible here. The warriors walked past him without looking, their eyes fixed on the distant walls of York and the promise of gold. Eric knew his share of the loot would be whatever scraps fell off the wagon. Suddenly, the ground shook. Eric the lame, Eric sighed. Only one person called him that with such enthusiastic lack of tact. Running down the dune came Sven. Sven was strong as an ox and had a brain the size of a walnut. He was Eric's only friend, mostly because Eric was the only one who didn't throw rocks at him when he asked stupid questions. "What is it, Sven?" Eric asked, not looking up. "Did you find a crab again?" "No." "Better," Sven gasped, skidding to a halt and kicking sand into the potato bucket. "The big bear, the brother of the builder, he is shouting." "Bjorn is always shouting," Eric pointed out. "No, shouting specifically." Sven waved his massive arms. "He says they want men. He says they want the broken. He says 30 pieces of silver." Eric froze. He looked up, squinting at Sven. 30 pieces of silver? For what? To use us as bait? No, to join the. Sven scratched his head, his face scrunching up in deep concentration. "The Order of the Sticks, no. The builders, he says you don't need to run. You just need to be smart." Sven grabbed Eric's tunic and hauled him up. "You are smart, Eric. You know how many beans are in the jar before we eat them. Go." Eric felt a strange flutter in his chest. It wasn't quite hope. He had buried hope under a pile of potato skins weeks ago, but it was curiosity. The builder Ragnar had been making waves. The fat ships that didn't sink. The wall breakers that threw trees. "If this is a joke," Eric warned, grabbing his walking stick, "I will put a potato in your nose while you sleep." "Go," Sven pushed him. "Get the silver." The entrance to the manufacturing zone. Eric hobbled toward the designated area. He wasn't alone. A line had formed. It was the saddest, most ragtag collection of Vikings Eric had ever seen. There were men with eye patches, men with missing arms, old men with backs bent like question marks, and young men like him with ruined legs. Usually this group would be begging for scraps. Today they were standing in a queue. At the front of the line stood a tent. Above it, a hastily painted banner waved in the wind. It didn't depict a dragon or a raven. It depicted a square and a triangle. Next, a voice boomed from inside. Eric waited. The sun beat down. He watched as men went in looking terrified and came out looking confused but clutching a strip of yellow cloth. Finally, it was Eric's turn. He ducked inside the tent. The interior was sparse. There was a table covered in slate tablets. Sitting behind it was not Ragnar the builder but Princess Jida. Eric nearly tripped over his own bad leg. "A princess conducting interviews with cripples? Name?" she asked, not looking up from her ledger. Her voice was cool, efficient. "Eric," he stammered. "Son of, well, just Eric. Injury. Crushed leg. Can't run. Can't hold the line." Jida looked up then. Her eyes were piercing blue, scanning him like she was reading a map. "We don't need you to run," she said. "We need you to think." She pointed to a pile of wooden blocks on the table. They were cut into strange shapes, wedges, rectangles, and cylinders. "You have 10 seconds, Jida said. Stack them as high as you can. If it falls, you leave." Eric looked at the blocks. Most men would stack them flat to flat, but he saw the cylinder. It was unstable on its side. He grabbed the 2 largest rectangles and placed them flat. Then he placed the wedges, not pointing up but interlocking to create a flat surface. He placed the cylinder upright in the center. "Done," Eric said, pulling his hands away just as the 10 seconds passed. The tower stood. It was ugly, but it was solid. Jida poked it with a quill. It didn't wobble. "Center of mass," she murmured, making a checkmark on her vellum. "Good." She then pointed to a slate. On it was a drawing of a triangle and a square. "Which one is stronger?" she asked. "The triangle," Eric answered immediately. "Why?" "Because." Eric frowned, trying to find the words. "Because a square can be squashed into a diamond if you push the corner. A triangle fights back. It pushes against itself." Jida stopped writing. She looked at him with a genuine smile that made Eric's knees feel weaker than his bad leg. "A triangle fights back," she repeated. "I like that." She reached into a box and pulled out a simple wooden stick. It had notches carved into it. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. "A stick," Eric said. "It is a ruler," she corrected. "It is the law. Take it. Do not lose it. If you lose it, Bjorn will be very upset." She handed him the stick and a yellow strip of cloth. "Welcome to the academy, Eric. You are no longer a cripple. You are a level 1 apprentice." Eric took the stick. It felt light, but in his hand it felt weightless. He walked out of the tent, his limp still there, but his head held high. Barracks Day 1. The barracks was a massive, open-sided tent near the trebuchets. Eric was sleeping on a pile of straw, clutching his stick like a weapon. He was dreaming of building a tower that touched the moon. The sound of metal on metal shattered the dream. "Wake up, sawdust brains." Eric bolted upright, nearly taking out the eye of the one-armed man sleeping next to him. Standing at the entrance of the tent was Bjorn. He was holding a large metal shield and beating it with the flat of his axe. He looked like a bear that had drunk too much coffee. "Rise and shine," Bjorn bellowed, grinning maniacally. "The sun is up, the wood is waiting, why are you sleeping?" "It's dawn," a sleepy old man complained. "We usually sleep until noon." Bjorn marched over to the man. That was when you were useless. Now you are builders. Builders beat the sun. He stood in the center of the tent, hands on his hips. Get up, line up, outside, now. The recruits scrambled. It was a chaotic mess of limps, hops, and shuffles. Eric grabbed his stick and hobbled out into the cold morning mist. They formed a ragged line in front of a pile of heavy logs. Bjorn walked back and forth, inspecting them. He stopped in front of Sven, who had somehow also been recruited, probably for heavy lifting. Sven, Bjorn barked. What is the first rule of the builder? Sven looked panicked. Don't eat the sawdust. Close. Bjorn patted Sven's cheek hard. The first rule is safety. Bjorn turned to the group. You think you are weak, Bjorn shouted. You think because your legs are bad you cannot fight, but the builder does not fight with his body, he fights with leverage. He pointed to the logs. Drop your sticks, we start with the squat. The what? Eric whispered to the man next to him. Squat. Bjorn demonstrated. He kept his back straight, feet wide, and lowered his massive hips until his thighs were parallel to the ground, then exploded up. Like you are taking a shit in the woods, but with dignity. Give me 20, Bjorn ordered. If your back bends, you are wrong. If your knees cave in, you are wrong. Build the triangle with your legs. The group of broken men hesitated. Now, Bjorn roared, veins popping in his neck. Eric gritted his teeth. He planted his good leg in his bad leg. He lowered himself. His bad knee screamed in protest, but he remembered the triangle, structure, support. He pushed back up. Around him, men were groaning, creaking, and falling over. Lower, Bjorn yelled at the one-armed man. Your ass must touch the grass. Eric did another. And another. His legs burned, but for the first time in months, it wasn't the pain of injury, it was the pain of work. After 20 agonizing reps, they collapsed onto the wet grass. Bjorn stood over them, looking surprisingly pleased. Good, the giant nodded. You are weak, you are soft, you look like wet bread. He grabbed a log and tossed it effortlessly onto his shoulder. But Bjorn grinned. Ragnar says we can turn wet bread into stone. Get up, breakfast is in 1 hour, but first, we measure. Eric pulled himself up using his stick. He looked at his fellow recruits. They were panting, covered in mud, and looking at Bjorn with a mixture of terror and awe. What have we gotten ourselves into? The one-armed man wheezed. Eric looked at the ruler in his hand. He looked at the massive trebuchets towering over the camp in the distance. We're building an empire, Eric said, a smile cracking his dirt-streaked face. And I think my leg just stopped hurting. Less talking, more measuring, Bjorn shouted. If that log is not 10 Ragnar units long, you are doing squats until England sinks. Eric limped toward the woodpile, ready to build. Eric sat on a wooden crate, staring at his plate in disbelief. Beside him, Sven was practically inhaling a loaf of bread, crumbs exploding from his beard like sawdust. It's soft, Sven mumbled with his mouth full, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The bread is soft, Eric. It doesn't crunch like gravel. It's the second ration, Eric whispered, looking around as if he expected someone to snatch the food away. Ragnar said the builders eat second, right after the Kingsguard. For a broken man, this was unheard of. Usually Eric ate what the dogs left behind. Now he was wiping grease off his chin. Through the shared trauma of being the camp's outcasts, Eric and Sven had formed a bond stronger than cheap iron. Sven, a man who had once tried to milk a bull because he thought it looked lonely, was a simple soul. He had been relegated to the broken squad because he was too easily distracted by shiny objects to hold a shield wall, but he could lift an ox. Do you think we get honey later? Sven asked, hopeful. Suddenly, a roar shook the tent flaps. Move your asses, sawdust brains, the logs are waiting. It was Headmaster Bjorn. The peaceful chewing stopped instantly. Every builder in the tent, one-legged, one-eyed, or just plain old, scrambled to their feet. They grabbed their walking sticks and crutches, abandoning the half-eaten pork, and hobbled as fast as they could toward the academy grounds. Bjorn stood before the line of 60 recruits. He was wearing a tunic with the sleeves ripped off, revealing arms that looked like braided steel cables. Line up, Bjorn bellowed. Shoulder to shoulder, if your neighbor smells bad, hold your breath. Eric shuffled into line next to Sven. He leaned on his stick, his bad leg throbbing slightly from the run. Today, Bjorn announced, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger, we learned to lift. You think lifting is easy? You think you just grab and pull? He stopped in front of a scrawny recruit named Leif the Lesser to distinguish him from the smith and the foreman. Pick up that stone, Bjorn ordered, pointing to a 50-pound rock. Leif bent over at the waist, legs straight, and yanked the rock up with a grunt. Wrong, Bjorn screamed, slapping the rock out of Leif's hands. You lift with your back like a bowing servant. Do you want your spine to snap like a dry twig? Bjorn turned to the group. We do not lift with the back, we lift with the triangle. He dropped into a perfect squat, heels flat. Knees out, back straight. The triangle is the strongest shape, Bjorn yelled. Assume the position, hold it. Erik gritted his teeth. He planted his feet. He lowered his hips. This was agony. His bad leg trembled. The muscles around his twisted knee screamed. He wanted to stand up. He wanted to lean on his stick. Hold it, Bjorn shouted, walking down the line. If you stand up, you're telling me you want to go back to scrubbing the latrines. 5 minutes passed. It felt like 5 years. Next to Erik, a man with a scarred face groaned and collapsed, his legs giving out. Bjorn was on him instantly. Get up, Bjorn roared, looming over the man. Did the wall fall? No. Did the battle end? No. The wood does not care if you are tired. The wood is heavy. I can't, the man wheezed. Then leave, Bjorn pointed to the camp exit. Go. Oh, tell the king you are useless. Go eat the fish guts with the thralls. The man hesitated. He looked at the exit, then he looked at the trebuchets towering in the distance. He looked at the pork grease still on his hands. He gritted his teeth, grabbed his knee, and forced himself back into the squat. Good. Bjorn nodded, satisfied. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. Stay low. Sir, yes, sir. The recruits shouted, their voices cracking. Erik's leg was on fire. He was sweating cold fear. I can't do this, he thought. I'm a cripple. I belong in the potato pile. Then he looked at Sven. Sven was squatting perfectly, humming a little tune. Seemingly oblivious to the pain because his legs were tree trunks. Sven looked at Erik and winked. Like a frog, Erik, Sven whispered. Be the frog. Be the frog, Erik told himself. Don't be the potato. He clenched his fists. He thought of his father who had died in a shield wall, calling Erik the runt. He pushed the pain into a little box in his mind and locked it. He held the squat. Bjorn stopped in front of Erik. He looked at the trembling leg. He looked at the sweat dripping off Erik's nose. He didn't yell. He gave a barely perceptible nod of approval. Recover, Bjorn shouted. The recruits collapsed into the sand, gasping for air. Water break, Bjorn announced. 10 minutes, then we learn the pivot. As Erik lay in the sand, massaging his knee, he realized something strange. He didn't want to leave. He hated the pain, but for the first time in his life, he was part of a unit. He wasn't the lame one. He was just another exhausted builder. The sun had set, painting the English sky in dark violets. The physical torture was over. The intellectual torture was about to begin. The builders sat on logs arranged in a semicircle around a large bonfire. Their muscles ached, but their bellies were full again. From the royal tent, Princess Jida emerged. She held a slate and a piece of chalk. She wore a simple wool dress, but she carried herself with more authority than any jarl. Good evening, builders, she said. Her voice was calm, a soothing balm after Bjorn's shouting. Tonight we do not lift, she said. Tonight we see. She held up the Ragnar unit, the notched stick. This is truth. She drew a line on the slate. It was crooked, wobbly. Is this a line? She asked. Yes, Sven shouted happily. It goes from there to there. No, Jida said softly. This is chaos. She used a straight edge to draw a perfect, crisp line next to it. This, she tapped the new line, is order. This is strength. If you cut a beam like the first line, the machine wobbles. If the machine wobbles, the stone misses the wall. If the stone misses, the Saxons laugh. If the Saxons laugh, we die. She looked around the circle of firelit faces. So I ask you, what is a straight line? A one-eyed man raised his hand. It is the horizon, princess. Poetic, Jida nodded. But the horizon curves. It is a spear shaft, another shouted. Spears bend, she countered. She looked at Erik. He was sitting quietly, rubbing his notches on his own stick. You, Jida pointed. Erik, what is a straight line? Erik stood up slowly, leaning on his stick. The fire crackled. A straight line, Erik said, his voice trembling slightly, is precision. It is doing exactly what you mean to do without wasting space. Jida raised an eyebrow. The corner of her mouth twitched upward. Precision, she repeated. I like that. She turned to the group. We humans are messy, we are crooked, we limp, we break. She paused, letting the words sink in. Every man there knew what it meant to be broken. But, she continued, her eyes shining in the firelight, with this stick, and with your mind you can create perfection. You can build something that is straighter than nature intended. You can force the world to make sense. She held up the slate. Math is the weapon of the weak against the strong. Giant can throw a rock, but a mathematician can throw a rock 3 times as far and hit a fly on a nose. Now, Jida erased the slate. Who can count to 10? Half the hands went up, the other half looked ashamed. Good, Jida smiled. By tomorrow night, all of you will count to 100, and you will learn the difference between a span and a cubit. Lesson 1, she drew a symbol. This is the number 1. As the lesson went on, Erik sat mesmerized. He wasn't just learning numbers, he was learning a secret language, a language that Ragnar used to build ships that didn't sink. a language that Jida used to kill men with a bronze tube. For years, Eric had been told his worth was in his sword arm. Since he couldn't swing a sword well, he was worthless. But here, by the fire, holding his Ragnar unit, he realized the world was bigger than swords. Sven, Eric whispered to his friend, who was struggling to draw number 2 in the dirt. Yeah, Sven stuck his tongue out in concentration. I think we're going to be dangerous. Sven looked at his crooked 2. I'm going to be dangerous to the dirt. The dunes. Outside the Viking encampment, Ragnar sat on an empty barrel of salted fish, staring intently at a wooden lever. To anyone else, it was just a stick on a pivot. To Ragnar, it was the difference between knocking down a wall and accidentally crushing his own army. He was in the testing zone, a secluded stretch of beach away from the main camp. It's about the angle of release, Ragnar muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. The trebuchet, or rather, the scaled-down prototype they were using for calibration, stood. Ragnar had introduced the concept of the adjustable release pin. In traditional history, this was an art form learned over decades. Knock, knock, a gravelly voice grunted. Ragnar didn't look up. Come in, Leif, watch your head on the counterweight. Leif, the smith, hobbled into the testing circle. He was holding a piece of iron that looked like a bent finger. His face was smeared with soot, and he looked exhausted, but his eyes held a strange, manic gleam, the look of a man who had discovered that metal could do things he never imagined. Ragnar had found Leif 3 days ago, cursing a piece of bronze. When Ragnar asked why, Leif had explained he was trying to make a metal that didn't get tired when bent repeatedly. Ragnar had realized immediately, this man is trying to invent spring steel in the 9th century. I have found a gold mine, Ragnar had thought. He immediately promoted Leif to head of metallurgy. Lord Builder, Leif said, holding up the iron finger, I did what you said. I tempered it in oil, not water. It springs back. Leif pressed the iron against the wooden frame. It bent, storing tension, and then snap, it returned to its original shape without breaking. Spring steel. Ragnar grinned, taking the piece or close enough to it. With this, the trigger mechanism won't jam. Leif looked at the metal with pure worship. It is magic metal. It fights the hammer. It's not magic. Leif, it's grain structure. Ragnar said, standing up. Install this on the big one. If the trigger fails during the siege, we all look very stupid. Leif nodded vigorously. I will install it myself. No one else touches the magic metal. Ragnar watched the smith limp away toward the main construction site. He felt a surge of satisfaction. The academy of the stick was working. The iron tithe was working. The pieces were falling into place. He was about to calculate the optimal projectile weight when a commotion broke his concentration. Lord Ragnar, Lord Ragnar. A young messenger boy, barely 12 years old, came sprinting across the sand. He tripped over a coil of rope, scrambled up, and kept running. Breathe, boy, Ragnar said, catching the kid before he collapsed. Did the Saxons attack? No, Lord, the boy wheezed. The king, he summons you to the command tent. The big jarls are yelling. Ragnar sighed. The big jarls are always yelling. It's their hobby. This is different, the boy whispered, eyes wide. There is blood. Ragnar's smile vanished. He grabbed his belt. Lead the way. The atmosphere inside the royal pavilion was heavy enough to crush a shield. King Horik sat on his throne, his face a mask of thunder. To his left stood Ragnar's father, Ulf, looking pale and worried. To his right stood Princess Jida, her arms crossed, her knuckles white as she gripped a slate ledger. Ragnar stepped inside. Long live the king, he said, skipping the bow. Is bleeding? We are, Ulf said grimly, or rather our supplies are. Ragnar frowned. Explain. Ulf stepped forward, holding a piece of vellum that looked like it had been chewed on. Ragnar, his father began, his voice low. We have a problem with the logistics. The iron tithe worked too well. We have the iron, but we promised double the silver in return. We pay them from the loot of York, Ragnar said dismissively. That was the deal. The men are getting restless, Ulf countered. They see us feeding the 400 broken men 3 meals a day. They see the builders getting extra pork. And now rumors are spreading that York's walls are impenetrable. They fear they gave up their backup weapons for nothing. If we don't breach that wall in the first hour, the army will turn on us. Ragnar rubbed his forehead. So we are on a timer. I knew that. It is worse, Ulf said, lowering his voice. We are out of grain. The broken core eats a lot. We have food for maybe 3 days. After that, we start eating the horses. Don't eat the horses, Ragnar said instantly. We need them to drag the machines. He looked at the king. We attack in 2 days. The hunger will make them fight harder. If that were the only problem, I would sleep well, King Horik spoke up. His voice was dangerously quiet. He pointed a finger at Jida. Tell him. Jida stepped forward. She didn't look at her father, she looked straight at Ragnar. Her eyes were cold, furious. There was an incident in the west sector, Jida said sharply. My audit team, the men I sent to collect the scrap iron from Jarl Einar's camp. Ragnar stiffened. Jarl Einar, the one with the braid that looks like a dead rat. The same, Jida nodded. He refused to give the scrap. He said he does not take orders from a woman with a book or a crippled builder. When my men insisted, he set his huskarls on them. Ragnar felt a cold heat rise in his chest. Did he kill them? He beat them, Jida said, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. He took their Ragnar sticks, the standard rulers, and broke them. He threw Sven the Strong into a mud pit and told him that if a cripple came near his tent again, he would cut off his other leg. Silence filled the tent. Ragnar felt a quiet, icy clarity. Sven, the man who squatted until he cried because he wanted to be useful, the man who called Eric brother. Idiot, Ragnar whispered. Stupid, suicidal idiot. King Horik watched him closely. You want to kill him? I want to put him in the trebuchet and fire him into the sea, Ragnar said, his voice flat. Why is he still alive? You are the king. He attacked your officers. He has 500 men, Ulf interjected quickly, stepping between Ragnar and the king. 500 heavy infantry. They are the anchor of our left flank. If we arrest Jarl Einar now, his men will riot. We will have a civil war on the beach while the Saxons watch and laugh. So we do nothing, Ragnar asked, looking at Jida. We let him break the builders. If we let this slide, the academy is a joke. The standard unit becomes a suggestion, not a law. We cannot fight him now, Jida said, though it clearly pained her to say it. He has the backing of the traditionalists. They think your machines are toys. They are waiting for you to fail. Ragnar realized the trap. Einar was betting that the machines would fail. If they failed, the old ways returned, and Ragnar would be sacrificed to appease the gods. So, Ragnar said, pacing the tent, this is their response to the Industrial Revolution. Sabotage and brute force. What is your move, builder? King Horik asked, leaning back. It looked like he was enjoying the show. Can your machines fix a mutiny? Ragnar stopped pacing. He thought about the spring steel Leif had just shown him. He thought about the stored energy in the torsion spikes. Jarl Einar thinks strength is hitting someone with an axe, Ragnar said softly. He thinks because my men limp, they are weak. He turned to Ulf. Father, when will the great trebuchet be fully assembled? Ulf blinked, surprised by the pivot. Tomorrow morning. Bjorn is fitting the counterweight arm now. Good, Ragnar nodded. And the ammo, we have the stones, Ulf said. But we haven't tested it with a full load. Ragnar turned to the king. My king, do not arrest Jarl Einar, invite him. Invite him. Horik raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow at noon we hold a demonstration of power, Ragnar said, his eyes hard. Invite all the jarls. Invite Einar, tell him to bring his best shield, tell him to bring his skepticism, and what will you do? Jida asked, talk him to death with math. Ragnar looked at her. He saw the Valkyrie's sting hidden under her cloak. No. Ragnar smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I'm going to show him that in the new world. You don't need to be strong to crush a bug, you just need to have the bigger lever. He turned to the messenger boy, who was still hovering by. The entrance. Boy, Ragnar commanded. Run to the academy, tell Bjorn to double the counterweight, tell Leif to polish the release hook. He looked back at the council. Jarl Einar broke a ruler, Ragnar said, clenching his fist. Tomorrow I'm going to break his reality. King Horik let out a short, barking laugh. I love it when the smart ones get angry, it's so creative. Dismissed, the king waved his hand. Prepare the show, Ragnar. If you fail, Einar eats you. He can try, Ragnar muttered, turning on his heel, but he'll choke on the splinters. As he walked out into the cool English air, Ragnar's mind wasn't on the siege of York anymore. It was on a specific physics problem. How much force is required to humiliate a warlord without starting a war? The answer, he decided, was mass times acceleration. Not the time for panic, Ragnar muttered to himself, channeling the calm of a senior engineer facing a critical system failure. He looked at Bjorn. Brother, Bjorn growled, gripping his axe until the wood creaked. Jarl Einar broke the sticks. Let me go to his tent. I will measure his head against a rock. No, Ragnar said, checking the tension on the main release pin, the one Leif had forged from the new spring steel. If you fight him, it's a brawl. Einar wins brawls. He has 500 men who think with their biceps. Ragnar turned to Princess Jida, who was standing nearby. She was still clutching her ledger, her face pale but her eyes burning with cold fury. Send a message to Einar, Ragnar said. Tell him the builders are ready to apologize. Jida blinked. Apologize? You want to bow to him? Tell him, Ragnar continued, a wicked glint in his eye, that we wish to demonstrate the machine to prove it is safe. Tell him to bring his huskarls, tell him to bring his strongest shields in case the machine misfires. Jida looked at Ragnar, she saw the calculation in his face, she saw the trap. You are going to humiliate him, she realized. I'm going to educate him, Ragnar corrected. Physics is a harsh teacher. He turned to the crew of broken men who were manning the winches. Load the heavy stone, Ragnar commanded, and set the counterweight to maximum. Jarl Einar's encampment in the western sector of the camp. Jarl Einar sat on a pile of furs, drinking ale from a silver cup he had stolen in Francia. He was a mountain of a man, with a beard braided into 3 thick forks and a reputation for cruelty that made even other Vikings uncomfortable. Round him sat his lieutenant's men who believed that the only good technology was a sharp edge. The carpenter calls for parley. A scout laughed, entering the circle. He wants to show you his toy. He says bring shields. Einar laughed, a sound like grinding stones. He wants to show me his toy. Does he think I fear a pile of wood? He is scared, Jarl, one of the lieutenants sneered. He knows his standard unit is garbage. He wants to make peace before we burn his sticks. Einar stood up, tossing the dregs of his ale into the fire. We will go, Einar decided. We will watch his machine fail. When it breaks or when the rock falls on his own foot, we will laugh, and then we will take the iron back. What about the shields? The scout asked. Bring the tower shields, Einar commanded. If he tries to shoot a pebble at us, we will block it and shove it down his throat. Even a dragon has to bow to a shield wall. The sun was high overhead. The testing zone was crowded. King Horik sat on a folding stool, watching with the intense interest of a man at a cockfight. Ulf stood beside him, looking nervous. On one side stood the builders. The one-legged men, the one-eyed men, the old men. They leaned on their crutches and their measuring sticks, looking terrified but defiant. On the other side marched Jarl Einar. He arrived with 50 of his elite huskarls. They were terrifying, clad in heavy chainmail, carrying massive oak shields rimmed with iron. They marched in lockstep, chanting a low, guttural war song. Einar stopped 20 paces from the trebuchet. He looked up at the towering machine and sneered. It is big, Einar shouted, his voice carrying over the wind. Like a cow is big, but can it fight? Ragnar stepped forward. He was unarmed, holding only his slate. Jarl Einar, Ragnar said, his voice polite. Thank you for coming. We heard you had concerns about the structural integrity of our work. I have concerns that you are wasting the king's iron on firewood. Einar yelled. He gestured to his men. You say this machine can break a wall. I say it cannot break a shield wall. Einar turned to his huskarls. Form up. Testudo. The huskarls slammed their shields together, interlocking them to form an impenetrable wall of wood and steel. It was the ultimate Viking defense. Nothing got through it. We stand here, Einar shouted, planting his feet about 50 yards from the machine. Fire your rock, carpenter. If it hits us, we die. If it bounces off, I burn your machine. The crowd gasped. Einar was insane. He was standing in the line of fire. King Horik leaned forward. Ragnar, he called out. Do not kill my best infantry. I have no intention of killing them, my king, Ragnar said calmly. He turned to Bjorn. Headmaster, Ragnar said. What is the calculated range of the god hammer with a 90-kilogram projectile and a 2,000-kilogram counterweight? Bjorn looked at his slate, sweating. He moved his lips, counting. 300 meters, brother. And how far is Jarl Einar standing? 50 meters. Physics says, Ragnar asked. Physics says, overshoot, Bjorn grinned. Ragnar turned back to Einar. Jarl Einar, Ragnar shouted. You are too close. The machine is designed for range. Please move back. Ha, Einar laughed. He makes excuses. He knows it won't reach. Fire, coward. Ragnar looked at King Horik. The king shrugged. He was warned. Ragnar raised his hand. The broken men on the winches tightened their grip. Sven the Strong held the release rope. He looked at Einar and smiled. Clear the arc, Ragnar ordered. Loose. Sven yanked the rope. The 2 tons of lead in the counterweight box dropped straight down, accelerating with the brutal certainty of gravity. The long arm of the trebuchet whipped up. The sling, dragging behind it on the wooden slide, accelerated to terrifying speeds. It whipped around the tip of the arm. Einar and his men flinched behind their shields, bracing for the impact. They squeezed their eyes shut, waiting for the crash. And they waited. And waited. The rock did not hit them. It didn't even come close. It sailed 50 feet over their heads. It was moving so fast it was a blur. It climbed higher and higher, tracing a perfect, majestic parabola against the blue sky. Einar opened his eyes. He looked up. His mouth fell open. The rock kept going. It flew over the dunes. It flew over the supply wagons. It flew toward the sea. Out in the bay, anchored about 300 yards away, sat an old, derelict fishing boat they used for target practice. The boulder struck the fishing boat dead center. There was a spray of water and splinters. One moment it was a boat, the next it was driftwood. Silence. Absolute stunned silence. The huscarls slowly lowered their shields. They turned around to look at the wreckage in the bay, then back at the machine, then at Ragnar. Jarl Einar stood frozen. He looked at the spot where the rock had landed 3 football fields away. He realized, with a sickening lurch in his stomach, that his shield wall would have been as useful as a paper umbrella. Ragnar walked up to Einar. He stopped 5 paces away. "You see, Jarl Einar," Ragnar said, his voice loud enough for the army to hear. "The machine fights the horizon. Your shield wall is strong, but it cannot stop gravity." He pointed to the broken men who were already reloading the machine with practiced efficiency. "These men, the ones you beat, they calculated that arc. They knew exactly where that rock would land. They hold the power to crush a ship from a distance where you cannot even throw a spear." Ragnar leaned in closer. "Do not break my rulers again, because next time, I might miscalculate the counterweight, and the rock might drop early." Einar looked at Ragnar. He saw a man who had harnessed a giant invisible hand. Einar swallowed. He looked at his men. They were looking at the trebuchet with fear. "The machine works," Einar grunted, his voice hoarse. "It works," King Horik announced, standing up and clapping slow, rhythmic applause. "It works beautifully." The king walked down the dune. He stopped in front of Einar. "You doubted the builder," Horik said softly. "You attacked his men. You owe the treasury 50 pounds of silver for the audit fee." Einar looked like he wanted to argue, but he looked at the boat wreckage again. "I will pay," Einar whispered. "Good," Horik beamed. "Now get out of the way. I want to pull the rope next." As the king ran toward the machine like a child at a playground, Princess Jida walked up to Ragnar. "That was dramatic," she said, eyeing the destroyed boat. "It was necessary," Ragnar exhaled, feeling his knees shaking slightly. "You missed Einar on purpose," she noted. "I didn't miss," Ragnar tapped his temple. "I aimed for his pride. It's a bigger target." He looked at his team: Bjorn, Sven, Leif, Eric. They were hugging each other, cheering. "The army is ours now," Ragnar whispered. "No one will question the math again." "Don't get cocky, engineer," Jida smiled, touching the hidden trigger of her torsion spike. "York is still waiting, and walls don't get scared like jarls do." Ragnar looked north. The smoke of York was visible on the horizon. "Command tent, Viking encampment, Jarl Sigurd." The keeper of the king's hoard paced back and forth, wearing a rut in the dirt floor. "We are bleeding silver," Sigurd grunted, stopping to glare at Ragnar. "Your little audit fee from Jarl Einar was clever, engineer. It bought us a few days of grain, but the men are doing math." Ragnar looked up from his slate, where he was currently calculating the tensile strength of the new grappling hooks. "Math is good, Sigurd. It keeps the mind sharp." "Math is dangerous," Sigurd roared, slamming his fist into his palm. "The men have calculated that if we take York, the iron tithe repayment will bankrupt the king. We promised them double the value of their scrap. That is thousands of pounds of silver. If the York treasury is light, we will have a mutiny before we even celebrate." Ragnar leaned back. He knew Sigurd was right. The economics of his industrial revolution were precarious. He had leveraged the army's greed to build the machines, but leverage cuts both ways. "We need a surplus," Ragnar admitted. "We need a product we can sell immediately, regardless of what is inside York." He stood up and began to pace, matching Sigurd's rhythm. The king watched them both from his throne, looking bored but attentive, like a cat watching 2 mice argue over cheese. "We have wood," Ragnar listed. "We have iron, though most of it is currently bolted to the trebuchets. We have manpower." "We have nothing of value," Sigurd countered. "Unless you want to sell sand to the Saxons." Ragnar stopped. He looked at the Leif the smith, who was dozing in the corner, clutching a piece of his precious spring steel. "Iron," Ragnar whispered. "We are thinking like raiders. We steal iron, we don't make it." In the 9th century, iron production was slow. Bog iron was harvested, roasted in small bloomery furnaces, and beaten by hand to remove slag. It was labor-intensive and produced low-quality metal, but Ragnar knew the secret: the blast furnace. "My king," Ragnar turned to Horik, "I have a solution, but it requires one last gamble." "I am tired of gambles, builder," Horik sighed. "I want a sure thing." "This is a sure thing," Ragnar lied confidently. "We are going to build a factory right here on the beach." The next morning, Ragnar gathered Leif the smith and the entire metallurgy team, which consisted of Leif, 3 apprentices, and a guy named Toke who just liked fire. "Listen up," Ragnar announced, standing on an anvil. "We are going to change the world today." Leif looked skeptical. "Again, I'm still tired from the spring steel. This is bigger, Ragnar said. We are going to build a blast furnace. The men stared at him blankly. A what? Toke asked, picking his nose with a soot-stained finger. Bloomer 2.0, Ragnar improvised. Current method, we heat the ore, we beat the ore, we get a tiny lump of iron, it takes all day. My method, we build a tall chimney. We dump ore and charcoal in the top. We pump air into the bottom, lots of air. The heat melts the iron completely. It flows out like water. We catch it in molds. Leif's one good eye went wide. Liquid iron, like lava. Exactly, Ragnar nodded. Cast iron, we can make pots, we can make arrowheads by the thousands, we can make tools. We don't hammer it, we pour it. But the heat, Leif stammered. You need the breath of a dragon to melt iron like water. Or, Ragnar smiled, we need a very big bellows and a chemical reaction. He grabbed a piece of slate. Who here knows what limestone is? Toke raised his hand. The white rock, it tastes chalky. Don't eat it, Toke, Ragnar sighed. It's a flux. It grabs the impurities. It makes the slag float so the pure iron sinks. We mix it in. Ragnar began to draw. He sketched a tall brick chimney. He sketched the tires, the pipes for the air blast. He sketched the charging mechanism. We need bricks, Ragnar said. Clay bricks. Fire hardened. And we need to build this. He pointed to the chimney before the sun sets. Leif looked at the drawing. He looked at Ragnar, then he looked at Toke. Toke, Leif barked. Go find the white rocks. Don't eat them. The beach transformed into a construction site. The Academy of the Stick was deployed. Under Bjorn's screaming supervision, the broken men mixed clay and sand to make bricks. They built a kiln to fire them rapidly. Faster, Bjorn yelled, carrying 2 buckets of wet clay. The king wants his lava. Meanwhile, Ragnar worked with Leif on the bellows. Standard hand bellows weren't enough. They needed continuous, high-pressure air. Water power, Ragnar muttered, looking at the small stream that ran into the ocean nearby. We need a water wheel. We don't have time to build a wheel, Leif argued. The tide's coming in. Then we use manpower, Ragnar decided. We build a treadmill. A what? A giant hamster wheel, Ragnar explained. We put Toke inside it. He runs, the wheel turns, the bellows pump, continuous air. 2 hours later, a crude, oversized wooden wheel stood next to the rising brick chimney. Toke was inside, looking confused but happy to be involved. Run, Toke. Ragnar commanded. Toke ran. The wheel spun. The complex system of cranks and levers which Ragnar had hastily assembled using spare trebuchet parts groaned, but the massive bellows began to heave. Charge it, Ragnar yelled. Leif and his apprentices climbed the ladder to the top of the chimney. They dumped baskets of crushed bog iron, charcoal, and limestone into the inferno. Now they waited. King Horik arrived with his entourage. He looked at the smoking brick tower and the man running inside a giant wheel. Ragnar, the king said, shielding his eyes from the heat. Why is Toke a squirrel? He is the engine, my king, Ragnar said, wiping sweat from his brow. He is powering the blast. And this chimney will give us silver. It will give us cast iron, Ragnar promised, which we can trade for silver or kill Saxons with. Time passed. Toke got tired and was swapped out for another warrior. The furnace roared. The bricks glowed red hot. It's time, Ragnar said, checking the color of the flame. Tap it. Leif took a long iron rod and smashed the clay plug at the bottom of the furnace. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a stream of blindingly bright orange liquid shot out. It bleeds fire. Jarl Sigurd gasped, stepping back. The liquid iron flowed into the sand channels Ragnar had prepared. It filled the mold's simple shapes for arrowheads and axe heads. By the gods, Leif whispered, watching the flow, it's beautiful. Ragnar watched the molds fill. That, he said to the king, is mass production. We just made 500 arrowheads in 10 minutes. It would take a smith a week to hammer those. King Horik stared at the cooling metal. He walked over and poked a solidified arrowhead with his boot. It was rough, brittle cast iron, not good for swords, but perfect for things that just needed to be hard and heavy. We can make pots, the king asked. Thousands, Ragnar nodded. We can make armor plates. If we cast them thick enough, Ragnar agreed. The king looked at Jarl Sigurd. Sigurd, how much is an iron pot worth in Francia? 2 silver pieces, Sigurd calculated, his eyes widening. And we can make how many? As long as Toke runs, Ragnar pointed to the wheel, and we have ore, we can make them forever. Sigurd's face changed. The worry about the treasury vanished, replaced by the greedy calculation of a merchant prince. We are rich, Sigurd whispered. We are richer than raiders. Ragnar turned to Leif. Leif, Ragnar said formally. You are now the director of the royal foundry. Leif stood up straighter, puffing out his soot-covered chest. Director Leif, I like it. Does it come with extra meat? Yes, Ragnar laughed, and Toke gets extra ale. Toke likes ale, Toke shouted from inside the wheel. Ragnar looked at the factory he had built on a muddy English beach, a blast furnace, a treadmill, a production line. He had solved the financial crisis not with gold but with industry. My king, Ragnar said, the debt is covered, the men will get their silver. Now, can we take York? King Horik looked at the pile of fresh, cooling iron. He picked up a cast iron arrowhead. It was still warm. We don't just take York, Ragnar, the king said, his eyes reflecting the orange glow of the furnace. We take everything, we have the fire of the gods in a brick box. He turned to the army. Sharpen your new arrows, Horik roared. Tonight we feast, tomorrow we conquer. As the men cheered, Ragnar collapsed onto a crate. He was exhausted. His brain felt like melted cheese, but he had done it. He looked at Jida, who was standing quietly by the molds, inspecting the quality. It's brittle, she noted, tapping a piece. It will shatter if it hits stone. It's cast iron, Ragnar explained. High carbon. We can refine it later into steel. For now, it's good enough for commerce. Good enough, she agreed. She looked at him. You keep pulling rabbits out of hats, engineer. Eventually you will run out of rabbits. Then I'll invent a rabbit-making machine, Ragnar grinned. Jida laughed. It was a genuine sound. Ragnar sat on his favorite crate, staring at a piece of charcoal that crumbled in his hand. The furnace had been running non-stop for 2 days. It was spewing out liquid iron, which was fantastic, but it was also devouring the local forest at a terrifying rate. If we keep this up, Ragnar muttered, we'll conquer England only to find a desert. He closed his eyes and summoned the geological map of Britain from his past life. He was in Northumbria. The northeast coast, Newcastle, or as it was likely called now, Monkchester, or just that place with the Romans. Vinod, I mean Bjorn, Ragnar shouted, momentarily forgetting which timeline he was in. Bjorn ducked into the tent. He was covered in soot, looking like a giant burnt marshmallow. You called, brother? The furnace is roaring, but Toke is tired of running in the wheel. He demands more ale. Forget Toke for a moment, Ragnar said. I need you to send a scout team north along the coast. Tell them to look for black rocks. Bjorn squinted. Rocks, we have rocks here. Gray ones, brown ones. Black ones, Ragnar clarified. Rocks that sit on the beach and look wet. If you throw them in the fire, they burn hotter than wood. The locals call it sea coal. Bring me a wagon full. Bjorn looked at Ragnar with deep suspicion. Burning rocks? First you make iron flow like water. Now you want to set stones on fire. Fine, I will send Starkhead. He likes picking things up from the beach. With the fuel crisis theoretically delegated, Ragnar turned to the bigger problem. The blast furnace was too efficient. That was a sentence Ragnar never thought he'd say in the 9th century. They had cast thousands of arrowheads. They had cast ingots. But they also had a massive pile of seconds brittle cast iron pots, ugly skillets, and farming tools that had cooled too fast. The iron tithe debt hung over Ragnar's head. He had promised the soldiers double the value of their scrap. The treasury was empty. If he didn't turn this pile of ugly iron into silver soon, Jarl Einar would likely try to feed him to the furnace. Summon the council, Ragnar ordered. We need to talk business. 10 minutes later, the board of directors had assembled. There was Ulf, the head of military operations and anxious father. There was Jarl Sigurd, the head of finance, currently ulcer-prone, and Princess Jida, the mistress of the ledger and the only one who seemed to be enjoying the chaos. Gentlemen and princess, Ragnar began, pointing to a stack of cast iron frying pans piled in the corner. We have a liquidity problem. We are rich in iron but poor in silver. We need a market. Jarl Sigurd grunted, rubbing his bearded chin. The market is York. We sack it, we take the silver. York is a siege, Ragnar countered. Sieges take time, the men want their payout now, we need to sell our surplus stock. He picked up a heavy, ugly iron skillet. Who buys this? Ragnar asked. The room went silent as they brainstormed. Jarl Sigurd was the first to speak. We sail to Francia. The Franks love pots, they cook complicated things. Ragnar shook his head immediately. Too far. By the time we sail there and back, the siege will be over or the men will have mutinied. We need a local buyer. We sell to the Danes in Dublin? Ulf suggested. They are our kin. They have silver. The Irish Sea is swarming with pirates, Ragnar rejected. We'd lose half the cargo, and the Danes in Dublin are cheap. They'll try to pay us in stolen sheep. Ragnar leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous idea. I have a different proposal. We sell to the Mercians. The Mercians, Sigurd shouted, slamming his hand on the table. They are Saxons, they are Christians, they are the allies of Northumbria. Technically, Jida interjected calmly, flipping a page in her ledger, Mercia and Northumbria hate each other. They have been fighting over borderlands for 200 years. The enemy of my enemy is my customer. Ragnar nodded at her. She gets it. But they are still Saxons, Ulf argued. If we give them iron, they will make swords, and next year they will use those swords to kill us. That, Ragnar smiled, tapping the brittle cast iron skillet, is exactly what I am counting on. He stood up and walked around the table. This is cast iron. It is hard, but it is brittle. It makes great pots. Makes great plowshares for farming, but if a smith tries to hammer this into a longsword, it will shatter the first time it hits a shield. Ragnar looked at his advisors. We flood the Mercian market with cheap iron. We take their silver. We take their grain. In return, they get metal that is perfect for farming but terrible for war. If they try to weaponize it, they sabotage their own army. Sigurd's mouth fell open. He looked at the skillet with new respect. You want to sell them bad weapons. I want to sell them agricultural products, Ragnar corrected innocently. If they misuse them, that voids the warranty. The sheer deviousness of the plan settled over the Vikings. To rob a man with an axe was glorious. To rob a man by selling him a sword that broke, that was Loki-level mischief. I like it, King Horik's voice boomed from the entrance. The king had been listening from outside, eating an apple. It is dishonest. It is greedy. It is perfect. The king sat down at the head of the table. But Horik wiped his mouth. Mercia is south of here. The border is guarded. How do we move 5 tons of iron skillets into enemy territory without getting shot? The room fell silent again. This was the logistics hurdle. They couldn't just march a caravan into Mercia. They needed a smuggler, someone who knew the back roads, the bribes, and the secret river crossings. I don't know the land, Ragnar admitted. I know the machines, but I don't know the politics of the mud. Does anyone, Ragnar asked the room, who knows a man who walks between the lines? Silence stretched. Even Jida looked thoughtful but stumped. Then from the back of the tent, Ulf cleared his throat. Your Highness, Ulf said slowly, looking a bit embarrassed. I have no idea about Mercian politics, but I know a prisoner who does. Ragnar turned to his father, who? Ulf scratched his neck. Do you remember the raid on the monastery last week, the one where we found the wine cellar? Vividly, Ragnar said. We found a man in the dungeon, Ulf explained. He wasn't a monk, he was locked up by the monks. He claims he is a traveler, but he speaks Norse, Saxon, and Frankish, and he has a tattoo of a snake on his neck. Ragnar's interest peaked. A polyglot prisoner in a monk's dungeon. That screamed professional criminal. Where is he now? Ragnar asked. Bjorn has him. Ulf chuckled. He is currently helping Bjorn organize the potato peeling duty. He says his name is Ethelwulf, but the men call him the Weasel. Ragnar stood up immediately. Bring me the Weasel. 10 minutes later, Bjorn dragged a man into the tent, Ethelwulf. The Weasel was a scrawny man with shifting eyes and a nose that had clearly been broken at least 3 times. He wore a ragged tunic, but his hands were soft, not the hands of a worker, but the hands of a card sharp. He looked at the king. Then at Ragnar, then at the pile of iron skillets. I didn't steal the potatoes, Ethelwulf said quickly. Whatever Bjorn said, it was a misunderstanding involving a goat. We don't care about the potatoes, Ragnar said, sitting on the edge of the table. We want to talk about trade. Ethelwulf blinked. He looked around the room filled with armed Vikings. Trade, you usually just take things. We are diversifying, Ragnar said. I have 5 tons of iron. I want to sell it in Mercia. I need silver and grain. And I need to do it without the Mercian king hanging my men. The Weasel looked at the iron. He picked up a skillet. He tapped it with his fingernail. Cast iron, Ethelwulf muttered. Brittle. High carbon content. Good for soup, bad for parrying. Ragnar froze. You know metallurgy. I know that I sold a shipment of swords made from this stuff to a minor lord in Wessex once. Ethelwulf grinned, revealing a missing tooth. He was very upset when his sword broke during a duel. That's why I was hiding in the monastery in the north. The monks offer sanctuary. For a price, Ragnar laughed. This man was perfect, a con artist from the 9th century who understood the product. Can you get us into the Mercian markets? Ragnar asked. Ethelwulf narrowed his eyes. What's in it for me? Besides not being killed, 10% of the profit, Ragnar offered. And your freedom, 20%, Ethelwulf countered instantly, and a horse, a fast one. 15, Jida cut in, her voice sharp. And a donkey, you look like a donkey rider. Ethelwulf looked at the princess. He saw the cold calculation in her eyes. He gulped. 15 and a donkey, he agreed. But we don't go through the main roads, we go through the fens. The swamps. I know a reeve in Lincoln who loves bribes more than he loves God. Ragnar stood up and extended his hand. Welcome to the industrial core, Weasel, Ragnar said. You are now the head of export. Ethelwulf shook the hand cautiously. Head of export sounds dangerous. It is, Ragnar grinned, but the retirement plan is excellent. He turned to Sigurd. Load the wagons, Ragnar ordered. Cover the iron with hay. Weasel leads the way. We are going to flood Mercia with the finest, most breakable cookware in history. As the Weasel was led away to inspect the cargo, King Horik shook his head, looking at Ragnar with a mixture of awe and concern. You build machines that throw rocks, the king muttered. You build furnaces that melt stones, and now you build a trade empire with a criminal and a donkey. It's called vertical integration, my king. Ragnar said, picking up his slate. I don't know what that means, Horik sighed, biting into another apple. Just make sure the donkey comes back. I like that donkey. Moments after the deal was struck, Ethelwulf, better known to the camp, as the Weasel, stood before Ragnar. He had been given a bath, mostly forced upon him by Bjorn, and a new tunic, but he still had the posture of a man expecting a knife in the back. Long live the, director. Ethelwulf attempted a salute, his hand flapping awkwardly near his forehead. Ragnar waved his hand, dismissing the formality. He was pacing, his mind already 3 steps ahead on the logistics flowchart. Ethelwulf, do you have a way to move 5 tons of cast iron skillets into Mercia without the king's tax collectors noticing? And more importantly, can you find buyers who are greedy enough to pay silver for them without asking too many questions? Ethelwulf was taken aback by the directness. Usually, Vikings just asked where the gold was. This Viking was asking about market penetration and smuggling routes, but Ethelwulf was a survivor, and he smelled opportunity like a shark smells blood. He straightened up, a sly grin spreading across his face. I can accomplish that, Lord Ragnar. I still have many associates, operating within the borders of Mercia. They are men of low character and high ambition. They know that they cannot fight the king's taxes openly, but they are the kind of men who would sell their own mothers for a profit. They hold deep grievances against the crown's monopoly on iron. Ragnar was satisfied with the answer. Our forge is mass-producing cookware and plowshares. I need your contacts to buy our stock. Tell them it's northern iron. Tell them it's cheap. Tell them it's heavy. Ethelwulf was overjoyed at first. The commission he'd get was substantial, but then his face darkened slightly, a shadow of an old pain crossing his eyes. They will buy without a doubt, Lord, although if they try to reforge this iron into swords to fight the king, it might shatter and get them killed. That is a risk I am willing to let them take, Ragnar said calmly. It will delay the Mercian army's mobilization if their weapons break in training. It is market disruption. Ethelwulf nodded slowly. He respected the cold logic. It was better to kill an enemy with a bad deal than an axe. It was cleaner. Ragnar had read the file on Ethelwulf, or rather, what Ulf had told him. Ethelwulf used to be a legitimate merchant in Lincoln. He had a warehouse, a wife, and a reputation for fair trade. But the local ealdorman, a man named Lord Godwin, had decided that Ethelwulf was too successful. Godwin seized the warehouse, accused Ethelwulf of tax evasion, and branded him a thief. Ethelwulf had watched his business crumble. His wife, unable to bear the shame and poverty, had returned to her father's house, taking their children. Ethelwulf was left with nothing but the brand on his cheek and a burning hatred for the nobility. Since then, the Weasel had dedicated his life to undermining the Mercian economy. He smuggled wool, he forged coins, and he stole chickens. He didn't care about freedom or justice anymore. He cared about making Lord Godwin look like a fool. Lord Godwin controls the iron trade in Lincoln, Ethelwulf said, his voice dropping to a hiss. If we flood the market with cheap iron, his mines will lose money. He will scream. Then let's make him scream, Ragnar said. That very day, 3 runners, shady characters Ethelwulf had recruited from the prisoner pits, slipped out of the Viking camp. They carried samples, a heavy iron pot and a small cast iron ingot. They moved through the marshes, avoiding the main roads, heading for the heart of Mercia. The runners reached their destinations one by one. They went to the back rooms of taverns, the damp cellars of blacksmiths, and the hidden docks of the fens. The fens, the smuggler, Godric the Eel, sat in his flat-bottomed boat, hidden among the reeds of the great Ouse River. He read the note Ethelwulf's runner had delivered. His eyes, usually dull and dead like fish scales, widened with disbelief and excitement. Godric used to be a fisherman until the king's water bailiffs demanded half his catch as a protection tax. When he refused, they sank his boat. Now he moved contraband. The note promised tons of iron at half the market price. Half price, Godric whispered, clutching the sample ingot. If I move this upriver to Cambridge, I can undercut every merchant in the Shire. He didn't care where it came from, he only cared that it was heavy and shiny. 2. The city of Lincoln, the blacksmith, Ealdred stood in his forge, wiping soot from his brow. He was a massive man, strong as a bull, but he was drowning in debt. The runner had slipped into his workshop through the back alley and handed him the note and a small iron skillet. Ealdred read the message. His heart pounded. Lord Godwin the Ealdorman charged him exorbitant rates for raw iron ore. Ealdred barely made enough to feed his apprentices. Processed iron, Ealdred muttered, tapping the skillet with a hammer. Clang, it sounded solid. Ready to melt, no refining needed. He imagined the look on Godwin's face when he stopped buying the Lord's overpriced ore. He imagined paying off his debts. He didn't know the iron was high carbon and brittle, he just knew it was available. I'll take it all, Ealdred told the runner. Tell the weasel I'm in. 3. A manor near the border, the minor lord. Lord Wulfric sat in his crumbling study, drinking cheap wine. He was a noble technically, but he was destitute. His gambling debts were legendary and he had been ostracized from the king's court. The runner had been risky here, climbing the ivy to the window, but Wulfric was desperate. He read the letter. Weapons-grade iron, it lied, or rather it implied. Cheap. Wulfric clenched his fists. He had been planning a small rebellion, a way to seize his neighbor's land to pay his debts, but he couldn't afford to arm his peasants. Iron for the price of bread, Wulfric hissed, a manic grin spreading across his face. He pictured his peasants armed with sword, storming his rival's castle. He didn't know the swords would snap like glass. He only saw the shine of the metal. My ancestors are smiling on me, Wulfric whispered. I will be a warlord. 2 days later, the 3 contacts gathered at a hidden spot in the fens, a dry patch of land surrounded by fog and swamp gas. It was Ethelwulf's old meeting ground. They arrived in boats, looking over their shoulders. Godric the eel, slippery and nervous. Ealdred the smith, hulking and sooty. Lord Wulfric, trying to look regal in a stained cloak. They looked at each other with suspicion, but the greed in their eyes was a unifying force. The weasel says it's 5 tons, Godric whispered, his voice like dry reeds. He says the Northmen are stupid. They don't know the value of what they have. They are savages, Lord Wulfric scoffed. They probably think pots are useless because they eat raw meat. You're robbing them. I tested the sample, Ealdred said, holding up the skillet. It melts fast, it casts easy. I can make 100 spearheads in a day with this. But will they hold? Godric asked. They are iron, aren't they? Ealdred shrugged. Iron is iron. If it kills a man, it works. The 3 men smiled. They saw a future of wealth. They saw a future where they cheated the king, cheated the Vikings, and came out on top. We pool our silver, Wulfric decided. We buy the lot. Godric moves it. Ealdred works it. I sell it. Agreed, the others nodded. They didn't know they were buying the 9th century equivalent of defective merchandise. They didn't know that Ragnar the engineer had calculated the exact carbon content to ensure maximum brittleness upon impact. They just thought they were smart. Back at the camp, Ragnar sneezed. Someone is talking about me, Ragnar said, rubbing his nose. Probably cursing you, Bjorn laughed, throwing another log into the blast furnace. Is the iron ready? The iron's always ready, Ragnar grinned. But is the market ready for the great skillet scam of 865? I don't know what a scam is, Bjorn admitted. But if it gets us silver, I like it. With the export business to Mercia secretly underway, Ragnar finally had a moment to breathe. Or so he thought. He rose early, the English mist clinging to the camp like a wet wool blanket. He decided to take a walk through the industrial zone to inspect the morale of his growing empire. On his way, he noticed the subtle changes. It wasn't just the smoke from the blast furnace. It was the rhythm. He saw a group of thralls moving crates of salted fish. Usually this would be a chaotic, back-breaking affair. Today, they were using 3 of his one-wheeled chariots, wheelbarrows. They moved in a line, efficient and silent. Further down, he saw a woman using one of the rejected cast iron skillets to hammer a tent peg into the frozen ground. It works as a hammer too, Ragnar mused, smiling. Dual-purpose product design. His innovations were spreading beyond the blueprints. The Ragnar unit sticks were being used by the cooks to measure dough. The camp was becoming standardized. But as he approached the academy of the stick, the smile faded. He expected to hear the rhythmic chanting of math equations or the synchronized grunts of the squat drill. Instead, he heard shouting, angry, guttural shouting. I said the hypotenuse is the long side, you one-eyed goat. And I said I will beat you with the long side if you don't. Move your foot. Ragnar rounded the dune to find the academy in disarray. The broken men went building. They were shoving each other. Two men, one with a wooden leg and one with a missing ear, were wrestling in the mud, while the others cheered them on with desperate, bored energy. Bjorn stood on a crate, yelling for order, but he looked like a substitute teacher trying to control a riot in a prison cafeteria. "Stop," Bjorn roared, grabbing two men by their collars and pulling them apart. "No fighting in the classroom. Violence is for the battlefield." "We are the battlefield," the one-eared man shouted back, spitting blood. "We are Vikings, Bjorn, not accountants." Ragnar stepped into the circle. The presence of the director silenced the crowd, though the tension remained thick enough to cut with a knife. "Headmaster Bjorn," Ragnar said calmly, "walk with me." They walked to the edge of the water, away from the angry recruits. Bjorn looked defeated. He slumped his massive shoulders. "You've done well, Bjorn," Ragnar started, trying to be encouraging. "The men know their numbers. The lifting form is perfect." Bjorn sighed, kicking a pebble into the ocean. "Thank you, brother. But there is a problem." "I saw the problem," Ragnar said. "They are fighting." "They are bored, Ragnar," Bjorn admitted, gritting his teeth. "You took their axes and gave them sticks. You took their glory and gave them geometry. They are grateful to be useful, yes, but they are men who used to live for the shield wall. Now they just calculate angles. The adrenaline is gone. They are like wolves kept in a cage. Eventually they bite the bars." Bjorn looked at Ragnar with pleading eyes. "Can we reduce the math? Can we let them hit something? Just a little bit?" Ragnar frowned. "If they stop the math, the machines fail. If the machines fail, we die." "But if they kill each other from boredom," Bjorn countered, "we also die." Ragnar realized his mistake. He had treated the men like machines' inputs and outputs. He had forgotten the human variable, specifically the Viking variable. These men needed aggression. They needed collision. They needed a way to prove they were still warriors, even if they limped. "You are right," Ragnar said slowly. "I neglected the morale. I focused on the hardware and forgot the software." "Software?" Bjorn asked. "Is that a type of tunic?" "Never mind," Ragnar rubbed his chin. "We need a game." Ragnar sat on a piece of driftwood, watching a group of children playing near the shoreline. They were playing a crude version of King of the Hill, pushing each other off a large rock. It was violent, simple, and they were laughing hysterically. Group dynamics, Ragnar thought, teamwork, physical exertion without lethal intent. He needed to introduce a sport, but it couldn't be just any sport. He couldn't introduce soccer. Vikings would just kick each other instead of the ball. He couldn't introduce cricket, it was too slow, and Bjorn would definitely eat the wickets. He needed something that emphasized force, leverage, and holding the line. Something that rewarded the specific strengths of the broken men, their upper body strength and their low centers of gravity. Two sports came to mind. Rugby, father of American football; kabaddi, an ancient game of tagging and wrestling requiring immense breath control and team coordination. "Rugby," Ragnar muttered, "but adapted. We don't have grass fields, we have sand, and we can't have too much running or the men with bad legs will be left out." He pulled out his slate and began to sketch. The scrum, that was the key. A test of pure pushing power. "Bjorn," Ragnar called out, "get Jida and get the leather worker, we're making a ball." An hour later, inside the command tent, Ragnar unveiled his creation. It wasn't a perfect oval. It was a lumpy leather sack stuffed tightly with wool and sawdust. It looked like a heavy, sad potato. "This," Ragnar announced to Bjorn and Princess Jida, "is the siege ball." Bjorn poked it. "It does not look dangerous. Does it explode?" "No," Ragnar said, "but the game might." He drew a rectangle on the slate. "The rules are simple. 2 teams, 10 men each. The goal is to carry this ball across the enemy's line." "So we run?" Bjorn asked. "No," Ragnar corrected. "Running is allowed, but encouraged is the wall. You cannot pass the ball forward, only backward. To move forward, you must form a wedge. You must push. It is a shield wall without shields." He looked at Jida. "Princess, I need you to sew colored bands. Red for one team, blue for the other. Cannot have them killing their own teammates in the confusion." "And the armor?" Jida asked, looking at the rough sketch. "If they tackle each other on the frozen sand, they will break the bones they have left." "We use the padded jackets," Ragnar decided. "The ones we made for the torsion spikes. Leather and wool, no metal cuts." "Why not just let them fight with wooden swords?" Bjorn asked, still confused by the ball concept. "Because swords test individual skill," Ragnar explained. "This game tests logistics. It tests the ability to move a heavy object through resistance as a unit. It teaches them that the man next to you is more important than the man in front of you." Bjorn's eyes lit up. "Like a scrum, like when we pushed the ship into the water." "Exactly," Ragnar grinned. With a score, Ragnar also decided to introduce a second activity for the evening, something to sharpen their reflexes without moving their feet. And for the men who cannot run at all, Ragnar added, we will play the circle. He described a modified version of sumo wrestling mixed with arm wrestling. 2 men sit or kneel inside a small rope circle. The goal is to push the other man out or make his hand touch the ground. It is pure leverage, Ragnar said, physics in the flesh. The first match. By the afternoon, the academy grounds had been transformed. Ragnar had marked out a field in the sand, using the Ragnar unit sticks. The broken men gathered looking skeptical. They wore padded leather vests that made them look slightly puffy. What is this? Sven asked, holding the lumpy leather ball. Is it a pillow? It is the enemy, Ragnar shouted from the sidelines. Listen up. He explained the rules: no biting, no eye gouging, no weapons, you move the ball to the line. If you are tackled, you must release the ball. Team Red, Ragnar pointed to Bjorn's squad. Team Blue, he pointed to Sven's squad. Begin. At first it was chaos. Sven grabbed the ball and just stood there. Bjorn roared and tackled him. They both fell into the sand, laughing. But then instinct took over. Form up, a one-legged veteran on the blue team shouted. Wedge formation. The blue team locked arms. They put the ball carrier in the center. They lowered their heads using the perfect squat form they had practiced for days and drove forward. Hold the line, Bjorn screamed to the red team. Brace, low center of gravity. They pushed, they grunted. Steam rose from their bodies in the cold air. Push, Ragnar yelled, watching the geometry of the scrum. Lower your hips, Leif. Use the triangle. Leif the smith, buried somewhere in the red scrum, dropped his hips and drove his legs. The red line surged forward inches. The men on the sidelines started cheering. Heave, heave, heave. Sven broke free from the scrum, clutching the ball. He couldn't run fast, but he rumbled like a boulder. He stiff-armed a red defender, sending him flying into the sand. Go, Sven, go. Sven dove across the line, face planting into the mud. Point for blue. Ragnar blew a whistle he had carved from a bone. Sven stood up, sand covering his face, grinning like a maniac. He raised the ball in triumph. The blue team swarmed him, hugging and slapping his back. Bjorn stood up, wiping mud from his eye. He wasn't angry, he was panting, his eyes shining with life. Again, Bjorn roared, that was luck, reset the line. Princess Jida stood next to Ragnar, watching the muddy spectacle. They are happy, she observed, surprised. They are bruising each other and they are happy. Men need a purpose, Ragnar said softly. And sometimes that purpose is just to push a heavy thing past another heavy thing. It's strategic, Jida noted, watching the teams huddle to plan their next move. They are discussing angles of attack. Exactly, Ragnar nodded. They think they are playing. I know they are learning dynamic force distribution. As the sun began to set, the game continued under the light of torches. The siege ball matches became the highlight of the day. The fights in the barracks stopped. The depression vanished. The broken men walked taller, proud of their bruises. Ragnar looked at his army. They were fit, they were disciplined, and now they were a team. Tomorrow, Ragnar said to Bjorn, who was limping off the field with a massive smile, we teach them the blitz. Blitz, Bjorn tested the word. Does it mean smash? It means lightning war, Ragnar said. But yes, smash works too. Ragnar was vibrating with energy. It was a strange sensation for a man who usually preferred the quiet solitude of a drafting table, but today was significant. Today was the inaugural tournament of the Siege Ball League. He walked briskly through the camp, the morning mist swirling around his boots. The atmosphere had shifted. The sullen, waiting to die vibe of the broken men had evaporated, replaced by a nervous, electric anticipation. He saw men tightening the straps on their padded leather vests, the same ones designed to protect them from the recoil of the torsion spikes, now repurposed as sports gear. He was halfway to the makeshift arena on the beach when a breathless shout stopped him. Lord Builder, Lord Builder. Ragnar turned to see a scout, mud-splattered and panting, running from the northern perimeter. It was young Ivar, the messenger, not the boneless. What is it, Ivar? Ragnar asked, trying to hide his impatience. Unless the Saxons have dragons, I am busy. Not Saxons, Lord, Ivar wheezed, bending over to catch his breath. Rocks. The black rocks. Starkad's wagon has returned from the north. Ragnar froze. The game was forgotten instantly. See coal. The charcoal for the blast furnace was eating the local forest alive. It was inefficient and low yield. But coal was the fuel of the Industrial Revolution. With coal he could achieve temperatures high enough to not just cast iron but to refine it. With coal he could make steel real, tempered steel at scale. Are they wet? Ragnar asked intensely. Do they crumble? They are black as night and heavy as sin, Ivar reported. Starkad tried to burn one. It smelled like sulfur and burned for an hour. Beautiful, Ragnar whispered. Toxic, sulfurous, beautiful energy density. He looked toward the beach where the crowds were gathering for the game. He desperately wanted to see his logistics simulator in action, but the blast furnace was the heart of the Empire. Tell Bjorn he is in charge of the games. Ragnar ordered, pivoting on his heel. I must go to the dragon's gut, send the wagon directly to the foundry, and tell Leif to get the bellows ready. We're going to melt the world today. Ragnar sprinted off toward the smoke of the foundry, his mind already racing with carbon ratios. Although Ragnar didn't make it to the sidelines, the tournament proceeded with the unstoppable momentum of a landslide. Upon hearing that the director was busy making magic fire, the builders didn't despair. Instead, they grew more determined. They wanted to show that the academy could function without the master holding their hand. The arena was a rectangle of churned sand, marked by the Ragnar unit sticks. The entire builders' corps, nearly 400 men, surrounded the pitch, cheering, betting scraps of food, and banging their crutches against empty barrels. In the center circle, 2 men were grappling. It was the warm-up event, the circle. One was a burly, one-armed veteran named Torstein. The other was Eric the Lame, the young tactician who had impressed Jida. Hold your ground, Bjorn roared, acting as the referee. Do not lean, use the hips. Torstein was stronger, but Eric was lower. Eric had taken Bjorn's lessons on the squat and the triangle to heart. He planted his good leg and his bad leg wide, lowering his center of gravity until he was basically a pyramid of stubbornness. Torstein pushed. Eric didn't budge. Leverage, Eric grunted, twisting his hips. He waited for Torstein to overcommit, to lean just an inch too far forward. Eric pulled. Torstein, expecting a push, stumbled forward. Eric swept his leg. Torstein hit the sand. Winner, Eric, Bjorn bellowed, raising Eric's hand. Brain beats brawn next, the crowd roared. Eric limped back to his squad, grinning. He wasn't the potato peeler anymore, he was a gladiator of physics. The sun climbed higher, it was time for the main event. Form up, Bjorn shouted. Team Red, Team Blue. The colonel of the red team was Starkad the Raider. He believed in brute force. His strategy was simple: run forward, smash. The colonel of the blue team was Eric. His strategy was different. Ragnar had instituted a rule: the squad leaders, coaches, could not play, they had to direct. This was to train command skills. Eric gathered his team, 10 men in padded leather armor. Among them was Sven the Strong, the tank, and Leif the Lesser, the runner. Listen, Eric whispered, drawing a diagram in the sand. Starkad will come in a straight line. He will form a heavy wedge. If we meet them head-on, we lose, they are heavier. So we die? Sven asked, clutching the lumpy leather ball. No, Eric tapped the sand. We are the water. When they push, we don't push back. We step aside. We open the door. Sven looked confused. We let them through. We let them stumble, Eric corrected. And then we flank. Sven, you hold the ball. Do not run until I scream hammer. The game began. Team Red started with the ball. Starkad screamed, wedge. 10 heavy Vikings locked arms, surrounding their ball carrier. They lowered their heads and charged like a human battering ram. It was terrifying. It was a wall of meat moving at speed. Hold, Eric shouted from the sidelines. Wait, wait. The blue team stood in a loose line, looking terrified. The red wedge thundered closer, 10 meters, 5 meters. Open. Eric screamed. Suddenly, the center of the blue line split. 2 men jumped left, 2 men jumped right. The red wedge, expecting a collision, hit nothing but air. The momentum carried them forward, stumbling, their formation loosening as they tried to regain balance in the deep sand. Hammer, Eric yelled. The blue defenders, who had stepped aside, now crashed into the sides of the disorganized red wedge. It was a textbook flank. The red formation shattered. The ball carrier was exposed. Sven the Strong, who had been waiting in the backfield, roared. He didn't have the ball this time, he was on defense. He launched himself at the red carrier. It was a tackle that would have made a modern linebacker weep with joy. The ball popped loose. Loose ball, Bjorn screamed, vibrating with excitement. Chaos, I love it. Leif the Lesser, the scrawny former thief, scooped up the leather potato. Run, Leif, Eric commanded. Run the curve. Leif didn't run straight. He ran a wide arc toward the sideline, using the confusion in the center to gain distance. Starkad was screaming at his men to get up, but they were a tangle of limbs and padded vests. Leif crossed the line. He slammed the ball into the sand. Point blue, Bjorn signaled, jumping in the air. The blue team erupted. They hugged Eric, they hugged Sven, they hugged Leif. Halftime analysis, the teams separated, panting, steam rising from their bodies. Bjorn walked over to Starkad, who was spitting sand and looking furious. You lost because you are a stone, Bjorn critiqued loudly. Stones are hard, but they are stupid. Eric is water. Water goes around the stone. Bjorn then marched to the blue huddle. Good flank, Bjorn nodded at Eric. But your line was sloppy on the impact. If Red had recovered faster, Sven would be eating sand. Tighten the formation. Yes, headmaster, Eric panted, his eyes bright. Bjorn looked at the men. They were bruised, they were dirty, but their eyes were focused. They weren't thinking about their missing legs or their lost glory. They were thinking about tactics, they were communicating. 1-2, 1-2. From the edge of the arena, the spectators started chanting the cadence. The second half began. This time, Red adapted. Stark had stopped the charge. He ordered a slow push a scrum. The two teams locked together in the center of the field, 20 men pushing against 20 men. Dig, Eric yelled. Use the triangle, heels down. The blue team dropped into low squats. Their backs straight, driving up into the red team. It was a stalemate, a war of inches. Bjorn watched closely. He saw Sven the Strong's foot slip. He saw Leif bracing his shoulder against Sven's hip to support him. Support, Bjorn thought. They are learning to be a keel. Ragnar had told him that rugby was about dynamic force distribution. Bjorn didn't know those words, but he saw the reality. The men were instinctively finding the weak points and reinforcing them. Suddenly, the red line buckled, not because they were weak, but because they got tired. Their backs bent. Their leverage failed. Drive, Eric screamed. Blue surged. They pushed the entire red team back 3 meters, 4 meters. Sven, holding the ball at the back of the scrum, laughed. He wasn't running. He was being carried by his brothers. They crossed the line as a single, unstoppable unit. Game over. Bjorn blew the whistle. Blue wins. The sun was setting as the teams collapsed onto the sand. There was no animosity. The red players helped the blue players up. They compared bruises. They reenacted the tackles. Bjorn stood in the center. You are ugly, Bjorn shouted. You are slow. You smell like wet dogs. The men laughed. But today, Bjorn grinned. You were a wall. You were a hammer. You were a team. He pointed toward the foundry, where black smoke was now billowing thick and dark into the sky, a sign that Ragnar's coal experiment was working. The director makes the iron, Bjorn said, but we are the steel. Tomorrow we move the god hammer. Tomorrow we use these legs to drag the machines to the walls of York. Are you ready? We are ready. The builders' corps roared. Eric wiped sweat from his forehead. He looked at his Ragnar unit stick lying in the sand. He picked it up. He realized that he hadn't thought about his limp for 2 hours. Good game, Starkad, Eric said, extending a hand to the defeated captain. Starkad the brute looked at the small tactician. He gripped Eric's forearm. Next time, Starkad grunted, I will be water and I will drown you. I look forward to it, Eric smiled. The whistle shrieked across the English beach. Ragnar stood on a supply crate, watching the chaos unfold. He had missed the morning briefing at the academy because he was busy arguing with a wagon wheel, but nothing could keep him away from the inaugural Siege Ball finals. Play, Bjorn bellowed from the sidelines. The ball was kicked into the air by Sven the Strong. It sailed in a wobbly arc, backlit by the pale sun. A warrior from the opposing team, a redhead named Toke, looked up. He tracked the ball. He stepped back, arms wide, ready to catch it. But Toke made a fatal error. He looked into the sun. My eyes, Toke yelled, stumbling backward. The heavy leather ball smacked him square in the chest and bounced off with a dull thud. Loose potato, Bjorn screamed, vibrating with excitement. Before Toke could recover, a blur of motion shot past him. It was Leif the Lesser from the blue team. He didn't try to pick it up gracefully. He dove onto the ball like a starving man diving onto a roast chicken. Leif scrambled up, clutching the ball to his chest. His eyes went wide with panic and thrill. He saw the red team turning toward him like a pack of wolves. Run, Leif, run the curve. Eric the Lame shouted from the coaching box, a line drawn in the sand. Leif took off, but he didn't run straight. He zigzagged. The crowd of 400 broken men and off-duty warriors roared. This was better than execution. This was sport. Stop him, Starkad, the coach of the red team, yelled. Break his legs gently, but break them. 2 red defenders lunged, but Leif, trained in the Academy of the Stick to understand angles, suddenly dropped his shoulder. He spun. The defenders collided with each other, their padded leather vests making a loud whump sound. Hooray! Go, little thief! Leif crossed the line marked by 2 Ragnar unit sticks. He slammed the ball into the sand. Point blue. Bjorn signaled, jumping so high he nearly cracked the ground when he landed. The blue team swarmed Leif, lifting the scrawny man into the air. For a moment, the gloom of the impending siege vanished. There was no war, no starvation, no Jarl Einar. There was only the glory of the potato. Ragnar walked over to the red team. They looked dejected. Starkad was kicking the sand, muttering about how the sun was a traitor. Starkad, Ragnar said, suppressing a smile. Why did you lose that point? Toke is blind, Starkad grunted, and Leif is slippery. No, Ragnar corrected, pointing to the field. You lost because your defensive line broke. You chased the ball instead of holding the wall. In siege ball, as in war, discipline beats speed. He looked at the panting warriors. You have 3 downs to push them back, Ragnar explained, using the terminology he had invented the night before. If you stop them 3 times, you get the ball. Do not chase the rabbit, build the fence. Starkad's eyes lit up. Build the fence, trap the rabbit, smash the rabbit. Ideally, without smashing the rabbit's bones, Ragnar reminded him, we need Leif for the invasion. Okay, brothers. Starkad clapped his massive hands, rallying his team. This time we do not run. We are the anvil, let them break themselves on us. The whistle blew again. This time the game changed. When the blue team tried to run their wedge formation, they hit a solid wall of red. Starkad's men had locked arms, lowered their hips into the triangle squat, and refused to budge. It was a stalemate of grunting, sweating physics. Push, Eric screamed to his blue team. Drive the legs. Hold, Starkad roared. Root like trees. Ragnar watched, fascinated. He saw the squad leaders making split-second decisions. He saw them communicating non-verbally. This wasn't just a game. It was a simulation of the shield wall, but faster, safer, and infinitely more fun. When the sand clock finally ran out, the blue team had won by a single point, but both sides collapsed onto the sand. Laughing and panting, their animosity washed away by sweat. While the rugby players gasped for air, Ragnar gathered a different group of recruits near the dunes. These were the smaller men, the scouts, the climbers, the ones who relied on speed rather than mass. Rugby is for the heavy infantry, Ragnar announced. But a Viking army needs agility. It needs raiders. He introduced the second game. In his old life, it was called kabaddi. Here, he christened it the Wolf Run. The rules are simple, Ragnar explained to the confused group. 2 teams. 1 wolf enters the enemy territory. The enemy are the sheepdogs. He drew a line in the sand. The wolf must touch a sheepdog and return to his side of the line. But here is the catch. The wolf must prove he has the breath to fight. You must chant continuously. If you stop chanting, you are dead. Chant what? A recruit asked. Raid, Ragnar decided. You say raid, raid, raid without taking a breath. If you inhale while in enemy territory, they can tackle you. The men looked skeptical, but Bjorn stepped up. I will be the wolf, Bjorn volunteered. He stepped across the line, eyeing the 7 defenders from Eric's squad. Raid, 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 Bjorn chanted. His voice a deep rumble. He moved with surprising lightness for a giant. He feinted left. The defenders flinched. He lunged right. Catch him, Eric shouted. 3 defenders grabbed Bjorn, but Bjorn was a mountain. He dragged them, still chanting raid, 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 inching back toward the line. He's huge. 1 defender wheezed, trying to hold Bjorn's leg. Bjorn touched the line with his fingertip. Safe, Ragnar shouted. 3 defenders out. The game exploded in popularity instantly. It required no equipment, only lungs and legs. Soon, multiple circles formed on the beach. Men were chanting raid, 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 while dodging grasping hands. It trained their breath control. It trained their explosive reflexes. It trained them to stay calm when surrounded. Ragnar watched a young scout named Ivar, the messenger, dart into a group of massive huskarls. Ivar was small, but he was fast. He tagged a huskarl on the nose and backflipped over another one's arm to escape, all while screaming raid. He has potential, Princess Jida noted, appearing beside Ragnar. She was holding a basket of apples for the winners. He understands the physics of evasion, Ragnar agreed. Force equals mass times acceleration, but missing the target equals 0 damage. Jida took a bite of an apple. The men are happy. They are tired, but they are not angry. You have distracted them from the hunger. Distraction is a weapon, Ragnar said. But we can't play games forever. The coal is here, the iron is ready, the machines are calibrated. He looked toward the main camp. The smoke from the blast furnace was growing thicker, blacker. The sea coal was burning hotter than anything they had used before. The games are done, Ragnar said, his tone shifting. Tomorrow we don't play with leather balls, we play with rocks. Unbeknownst to Ragnar, this day would be remembered. Centuries later, historians would argue about the origins of organized team sports in England. Some would claim it started in the public schools of the 19th century. But deep in the sagas, there would be references to Ragnar's ball and the chant of the wolf. Future archaeologists would find strange leather-wrapped spheres buried in Northumbrian bogs, and wonder if they were religious artifacts. They wouldn't know that these were the tools that turned a ragtag army of raiders into a cohesive, disciplined fighting force. Director, Bjorn jogged over, his face flushed with victory. The men want to know if we can play again tomorrow. the manufacturing zone. Northumbrian coast fed by the wagon loads of sulfurous sea coal from the north. The blast furnace roared with a terrifying sound. Black smoke billowed into the sky, creating a permanent smudge that probably confused the local seagulls. Inside the perimeter, Director Leif was screaming. "Hotter, the slag is too thick, feed it. Toke, run faster or I will put a crab in your breeches." Toke, sweating buckets inside the giant hamster wheel that powered the bellows, groaned but picked up the pace. The air blast intensified. The internal temperature of the furnace climbed past 1,200 degrees Celsius, a temperature that shouldn't exist in 865 AD. Leif wiped his face with a rag that was dirtier than his face. It looked like a demon, his beard singed and his skin glowing red from the radiant heat. But he was happy. He was the master of the flow. "Director," a worker shouted. "The master builder approaches." Leif straightened his soot-stained tunic. He grabbed a hammer not because he needed it, but because it made him look busy. Ragnar walked into the foundry. He looked like a health and safety inspector who had lost his clipboard. He was squinting at the black smoke. "Long live the builder," Leif shouted, saluting with the hammer. "At ease, Director," Ragnar said, waving a hand at the furnace. "She sounds hungry today." "She is a beast," Leif beamed, patting the hot brickwork carefully. "The black rocks, the sea coal, it is magic. We are tapping the slag every hour." Ragnar walked closer. The heat hit him like a physical wall. "And the output? We are filling 4 sand pits a day," Leif reported proudly. "That's 500 ingots or 2,000 arrowheads. We have so much iron we are running out of places to put it." Ragnar nodded, satisfied. In this era, a good smith might produce a few pounds of iron a day. They were producing tons. It was an industrial miracle. "Show me the ammunition," Ragnar ordered. "The siege starts tomorrow. I need to know the torsion spikes, and the ballistas have food." Leif puffed out his chest. "We have cast 1,000 bolts, Lord. They are piled over there." He led Ragnar to a covered wagon. Inside, stacked like firewood, were hundreds of iron bolts, short, heavy projectiles designed to be fired from the smaller siege engines and the handheld torsion spikes. Ragnar reached in and grabbed 2 bolts. He held them up to the light. He frowned. He placed them side by side. His frown deepened. One bolt was thick with a jagged fin. The other was slender and smooth. "Leif," Ragnar said slowly. "Why is this bolt fat?" Leif squinted. That one was cast by Toke's cousin, Snorri. Snorri has heavy hands. He likes things big. And this one?" Ragnar held up the thin one. "That was cast by little Arn. He likes to save metal." Ragnar felt a familiar headache forming behind his eyes. It was the engineer's curse, variance. "Leif," Ragnar said, his voice dangerously calm. "If I put Snorri's fat bolt into a torsion spike designed for Arn's thin bolt, do you know what happens?" Leif scratched his beard. "It sticks." "It jams," Ragnar corrected. "The weapon explodes. The princess loses an arm. We lose the war." "And if I put Arn's thin bolt into a wide barrel?" Ragnar continued. "It rattles. It falls out," Ragnar sighed. "Or it fires with 0 pressure and hits the ground 3 feet away. We look like idiots." Ragnar looked at the pile of 1,000 bolts. They were all slightly different shapes. In a hand-to-hand fight, it didn't matter. But they were building machines. Machines hated individuality. Machines demanded uniformity. "Stop the casting," Ragnar ordered. Leif looked horrified. "Stop, but the metal is flowing. Pour it into ingots, make bricks, but do not make another weapon until I say so." Ragnar turned and walked toward the Academy of the Stick. He needed to invent quality control. An hour later, Ragnar sat at a table with Leif, Bjorn, and Jida. "The carpenters have the stick," Ragnar explained, holding up his Ragnar unit ruler. "So the trebuchets are square. That is good, but the smiths are artists, and artists are terrible for mass production." "They are proud of their work," Leif defended his men. "Each bolt is unique." "I don't want unique." Ragnar slammed his hand on the table. "I want boring. I want identical. I want a bolt that fits every machine every time." Jida looked up from her ledger. "So you need a law for metal." "I need a judge," Ragnar corrected. He pulled out a piece of flat steel he had forged himself. He had drilled a hole in it, a perfectly circular hole, exactly 20 millimeters in diameter. "This," Ragnar held up the metal plate, "is the hole of truth." Bjorn blinked. "It's a washer." "It is a go/no-go gauge," Ragnar said. "Leif, take this. Go back to the foundry. Every bolt that comes out of the mold must pass through this hole." Ragnar demonstrated with a prototype bolt. He pushed it through. It slid perfectly. "If it passes," Ragnar said, "it is a good bolt. If it gets stuck, it is scrap. Melt it down." "And if it is too small?" Leif asked. Ragnar pulled out a second plate with a slightly smaller hole. If it falls through the small hole too easily, it is also scrap. It must pass the big hole but not be loose in the small hole. That is the tolerance. Tolerance, Leif whispered the word like a prayer. The metal must be disciplined. Exactly, Ragnar nodded, and the same goes for the weights. He turned to Jida. We are selling iron to the Mercians. If we sell them a pound of iron, it must be a pound. If we cheat them, they stop buying. If we give them too much, we lose money. Ragnar pulled out a stone he had carefully ground down to weigh exactly 1 kilogram, or as close as he could get by estimating the weight of a liter of water. This is the king's stone, Ragnar announced. Make 10 copies in iron. Give them to the weasel. Every transaction must be weighed against the stone. The king's stone, Jida took the rock, feeling its weight. Simple, absolute, no arguing with a rock. Exactly, Ragnar said. Arguments waste time, standards save empires. He looked at Leif. Go, sort the pile. I want every fat bolt melted down before sunset. Tomorrow we load the machines. I want 100% reliability. Leif saluted, grabbing the whole of truth as if it were a holy relic. I will make them pass, Lord, or I will melt their hammers. The foundry evening. Leif stood at the end of the casting line. He held the metal plate. A young smith brought a freshly cooled bolt. Test, Leif barked. The smith pushed the bolt into the hole. Failure, Leif roared, tossing the bolt into the scrap bucket. Do you want the princess to die? Try again. The next bolt, slide, perfect fit. Pass, Leif shouted. Mark it. The smiths was sweating, not just from the heat but from the pressure. But strangely, the quality shot up. They started paying attention to the molds. They filed down the edges. They became obsessed with the click of a perfect fit. Ragnar watched from the doorway. He saw the pile of good bolts growing slowly but surely. It works, Bjorn said, standing beside him, eating a roasted turnip. They are scared of the hole. Fear is a good motivator, Ragnar noted, but pride is better. Look at them when it fits. They smile. Brother, Bjorn asked, chewing loudly, does this mean we can fix the boots too? My left boot is tighter than my right. Ragnar sighed. One industry at a time, Bjorn. Let's conquer England first, then we'll revolutionize the shoe industry. The camp was quiet. The fires burned low. Ragnar sat in his tent, looking at a map of York. The city was surrounded by Roman walls. It was garrisoned by Northumbrians, who knew the Vikings were coming. But the Northumbrians were expecting a horde. They were expecting wild men who charged in a disorganized mass. They weren't expecting standardized artillery. They weren't expecting 20 torsion spikes. They weren't expecting an army that had played rugby to learn formation discipline. We are ready, Ragnar whispered. Jida entered the tent. She was wearing her armor, a custom-fitted leather cuirass Ragnar had designed. On her arm was the Valkyrie's sting. The weasel sent a bird, Jida said, sitting across from him. The Mercians bought the first shipment of skillets. We have silver. Good, Ragnar said. We'll need it to rebuild the walls after we knock them down. She placed a small pouch on the table. My father is impressed, she said. He says you turned a beach into a kingdom in 2 weeks. Not a kingdom, Ragnar corrected. A machine. Jida smiled. The foundry zone. Early morning, while Director Leif was a true believer in the religion of precision. Many of the older, stubborn freelance smiths men who had hammered iron since they were tall enough to hold a tong were resisting. They felt the go/no-go gauge was an insult to their artistry. It fits if you push it hard enough. One bearded smith yelled, trying to jam a misshapen bolt into the testing plate with a mallet. If you have to hammer it, it is trash. Leif screamed back, looking ready to commit violence. Ragnar stood at the edge of the tent, watching the standoff. The efficiency of the factory was stalling because these traditionalists refused to scrap their almost good work. It was time to play the trump card. Ragnar didn't threaten them with the king's anger. He threatened them with the market. He signaled to Ethelwulf the weasel, who was lurking near the wagons eating a stolen turnip. Ethelwulf nodded and stepped onto a crate. Attention, metal bangers, the weasel announced, his voice reedy but carrying well. The smith stopped arguing to look at the scrawny merchant. I have just returned from the Mercian border, Ethelwulf lied smoothly. My buyers love the new standard bolts. They pay double for anything with the Ragnar mark of precision. A murmur went through the crowd, double. However, Ethelwulf sighed dramatically, picking up a rejected, lumpy bolt from the dirt. They will not pay a single copper penny for this. Artistic interpretation. In fact, if I bring them this garbage, they promise to cut off my ears, and since I like my ears, I will only load wagons with bolts that pass the hole. He looked at the smiths. So, you can make unique, beautiful trash that sits here and rusts. Or you can make boring, identical bolts that pass the hole, and I will fill your pockets with silver before sunset. The effect was instantaneous. It was a domino effect of greed. The smith who had been arguing immediately threw his artistic bolt into the scrap pile and grabbed the testing plate. "I love the hole," the smith declared, his eyes shining with the promise of wealth. "The hole is my friend," Ragnar smiled. He had successfully weaponized capitalism against tradition. An hour later, Ragnar sat at his desk, a flat plank resting on 2 barrels. Jida was writing in the ledger with a quill that looked like it had survived a war. "Director," Jida said without looking up, "the Weasel needs instructions for the second shipment to Mercia. The first batch of skillets sold out, now they want weapons." "Excellent," Ragnar nodded. "Vinod, I mean Jida, tell the Weasel to meet the demand, but pricing is key." He leaned back, channeling the spirit of a discount retailer from his past life. "Price them at 70% of the market value," Ragnar instructed. Jida paused. "That is, very low, we could get more." "We are not looking for profit margin, Princess. We are looking for market saturation," Ragnar explained. "If our brittle iron swords are the cheapest thing on the market, every peasant, rebel, and minor lord in Mercia will buy them. We create jobs for our smiths, we clear our inventory of bad iron, and we arm our enemies with weapons that will shatter the moment they hit a Viking shield." "A win-win," Jida murmured, a dark smile playing on her lips. "For us." "Also," Ragnar added, tapping the table, "tell Leif to change the mold design. I want the hilts to look Frankish, or maybe West Saxon." "Why?" "Because when those swords break and the Mercians die, I want them to blame the Franks or their own king's smiths. I don't want them blaming the nice Viking traders from the north. We need to keep the brand reputation clean until the invasion starts." Jida looked at him with a mix of horror and admiration. "You are a serpent, Ragnar, a serpent with a calculator." "I'm just a businessman," Ragnar shrugged. He reached for a piece of vellum to sketch a new design for a repeating crossbow trigger he had been dreaming about. He shuffled through the stack of sheepskins on his desk. Drawing of a wheelbarrow. Drawing of a rugby formation. Drawing of a blast furnace nozzle. "Jida," Ragnar asked, frowning, "where is the clean vellum?" "You used it," Jida pointed to the pile. "All of it." "Ragnar," Jida put down her quill. "Do you know how many sheep had to die for your doodles? You consume a flock every week. We are out of skin." Ragnar looked at the crumpled ball of vellum he had used to wipe grease off a gear earlier. He felt a sudden pang of guilt, not for the sheep, but for the budget. "How much does a sheet cost?" 5 silver pieces, Jida recited from memory. "And we have to import it from the monasteries. The monks are starting to ask why heathens need so much writing material." Ragnar froze. 5 silver pieces. He was literally throwing money into the trash. In the 21st century, paper was trash. You blew your nose in it. Here it was a luxury good. "This is unsustainable," Ragnar muttered. "I cannot run an industrial empire on the backs of dead sheep. The bureaucracy will bankrupt us before the war does." He stood up and paced the small tent. "We need paper," he said. "Real paper, cellulose, wood pulp." Jida looked confused. "You want to write on wood?" "Not wood," Ragnar waved his hands. "Processed wood. The Chinese invented it centuries ago. The Arabs have it. We are stuck in the dark ages using skin." He visualized the process. Mash up wood fiber or old rags, bleach it, press it flat, dry it. It was simple chemistry and mechanics. He had the water wheel, he had the press. He just needed the infrastructure. "I need to build a paper mill," Ragnar decided. "It will revolutionize communication. Blueprints for everyone. Propaganda leaflets dropped from. Well, thrown by heavy men." "And how much will this paper mill cost?" Jida asked, acting as the voice of financial reason. 3,000 silver pieces to set up the water rollers and the drying racks. Ragnar estimated. Jida opened the royal ledger. She didn't even need to look. "We have 200 silver pieces in the discretionary fund," she said flatly. "The rest is tied up in the iron tithe repayment plan." Ragnar deflated. He had the idea, he had the tech, he was broke. "Who has money?" Ragnar asked. "Real money, not tied to the king's hoard." Jida thought for a moment. "Your father." "Ulf," Ragnar scoffed. "He's a warrior. He spends his money on axes and ale." "No," Jida corrected. "Ulf is a chieftain. Before he came here, he raided the coast of Frisia for 10 years. He has a personal chest that he buries under his tent. Everyone knows about Ulf's chest." Ragnar blinked. His father was holding out on him. "Vinod." "Sorry, Jida," Ragnar said, grabbing his cloak. "Hold the fort. I'm going to make a pitch to the board." Ulf was polishing his helmet when Ragnar entered. The older man looked tired but happy. The success of the Siege Ball League had made him popular among the men again. "Ragnar," Ulf boomed. "Come to check on the troops. They are ready to bite the walls." I am here for business, father, Ragnar said, sitting on a stool. Didn't waste time, he launched into the paper pitch. He explained how expensive vellum was. He explained how a paper mill could produce cheap writing material not just for the army but for export. Imagine, Ragnar said, his hands moving animatedly. Every monastery in England needs to write Bibles. We sell them the paper. We become the suppliers of the word of God. We take their gold and they thank us for it. Ulf listened, scratching his beard. He didn't understand cellulose, but he understood taking gold from monks. But Ragnar paused for effect. I need seed money. The king's funds are dry. Ulf narrowed his eyes. You want my Frisian gold? It's an investment, Ragnar promised. I will give you 10% equity in the Northumbrian Paper Company. Ulf sighed. He stood up and walked to the corner of the tent. He pulled back a rug and started digging in the dirt with a dagger. You are a strange son, Ulf grunted, pulling up a heavy, iron-bound chest. Most sons ask for a sword or a ship. You ask for money to make mushy wood sheets. He opened the chest. It was filled with silver arm rings, Frankish coins, and a few gold chalices. Take it, Ulf said, shoving a handful of silver toward Ragnar. Ragnar, yes, father. If this paper turns out to be useless, Ulf warned, pointing a calloused finger, you will write me a very long apology on the expensive sheepskin. Deal, Ragnar grinned, scooping the silver into a pouch. Later that day, an imperial edict was posted in the camp square. Proclamation of the paper mill. Ragnar stood before the gathered builders. We have conquered iron, Ragnar shouted. We have conquered gravity. Now we conquer the written word. He held up a piece of rough, grayish prototype paper he had made in a bucket earlier. It was ugly. It smelled like wet socks. This, Ragnar declared, is the future of the empire. No more dead sheep. We will turn our old rags and the bark of the trees into knowledge. The men cheered mostly because Bjorn was cheering and they didn't want to be the only ones silent. What is he talking about? Sven asked Eric. I think he wants us to write letters to our mothers, Eric shrugged. I can't write, Sven said. That, Eric smiled, looking at the academy tent, is probably next on his list. Ragnar walked back to his tent, the silver heavy in his belt. He had the funding. He had the tech. Now he just needed to teach 5,000 Vikings how to read so they could buy his paper. One problem at a time, Ragnar muttered. Entering his tent. First we take York, then we teach them the alphabet. Jida, Ragnar called out. Get the weasel, I have a new product for the export list. The manufacturing zone. 1 hour later, Ragnar walked out of the tent, with the swagger of a man who had just closed a series of funding round. He handed the sack to Jida, who was waiting outside. Secure this, Ragnar whispered. This is our future. Jida peeked inside the sack, her eyes widened. You robbed him. I onboarded a strategic partner, Ragnar corrected. Now, Vinod, I mean Jida, find me the scribes. Scribes, we have prisoners, Ragnar said. Monks we picked up along the coast, and some of the thralls were merchants' clerks. Bring me anyone who knows how to hold a quill. The experimental lab, a leaky shed near the river. Later that afternoon, a strange assembly took place near the riverbank. Ragnar stood before 5 confused, shivering men. 3 were captured monks, brothers Osric, Bede, and Athelstan, not that one. 2 were former thralls who claimed to know how to mix ink. They looked at the Viking warlord with terror. They expected to be sacrificed to Odin. Instead, Ragnar pointed to a vat of boiling water mixed with wood shavings and old rags. Gentlemen, Ragnar announced, welcome to your new job. You are no longer prisoners. You are the research and development team. Brother Osric, a balding man with ink-stained fingers, stepped forward trembling. My lord, you are cooking soup. I am cooking knowledge, Ragnar said. I know the theory. We mash the fibers. We bleach them with lime. We press them flat on wire mesh screens. We dry them. Ragnar picked up a crude frame. He had built a wooden square with a fine copper mesh stretched across it. I need paper, Ragnar said, not the thick yellow parchment you use. I want thin, white, durable paper, smooth enough to write on, cheap enough to burn. He looked at the group. The man who figures out the perfect ratio of wood pulp to rag fiber, Ragnar promised, becomes the head of the paper mill. He gets his own tent, he gets meat every night, and he gets a salary in silver. The terror in the monk's eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden, intense professional interest. Salary in a Viking camp, wood pulp. Brother Osric muttered, looking at the vat. If we use too much willow, it will be dark, but if we use birch and mix it with linen. Exactly, Ragnar encouraged. Innovate, experiment. I want a prototype by tomorrow morning. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. Oh, and one more thing. If you try to write secret messages to the Saxons on my paper, I will use you as the pulp for the next batch. The monks nodded vigorously. They understood the terms of employment perfectly. Ragnar returned to the shed. Brother Osric looked like a mad scientist. His robe was tied up, his arms were covered in white slurry, and he had a wild grin on his face. "Lord Ragnar," Osric shouted, holding up a sheet. It wasn't perfect. It was slightly gray and rough around the edges, but it was thin, it was flexible, and it was dry. Ragnar took the sheet. He pulled a piece of charcoal from his belt and wrote his name. The charcoal glided smoothly. "It holds the ink," Osric explained breathlessly. "We used a bit of animal glue in the mix to size it. It prevents bleeding." Ragnar looked at the sheet. It cost fractions of a penny to make. A sheet of vellum cost 5 silver pieces. "You have done it," Ragnar whispered. "You have democratized information." He looked at Osric. "Congratulations, Director Osric, you are now the head of the Northumbrian Paper Company." Osric wept. "Thank you, Lord. Can I have a chicken?" "You can have 2, Ragnar laughed. He handed the sheet to Jida, who had just arrived. "Write the order," Ragnar commanded. "We need 10,000 sheets. We are going to flood the monasteries. We are going to flood the merchants. We are going to print, well, write, propaganda leaflets to drop over the walls of York." Jida touched the paper. She looked at Ragnar with a mixture of fear and awe. "You're going to change everything, aren't you?" she whispered. "First the iron, now the words." "Words are cheaper than iron," Ragnar said, looking at the bustling camp, "and they last longer." He looked toward his father's tent in the distance. "Don't worry, father," Ragnar thought. "Your retirement fund just outperformed the looting of Paris." "Load the wagons," Ragnar ordered. "The weasel has a new product to sell, and tell him to tell the Saxons. It's imported from the Holy Land. They'll pay triple." The order from Ragnar had been clear. Make paper. Make it cheap. Make it now. Inside the leaky shed designated as the research lab, the 3 captured monks, brothers Osric, Bede, and Athelstan, stared at the bubbling vats of wood pulp with a mix of religious fervor and sheer panic. They were men of the cloth, used to copying scripture in quiet scriptoriums, not boiling old rags in a Viking war camp. "The director says we need to increase output," Osric muttered, stirring a vat of gray sludge. "He says the current rate of 1 sheet every 10 minutes is an insult to industry. He also said he'd feed us to the pigs if we didn't improve," Bede whimpered, checking the consistency of the pulp. "I don't like pigs, brother. They look at you like they know things." The 3rd monk, Athelstan, was the youngest. Unlike his terrified brothers, he had a dangerous glint in his eye. He was the one who had suggested adding animal glue to the mix yesterday. "We are doing it wrong," Athelstan announced, dropping a handful of birch bark into the grinder. "We are trying to mash the wood by hand. It takes too long. My arms feel like jelly." "The director mentioned mechanization," Osric said, scratching his bald spot. "He talked about water wheels, but we are in a shed. There is no river here. There is the stream near the foundry," Athelstan pointed out. "And there is the wheel." "The toke wheel," Bede gasped. "The one they use for the bellows. We can't use that. The director of Iron Leif guards it with a hammer." "We don't need that wheel," Athelstan grinned, picking up a sketch Ragnar had left behind. "We need to build our own, but smaller. And we don't need a man to run it. We need a donkey." Osric and Bede looked at each other. They looked at the diagram. It showed a vertical axle turned by a beast of burden, engaging with a horizontal gear that drove a series of heavy wooden hammers. "If we build this," Athelstan whispered, "the hammers will pound the rags and wood 20 times a minute. We won't need to stir. We won't need to mash. The donkey does the work." "But we don't have a donkey," Osric pointed out. "The weasel has a donkey," Athelstan said. "I saw him trying to sell it to a camp follower for 3 turnips. 10 minutes later, the 3 monks stood nervously in front of Ethelwulf, the weasel, the newly appointed head of export. He was sitting on a crate of iron skillets eating a stolen apple. "You want my donkey?" Ethelwulf asked, chewing loudly. "Her name is Matilda. She has a bad attitude and she bites." "We need her for science," Athelstan said bravely. "We need rotational torque." "I don't know what torque is," Ethelwulf said, "but Matilda is expensive. She is a strategic asset. The director Ragnar authorized us to requisition." "Resources," Osric lied, sweating profusely. Ethelwulf narrowed his eyes. "Did he now? And what is the director offering?" "Paper," Athelstan said quickly. "We will give you the first batch of the new high-grade paper, 500 sheets. You can sell it to the scribes in York for a fortune." Ethelwulf stopped chewing. He did the math. A donkey was worth maybe 2 silver pieces. 500 sheets of paper, if sold to desperate clerks, could fetch 50. "Matilda likes carrots," Ethelwulf said, hopping off the crate. "And she hates Mondays, take her." By midday, the shed had been transformed. Using spare timber from the shipyard, and a few iron axles Leif had begrudgingly cast for. After they bribed him with a promise of documentation for his legacy, the monks had built a contraption. Matilda the donkey was harnessed to a central pole. As she walked in a circle, chasing a carrot on a stick, she turned a large wooden gear. The gear's teeth caught on a horizontal shaft, lifting heavy wooden hammers and dropping them into the vats of pulp. The rhythmic pounding echoed through the camp. "It works," Bede shouted, dancing a little jig. "Look at the pulp, it's turning into mush in minutes." "Now the pressing," Athelstan commanded. "Osric, get the frames." Usually, pressing the water out of the paper sheets took hours of placing heavy stones on top of the stack. But Athelstan had another idea. He had raided the kitchen. He produced a massive screw press used for making cheese. "We stack the wet sheets between felt," Athelstan explained. "We put them in the cheese press. We crank it down. The water squeezes out instantly." They worked like men possessed. The donkey walked. The hammers pounded. The cheese press squeaked. By the time the sun began to dip, they had produced a stack of paper that stood 2 feet high. It wasn't the gray, rough stuff from yesterday. It was white thanks to the lime, smooth. Thanks to the hammers and uniform. "It's beautiful," Osric wept, touching the top sheet. "It's smoother than vellum. The Lord has truly blessed us." "The Lord and Matilda," Athelstan corrected, feeding the donkey a carrot. Ragnar was in the middle of a squat drill session with the new recruits when Jida approached him. "Director," she said, her voice holding a hint of amusement, "the monks want you." "Did they burn down the shed?" Ragnar asked, wiping sweat from his face. "No, they say they have revolutionized the industry." Ragnar raised an eyebrow. He followed Jida to the riverside shed. When he entered, he stopped dead. He saw the donkey walking in circles. He saw the automated hammers pounding the pulp. He saw the cheese press squeezing out water. And he saw 3 monks standing proudly next to a stack of paper that looked like it belonged in a modern stationery store. "Long live the builder," the monks shouted in unison. Ragnar walked over to the stack. He picked up a sheet. He held it to the light. No lumps, no bark. Just clean, fibrous structure. "Who built the trip hammer?" Ragnar asked, looking at the machinery. "Brother Athelstan, my lord," Osric said, pushing the young monk forward. "He stole the donkey." Ragnar looked at Athelstan. He saw the spark of engineering in the monk's eyes. "You stole a donkey to build a camshaft drive?" Ragnar asked. "Ideally, we would use water power, Lord," Athelstan said, nervousness replaced by technical pride. "But the stream is too far. The donkey provides consistent torque." Ragnar laughed. It was a genuine, delighted laugh. "Torque," Ragnar repeated. "A monk talking about torque in the 9th century. I love it." He turned to Jida. "This is it. This is the medium of the empire. We can print orders. We can print maps. We can print money." "Money?" Jida asked sharply. "Promissory notes," Ragnar corrected. "Paper money backed by the king's hoard. It's lighter than silver." He looked at Athelstan. "Brother, you are no longer a scribe. You are the chief engineer of the paper mill. You get a salary, and Matilda gets a pension." "Thank you, Lord," Athelstan beamed. "Now," Ragnar said, his mind already racing to the next step. "We have the paper, we have the iron, we have the army. But we still have one problem." "What problem?" Jida asked. "We seem to be solving everything." "Communication," Ragnar said. "I can write an order on this paper, but if I send a runner to the front line, it takes 10 minutes. In a siege, 10 minutes is a lifetime." He looked at the high dunes surrounding the camp. "I need a way to talk to the army instantly." "Without shouting?" "Flags," Jida suggested. "Semaphores," Ragnar nodded. "Optical telegraphy. We need to standardize a code. Red flag means attack. Blue flag means hold. 2 flags crossed means the king is hungry." He grabbed a fresh sheet of the new paper and a stick of charcoal. "Athelstan, I need you to draw. You're going to write the first field manual of signals." The monks gathered around. For the first time, they weren't copying ancient texts. They were writing something new. Ragnar sketched rapidly. "This is the code," he said. "Simple patterns, visible from a mile away." As he drew, he felt the momentum of history shifting. He wasn't just building weapons anymore. He was building the nervous system of an army. "Vinod, I mean Jida," Ragnar said, handing her the first page. "Take this to Bjorn. Tell him the academy has a new class tomorrow, flag waving 101. Jida took the paper. She looked at the donkey, the monks, and the pile of white sheets. "You build a strange world, Ragnar," she said softly, "but I think I like living in it." "It gets better," Ragnar promised. "Wait until I invent the printing press." "The what?" "Never mind, one revolution at a time." The donkey, Matilda, was having a very productive week. Ragnar stood inside the shed, watching the wooden gears turn. "It works better than I calculated," Ragnar admitted, checking the consistency of the slurry. The fibers are breaking down perfectly. Brother Osric, now wearing a leather apron over his monk's robes, beamed with pride. We have optimized the mix, Director. 20% birch bark, 80% linen rags. It dries white and crisp. And the output? Ragnar asked. 200 sheets a day, Osric reported. If we add another donkey, we could double it. Ragnar nodded. Do it. The weasel can find another donkey. We need to stockpile. He picked up a finished sheet of paper. It was rougher than modern printer paper, but miles ahead of the thick. Greasy vellum the monks were used to. It was light. It was foldable. It was dangerous. Pack the first batch, Ragnar ordered. Jida needs it for the ledger, and I need it for the manual. He walked out of the shed, leaving the rhythmic pounding behind. The paper mill was a success, but paper was useless if you didn't have anything to say. Bjorn was standing on top of the highest sand dune, holding 2 large sticks. Attached to the sticks were squares of red and white cloth, the first prototypes of the Signal Corps flags. I feel ridiculous, Bjorn shouted down to Ragnar. I look like a bird trying to mate. You look like a communications tower, Ragnar shouted back. Now give me the signal for enemy sighted. Bjorn sighed, a sound that carried over the wind. He held the red flag straight up and the white flag horizontally to the right. Good. Ragnar checked his slate. Now hold position. Bjorn crossed the flags over his chest. Excellent, now the king needs a beer. Bjorn dropped the flags and made a drinking motion with his hand. We need to work on that one, Ragnar laughed. He climbed the dune to stand beside his brother. From this height, they could see the entire encampment. The smoke from the blast furnace, the towering trebuchets, the neatly organized tents of the builder's corps. It was a machine of war humming with efficiency. But then Ragnar saw something else. On the southern horizon, moving along the coast road, was a dust cloud. It wasn't a raiding party. It was an ocean of men. Visitors, Bjorn said, his playful tone vanishing. He gripped the flags like weapons. Ragnar squinted. He saw banners, not the simple raven of King Horik. These banners were elaborate, trimmed with gold and black fur. That's not the enemy, Ragnar realized, a cold knot forming in his stomach. That's management. An hour later, the camp was in a frenzy. King Horik was running around his tent, yelling at his servants to find his good cape. Jarl Sigurd was frantically trying to hide the accounting books. Even Ulf looked nervous, polishing his axe with aggressive speed. Who is coming? Ragnar asked, stepping into the chaos. Is it the Saxons? Worse, King Horik hissed, adjusting his gold chain. It's the commander. The sons of Lothbrok. The sons of Lothbrok. In his previous life, in the 21st century, Ragnar had read the history books. He had watched the TV shows. Ragnar Lothbrok was a semi-mythical figure, the ultimate Viking hero, but his sons were historical facts. They were the ones who led the great heathen army. They were the ones who conquered kingdoms. They were the board of directors, and Horik was just a regional manager. They are here to inspect us, Ulf whispered to Ragnar. They want to know why we haven't attacked York yet. They want to know why we are building chimneys on the beach. Let them come, Ragnar said, straightening his tunic. We have results. The procession that entered the camp was terrifying. First came the elite huskarls, men who looked like they ate rocks for breakfast. Then came the standard bearers. And then the leaders. There was Ubba, a mountain of a man who made even Bjorn look average. Carried a hammer that looked like it weighed 10 stone. There was Halfdan, lean and scarred, with eyes that constantly scanned for throats to slit. And finally, carried on a shield by 4 massive warriors, came Ivar the Boneless. Ragnar stared. In his old world, historians debated Ivar. Was he brittle-boned? Was he hypermobile? Was he just unable to walk? Here in the flesh, Ivar was a nightmare. His legs were withered and useless, twisted beneath him. But his upper body was immense, corded with muscle. His eyes were a piercing, unnatural blue, the same color as the gas flame in a Bunsen burner. He didn't look like a cripple. He looked like a king who had discarded the need for walking, because he had servants to do it. For him, the procession stopped in the center of the camp, right in front of the blast furnace. Ivar signaled with a single finger. The bearers lowered the shield. Ivar dragged himself forward on his arms, moving like a spider. He looked at the roaring furnace. He looked at the trebuchets. He looked at the whole of Truth Testing Station. King Horik stepped forward, bowing low. Lord Ivar, Lord Ubba, welcome to our forward operating base. Ivar ignored him. He crawled over to a pile of cast iron cannonballs, Ragnar's latest experiment for the trebuchets. He picked one up. It was heavy, perfectly round and seamless. Made this? Ivar asked. His voice was soft, high-pitched and terrifying. Ragnar felt a shove from behind. It was Jida. Go, she whispered. Ragnar stepped forward. I did, Lord Ivar. Ivar turned his head. He looked at Ragnar the engineer, the bastard son, the man from the future. Ragnar felt a strange sensation. It was a bizarre form of celebrity all mixed with historical dread. In his past life, Ivar the Boneless was a legend. He was the Napoleon of the North, a tactical genius who dismantled the Anglo-Saxon heptarchy piece by piece. He was the one who killed King Egil. He was the one who captured York. But in the history books, Ivar was cruel. He was a monster. He didn't care about logistics or industrial safety standards. He cared about suffering. Ragnar realized he was standing in front of a man who possessed a genius-level intellect for violence. I am an engineer, Ragnar thought. I build things. Ivar destroys things. We are natural opposites. But he also felt a strange kinship. Ivar was disabled. In a Viking society that worshipped physical perfection, Ivar had risen to the top through sheer willpower and tactical brilliance. He had hacked the system of Viking leadership. He's like me, Ragnar realized. He uses his brain because his body failed him. He's the original user of leverage. You are the builder? Ivar asked, breaking Ragnar's train of thought. He tossed the iron ball in the air and caught it. I heard rumors of fat ships, rumors of magic rocks that burn, rumors of a king who pays his men to collect garbage. Ivar smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. I expected a giant, Ivar said, looking at Ragnar's average frame. Or a wizard. You look like a clerk. Appearances can be deceiving, Lord, Ragnar said, keeping his voice steady. This ball looks like a rock, but it is heavier than stone and harder than iron. It breaks walls. Ubba stepped forward, looming over them. Horik says you promised to take York in 2 days. We have been sieging cities for years. It takes months. That was before, Ragnar said. He pointed to the trebuchet. That is a force multiplier. It does the work of 100 men. Force multiplier, Ivar repeated the phrase. He tasted it. He liked it. Show me, Ivar commanded. He dragged himself toward the god hammer. Show me how you multiply force. Ragnar, a sharp whisper snapped Ragnar out of his daze. It was Bjorn standing beside him with the semaphore flag still tucked in his belt. He's looking at you, Bjorn hissed. Stop staring at his legs. Ragnar shook his head, clearing the historical fanboy fog. He wasn't reading a textbook. He was in a muddy camp and the most dangerous man in Europe was waiting for a demo. Right, Ragnar said. Vinod, I mean Bjorn, load the machine, standard payload, target the shipwreck. He turned to Ivar. Lord Ivar, Ragnar said, gesturing to the viewing platform, a pile of crates, if you would join the king. We are about to conduct a live fire exercise. Ivar's eyes gleamed. I like fire. The paper mill shed, Viking encampment the donkey. Matilda plodded in her eternal circle. In the center of the shed, Ivar the Boneless sat on a pile of fresh straw. He held a sheet of Ragnar's new paper in his hands, turning it over and over with long, pale fingers. Ragnar stood nearby, trying to look like a confident director of industry rather than a man whose life depended on the mood of a sociopath. King Horik and Jarl Ubba stood in the background, watching the scene with the tension of men waiting for a bomb to go off. It is light, Ivar whispered, his voice a high, reedy sound that scraped against the nerves. Lighter than vellum. Lighter than wood. He looked up at Ragnar, his eyes burning with a terrifying intelligence. You say you can make thousands of these. As long as we have rags and trees, Lord Ivar, Ragnar replied. We produced 500 sheets this morning. Ivar laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. It sounded like a fox screaming. Ubba, Ivar called out without looking away from Ragnar. How long does it take to send a message to the rearguard in a battle? By horse, 10 minutes, Ubba grunted, leaning on his massive hammer. By runner, 20, and usually the runner gets killed or forgets the message. Forgetfulness, Ivar murmured. The enemy of conquest. He grabbed a piece of charcoal and drew a crude line on the paper. This changes the battlefield, builder maps, orders, lists of traders. Ivar looked at the paper mill's machinery. You are not just building weapons. You are building a mind, a shared mind for the army. Ragnar nodded. Information is logistics, Lord. Logistics is victory. Ivar pulled himself up, using his incredible upper body strength to drag his torso onto a crate. He looked at King Horik. Horik, Ivar said, his tone dismissing the king's rank entirely. You have been hiding this man. You told us you had a carpenter. You did not tell us you had a sorcerer. King Horik stiffened, his hand twitching near his sword. He is my subject, Ivar. He serves Oakhaven. He serves me. He serves the army, Ivar corrected coldly. The tension in the shed spiked. This was the dangerous game Ragnar had feared. The sons of Lothbrok were the true power. Horik was just a middle manager with a crown. Ivar turned back to Ragnar. I have heard of your trade, Ivar said, his eyes gleaming. The weasel. The iron skillet sent to Mercia. Ragnar swallowed. He hadn't realized Ivar's spies were that good. It is an economic strategy, Lord. We sell them brittle iron. When they fight us, their weapons will break. Ivar paused. He looked stunned, and a slow, wide grin spread across his face. It was the smile of a predator who had just found a new way to hunt. You arm the enemy with glass swords, Ivar whispered. That is exquisite. It is cruel. I love it. Ivar beckoned Ragnar closer. But you are thinking too small, builder. You use the weasel to sell pots. I want to use him to sell eyes. Eyes? Ragnar asked. Paper. Ivar tapped the sheet. You will give the weasel maps, blank maps. He will trade them to the Mercian lords. He will tell them it is the new fashion from Francia. But you will treat the paper with something that marks where they take it. Ragnar's engineer brain spun. Invisible ink, no, too complex. Unique watermarks. We can watermark the paper, Ragnar realized. We press a symbol into the wet pulp. Each batch has a different symbol. If we find a map on a dead Saxon, we will know exactly which lord bought it and where it came from. A trail of breadcrumbs. Ivar nodded, satisfied. You understand the game. Ivar turned to his brother Ubba. We do not burn this camp, Ivar announced. We keep it, this industry, it travels with us. The builder is now a protected asset of the great heathen army. He looked at King Horik with a challenge in his eyes. Do you agree, King Horik? Horik's face was red, but he bowed stiffly. Of course, the builder is valuable. Good, Ivar dragged himself toward the exit. Tomorrow we march on York. Builder, I want your machines at the front, and I want a map of the city on this paper by sunset. As the sons of Lothbrok left, the air in the shed seemed to return. Ragnar exhaled, his knees shaking slightly. That went well, Ragnar muttered. Too well, a voice hissed. Ragnar turned. King Horik remained, and he looked furious. The royal pavilion. 10 minutes later, Ragnar was summoned to Horik's tent. It was intimate. Only Horik, Ulf, and Princess Jyda were present. Horik paced the rug, kicking a goblet across the room. He wants to steal you, Horik spat, pointing a shaking finger at Ragnar. Ivar, the cripple, he sees what you are. He wants to take you from me. He wants to make you his pet engineer. I serve you, my king, Ragnar said carefully. For how long? Horik countered. Until Ivar offers you a kingdom, until he threatens to break your legs like his own. Horik stopped pacing. He looked at Ulf. Ulf, your son is too dangerous to be a free agent. He is not a jarl. He has no lands. He is a mercenary with a brain of gold. If I don't bind him, I lose him. Ulf looked uncomfortable. He is loyal, king. He gave me equity in the paper mill. Equity is wind, Horik shouted. I need blood. Ragnar looked at Jyda. She was sitting by the ledger, her face unreadable, but her hand was resting on the Valkyrie's sting at her belt. I have made a decision, Horik announced, his voice dropping to a somber, heavy tone. I cannot let Ivar take you, but I cannot fight Ivar. So I must make you immovable. The king walked over to Jyda. He placed a hand on her shoulder. My daughter, Horik said, his voice surprisingly gentle. You watch him, you audit him, you shoot men with his tubes. I do, father, Jyda said calmly. Do you trust his math? I trust that his math kills our enemies, she replied. Horik nodded. He turned to Ragnar. Ragnar, son of Ulf, you are a bastard. You have no noble blood. In the old world, you would be cleaning the stables. Horik took a deep breath. But in this new world, this world of gears and paper, you are a prince. The king drew his dagger. He cut a small lock of hair from Jyda's braid. He walked over and handed it to Ragnar. I betroth you to my daughter, Princess Jyda, King Horik declared. Ragnar froze. He looked at the lock of hair. He looked at his father, who dropped his ale horn in shock. He looked at Jyda. She didn't look surprised. She looked calculating. My king, Ragnar stammered. I am not worthy. No, you are not, Horik agreed bluntly. But you are necessary. If you are my son-in-law, Ivar cannot touch you without declaring war on my entire clan. It is a political shield. He looked at Ragnar with a desperate intensity. This is not a request, builder. This is a structural reinforcement of our alliance. You marry her, and you become jarl of the industrial district. You refuse, and I will have to kill you before Ivar recruits you. Ragnar looked at Jyda again. She stood up and walked over to him. She didn't look like a blushing bride. She looked like a partner closing a merger. It is a logical conclusion, Jyda said, her blue eyes locking onto his. We work well together. You build the systems, I manage the books. She extended her hand. Do you accept the contract, director? Ragnar looked at her hand. He thought about the modern world he had left behind. He thought about the brutality of the 9th century. And he thought about the woman who had asked for a weapon instead of a dress. He smiled. I accept the contract, Ragnar said, taking her hand. Good. King Horik slumped into his chair, looking 10 years older. Now get out. I need to drink. until I forget that I just gave my daughter to a man who plays with donkey. Poop. Outside the tent, Ragnar and Jida walked into the cool night air. The camp was buzzing with activity for the march tomorrow. So, Ragnar said, still holding the lock of hair, "We are engaged." "It seems so," Jida said, adjusting her cloak. "Does this change the organizational chart?" "I think it makes you my boss," Ragnar laughed. "I was always your boss," Jida corrected. "Now it is just official." She stopped and looked at the trebuchets towering against the stars. "My father is scared," she said softly. "The world is changing too fast for him. He thinks marriage will slow it down." "Will it?" "No," Jida turned to him, a fierce smile on her lips. "Now that we are aligned, we can go faster." She pointed north. "Take York, Ragnar. Give me a city to manage, and then we will see about this printing press you mentioned." Ragnar looked at his fiancée. "York first," Ragnar agreed. "Then the world." From the darkness, Bjorn's voice boomed. "Ragnar, the weasel is back. He says the Mercians want a refund on the skillets. They say the handles fall off." Ragnar sighed, the romantic moment shattered by customer service issues. "Tell them no refunds," Ragnar shouted back. "Tell them it's a feature. Modular cookware." Ragnar, who had no idea that international politics were about to crash his industrial party, was busy arguing with a sheet of paper. "The ink is bleeding," Ragnar complained, holding up a prototype map of York. "Brother Osric used too much water in the mix. The city walls look like a soup stain." Princess Jida, sitting across from him sharpening the Valkyrie's sting, didn't look up. "It's a beta version, Director. Use the charcoal stick. It's drier." Ragnar sighed. He was about to launch into a lecture on the importance of binding agents when Ethelwulf, the weasel, ducked into the tent. Usually, the weasel slunk in like a guilty dog. Today, he walked in with the nervous energy of a man holding a live grenade. Behind him stood two strangers. One man was dressed in fine wool, dyed a deep, expensive emerald green. He wore a silver brooch the size of a dinner plate. He looked like a jarl, but his beard was trimmed in a way that screamed civilized. The other man was clearly a bodyguard, silent, and holding a wrapped bundle that looked suspiciously like a heavy weapon. Ragnar had no clue why a delegation from outside the great army was here. He didn't have enmity with other Viking factions, but business was business, and unauthorized visitors were usually bad for business. "Long live the builder," the man in green said, bowing with a flourish that was far too polite for a war camp. "I am Floki," the guest continued smoothly, "an envoy from the Kingdom of Dublin. I come with goodwill and curiosity." Ragnar nodded, putting down his ruined map. "Please, guests, sit. Jida, pour the ale." Jida raised an eyebrow at being ordered around, but she played the role, pouring 2 horns of the good stuff. "So," Ragnar took a sip, trying to look like a wise warlord instead of a tired engineer. "What brings the Irish Vikings to the mud of Northumbria?" Floki smiled. It was a merchant smile, sharp and devoid of warmth. "Your Highness, or Director, as they call you, we are here on the orders of King Olaf the White of Dublin. We wish to discuss a merger." Ragnar was surprised. Dublin was the Silicon Valley of the Viking world, a trade hub of immense wealth. "Explain in detail." Floki leaned forward. "It is like this, Director. We came to know through a mutual associate in Mercia that you are capable of mass-producing cast iron. Specifically, we know about the blast furnace." Ragnar dropped his charcoal stick. It hit the table and rolled onto the floor. He was in disbelief. The dragon's gut was a state secret. Did Toke talk? Ragnar thought frantically. Did the monks send a pigeon, or did Leif get drunk and brag about the lava? He quickly composed himself, but he knew he had flinched. The mistake was made. Since the secret was out, Ragnar dropped the friendly host act. His eyes went cold. "Floki," Ragnar said, his voice dropping an octave. "This is a matter of proprietary technology. You better tell me who leaked the IP address. I mean the location." Floki raised his hands in a placating gesture. He knew that if he offended the man who built the god hammer, he might not leave the tent alive. "Peace, Director," Floki said quickly. "No one betrayed you. We deduced it." He reached into his robe and pulled out a heavy, black object. He placed it on the table. It was one of Ragnar's defective iron skillets, the ones sold to the Mercians. "We bought a shipment of these from a Mercian smuggler." Floki explained. "We analyzed the metal. It is high carbon, it is brittle, but most importantly, it is uniform." Floki tapped the skillet. "Hand-forged iron has layers, it has grain. This was poured, and the volume. To flood Mercia with cheap iron requires a furnace hotter than anything in Europe. We did the math. You have a blast furnace." Ragnar picked up the skillet. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "Clever," Ragnar admitted. "Your king has smart assayers." King Olaf is a visionary, Floki agreed. He realized that if you can make bad iron by the ton, you can also make good iron, and Dublin needs iron. Floki pulled out a letter sealed with white wax. He handed it to Ragnar with both hands, treating it like a holy relic. Ragnar broke the seal. The paper was vellum, expensive, and the handwriting was neat. The letter outlined a proposal. King Olaf was fighting the High King of Ireland. He didn't need skillets. He needed the standard bolts. He needed the torsion spikes. And he was willing to pay in silver, slaves, and rare spices. But it was the logistics that stunned Ragnar. "We know you cannot transport weapons to Dublin easily," Floki said, pointing to a paragraph in the letter. "The sea is rough, but King Olaf proposes using the Weasel's network in reverse. Your man sells the bad iron to Mercia. Our ships raid the Mercian coast and steal the cargo. The Mercians think it's just Vikings being Vikings. In reality, it is a secure supply chain." Ragnar stared at the letter. Genius, Ragnar thought. This is money laundering, but for weapons. He realized he was still thinking too small. "Your king proposes a secret alliance," Ragnar said slowly. "We supply the tech, you supply the logistics and the silver." "Precisely," Floki nodded. Ragnar looked at Jida. She was reading the letter over his shoulder. "The economics are sound," Jida whispered. "Dublin silver is pure, and having an ally in the west squeezes the Saxons from both sides." "What else?" Ragnar asked Floki. "A deal this big usually comes with a hook." Floki cleared his throat. He looked a bit nervous. "Your Highness, we also wish to trade for biological assets." "Slaves?" Ragnar frowned. "We don't trade our own people." No, Floki waved his hands. "Bloodlines." As if on cue, the silent bodyguard stepped forward and placed a small portrait painted on wood on the table. It was a painting of a young woman with fiery red hair and a stern expression. "This is Princess Aud the Deep-Minded," Floki announced solemnly. "King Olaf's daughter. She is 18. She speaks 3 languages. She manages the Dublin treasury." Ragnar felt a cold sweat break out on his neck. He knew where this was going. "King Olaf has heard that the builder is unmarried," Floki continued. "He wishes to bind this alliance with blood. He offers Princess Aud's hand in marriage to the director of industry." Ragnar froze. He slowly turned his head to look at Jida. Jida was sitting very still. Her hand was resting casually on the hilt of the Valkyrie's sting. Her expression was calm, which was terrifying. "Is that so?" Jida asked, her voice light and airy. "King Olaf is very generous." Floki, sensing the drop in temperature but not understanding the source, pressed on. "It is a great honor. Princess Aud is known for her intellect. The king believes that a marriage between the builder and the deep-minded would produce children who could rule the world with math." Ragnar's internal monologue was screaming. "In my past life, I was single because I worked too much. Now I have 2 princesses trying to marry me for my GDP output." He looked at the portrait. Princess Aud did look smart and rich, but then he looked at Jida. Jida, who had helped him build the academy. Jida, who aimed the torsion spike. Jida, who was currently looking at Floki like he was a target on a range. Ragnar cleared his throat. "Floki," Ragnar said, standing up, "this is an incredible offer. King Olaf honors me." "So you accept?" Floki beamed. However, Ragnar continued, walking around the table to stand next to Jida. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "There is a slight logistical error in your intelligence." "Error?" Floki blinked. "The director," Jida said, standing up and unsheathing a small dagger to clean her nails, "is already a protected asset of the Oakhaven clan." "I am betrothed," Ragnar clarified, trying to sound regretful but mostly feeling terrified of his fiancée. "To Princess Jida, the mistress of the ledger." Floki's smile faltered. He looked from Ragnar to the woman with the knife. He realized his mistake instantly. "Ah," Floki gulped. "I see, the intelligence was outdated." "Very outdated," Jida confirmed. "But tell King Olaf this, the builder cannot marry his daughter, but we accept the alliance." She leaned over the table, her blue eyes locking onto Floki's. "We will send the bolts, we will take the silver, and in exchange we will send Princess Aud a gift, a torsion spike, custom made. Tell her, it is a gift from her sister in commerce." Ragnar watched Jida handle the negotiation. She hadn't killed the envoy, she hadn't screamed, she had pivoted the deal, asserted dominance, and kept the customer. "She is terrifying," Ragnar thought with admiration. "I definitely picked the right one." "We accept," Floki said hurriedly, relieved he wasn't being executed. "A torsion spike for the princess. She loves gadgets. It is a perfect gift." "Good," Ragnar said, sitting back down. "Now about the shipping rates for the first crate of bolts." Later that evening, the Dublin envoys had left, carrying a crate of sample bolts and a very distinct fear of Northumbrian women. Ragnar and Jida sat alone in the tent. You hesitated, Jida said, not looking up from her ledger. I was shocked, Ragnar defended himself. It's not every day someone offers me a kingdom. Dublin is damp, Jida noted. And the food is boiled. True, Ragnar agreed, and I prefer your auditing style. Jida stopped writing, she looked at him. We need a spy network, she said abruptly. What? If Dublin deduced the blast furnace from a skillet, the Saxons will too. King Ale isn't stupid. We got lucky this time that it was a friend, next time it will be an assassin. Ragnar nodded, she was right. He had focused on offense machines, iron paper, he had neglected defense. Intelligence, Ragnar mused. We need a department that doesn't exist, shadows. I will build it, Jida decided. I have the ledger. I know who spends money they shouldn't have. I know who talks. The mistress of whispers? Ragnar smiled. No, Jida stood up, blowing out the candle. The auditor. Everyone fears the auditor. Ragnar chuckled in the dark. Tomorrow we hit York, he whispered. In the command tent of the Viking Industrial Corps. Ragnar held a small, painted wooden board in his hands. It was a portrait of Princess Aud of Dublin. His eyes scanned the painting. The artist had been generous or perhaps terrified of the subject. Princess Aud had sharp, intelligent eyes, hair the color of a dying sunset, and a jawline that suggested she could chew through a shield wall. She looked remarkably like a CEO from his previous life who had fired 3 departments before lunch. He was surprised by the quality of the pigment. Then he thought it was normal. The Irish monasteries were famous for their illuminated manuscripts, and the Vikings of Dublin had likely borrowed a few monks to paint their royalty. However, what caused him to pause was not the beauty, but the intense gaze of the woman sitting across the table from him. Princess Jida was sharpening her dagger. She looks capable, Ragnar ventured, his voice cracking slightly. She looks like she counts her copper pieces twice, Jida commented, not looking up from her blade. And she is 18, a prime age for political merger. Ragnar's in her 21st century mind rioted. Bigamy is illegal. Bigamy gets you stabbed. He knew that in this era, powerful jarls often had multiple wives or concubines. But being an educated modern engineer, he knew that managing one relationship was hard enough. Managing 2, where both women carried weapons, was a statistical impossibility for survival. The portrait is irrelevant, Ragnar declared, placing the wood face down on the table. As I told Floki, the position of wife is currently filled by the head of internal audit. Jida stopped sharpening. She smiled terrifyingly. Good answer, Director. Ragnar turned to Floki, the Dublin envoy who was sweating in his fine green wool. Floki, Ragnar said, getting down to business. We accept the alliance, but we cannot accept the marriage. I am unavailable, however, we still need to settle the payment terms. Floki wiped his forehead. A shame. Princess Aud would have loved your chin, but business is business. I know Dublin is rich in silver, Ragnar continued. But silver is just metal. We need resources. Floki didn't reply verbally, he snapped his fingers. 2 burly bodyguards stepped forward carrying a heavy cedar chest. Your Highness, Floki said, we have silver, yes, but we heard rumors that the builder likes strange earth. Ragnar was confused. He watched as the guard opened the chest. It was filled with a white, crystalline powder. It looked like dirty snow. Ragnar frowned. He reached in and took a pinch. He rubbed it between his fingers. It was gritty. He touched it to his tongue, a dangerous habit from his chemistry class days. It tasted salty. Bitter. Cool. Ragnar's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat. Potassium nitrate, saltpeter, niter. In the 21st century this was common. In 865 AD it was magic. It was found in bat caves, in stable scrapings, in the efflorescence of damp walls. Ragnar looked at Floki. Where did you get this? We trade with the Spanish Moors, Floki explained. They use it to cool their water. They call it Chinese snow. We thought it was useless, just fancy salt. But the weasel, your man Ethelwulf, he told us you might like it. Ragnar felt a surge of ecstasy that no pile of gold could match. He had charcoal from the paper mill waste. He had sulfur from the impurities in the sea coal. Now he had saltpeter, gunpowder. He wasn't ready to make guns, the metallurgy wasn't there yet. But he could make blasting powder. He could make grenades. He could turn the walls of York into gravel without waiting for the trebuchets to pound them for a week. Floki, Ragnar said, his voice trembling with joy. You have brought me the dust of the gods. When Floki saw the engineer holding a handful of white dust and laughing like a maniac, he felt confident the trade was secure. How about it, Director? Floki asked. Can we reach terms? Yes, Ragnar said, dusting off his hands. We will trade, but my mistress of the ledger will negotiate the rates. He didn't negotiate prices himself. He knew Jida would squeeze every ounce of value out of them. As he was about to leave to run a chemical test, Floki stopped him. "Director," Floki said, "one condition. We want the torsion spikes, but we want them discreet. Dublin is a nest of spies. If our enemies see us carrying Northumbrian weapons, they will know we are allied." Ragnar thought about it. "We can stamp them with Frankish markings, make them look like imports from the continent." Floki grinned. "Perfect." Later that day, Jida sat down with Floki to hammer out the details. "Welcome to the Industrial Corps, Envoy Floki," she said, opening her ledger. "I hope you are good at math." "I am a merchant, my lady," Floki grinned. "I count in my sleep." As they talked, the air around them crackled with the friction of two sharks negotiating the price of blood. After 3 hours of intense discussion, the alliance was codified. Preamble: recognizing the shared need for profit, the destruction of Saxon hegemony, and the advancement of kinetic technology, the Kingdom of Dublin and the Industrial Corps, hereinafter the partners, enter into this binding accord. Article 1. The non-aggression pact. The partners agree not to raid, pillage, or burn each other's ships. If a Dublin ship meets a Northumbrian industrial ship, they shall exchange greetings and ale, not arrows. Article 2. The supply chain. The Industrial Corps agrees to supply 500 units of standard bolts, 20 caliber, and 50 torsion spikes, civilian/concealed carry model. The Kingdom of Dublin agrees to supply 2 tons of raw niter, saltpeter, and 500 pounds of refined silver per month. Article 3. The logistics network. The Weasel Clause. Transportation shall be handled by the Ethelwolf Import/Export Group, the Weasel, to account for the risk of smuggling through Mercian waters. A tariff of 15% of the total cargo value shall be paid to Ethelwolf. This tax ensures that the Weasel does not sell the cargo to the highest bidder out of spite. Article 4. Intellectual property. The Kingdom of Dublin acknowledges that the blast furnace and torsion tech are the sole property of Director Ragnar. Any attempt to reverse engineer, steal, or kidnap the Director's smiths will result in the immediate termination of the alliance and the deployment of experimental kinetics against Dublin. Article 5. The marriage proxy. In lieu of a marriage alliance, the Industrial Corps gifts Princess Aude 1 gold-plated torsion spike with pearl inlay. This gift signifies that while the Director cannot marry her, he supports her right to shoot people from a distance. Article 6. Duration. This treaty shall remain in force until the walls of York fall or until the ale runs out. Signatories: done in the mud of Northumbria, 865 AD. Signed Ragnar Ulfsson, Director of Industry and Logistics. Signed Floki of the Green Envoy of King Olaf. The White witnessed by Jida Horriksdottir, Mistress of the Ledger Ethelwolf, the Weasel, Head of Export. Signed with a thumbprint because he was eating a chicken wing after the parchment was dried. Using the new rapid dry paper from the mill, Ragnar rolled it up. "It is done," Ragnar said. He looked at the chest of saltpeter. "Jida," he said, "get me charcoal, get me sulfur, and tell Bjorn to clear the beach." "Why?" Jida asked, putting away her quill. "Because," Ragnar smiled, a dangerous scientific glint in his eyes. "We are going to make a very loud noise." The march toward York had become a spectacle. What was once a ragtag horde of screaming Northmen had transformed, under Ragnar's influence, into a terrifyingly efficient column of industrial violence. At the front, the Signal Corps led by Bjorn, who waved his flags with the enthusiasm of a man swatting invisible bees, relayed orders instantly. Red flag, white flag, halt, blue flag, circular motion, water break. For the first time in Viking history, 5,000 men stopped to drink simultaneously, not because they were thirsty, but because a piece of cloth told them to. In the rear, the logistics wagons trundled along. The Weasel's transport carts were laden with the latest shipment from Dublin, sacks of white, crystalline saltpeter. Next to them rolled the wagons of sea coal from the coast. Ragnar sat on the back of a wagon, checking his ledger. The alliance with Dublin was holding. The brittle swords sold to Mercia had apparently caused a minor panic in their border skirmishes. "We are too heavy," Jida noted, sitting beside him. She was cleaning soot off her ledger. "The blast furnace components, the paper mill gears, the donkey. We move slower than a glacier." Ragnar looked at the sprawling camp they were setting up for the night. It was a mess. Tents were pitched on top of each other. The chemistry lab was pitched next to the cookfires. The paper drying racks were dangerously close to the blacksmith sparks. "It's a zoning nightmare," Ragnar muttered. "Osha would have a field day." "Who is Osha?" Jida asked. "Is she a goddess?" She is a very angry spirit that punishes you for unsafe working conditions, Ragnar sighed. Toke, the man who usually powered the bellows wheel, had been reassigned to the chemical mixing squad because his legs were tired. His job was simple: grind the charcoal into dust to mix with the sulfur and saltpeter. Ragnar was in the command tent, explaining the concept of explosive grenades to Ivar the Boneless. You put the powder in a clay pot, Ragnar explained, sketching on his new paper. You light the fuse. You throw it. Ivar's eyes were wide, reflecting the candlelight. And the limbs, do they fly? Ideally, Ragnar said. Suddenly a scream cut through the night. Fire, the magic dust is angry. Ragnar dropped his charcoal. He knew that voice. It was Toke. He sprinted out of the tent, Jida close behind him. The scene was apocalyptic. The chemistry tent was gone. In its place was a column of violet and orange flame that shot 30 feet into the air. The stash of sulfur had caught fire. Water, someone screamed. Throw water. No, Ragnar roared, his voice cracking. Sand, use sand, but it was too late. A well-meaning warrior dumped a bucket of water onto the chemical fire. The water flashed to steam, spreading the burning sulfur outward like a splash of liquid magma. The fire jumped. It hit the paper mill wagon. The drying racks, covered in hundreds of sheets of the new Ragnar paper, went up like paper. My manual, Bjorn screamed, running toward the fire to save the flag code book. Let it go, Bjorn. Ragnar tackled his brother into the mud. The wind picked up. The fire, fed by the strange chemicals from Dublin, burned with a heat that melted the iron fittings on the wagons. It licked at the edges of the royal pavilion. King Horik stood outside his tent, clutching a roasted chicken, watching his army turn into a bonfire. Ragnar, Horik shrieked, why is the air spicy? My eyes are burning. It was the sulfur dioxide fumes. Everyone upwind, Ragnar ordered, coughing into his sleeve. Move the men, let it burn. It took 3 hours for the fire to die down. Ragnar stood in the center of a blackened crater. The chemistry lab was gone. The paper mill was a pile of ash. Half the supply wagons were charcoal. Miraculously, the blast furnace, being made of brick, and the trebuchet survived. But the industrial district was a ruin. King Horik sat on a singed log, looking furious. Beside him, Ivar the Boneless was poking a melted iron skillet with a stick, looking amused. You nearly killed the king, Horik said, his voice trembling with rage. You and your OSHA spirit. It was an accident, Ragnar said, his face smeared with soot. Chemical volatility. We stored the oxidizers too close to the fuel source. I don't care about your wizard words. Horik stood up. I cannot have a bomb sleeping next to me. You are dangerous, builder. Your machines are useful, but your camp is a death trap. Ivar chuckled. I like the purple fire. Horik turned on Ivar. You wouldn't say that if your legs caught fire. This army is for fighting, not for blowing itself up before we see a Saxon. Horik pointed a shaking finger at Ragnar. No more experiments in the camp. You are banned. You want to cook rocks. You do it somewhere else, somewhere far away from my tent. Ragnar looked at the destruction. He looked at the wasted resources. He looked at his broken men, who were currently trying to salvage scrap metal from the ashes. He realized Horik was right. He couldn't build an industrial empire on the back of a wagon. He couldn't run a chemical plant in a tent city. He needed walls. He needed foundations. He needed zoning laws. He needed a city. You are right, my king, Ragnar said quietly. Horik blinked. He expected an argument. I am. We cannot march and build at the same time, Ragnar continued, his voice gaining strength. Industry requires stability. The blast furnace needs a permanent home. The paper mill needs a river, not a bucket. Ragnar walked over to the map table, which had miraculously survived the fire. He unrolled a charred map of Northumbria. He pointed to a spot on the coast, near the mouth of the River Tyne. It was close to the sea coal deposits. It was close to the iron mines he had scouted, and it was a natural harbor. I will not march to York with you, Ragnar announced. The gathered jarls gasped. Abandoning the army before a siege, that was treason. I will take the builders' corps, Ragnar said quickly. I will take the broken men, the smiths, and the monks. We will go here. He stabbed his finger onto the map. We will build a settlement, a permanent one. We will build the factory there. We will mine the coal. We will mass-produce the bolts, the paper, and the powder. He looked at Ivar. You want a supply chain. You want arrows that never run out. You want a map for every captain. I can't give you that from a wagon, but I can give you that from a city of iron. King Horik looked relieved. Getting the explosive wizard out of his camp sounded like a great idea. And what will you call this, soot-stained village? Horik asked. Ragnar looked at the blackened ground. He looked at the iron ingots that had survived the fire. We call it Jernheim, Ragnar said. Iron home. 2 days later, the great heathen army split. The main force, led by Ivar and Horik, marched southwest toward York, their banners flying. But a smaller column turned east. It was a strange parade. There were wagons piled high with bricks. There were donkeys, including the heroic Matilda. There were 400 men with limps, missing eyes, and wooden legs, marching in perfect step. At the head of the column rode Ragnar and Jida. Jida looked back at the main army, disappearing over the hill. "We are on our own," she said. "If the Saxons attack us while we build, we have no shield wall. We have torsion spikes," Ragnar reminded her, "and we have high ground." "We have a pile of mud and a dream," Jida corrected, "and a very angry king who expects a shipment of weapons in 2 weeks. Ragnar smiled. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "No more packing tents every morning. No more hiding the chemistry set." "Jida," Ragnar said, looking at the coastline ahead, "draft a new decree." Jida pulled out her portable ledger. "What is the decree?" "The decree of Jernheim," Ragnar dictated. 1. No open flames near the sulfur. 2. The river belongs to the paper mill. 3. Anyone caught stealing coal will be sentenced to running in the bellows wheel for a week. Jida scribbled furiously. "Is that all?" "No," Ragnar said, looking at the gray, rocky beach where his future city would rise. 4. We are open for business. They arrived at the location by midday. There was a fast-flowing river for the water wheels. There were black seams of coal visible in the cliff face. There was a deep water cove for the ships. "Unpack the wagons," Bjorn roared, jumping off his horse. "Broken men, form up." The men lined up. "We need a perimeter," Eric the Lame shouted, organizing the defense. "Use the wagons as a wall. We need a kiln," Leif the smith yelled, already digging in the clay. Ragnar stood on a hill overlooking the site. He closed his eyes. He saw a row of blast furnaces spewing orange fire. He saw a massive water-powered hammer forging steel plates. He saw a row of paper mills turning out knowledge by the ton. He saw a harbor filled with iron-clad ships. He turned to his people, the cripples, the monks, the thieves, and the outcasts. "Welcome home," Ragnar shouted. "Welcome to Jernheim. Now let's build an empire." The cheer that rose from the beach scared the seagulls away for miles. As the sun rose over the bleak Northumbrian coast, it did not find a quiet, sleepy village. It found a construction site that was vibrating with the frantic energy of a deadline. Today was the wedding of the director of industry, Ragnar Ulfsson. Usually, a Viking wedding involved a lot of ale, a bit of brawling, and a goat sacrifice. But this was Jernheim. Here, the decorations were rows of freshly cast iron ingots stacked in geometric patterns. The flowers were banners made from the new paper, dyed with experimental inks. And the music was the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of Matilda, the donkey powering the trip hammer in the background. In the center of the settlement, a large pavilion had been erected using ship sails. Inside, Ragnar stood in his best tunic, which Jida had forcibly cleaned of soot, looking less like a groom and more like a man facing a performance review. Beside him stood his best man, Bjorn. Bjorn was wearing a padded rugby vest because he claimed it was formal wear now. "You look nervous, brother," Bjorn whispered, adjusting Ragnar's cloak. "Are you afraid she will audit your vows?" "I am afraid I will forget the structural integrity of the marriage arch," Ragnar muttered, eyeing the wooden structure above them. "Leif built it. It leans to the left." "It leans toward the heart," Bjorn said poetically, then burped. "Relax, she hasn't killed anyone all week." Ragnar took a deep breath. He looked out at the guests. The entire industrial core was there. The broken men stood in formation, leaning on their crutches and Ragnar sticks, their faces scrubbed clean. The monk's brother Osric and his team were there, looking confused but happy to be out of the paper shed. Even Ethelwulf the weasel had shown up, wearing a stolen velvet cloak and trying to sell commemorative wedding pebbles to the guests. But the most important guests were arriving now. A procession of heavy wagons rumbled down the muddy track. From the main army camp, King Horik led the way on a white horse that looked miserable in the cold wind. Behind him rode Ulf, Ragnar's father, looking proud and terrifying in equal measure. And in the center wagon, sitting on a throne of furs, was the bride. Princess Jida didn't look like a traditional bride. She wore a dress of dark blue wool, embroidered with silver thread that looked suspiciously like a balance sheet graph. At her belt, the Valkyrie's Sting, the custom crossbow pistol Ragnar had made her, gleamed in the sunlight. She didn't look soft. She looked like a queen who could do long division while strangling an assassin. As the wagon stopped, King Horik dismounted. He walked over to Ragnar, looking him up and down. "You cleaned up," Horik grunted. "Good. Ivar wanted to come, but he is busy burning a village near York. He sends his regards." "I assume that means a threat," Ragnar asked. He sent a bag of salt, Horik shrugged. Make of that what you will. Maybe he wants you to season your food, maybe he wants to salt your fields. Horik turned to help his daughter down. Jida stepped onto the muddy ground of Jernheim. She looked at the blast furnaces spewing smoke in the distance. She looked at the paper mill. She looked at the organized chaos of the factory town. It is efficient, Jida said, her voice cutting through the noise. It is home, Ragnar replied, stepping forward. Welcome to the corporation, princess. Jida looked at him. For a moment, the mistress of the ledger mask slipped. Her eyes softened. She saw the nervous engineer trying to impress her with a city made of mud and ambition. It needs better drainage, she critiqued, pointing to a puddle. But the layout has potential. Ragnar laughed. It was the only romantic compliment he needed. The wedding took place under the leaning wooden arch. A gaudy, Viking priest muttered prayers to Freyr and Frigg, sprinkling blood from a bowl onto the couple. Ragnar flinched as the warm liquid hit his face. Jida didn't blink. You, Ragnar Ulfsson, promised to protect this woman, to share your wealth, and to never hide assets in offshore accounts. The priest asked, or something that sounded like that in Old Norse. I do, Ragnar said. And do you, Jida Horiksdottir, promise to manage this man, to audit his soul, and to ensure his legacy is profitable? I do, Jida said firmly. They exchanged rings. Ragnar's ring for her was unique. It wasn't gold. It was a band of polished, tempered steel set with a small piece of the black rock, sea coal. Steel, Ragnar whispered as he slid it onto her finger. Harder than iron. More useful than gold. Jida looked at the ring. She spun it. It is industrial, she smiled. I like it. She handed him his ring. It was silver, engraved with runes. It says, do not panic, she whispered. The crowd cheered. Bjorn blew a horn so loud it startled Matilda the donkey 3 fields away. King Horik stepped forward. He looked emotional. Not sad, but relieved. She is your problem now, builder, Horik announced to the crowd. No refunds. The broken men roared with laughter. The feast was held in the newly constructed mess hall, a long building with a roof made of experimental paper tar shingles. The food was simple roasted pork, bread from the new ovens, and ale. But the atmosphere was electric. Ragnar sat at the head table with Jida. They weren't holding hands, they were holding a map of York. The wedding gifts, Jida said, pointing to a pile of crates in the corner. The weasel brought spices. My father brought gold, and your father. She pointed to Ulf, who is currently arm wrestling Leif the smith. Your father gave us a boat, Jida said. A boat. A small, fast cutter. He said in case the math fails you need a getaway vehicle. Ragnar chuckled. He has little faith in algebra. He has faith in survival, Jida corrected. Which is why he is rich. Suddenly the doors to the hall banged open. The chatter died down. Standing in the doorway was a messenger. He wore the colors of the great heathen army, but he looked terrified. He was covered in mud and blood. King Horik, the messenger gasped, stumbling forward. Lord Ivar calls for aid. Horik stood up, knocking over his ale. What happened? Did the Saxons attack? No, the messenger wheezed. The walls of York, they are stronger than we thought. The rams, they shattered. The ladders, they burned. The messenger looked at Ragnar. Lord Ivar says, bring the god hammer, bring the loud powder, bring the builder. Silence filled the hall. The wedding was over. The war had arrived. Ragnar stood up. He looked at his industrial core. They had stopped eating. They were looking at him, the broken men, the smiths, the monks. They weren't just workers anymore. They were a specialized unit. Bjorn, Ragnar barked. Director, Bjorn jumped up, wiping grease from his beard. Pack the torsion spikes. Load the saltpeter. Hitch the oxen to the trebuchets. Ragnar turned to Jida. I am sorry, he said. It seems our honeymoon is in York. Jida stood up. She picked up the Valkyrie's sting from the table and strapped it to her hip over her wedding dress. I always wanted to see York, she said coolly. I hear the architecture is breakable. She turned to the weasel, who was trying to sneak a whole ham into his tunic. Weasel, get your carts. We move the inventory tonight. The hall erupted into action. It wasn't panic, it was procedure. Move, 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 Eric the Lame shouted, banging his stick on the floor. Squads 1 through 4 load the ammo. Squad 5 secure the paper mill. King Horik watched his son-in-law command the room. He saw the discipline. He saw the strange, terrifying efficiency of the industrial Vikings. By the gods, Horik whispered to Ulf, they act like a machine. They are the machine. Ulf grinned, winning the arm wrestle with a slam, and they are about to grind York into dust. Ragnar walked out into the night. He looked toward the south. The sky was glowing faintly orange, the fires of the siege. He touched the steel ring on his finger. Don't panic, he whispered to himself. He climbed onto the lead wagon. To York, Ragnar shouted. To York. The industrial core roared back. As the column rolled out of Jernheim, the smoke from the blast furnace mixed with the dust of the road. The wedding guests became an army. The bride became a commander. It had been 3 days since the wedding at Jernheim. The festivities, if one could call a feast of roasted turnips and contract negotiations. Festive had faded into the grinding reality of the march. There were no romantic carriage rides through flower-filled meadows. Instead, there was the command wagon, a reinforced cart with iron-rimmed wheels that rattled enough to loosen teeth. Inside sat the newlyweds, Ragnar, the director of industry, and Jida, the mistress of the ledger. "This suspension is terrible," Ragnar muttered, trying to sketch a schematic while bouncing violently. "I need to invent leaf springs or rubber tires. My spine feels like it's being compressed by a hydraulic press." Jida didn't look up from her scroll. She was calmly tallying the inventory of saltpeter. "Complaining is inefficient, husband," she said dryly. "Besides, this is the most time we've spent together without you running off to pet a furnace. Consider it romantic." Ragnar looked at her. She was wearing her leather cuirass over her wool dress, the Valkyrie sting resting on her lap. She looked lethal and bored. "You have a strange definition of romance," Ragnar smiled. "I have a practical one," she corrected. "Romance is a supply chain that arrives on time. Speaking of which, we are burning coal faster than predicted. The weasel needs to steal more wagons." Now that the domestic matters was settled, it was time to address the reality of what lay ahead. They weren't just delivering weapons, they were about to fundamentally change how Vikings fought. Ragnar leaned out the back of the wagon. "Bjorn, get in here." A few moments later, Bjorn climbed into the moving wagon with the grace of a bear entering a small cave. The wagon groaned under his weight. "Director," Bjorn beamed, wiping crumbs from his beard. "The men are in good spirits. The siege ball team is singing songs about crushing Saxon skulls. The morale index is high." Ragnar nodded, putting down his charcoal stick. "Morale is good, but discipline is better." "Bjorn, sit down, we need to talk about the deployment." Bjorn sat on a crate labeled Danger, Explosive Dust. "How are the recruits?" Ragnar asked. "Are the torsion spike teams ready to fire in anger? Are the broken men ready to reload while arrows are raining on them?" Bjorn hesitated. He scratched his head. "They are ready to shoot, brother. They hit the targets on the beach, but..." Bjorn paused, looking worried. "They are still soft. They are craftsmen, not berserkers. If a Saxon charges them with an axe, they will panic. They cannot hold a shield wall, they have bad legs." Ragnar nodded. This was the critical flaw in his industrial core. It had high damage output but zero defense. In a traditional battle, the cavalry would run them down in seconds. "That is why we are changing the doctrine," Ragnar said, his voice dropping to a serious, conspiratorial tone. "We are going to implement the Aegis protocol." Bjorn blinked. "Aegis is that type of cheese." "It means shield," Ragnar explained. "Bjorn, when we get to York, Ivar and Horik will have thousands of elite warriors. Huskarls, men who have trained their whole lives to be the first into the breach, men who fight for glory." "Yes," Bjorn agreed. "The heroes." "I intend to demote them," Ragnar said ruthlessly. Bjorn's jaw dropped. "What?" "I am going to strip them of their glory," Ragnar continued. "I don't want the Huskarls to charge. I don't want them to fight duels. I want to use them as fences." Bjorn looked horrified. "You want the elite warriors, the nobility of the army. Stand still to be a wall." "Exactly," Ragnar leaned forward, his eyes burning with the intensity of a man rewriting history. "The torsion spikes and the crossbows are the killers now. The broken men are the damage dealers, but they are fragile, so we will place the Huskarls in front of them, shoulder to shoulder, shields locked, not to advance but to protect the engineers." Ragnar pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and drew a diagram. "See this?" Ragnar pointed. "The Huskarls are the shell, the industrial core is the yoke. The Huskarls take the arrows, they take the charge, they do nothing but buy time for my men to reload." Bjorn stared at the drawing, he was sweating. "Ragnar," Bjorn whispered, "the jarls will kill you. You are asking proud warriors to become furniture. You are asking lions to protect sheep. They fight for Valhalla. There's no glory in holding a shield while a cripple kills your enemy." "There is no glory in losing," Ragnar countered coldly. "Ivar's siege failed. The old ways failed. If they want to take York, they play by my rules. I am waging war against the hero culture." Bjorn looked at Ragnar. He saw the cold logic. It was the same logic that built the blast furnace. Efficiency over tradition, output over ego. "It will cause a riot," Bjorn warned. "Jarl Einar, Jarl Sigurd, they will spit on this plan." "Let them spit," Jida interjected, her voice sharp. She looked up from her ledger. "The king is desperate, Ivar is bored, they will accept any plan that works. And if the jarls object, She patted the Valkyrie's sting. We can demonstrate the efficiency of the new order. Bjorn looked from Jida to Ragnar. He realized that his brother and new sister-in-law were a terrifying pair. They didn't care about honor. They cared about results. Bjorn took a deep breath. He was a warrior of the old way, but he had seen the power of the machine. He had seen the broken men find purpose. I will do it, Bjorn said, his voice gaining strength. I will be the wall. I will make the Huskarls stand. If they try to charge, I will break their legs myself. Ragnar smiled. It was the smile of a CEO who had just secured his board's loyalty. Good, Ragnar said. You are the hammer, Bjorn. Now go back to the men, tell them the plan. Tell the broken men they are the priority. Tell them the Huskarls work for them now. Bjorn saluted and jumped out of the moving wagon. 2 days later, the column crested the final ridge. Below them lay the city of York. It was a fortress, high Roman walls of gray stone reinforced with timber, but what drew Ragnar's eye wasn't the city. It was the Viking camp surrounding it. It was a disaster. The ground was churned into mud. Smoke rose from a dozen failed attempts to burn the gates. Bodies of Norsemen lay scattered near the walls, bristling with Saxon arrows. The great heathen army looked less like an army and more like a frustrated mob. Ragnar signaled the halt, red flag. The industrial corps stopped instantly. No shouting, no confusion. The wagons lined up perfectly. The broken men formed ranks, their Ragnar sticks measuring the distance between units. From the chaotic main camp, a group of riders approached. It was King Horik and Ivar the Boneless. Ivar wasn't riding, he was being carried in a litter suspended between 2 horses. He looked furious. His face was smeared with war paint and his eyes were wild. Builder, Ivar screamed as he approached. You took your time, the Saxons mock us, they throw excrement from the walls. Ragnar climbed down from his wagon. Jida stood beside him, holding her ledger like a shield. Traffic was bad, Ragnar said calmly. Heavy equipment moves slow. Ivar pointed a trembling finger at the city. The walls are too thick, the rams shatter, the ladders are pushed back, we have lost 300 men for nothing. Do you have the magic dust? Do you have the god hammer? I have everything, Ragnar said. He turned and signaled Bjorn, blue flag, wave. The canvas covers were pulled off the wagons. The sunlight glinted off the polished iron of the torsion spikes. It shone on the massive oak beams of the disassembled trebuchet. It sparkled on the barrels of black powder. And, most shockingly, it illuminated the 400 broken men standing in formation, wearing identical padded vests and holding their weapons with standardized discipline. Ivar stared. He had expected a supply train. He had received a regiment. What is this? Ivar whispered, looking at the cripples he had discarded months ago. This is the solution, Ragnar said. He walked up to Ivar. But Lord Ivar, before we begin the demolition, we need to discuss the deployment. I need your Huskarls. For what? Ivar sneered. To storm the breach? No, Ragnar said, looking at the elite warriors standing behind Ivar. To hold the shields for my men, I need your best warriors to act as assistants. The Huskarls bristled. Hands went to sword hilts. The insult was palpable. Ivar looked at Ragnar. He looked at the walls of York that had humiliated him for a week. He looked at the strange, disciplined lines of the industrial corps. A slow, twisted smile spread across Ivar's face. He realized that Ragnar wasn't just insulting the Huskarls, he was breaking the world. Assistants, Ivar chuckled. The chuckle turned into a cackle. You want the wolves to serve the dogs. I want the wolves to survive, Ragnar corrected. Ivar turned to his outraged men. You heard the builder. Ivar screamed, his voice cutting through the tension. You are shields now. If a single arrow hits one of these cripples, I will skin you alive. They are the weapon, you are the packaging. Ragnar let out a breath. He had won the internal war. Now for the external one. He turned to look at the walls of York. He saw Saxon soldiers pointing and laughing at the new arrivals. Jida, Ragnar said softly, calculate the trajectory. Distance 400 meters, Jida recited immediately. Wind north-northwest, target main gatehouse. Ragnar nodded. He touched the steel ring on his finger. Unpack the hammer, Ragnar ordered. Let's knock. Outside the walls of York, the camp was no longer a riot of tents and confusion. It had been transformed into a grid. Ragnar stood on a hastily constructed platform made of scaffolding and empty crates. He looked exhausted. His tunic was stained with ink and grease, and he had dark circles under his eyes that rivaled the charcoal he used for sketching. Behind him stood his cabinet, Jida, mistress of the ledger, checking a manifest of arrows. Bjorn, head of the signal corps, holding his flags like ceremonial weapons. Leif, director of the foundry, nervously clutching a standard bolt. Eric the Lame, captain of the broken men, leaning on his crutch with a predatory grin. Below them, the entire great heathen army was assembled. 5,000 men. Half were traditional Vikings, hulking huskarls with braided beards and axes that had tasted Frankish blood. The other half were the industrial corps men in padded vests, holding torsion spikes and crossbows, looking like a weird mix of soldiers and construction workers. Ivar the Boneless sat on his litter at the front, watching with amusement. King Horik stood nearby, looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. Listen. Ragnar's voice was amplified by a crude cone of birch bark, his latest invention, the megaphone. For months, we have thrown ourselves at these walls. Ragnar shouted. We have died for glory. What do we have to show for it? Mud and dead friends? A murmur of agreement went through the ranks. Even the proudest huskarl knew the siege was a disaster. Today we changed the rules, Ragnar continued. Today we do not fight for glory, we fight for efficiency. He pointed to the walls of York where Saxon defenders were currently mooning them. The Saxons think they are safe because they have stone, but stone is just physics and physics. Ragnar paused for effect. Physics is my bitch. The broken men cheered wildly. The huskarls looked confused. I introduced the York Reform Act, Ragnar bellowed. He pulled out a scroll of his new paper. 1. The abolition of the hero charge. No warrior shall run at the wall screaming his name. It is stupid. It wastes energy. Any man caught charging without orders will be fined 2 weeks' pay. 2. The aegis. The huskarls are no longer the spear, they are the shield. From this moment your job is not to kill, your job is to protect the men who do the killing. You will stand in front of the industrial corps, you will take the arrows, you will be the wall. A roar of outrage erupted from the huskarls. I am a wolf of Odin. One massive warrior shouted, stepping forward. I do not hide behind a cripple. Ivar the Boneless cut through the noise with a single high-pitched laugh. Wolf, Ivar called out, step forward. The warrior hesitated, then walked toward Ivar. You want to be a wolf? Ivar asked softly. Wolves hunt in packs, wolves protect the pups, these men. Ivar pointed to the broken men are the teeth, you are the fur. Without the fur, the wolf freezes. Without the teeth, the wolf starves. Ivar leaned forward, his eyes burning blue. Do you want to starve, wolf, or do you want to eat York? The warrior swallowed. He looked at the walls. He looked at Ivar, he bowed his head. I will be the fur, he grunted. Good, Ivar smiled, now get in line. Ragnar exhaled, crisis averted. 3. The standardization of volleys. We do not fire when we feel like it, Ragnar continued reading. We fire on the whistle, 100 bolts at once. We do not aim at men, we aim at zones, we saturate the grid. 4. The introduction of kinetic diplomacy. We do not negotiate, we demolish. The god hammer will fire every hour on the hour until the gate is gone. The noise will be loud, do not panic, it is just the sound of winning. 5. The loot distribution algorithm. Loot will not be taken by the strongest, it will be pooled and divided by rank and contribution. A broken man who fires a killing bolt gets the same share as a huskarl who blocks an arrow. This was the most radical change. The broken men looked at each other with tears in their eyes. For the first time they were equals. Are we agreed? Ragnar shouted. We are agreed, the industrial corps roared. The huskarls grumbled, but they nodded. Then prepare for the shift, Ragnar ordered. Work starts in 10 minutes. The army moved. Under Bjorn's flags, the huskarls formed a long, solid line of interlocking shields about 300 meters from the wall. They grunted as they locked their heavy oak shields together, creating a mobile fortress. Behind them, the industrial corps set up their tripods. They loaded the torsion spikes. They cranked the winches. Elevation 15 degrees, Eric the Lame shouted, walking up and down the line on his crutch. Windage 2 clicks left. On the walls, the Saxons stopped laughing. They saw the shield wall, they saw the strange machines behind it. What are they doing? A Saxon captain yelled. Why aren't they running? They are waiting, a soldier whispered. Suddenly, a whistle blew. 500 torsion spikes fired at once. The sound was like a giant intake of breath. A dark cloud of iron bolts rose into the air. They didn't fly like arrows. They flew flat and fast. The bolts hit the battlements. They punched through wooden hoardings, they shattered shields, they cleared the ramparts in seconds. Reload, Eric screamed, 10 seconds. The industrial corps cranked the handles. The Saxon archers tried to return fire. Arrows rained down on the Vikings, but instead of finding flesh, the arrows hit the huskarls' shield wall. The huskarls stood firm. For the first time, they weren't taking casualties while trying to close the distance. They were safe. It works. Bjorn laughed, holding his flag. They can't touch us. Ragnar stood by the god hammer watching the carnage. Jida, he said. It is time for the heavy lifting. Jida checked her ledger. Payload is loaded, granado pot, type B, sulfur and niter mix. Ragnar nodded. He turned to the team manning the massive trebuchet. Target main gate, Ragnar ordered. Light the fuse. A warrior lit the fuse on a large clay pot sitting in the sling. It hissed violently. Loose, the god hammer groaned. The counterweight dropped. The burning pot soared through the air, tracing a smoky arc over the battlefield. It hit the wooden gates of York. It wasn't a nuclear explosion, but for 865 AD, it was the end of the world. The clay pot shattered, spraying burning sulfur and Greek fire everywhere. The old dry timber of the gate caught fire instantly. The Saxons screamed. They had never seen fire that exploded. Again, Ragnar ordered, "Don't let them put it out." By sunset, the gates of York were a pile of ash. The walls were cleared of defenders. The Vikings hadn't lost a single man. King Horik walked through the lines, staring at the unblooded axes of his huscarls. "It is boring," Horik muttered, "but effective." Ivar the Boneless was laughing. He dragged himself along the line of broken men, patting them on the back. "You are my monsters now," Ivar told them. "My beautiful, ugly monsters." Ragnar sat on a crate, wiping soot from his face. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was his father, Ulf. "You changed the world today, boy," Ulf said quietly. "The age of the axe is over." "The axe is still useful, father," Ragnar said, looking at the huscarls. "But now it has a handle." He looked at the burning city. "Tomorrow we enter," Ragnar said. "And tomorrow the real work begins. We have to rebuild the walls we just broke." "Why?" Ulf asked. "Because," Ragnar smiled, touching the steel ring on his finger. York will be the factory." The great heathen army had won. And now they were doing what they did best. Looting, drinking, and arguing over who owned which cow. Ragnar sat in the Roman governor's office, rubbing his temples. He looked like a man who had pulled 3 all-nighters in a row. His tunic was stained with soot, and his wedding ring of steel felt heavy on his finger. Across from him sat Jida, the mistress of the ledger. She looked equally exhausted, though her hair was braided with terrifying precision. "We have a problem, Director," Jida said, sliding a piece of Ragnar's new paper across the desk. "The huscarls are eating the profits." "They are hungry," Ragnar mumbled, looking at the report. "We just took a city." "No," Jida corrected sharply. "They are eating the infrastructure. Jarl Sigurd's men burned down the grain mill because they were cold. Jarl Einar's men stole the iron ingots from our wagons to make jewelry. And yesterday, a huscarl beat one of our broken men, Eric the Lame, because Eric wouldn't give him his share of the salt." Ragnar slammed his hand on the table. "They damaged an employee. They broke his crutch," Jida noted. "Eric is currently using a spear." Ragnar stood up and paced the room. This was the bottleneck. He had introduced industrial production, but he was trying to run it on Viking software. Viking law was simple: might makes right. If you were strong, you took. If you were insulted, you killed. That system worked for a raiding party. It was suicide for a factory town. "We cannot build an empire on a bar fight," Ragnar muttered. "We need a system. We need human resources." "Human what?" Jida asked. "Asset protection," Ragnar corrected himself, translating for the 9th century. "We need a code that values productivity over muscle. We need to replace the thing with a court." Ragnar spent the next 6 hours channeling every ounce of corporate policy, Roman law, and basic common sense he possessed. He debated adopting the English common law, but it was too religious. He considered Roman law, but it was too bureaucratic. Finally, he settled on something colder. Something industrial. The next morning, the leaders of the army gathered in the great hall. Ivar the Boneless lay on a pile of furs near the hearth, throwing chicken bones at his brother Ubba. King Horik sat on the high throne, looking pleased with himself for conquering a kingdom. The jarls were shouting, boasting, and dividing the spoils. "I take the church silver," Jarl Einar roared. "I take the cattle," Jarl Sigurd countered. "Silence." Ragnar stood at the entrance holding his birch bark megaphone. Beside him stood Bjorn holding a large roll of paper, and behind them stood 50 of the industrial corps, armed with loaded torsion spikes. The hall went quiet. The builder had a way of killing the mood. "You are fighting over scraps," Ragnar announced, walking into the center of the room. "You burn the mill to warm your hands for an hour and then starve for a month. This ends today." Ivar stopped throwing bones. He looked at Ragnar with dangerous curiosity. "Does it, builder, and who says so?" "Physics says so," Ragnar replied smoothly. "And the economy." He nodded to Bjorn. Bjorn unrolled the paper. It was huge, several sheets glued together. "Read the edict," Ragnar ordered. Bjorn cleared his throat. He looked nervous, but he saw the huscarls glaring at him, and his inner headmaster took over. By the order of the Industrial Corps and the High Council. Bjorn bellowed, his voice echoing off the stone walls. 1. The establishment of the circuit audit. Disputes over property shall no longer be settled by homegang duels, they shall be settled by the ledger. A court of audit will be established in York. If you claim a cow, you must prove ownership. If you kill a man for his cow, you owe the treasury 10 cows. A grumble went through the jarls. Paying for killing, Einar spat. That is Weregild, we know this. This is not Weregild, Ragnar interrupted. Weregild pays the family, this pays the state. You damage the army's manpower, you pay the army. 2. The protection of assets, the broken man clause. All members of the Industrial Corps, smiths, miners, scribes, and machine operators are designated as high-value assets. Assaulting a high-value asset is treason. It is the same as burning a ship. They are cripples, a huskarl shouted. They are the ones who knocked down the walls you are sitting behind. Bjorn shouted back, glaring at the heckler. 3. The burden of proof. Every man is presumed innocent until the ledger proves him guilty. Accusations without evidence will result in a fine for wasting management's time. 4. The right to representation. Any man accused of a crime may request an advocate from the Corps to plead his case. If he cannot read the law, a reader will be provided. 5. The sovereignty of the factory. The industrial zone is neutral ground. No weapons are drawn inside the foundry. No blood is spilled near the paper mill. The machines are sacred. Bjorn paused. He looked at the final, most dangerous clause. 6. The meritocracy of the thrall. A thrall who demonstrates technical proficiency reading, casting, engineering shall be granted the status of provisional freeman. He may own property. He may not be sold. The room exploded. What? Jarl Sigurd leaped to his feet. You want to free the slaves because they can count. I want to free the talent, Ragnar said calmly. A slave works hard enough not to get beaten. A freeman works hard to get rich. I need men who want to get rich. Ivar the Boneless raised a hand. The room fell silent instantly. Ivar dragged himself closer to Ragnar. He looked at the paper. He looked at the torsion spikes guarding the door. You are creating a kingdom within a kingdom, builder, Ivar whispered. You are making laws that put your pencil pushers above my warriors. I am making laws that ensure your warriors have swords that don't break and food that doesn't rot, Ragnar countered. Civilization is just logistics with a flag. Ivar stared at him. Then he looked at Jarl Einar, who was red-faced with rage. Einar, Ivar said softly, you burned the mill yesterday, didn't you? It was cold. Einar defended himself. That mill, Ivar mused, could have ground grain to feed us all winter. Now we have to eat stolen turnips. Ivar turned back to Ragnar. The builder is right, Ivar announced, shocking everyone. Einar, you owe the treasury how much, builder? Ragnar looked at Jida. 500 pounds of silver, Jida said instantly, not even checking her book. Plus interest. 500 pounds, Einar choked. I don't have that. Then you will work it off, Ivar smiled cruelly. In the builders' minds, I hear they need strong backs. The message was clear. The old days of chaotic freedom were over. The era of the iron law had begun. The constitution of the industrial age. Later that night, Ragnar nailed a copy of the Act to the door of the Great Hall. Article 1, efficiency is virtue. Waste is the enemy. Sloth is the enemy. Chaos is the enemy. Article 2, knowledge is power. The secrets of the guild, chemistry, metallurgy, mathematics are state secrets. Leaking them to the Saxons is punishable by death or testing experimental explosives. Article 3, the right to innovate. Any citizen, noble, or thrall who invents a machine that increases output by 10% shall receive a lifetime pension and a seat at the high table. Article 4, the separation of church and factory. The gods rule the sky. The engineer rules the earth. Sacrifices must be conducted in designated zones only, no blood in the gears. Ragnar stood back and looked at the document. It was harsh. It was utilitarian. It was devoid of sentiment. But as he watched, a group of broken men hobbled up to read it. One of them, a young man who had lost an arm, traced the words slowly with his finger. Article 3, the young man whispered. A pension for an invention. Yes, Ragnar said, stepping out of the shadows. Do you have an idea, son? The young man looked at his missing arm. I was thinking, Lord, if we attached a hook to the winch handle, a man with one hand could turn it faster. Ragnar smiled. Draw it, Ragnar said. If it works, you get the pension. The young man's eyes lit up. He didn't look like a victim anymore. He looked like an R&D department. The next morning, Jida established her circuit audit in the market square. She sat behind a desk, flanked by 2 massive huskarls who were now on the payroll as security consultants. Next, Jida shouted. A nervous merchant stepped forward. My lady, Jarl Sigurd's men took my chickens without paying. Did they? Jida sharpened her quill. Bjorn, take a squad, retrieve the chickens, charge Sigurd a restocking fee. Bjorn grinned, adjusting his sash that read Chief of Police, a title Ragnar had invented that morning, with pleasure. The city of York began to change. The looting stopped, replaced by organized requisition. The burning stopped, replaced by the smoke of industry. The broken men walked the streets not as beggars, but as the new elite, the literate, the skilled, the protected. Ragnar watched from the balcony of the Praetorium. "It's working," he whispered. "For now," King Horik said, appearing beside him, "but you have made enemies, son. The jarls hate your laws, they hate that they cannot kill who they want." "Let them hate," Ragnar said, watching the smoke rise from the newly repaired mill, "as long as they follow the procedure." Horik shook his head, half amused, half terrified. "You are turning Vikings into—" "What is the word, bureaucrats?" "No," Ragnar corrected, "professionals." He looked south toward the rest of England. Mercia was next, and Mercia was rich. Jida. Ragnar called out, "Bring me the map of Mercia. And the contact list for the Weasel. We need to expand the franchise." The dust from the demolition of the main gate had barely settled, yet Ragnar, the director of industry, was already bored with conquest. Taking the city had been easy. The god Hammer had opened the door, and the industrial corps, protected by their reluctant Huskarl bodyguards, had walked in. There was looting, yes, but under the New York Industrial Act, it was organized looting. The Weasel was currently cataloging stolen chalices in the market square. Ragnar sat in the ruins of a Saxon church, which had been repurposed as the Department of Education. The stained glass was broken, but the roof was solid, which made it the most valuable building in the city. Across from him sat two men who looked like they had been hit by a truck. One was Brother Osric, the head of the paper mill, whose robes were permanently stained with ink and wood pulp. The other was Bjorn, the headmaster of the academy, who was currently nursing a black eye he got from educating a Huskarl about the new rules. "We have a bottleneck," Ragnar announced, pacing in front of the altar. "We have the machines, we have the paper, we have the weapons. But we don't have enough brains." Bjorn grunted. "The Huskarls have brains, brother, they just use them to headbutt things." "That is exactly the problem." Ragnar stopped pacing. "Our army is illiterate. They can't read the signal flags properly. They can't calculate the torsion spike trajectories without Jida doing the math for them. We are an army of muscle led by a handful of engineers. If I die tomorrow, the Industrial Revolution dies with me." Brother Osric raised a trembling hand. "Lord Director, you speak of teaching heathens to read. The Church considers literacy a divine gift." "The Church also considers bathing optional," Ragnar countered. "We are going to change that. I want to build a school." Bjorn and Osric exchanged a look of pure horror. "A school," Bjorn whispered. "For Vikings, they will eat the books." "Not if we feed them first," Ragnar said, channeling his inner Prussian reformer. "We are going to implement the Jernheim educational decree." He slapped a piece of his new paper onto the altar. "The decree, mandatory literacy. Every squad leader must learn to read the field manual within 3 months. Failure to do so results in demotion to the latrine digging corps. The apprentice system, every master smith or engineer must take on 2 apprentices. One must be a child of a warrior, the other a child of a thrall or a broken man. The curriculum, mathematics, how to count without using fingers, geometry for siege engines. Logistics, why eating all the food on day 1 is bad. Reading the Ragnar alphabet, a simplified phonetic system because Old Norse runes were too artsy. Physics, why heavy things fall down and sharp things hurt. We can't force them, Bjorn argued. A Viking boy wants to hold an axe, not a charcoal stick. Then we make the charcoal stick the path to the axe, Ragnar said, eyes gleaming. No diploma, no sword. No reading, no rating. He looked at Osric. Brother, you are now the dean of the University of York. Convert this church, rip out the pews, put in desks, and get me slate boards, thousands of them. Osric looked at the crucifix, hanging crookedly on the wall. Lord, the bishop will excommunicate me. The bishop fled to Wessex, Ragnar reminded him. I am your bishop now, and my Bible is the ledger. If the school idea was unpopular, Ragnar's next move was suicidal. The Viking society was stratified. At the top were the jarls, then the carls, freemen, then the thralls, slaves. It was a rigid pyramid that had stood for centuries, but Ragnar looked at the pyramid and saw inefficiency. Thralls are wasted capital, Ragnar told Jida later that evening in the governor's palace. We treat them like cattle, but some of them are smarter than Jarl Sigurd. Jida was sharpening the Valkyrie's sting. Most sheep are smarter than Jarl Sigurd, She noted. But if you free the thralls, the jarls will riot. They fought to own those people. I don't want to free them all at once, Ragnar said, rubbing his temples. I want to create a path to citizenship, a meritocracy. He pulled out another scroll. This one was titled the Merit Act. 1. The Tech Thrall Designation. Any thrall who works in the industrial zone, foundry, paper mill, chemistry lab, and passes the Whole of Truth test is granted the status of Tech Thrall. They cannot be sold. They earn a salary 10% of a freeman's wage. They can buy their freedom after 5 years of service. 2. The quota system. The industrial core must be composed of at least 40% non-traditional recruits, cripples, thralls, and foreigners. Why? Because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. A huskarl fights for glory. A cripple fights for a meal ticket. 3. The pension plan. Any man, freeman, or thrall who is injured in the line of duty gets a lifetime supply of grain and a job in the administration department. You are poking the bear, Jida warned, reading the document. Jarl Einar already hates you for the no-looting rule. If you tell him his favorite blacksmith slave is now a salaried employee, he will try to kill you. Let him try, Ragnar said, touching the steel ring on his finger. Einar thinks power comes from blood. I know power comes from leverage, and right now I hold the lever. The confrontation happened the next day in the Great Hall. Jarl Einar, Jarl Sigurd, and a dozen other angry traditionalists stomped in. They were red-faced and smelled of ale and indignation. Builder, Einar roared, throwing a piece of paper on the floor. What is this? My steward tells me I cannot beat my own thrall because he is a level 2 chemist. What in hell's name is a level 2 chemist? Ragnar sat on the throne. King Horik was conveniently inspecting the walls, i.e. hiding. He looked calm. Behind him stood Bjorn and Eric the Lame, both armed with torsion spikes. It means, Ragnar said slowly, that if you break his hands, you delay the production of gunpowder by 3 days. And if you delay the gunpowder, Ivar gets angry. Do you want to explain to Ivar why his bombs are late? Einar sputtered. The name of the boneless was a powerful silencer. But it is tradition, Sigurd argued. The thralls serve us. If we give them silver, they will think they are people. They are people, Sigurd, Ragnar said, standing up. But more importantly, they are the engine. You jarls, you are the paint on the ship, pretty to look at, but you don't make it move. The thralls are the oars. He walked down the steps, looking Einar in the eye. I am not taking your slaves away. I am upgrading them. A happy thrall works harder. An educated thrall invents things. Do you want to be the master of a mud hut or a shareholder in an empire of iron? Einar blinked. Shareholder, Jida, Ragnar called out. Jida stepped forward with her ledger. Under the new act, she explained coolly, every jarl who donates a skilled thrall to the industrial core receives a 5% stake in the output of the factory. That means for every sword we make, you get silver without lifting a finger. The room went silent. The anger drained away, replaced by the greedy calculation of Viking warlords. So, Sigurd scratched his beard. I give you my smith and I get paid forever. Passive income, Ragnar grinned, it's the future. Einar grumbled, kicking the rush matting. It feels wrong, a thrall with money, it's unnatural. So is a rock that explodes, Ragnar countered. But it won us the city. Einar sighed. He looked at the torsion spikes. He looked at Jida's ledger. He realized he was outmatched, not by strength, but by a system he didn't understand. Fine, Einar spat. Take the smith, but if the silver stops coming, I take his head. Agreed, Ragnar nodded. 2 weeks later, the University of York opened its doors. It was a strange sight. Burly Vikings with scarred faces sat on small wooden benches next to scrawny thrall. Children, they held slate boards with clumsy, ink-stained fingers. Brother Osric stood at the front holding a pointer. Today, Osric announced, his voice trembling slightly, we learn the letter A. A is for angle, A is for audit, A is for axe. A young huskarl shouted from the back. No, Bjorn's voice boomed from the doorway. Axe is spelled with a combined rune. A is for ammo. Now sit down and write it 50 times or you dig the latrines. The huskarl sat down. Ragnar watched from the back of the room. He saw a young thrall girl helping an old warrior hold his charcoal stick. He saw the barrier of caste dissolving, not through kindness, but through the shared struggle of literacy. It's working, Jida whispered, standing beside him. They hate it, but they are doing it. They realize that knowledge is the new weapon, Ragnar said. An axe can break a shield, but math can break a kingdom. He looked at the chalkboard where Osric was drawing a triangle. We are building a monster, Jida, Ragnar said softly. An army that thinks. God help the world when they graduate. Jida smiled, touching the steel ring on her finger. The world had its chance to be smart, she said. Now it's our turn. Ragnar turned to leave. He had a meeting with the weasel about a shipment of saltpeter. York Governor's quarters, Princess Jida, the mistress of the ledger and arguably the most dangerous woman in Northumbria, sat alone. The only flaw in the scene was the expression on her face. It was a look of profound irritation. She was dismantling a torsion spike trigger mechanism, cleaning the springs with an oiled rag. Sigh. She let out a breath that ruffled the papers on her desk. It had been a month since the wedding at Jernheim, a month since the conquest of York. In that time, her husband, the director of industry, had spent exactly 3 nights in their shared bed. She had sent Bjorn to find him multiple times. Every time, the giant would return with the same sheepish report. He is in the foundry, sister. He is yelling at the carbon mixture. He is in the school, sister. He's teaching the thralls how to calculate hypotenuses. He is in the sewer, sister. He says the drainage is inefficient. Jida reassembled the trigger with a violent snap. For a fleeting moment, a dark thought crossed her mind. Was there someone else, a shield maiden, a captured Saxon noblewoman? But she immediately rejected the idea. Ragnar didn't have the social bandwidth for an affair. He barely had the bandwidth for a conversation that didn't involve metallurgy. When they had courted, he had given her a crossbow. When they married, he gave her a steel ring. If he were seeing another woman, he would probably try to optimize her walking speed or standardize her jewelry. No, his mistress was industry, and she was a demanding lover. Jida knew that building an empire was hard. Her father, King Horik, had spent years raiding, but raiding was simple. You go, you kill, you take, you leave. Ragnar was trying to do something impossible. He was trying to make Vikings stay. He was trying to turn wolves into shepherds and raiders into accountants. The sheer mental load of the Education Act and the caste reform was enough to crush a lesser man. Still being abandoned for a blast furnace stung. Her mind began to wander. Was he eating? Was he sleeping? Or was he going to collapse into a vat of molten iron and leave her to manage the entire budget alone? If he dies from stupidity, Jida muttered to the empty room, I will resurrect him and kill him again. A sound came from the heavy oak door, not a knock. It sounded more like a large, wet sack of potatoes hitting the wood. Jida stood up instantly. Her hand went to the Valkyrie's sting on the table. She moved silently to the door, her leather boots making no sound on the stone. Identify, she commanded, her voice sharp. Inventory. A voice croaked from the other side. Delivery. Jida's eyes widened. She threw the bolt and yanked the heavy door open. She expected an assassin. She expected a messenger. Instead, she found a creature that looked vaguely like her husband. Ragnar stood in the hallway. He was covered head to toe in a mixture of charcoal dust, white lime powder from the paper mill, and what looked suspiciously like squid ink. He smelled of sulfur, sweat, and burnt hair. He blinked at her, his eyes red-rimmed and unfocused. Jida, he whispered, a lopsided grin appearing through the grime. I fixed. The curriculum, the thralls, they know the alphabet. He stepped forward, arms wide, as if to embrace her. I missed you, he mumbled. Jida, whose reflexes were honed by weeks of target practice, instinctively sidestepped to avoid the avalanche of filth. Do not touch the silk, she warned. Ragnar, expecting a supportive wife to catch him, found only empty air. Momentum carried him forward. He face planted onto the bare skin rug. He didn't move. He just lay there, a pile of industrial byproduct in the shape of a man. From the hallway, the 2 Huskarl Guards, members of Jernheim's elite security, stared at the fallen director. They bit their lips. Their shoulders shook. One of them turned purple, trying to hold back a laugh. Jida shot them a glare that could have frozen magma. If you laugh, she said softly, I will audit your pay for the last 3 years. The guards instantly stood at attention, their faces stone cold. We see nothing, mistress. The floor is slippery. Jida looked down at Ragnar. He was snoring softly into the fur. The irritation vanished, replaced by a strange, grudging affection. He looked pathetic. He looked like a boy who had played too hard in the mud. But she knew that mud was the foundation of a kingdom that terrified the rest of England. Idiot, she sighed. Brilliant, dirty idiot. She couldn't leave him there. The floor was cold, and he was the most valuable asset in the army. She crouched down and grabbed him by the back of his tunic. Up, she grunted. He was heavy, dense. It was all that muscle he'd built, swinging hammers, combined with the weight of the sheer exhaustion dragging him down. She dragged him across the room. His boots scraped across the stone. Calculated, Ragnar mumbled in his sleep. The vector is optimal. The only vector right now is towards the bath, Jida cursed, hauling him onto the sofa. She looked at him. He was too dirty for the bed. But he was too tired to wash. She compromised. She pulled off his heavy, soot-stained boots. She unbuckled his belt with the heavy tools attached. She took a wet cloth and wiped the worst of the charcoal from his face, revealing the pale skin and the dark circles underneath. "You smell like a dragon's armpit," she whispered, covering him with a heavy wool blanket. She sat on the edge of the sofa, watching him sleep. His breathing was deep and rhythmic. For the first time in a month, the manic energy was gone. The machine was powered down. Jida touched his cheek. It was rough but warm. "Rest, engineer," she said softly. "The ledger is balanced for tonight." She blew out the candle and went to her own bed, sleeping with one hand near her dagger and the other reaching out toward the sofa. The next morning, Ragnar woke up with a sound like a rusty hinge. Erg. His body felt stiff. His head felt like it had been used as a target for the torsion spikes. He opened his eyes. He wasn't in the foundry. He wasn't in the school. He was in a room that smelled of lavender and old books. He sat up. A blanket fell off him. He looked down. He was still wearing his tunic, but it was cleaner than he remembered. His boots were neatly lined up by the door. "You're awake," a voice said from the desk. Ragnar turned. Jida was sitting there, fresh as a daisy, drinking tea from a delicate porcelain cup looted from a Frankish trader. "Jida," Ragnar croaked. "Water." She pointed to a pitcher on the table. He grabbed it and drank straight from the spout, draining half of it in one go. Did I come home last night?" Ragnar asked, wiping his mouth. "I have a vague memory of falling. You attempted a tactical entry and failed," Jida said, dipping her quill in ink. "You collapsed. I dragged you. You owe me a new rug. The bare skin is covered in soot." Ragnar looked at the rug. It did indeed look like a chimney sweep had rolled on it. "Sorry," he muttered. But then the memory of the last month flooded back. The Education Act, the caste reform, the establishment of the courts, the sheer grinding effort of forcing a medieval society to accept modern systems. It was done. The framework was laid. The software update was complete. "I'm hungry," Ragnar realized suddenly. His stomach gave a loud growl that echoed in the stone room. "There is porridge and bacon," Jida said, gesturing to a tray. "Eat, you have a meeting in an hour." "With who?" Ragnar groaned, reaching for the bacon. "If it's Jarl Einar complaining about the thralls again, I will shoot him." "No," Jida smiled, a shark-like glint in her eyes. "It's the weasel. The reports from Mercia are in." Ragnar froze, a piece of bacon halfway to his mouth. "The brittle swords," Jida confirmed. "And the maps. The Mercian lords are buying them. They think they are preparing for war against us." Ragnar took a bite of the bacon. It tasted like victory. "They are preparing for their own funeral," Ragnar said, his energy returning, "and they are paying for the coffin." He stood up, stretching his back. The stiffness was gone. The exhaustion was gone. The engine was running again. "Jida," Ragnar said, grabbing his boots, "get the ledger. We need to calculate the projected revenue from the conquest of Mercia." Jida stood up, closing her book with a satisfying thump. "Already done, Director," she said. "Now go take a bath. You still smell like sulfur." Ragnar laughed. He grabbed her hand, the one not holding the dagger, and kissed it. "Yes, ma'am." Ragnar sat at the long oak table, nursing a mug of herbal tea. He watched his wife. Princess Jida sat across from him. She was dressed in a simple gray tunic, her hair tied back in a severe braid. In her hand she held a heavy iron stamp. She was methodically approving the payroll requisitions for the broken men. To anyone else the sound would be annoying. To Ragnar it was a symphony. It was the sound of a system working without him having to grease the gears. He felt a strange sensation in his chest. In his previous life, he had been a workaholic engineer who ate takeout over keyboard. Now, he had a partner who could balance a budget and shoot a crossbow with equal proficiency. Jida paused, the stamp hovering in mid-air. She didn't look up. "You're staring, Director." "I am observing the workflow," Ragnar lied, taking a sip of tea. "It is efficient." Jida looked up then. A small, rare smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You are bored. The blast furnace is running smooth. The school is open. You have nothing to fix, so you are fixing your eyes on me." "Is that a complaint?" "It is an observation," she said, stamping the next paper with extra force. "Thump. Go eat your porridge. The weasel sent over the new trade figures from Mercia." Ragnar pulled the bowl of porridge closer. "Did the Mercians like the maps?" "They loved them," Jida said, her eyes gleaming with a predator's intelligence. Ethelwulf sold 50 secret invasion maps to the lords of North Mercia. Each map shows a different hidden route through the swamps. Ragnar chuckled. "Routes that lead directly into quicksand. Routes that lead into mud pits, thorn bushes, and dead ends," Jida corrected. "By the time they figure out where they are going, their horses will be lame and their boots will be ruined. We are defeating them with geography." It was a perfect morning. domestic bliss, Viking style. Then, the rhythm broke. It was the rapid, panicked ringing of the alarm bell Ragnar had installed in the courtyard. Breach, the shout came from the hallway. In one fluid motion, Jida dropped the stamp and swept her hand under the table, pulling out the Valkyrie's sting, the compact torsion crossbow Ragnar had designed for her. Ragnar stood up, overturning his chair. His face shifted instantly from husband to director. "Stay here," Ragnar ordered, reaching for his own weapon, a heavy, multi-shot repeating crossbow prototype he called the typewriter. "Don't be stupid." Jida snapped, cocking her weapon. "They are in the hallway. We hold the choke point." Ragnar hesitated, then nodded. She was right. He kicked the heavy oak table over, creating a barricade. "Get behind the wood," he commanded. They crouched behind the table, weapons trained on the heavy wooden door. The door shuddered. Someone was trying to ram it. The wood splintered. "They aren't knocking," Ragnar muttered. 3, 2, 1. The door burst open. 4 men rushed in. They weren't Vikings. They wore dark cloaks and leather armor dyed black. They moved with the speed of trained killers, Mercian spies, or perhaps assassins sent by a rival jarl. The first man lunged into the room, a dagger raised. Jida fired. The bolt caught the man in the shoulder, spinning him around. He hit the floor screaming. "Suppressive fire," Ragnar yelled. He pulled the lever on the typewriter. 3 bolts flew in rapid succession. They weren't accurate, but they filled the doorway with flying iron. The remaining 3 assassins dove for cover behind the stone pillars of the entryway. "We have them pinned," Ragnar yelled. "Bjorn, security." But the assassins weren't waiting. One of them pulled a glass sphere from his belt and threw it. It shattered on the floor. Smoke, thick, acrid, and blinding, filled the room. "Gas." Ragnar coughed, covering his nose. "Hold your breath." He squinted through the smoke. He saw a shadow moving toward the balcony. They weren't trying to kill him, they were trying to get to the safe. The iron safe in the corner contained the blueprints for the blast furnace and the formula for gunpowder. The IP, Ragnar realized. They want the tech. He stood up to fire, but a shadow loomed over him. An assassin swung a heavy mace. Ragnar raised his crossbow to block. The wood of the stock splintered. The force knocked him back. The assassin raised the mace for a killing blow. Suddenly, a massive shape emerged from the smoke like a bear waking up from hibernation. It was a palace servant, or rather, a man dressed in the tunics of a cleaner. But this cleaner had arms the size of tree trunks and a wooden leg. It was Eric the Lame. Eric swung a heavy bucket of mop water. The bucket connected with the assassin's head. The man dropped like a stone. "Clean up on aisle 4, Eric grunted, shaking the dented bucket. From the hallway, more shouts erupted. The palace staff, who were actually members of the Broken Men Corps Ragnar had reassigned to indoor duty, swarmed the intruders. A one-armed cook tackled the 3rd assassin with a frying pan. A gardener with a limp tripped the 4th man with a rake handle. It was over in seconds. The smoke began to clear. General Bjorn, head of security, burst into the room, his sword drawn, looking frantic. He saw the carnage. 1 assassin shot, 1 knocked out by a bucket, 1 frying pan, and 1 pinned under the gardener. "Status," Bjorn roared. "Secure," Ragnar coughed, waving the smoke away. He looked at Jida. She was standing calmly, reloading her crossbow. "Are you hurt?" Ragnar asked, rushing to her. "I am annoyed," Jida said, kicking the unconscious assassin near the door. "He got blood on the ledger." Ragnar looked at the assassins. They were bound and gagged by the Broken Men. "Mercian?" Bjorn asked, kicking one of the captives over to check his gear. "No," Ragnar said, kneeling down. He pulled back the collar of the assassin's black cloak. There was a tattoo on the man's neck, a serpent eating its own tail. "Mercian Special Operations," Ragnar confirmed. "King Burgred sends his best thieves." He looked at the glass sphere that had caused the smoke. He picked up a shard. "And they are using our tech," Ragnar whispered. "This is a smoke bomb. They have been watching us." Bjorn looked ashamed. "I failed, Director. I didn't spot them at the perimeter." "You didn't fail," Ragnar said, standing up. "We invited them." Bjorn and Jida looked at him, confused. "I knew they were coming," Ragnar admitted. "The Weasel told me there were rumors of an extraction team in the city. I just didn't know when." He walked over to the safe. He spun the dial and opened it. Inside lay a stack of papers. "Did they get it?" Bjorn asked. "They were trying to," Ragnar smiled grimly. "But if they had opened this safe, they would have been very disappointed." He pulled out the top sheet. It was a blueprint for the blast furnace, but it was wrong. "I modified the airflow specs," Ragnar explained. "If they build a furnace based on these plans, it won't melt iron. It will build up pressure until it explodes." "A booby trap," Jida realized. "Intellectual sabotage." "Exactly," Ragnar nodded. "I wanted them to steal it. I wanted them to waste their gold building a bomb that blows up in their own faces. He looked at the captive assassins, but since they failed to steal it, we have a problem. Now they know we are ready. Ragnar walked to the balcony. He looked out over the city of York. In the distance beyond the walls, a single fire arrow shot up into the sky. It exploded with a red flare. A signal, Bjorn growled. They have a backup team. Not a backup team, Ragnar said, his eyes narrowing. An army. He turned back to the room. The playful morning atmosphere was dead. The director was back online. He knows we are getting stronger every day. He knows about the factory. He knows about the school. He is terrified. Ragnar looked at Jida. Evacuate the civilians from the outer districts, Ragnar ordered. Pull the broken men into the citadel. Activate the Aegis. And the factory? Jida asked. Do we shut it down? No, Ragnar said, his voice hard as iron. Triple the shifts. Run the furnace hot. If the Mercians want war, we are going to sell it to them. Wholesale. Bjorn, raise the flags. Tell Ivar the Boneless to wake up. Ragnar marched out of the room. He had a city to defend, and he was going to do it with metal, and a whole lot of dirty tricks. 6 hours before the assassination attempt. The deep woods north of York was the hour of the wolf, that gray, silent time just before the dawn broke. In a secluded clearing, far from the rhythmic of the Jernheim trip hammers and the sulphurous stench of the blast furnace, stood an ancient longhouse. It was a relic of the old days, built of rough-hewn timber and smelling of damp earth and blood. Dozens of men moved through the mist toward the heavy wooden doors. They did not wear the standardized, padded vests of the industrial corps. They did not carry the uniform Twentum torsion spikes or the Ragnar-issued identifying badges. These men wore bearskins. They carried heirlooms axes with rusted notches, swords passed down from fathers who had raided Paris, and round shields painted with the symbols of the old gods. They were the Huskarls, the jarls, and the traditionalists who felt the cold wind of change blowing from York, and they hated it. Inside the longhouse, the air was thick with smoke from a central fire pit. At the head of the hall, sitting on a throne carved from the skull of a whale, sat Jarl Einar. Einar was a mountain of a man, his beard braided in the traditional fork style, but today he looked diminished. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands, usually steady on the haft of an axe, twitched with a mixture of rage and ale withdrawal. He was the man Ragnar had humiliated. He was the man who had been forced to pay a fine for burning a mill. He was the man whose favorite thrall was now a level 2 chemist earning a salary. He looked at the assembly. There were 50 of them, the displaced elite of the great heathen army. Men who used to be kings of their own ships, now reduced to security consultants or middle management under the director's new laws. Welcome, Einar's voice grated like stones grinding together. Welcome, brothers of the axe. He stood up, casting a long shadow against the soot-stained walls. We gather here not as employees. Einar spat the word like it was poison. We gather as Vikings, as free men. A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall. My grandfather, Einar began, his voice low and dangerous, sailed to the Mediterranean. He burned cities. He took gold. He did not ask for a receipt. Did not file a damage report with a woman who counts beans. He paced around the fire. But look at us now. We have taken York. And what is our reward? Do we feast? No. We are told to stand in line. We are told to protect cripples. We are told that a broken man is worth more than a warrior with 40 kills. Einar kicked a log into the fire, sending sparks flying. This builder, this Ragnar, he is not one of us. He is a sorcerer, a bastard of Loki. The crowd grew louder. He makes the iron flow like water, one jarl shouted. It is unnatural magic. He teaches the thralls to read. Another screamed, clutching his axe. My slave corrected my grammar yesterday. I had to beat him, and then I was fined 5 silver pieces for damaging company property. Einar nodded, feeding off their anger. He is destroying us, Einar roared. He calls it efficiency, I call it death. He wants to turn us into gears in his machine. He wants to take away the glory of Valhalla and replace it with a pension plan. The very word seemed to hang in the air like a curse. He says the Huskarls are shields, Einar continued, his face reddening. He says we are the packaging. He puts the weapon in the hands of the weak and tells the strong to die protecting them. Is this the way of Odin? Is this the way of Thor? No, the hall erupted. He has bewitched King Horik, Einar yelled. He has seduced Ivar with his exploding pots. But I tell you this, machines break, iron rusts, but blood remembers. Einar drew his sword. It was not a standard issue blade from the Jernheim foundry. It was an old blade, folded steel, chipped and scarred. We must purge the rot, Einar declared. We must smash the machines. We must burn the paper, we must kill the builder. Kill the builder, the crowd chanted. Break the gears. As the chanting reached a fever pitch, a figure stepped out from the shadows in the corner of the longhouse. He did not look like a Viking. He wore a long, hooded cloak of dark wool. He was clean-shaven and his hands were soft, holding a wooden cross that hung from his neck. It was Father Wilfred, a Saxon priest who had allegedly fled York. In reality, he was a spy for King Burgred of Mercia. He had been watching the Vikings unravel from the inside. Mercia was terrified of Ragnar's industrial war. Machine. The brittle swords Ragnar sold them had caused chaos in their ranks, snapping during training drills. The secret maps had led 3 Mercian patrols into quicksand. King Burgred knew he couldn't beat the Vikings on the field, not when they had torsion spikes and repeating crossbows, so he had sent gold. The Lord Einar speaks the truth, Father Wilfred said, his voice smooth and cultured, cutting through the guttural Norse shouting. The Vikings turned to look at him. Usually a priest in this room would be dead in seconds, but Wilfred held up a heavy leather pouch. He tossed it to Einar. Einar caught it. He opened it, gold coins, Mercian minted gold. My king offers you this, Wilfred said, stepping into the firelight, and 10 times more if you remove the industrialist. We do not need Saxon gold to kill a traitor, Einar grunted, though he pocketed the pouch immediately. Of course not, Wilfred smiled thinly, but you need resources. The builder controls the food, he controls the iron, he controls the pay. If you strike, you must strike hard. You need assassins who know how to bypass his security protocols. Wilfred reached into his robe and pulled out a small glass vial. And you might need this. What is it? Einar asked, peering at the green liquid. It is not a machine, Wilfred said. It is old magic, nightshade. Put this in his porridge and the machine stops forever. Einar took the vial. He looked at it with a mixture of disgust and necessity. Poison was a woman's weapon, but Ragnar was not a man, he was a system, and you destroy a system however you can. We do not need poison, Einar lied, tucking the vial into his belt. We will use steel, but we accept the gold. Einar turned back to his men. Tonight, Einar announced, the builder sleeps in the governor's palace. He thinks he is safe behind his security clearance. He thinks his broken men can stop real warriors. Einar raised his sword high. We will show him that a graph cannot stop an axe. We will burn his paper mill, we will smash his furnace, and we will take back our army. Odin, the men roared, clashing their weapons against their shields. Tonight the industry dies, Einar screamed. The sound was deafening. It was the sound of the past trying to murder the future. Outside, the mist swirled around the longhouse. Unbeknownst to Einar, high in a pine tree about 50 yards away, a small figure was perched on a branch. It was Leif the Lesser, the former thief and star player of the blue rugby team. He was shivering in his padded vest, clutching a charcoal stick and a scrap of Ragnar's paper. He had been sent by Jida to audit the perimeter. Leif watched the men pour out of the longhouse, weapons drawn. He saw the gold, he saw the priest. He didn't try to fight. He knew the physics of 50 against 1. Instead, he slid down the tree. I need to run, Leif whispered to himself. I need to run the curve. He took off sprinting through the woods, clutching the paper that contained the names of the traitors. He had to get to York. He had to warn the director. The deep woods. North of York, smoke from the central fire pit swirled up toward the blackened thatch roof. Mixing with the smell of unwashed bodies, stale ale, and concentrated resentment, Jarl Einar stood by the fire, his face flushed with the triumph of his own speech. He had just finished explaining how they would smash the machines, burn the paper mill, and mount the builder's head on a spike. The assembled traditionalists, 50 disgruntled jarls, huskarls, and former raid leaders were roaring their approval. They were ready to storm York right now, fueled by liquid courage and wounded pride. But as the cheers reached a fever pitch, a dry, raspy voice cut through the noise like a rusty saw blade. And then what, Einar? The cheering died down instantly. The men turned to look at the back of the hall. Sitting in the shadows, sharpening a knife on a whetstone, was old Grim. Grim was a legend. He had raided with Ragnar Lothbrok, the father, not the engineer. He had scars that were older than most of the men in the room. He didn't care about politics, but he knew war. If you don't mind me asking, Jarl Einar, Grim said, testing the edge of his blade against his thumb. How exactly do you plan to kill the builder? You saw the siege. You saw the god hammer. You saw the torsion spikes that punched through 3 shields at once. Grim stood up, his joints popping. We are 50 men with axes, Grim continued, pointing the knife at Einar. Ragnar has 500 broken men armed with repeating crossbows. He has the Huskarls of Ivar, the boneless, acting as his wall. He has a giant who signals the archers before you can even draw a breath. Grim spat into the fire. You speak of glory, Einar, but if we march on the governor's palace tonight, we won't find glory. We will find ourselves pinned to the cobblestones like butterflies in a collection. We are obsolete. The silence that followed was heavy. The bravado in the room evaporated. The jarls looked at each other. They looked at their notched axes, and they remembered the sound of the torsion spikes and the way the York gate had exploded into splinters. Grim is right, a younger huscarl muttered, sitting back down. We can't get close. The aegis is unbreakable. Einar, who had the wind knocked out of his sails, didn't panic. He didn't get angry. Instead, a slow, greasy smile spread across his bearded face. Grim, you old wolf, Einar said, stepping away from the fire. You are thinking like a Viking. You are thinking of a frontal assault, but we are not going to fight the machine head-on. Einar pointed toward the darkened entrance of the longhouse. Before I answer your question, allow me to introduce a consultant. All eyes turned to the door. A figure stepped out of the night and into the firelight. He was not a Viking. He wore a long, hooded cloak of expensive dark wool. He was clean-shaven, his hands were soft, and around his neck hung a heavy silver cross. It was Father Wilfred. Confusion swept through the hall. Then rage, a priest, Jarl Sigurd shouted, leaping to his feet. You bring a follower of the White Christ into our council. He is a spy. Another warrior yelled, reaching for his axe. Gut him. The traditionalists hated the industrial core, but they hated Saxon priests even more. To them, these men were the reason their temples were being burned in the south. They were the enemy. Hold, Einar roared, stepping in front of Wilfred. He is a guest. He is under my protection. He is a tick. Grim growled, his hand tightening on his knife. Why is a Saxon dog breathing our air? Vimmel. Einar ignored the insults. This man is here to help us. He comes with a message from King Burgred of Mercia. The crowd became even more unruly. Mercia, we are at war with Mercia. We are at war with everyone. Einar shouted back. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Listen to him. Seeing that the mood was teetering on the edge of a riot, Father Wilfred lowered his hood. He didn't look scared. He looked like a man who was used to dealing with dangerous animals. Peace, warriors of the north, Wilfred said. His Norse was accented but passable. My master King Burgred sends his greetings. He desires a correction. Wilfred walked further into the room, his eyes scanning the angry faces. We have had our differences, Wilfred admitted smoothly. You burn our monasteries, we kill your raiders. It is the way of things, but my king believes that the current situation in York is unnatural. What do you care about York? A warrior heckled. We care because the builder is a threat to us all, Wilfred replied, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He does not just destroy walls, he destroys order. He teaches slaves to read, he replaces birthright with mathematics. Wilfred paused for effect. We tried to contact King Horik, Wilfred lied effortlessly, but he is bewitched by the builder. He would not listen. He has turned his back on the old ways just as much as he has turned his back on decency. Most of the jarls nodded. They felt this deeply. To them, Ragnar's York Industrial Act was blasphemy. It upended the social order they had lived by for centuries. But old Grim wasn't nodding. He frowned, watching the smooth-talking priest. Idiots, Grim thought, they are nodding along like sheep. Grim remembered the raids on the coast. He remembered how Saxon kings would promise land and silver only to ambush the Vikings in a swamp. Don't they remember? Grim thought furiously. The Saxons want us dead, all of us. They don't care about tradition. They care that Ragnar is winning. Now that the builder has made us strong, they want us to kill him for them. Grim lamented inwardly. The nobility of the Viking age had fallen so low that they would ally with a priest just to save their own egos. Einar, unaware of Grim's internal monologue, clapped a hand on Wilfred's shoulder. Our friend here, Einar announced, is ready to finance our revolution. At a signal from Wilfred, two hooded servants shuffled into the longhouse. They carried a heavy iron-bound chest. They set it down in front of the fire with a heavy thud. Wilfred kicked the latch open. The firelight caught the contents. It was gold, hundreds of Mercian gold pennies. Silver chalices looted from Frankish churches and regifted. Heavy arm rings of twisted gold. The nobles and zamindars, the jarls and huscarls, stared. Their anger vanished. Their mouths hung open. In the flickering light, you could almost see them drooling. The builder pays you in pension points and paper promises, Wilfred said softly, picking up a gold coin and letting it drop back into the chest with a satisfying ring. King Burgred pays in reality. With this, Einar shouted, seizing the moment, we can buy loyalty, we can bribe the gate guards, we can hire the mercenaries from the coast. We don't need to fight the torsion spikes. We will buy the men manning them. The greed in the room was palpable. It smelled stronger than the smoke. But that is not all, Wilfred added, reaching into his robe. He pulled out a rolled parchment. The builder loves his maps, Wilfred sneered. We brought you one. He unrolled it on a table. This is the schematic of the governor's palace, specifically the old Roman sewer tunnels that run beneath the kitchen. Wilfred tapped a spot on the map. The builder's Aegis protocol protects the walls, it protects the streets, but it does not protect the drains. Tonight, while he sleeps, you can enter the heart of his industry. Einar grabbed the map. His eyes were wide with bloodlust. We go tonight, Einar declared. We take the gold, we take the tunnel, and we cut the head off the snake. To York, the jarls roared, grabbing handfuls of gold coins. Old Grim watched them. He didn't take any gold, he just sheathed his knife. They are walking into a trap, Grim thought, or they are walking into a slaughter. Either way, the old ways die tonight. He slipped out the back door into the mist. He wasn't going to warn Ragnar, but he wasn't going to die for Einar either. He was going to find a high hill and watch the fireworks. Meanwhile, in the trees outside, Leif the Lesser, the former thief and star rugby player, clung to a pine branch. He had seen the gold. He had heard the plan about the sewer. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trap. Bird. Sewer, Leif whispered to himself. They are going for the drains. He looked at the piece of paper in his hand, the audit report Jida had sent him to complete. He shoved it into his tunic. He slid down the tree trunk, scraping his hands on the bark. He hit the ground running. He had to get to the palace. He had to warn the director. Because if Einar got into the palace, the only thing that would stop him was the mistress of the ledger, and Leif wasn't sure even she could audit 50 angry Vikings with axes. Run, Leif, he panted. Run the curve. He sprinted into the darkness, racing against the sunrise and the impending coup. Old Grim had left, taking his knife and his common sense with him. Following his departure, a few other jarls men who remembered the sound of the torsion spikes shredding the York gate exchanged nervous glances. My wife, she likes the new paper, one jarl muttered, shifting his weight. She says it is good for lighting fires. And my son, another whispered. He is learning to count. He counted my cows yesterday. I have 3 more than I thought. They looked at Einar, who was standing by the fire pit with the manic energy of a man betting his life on a pair of juices. They looked at the Saxon priest, Wilfred, who smelled of foreign incense and treachery. They decided they had left the oven on. Without a word, 6 more jarls turned and slipped into the darkness. Following Grim's path away from the treason, Einar saw them go. He didn't stop them, he didn't even blink. Let the sheep go, Einar sneered, kicking a log into the fire. When the wolf comes, the sheep always run. We do not need cowards who are afraid of a ledger. He turned to the remaining conspirators, about 40 hardcore traditionalists. These were the men who missed the good old days when literacy meant reading the entrails of a goat. All right, brothers, Einar began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial growl. The plan is simple. The builder sleeps. Security is looking at the walls, not the floor. He gestured to Father Wilfred. The priest stepped forward, his hood casting a shadow over his face. My sources confirm, Wilfred said smoothly, that the sewer grate in the scullery is unguarded. Our elite team's already in position. By now, they should be cutting the throat of the man who makes the rules. If the gods favor us, Einar added, gripping his axe, we won't even have to fight the Huskarls. We will just walk in and take the keys to the city. The jarls grinned. They liked the sound of that. Easy. Bloody. Traditional, they waited. They watched the distant silhouette of the governor's palace against the night sky. They waited for the signal. A torch waved 3 times from the balcony, signaling that the director was dead. Time stretched. Minutes felt like hours. Then a light appeared, but it wasn't a torch. A single red flare shot up from the palace balcony. It arced high into the sky, exploding in a shower of crimson sparks that illuminated the city walls like a blood-soaked dawn. The jarls froze. Their grins vanished. That is not a torch, Jarl Sigurd whispered, his face turning the color of old porridge. It is a chemical flare, another jarl gasped. Ragnar's signal. It means enemy detected. Panic rippled through the longhouse. He knows. The sewer team failed. The machine sees us. The men who had been shouting for blood a moment ago now looked like they wanted to hide under the benches. The comfortable lie hat they could kill the future with a single knife in the dark had shattered. Now they faced the reality of fighting an industrialized army that had standardized ammunition. Father Wilfred, seeing the red flare, frowned. He had paid good gold for those Mercian assassins. Incompetent, he muttered. They probably tripped over a mop. Einar looked at the terrified jarls. He saw them wavering, ready to run back to Ragnar and beg for a job in the latrine core. Einar laughed. It was a loud, barking sound that echoed off the timber walls. "Why are you shaking?" Einar mocked. "Did you think the builder would just roll over? Of course he knows. He is a sorcerer. But the surprise is gone," Sigurd cried. "He will wake the Huskarls. He will load the god hammer." "Let him load it," Einar spat. "It takes 10 men to load that machine. It takes 2 minutes to reload a torsion spike." Einar walked to the center of the room. "You think I bet everything on a few rats in a sewer?" "No." He turned to his assistant, a scarred warrior named Hakon. "Open the barn." Hakon grinned. He ran to the large double doors at the far end of the longhouse and threw them open. The jarls stared into the darkness. At first they saw nothing. Then they heard it, and the smell. It was the smell of unwashed bodies, stale mead, and raw violence. Hundreds of men stepped into the firelight. They wore wolf skins, bare pelts, and rags. Their hair was matted. Their eyes were wild. Some chewed on their shields. Others were sharpening their teeth with files. The jarls gasped. The wolf skins, the outcasts, these were the men Ragnar had rejected. The berserkers who failed the psychological evaluation. The drunkards who couldn't stand in a straight line. The warriors who refused to learn the alphabet because they thought letters stole your soul. There were nearly 1,000 of them. "How?" Sigurd stammered. "How did you feed them? How did you hide them?" Einar pointed to the chest of Mercian gold. "Gold feeds a lot of hungry mouths," Einar said. "While Ragnar was building schools, I was building an army of the unemployed." He walked up to the leader of the berserkers, a giant man named Leif the Loud. "These men hate the ledger," Einar announced. "They hate the audit. They hate that they cannot rape and pillage as they please. They are hungry for the old ways." Einar turned back to the trembling nobles. "I am not the only one," Einar said. "Look to the east." From the tree line another group emerged. They were Saxon mercenary spears for hire, paid for by Father Wilfred's endless supply of silver. Another 500 men. The jarls without a secret army exchanged horrified glances. You brought Saxons?" Sigurd asked. "I brought soldiers," Einar corrected. "Soldiers who want Ragnar dead." Einar looked at his gathered force. Nearly 2,000 men. Was a mob, yes, but a mob with axes is a terrifying thing, especially against a city that was asleep. "Gentlemen," Einar shouted, raising his arms, "the element of surprise is gone, but the element of overwhelming violence is just beginning." He kicked the chest of gold over, spilling coins on the dirt floor. "Take it," Einar roared. "Take the gold, and when we take the city you can take whatever you want. No quotas, no taxes, no forms to fill out." The berserkers howled. The mercenaries cheered. The jarls, seeing the sheer mass of muscle on their side, felt their courage return. Greed is a powerful motivator, second only to the fear of math. "We take the city," Sigurd shouted, grabbing a handful of coins. "We burn the school. We smash the furnace," another yelled. Einar smiled. It was the smile of a man who had just initiated a hostile takeover. "Tonight," Einar bellowed, "we cancel the Industrial Revolution." Meanwhile, on the road to York, Leif the Lesser was running. His lungs burned, his legs, strong from the rugby scrum, pumped like pistons, but he was tired. He had seen the red flare go up over the city. "He knows," Leif panted. "The director knows." But Leif knew something the director didn't. Ragnar thought he was fighting a few assassins. He didn't know about the army of berserkers coming out of the woods. Leif crested a hill. He saw the city gates in the distance. They were closed. "Open up," Leif screamed, waving his arms. "Open the gate." But the guards on the wall, members of the new night watch, didn't open. They had strict orders, code red, nobody in or out. "Identify," a voice boomed from the wall. It was Bjorn. "It's Leif," Leif yelled. "Leif the Lesser from the audit department." "Do you have the password?" Bjorn shouted back. "The password is efficiency," Leif screamed. "Let me in, you giant oaf. Einar has an army, a real army. He has the wolf skins." The gate didn't open, but a basket was lowered on a rope. "Get in," Bjorn ordered, "and bring your report." Leif scrambled into the basket. As he was hauled up the stone wall, he looked back at the tree line. He saw the torches, hundreds of them, moving like a river of fire toward the city. The mob was coming. Inside the Praetorium, Ragnar stood on the balcony, looking at the approaching lights. Jida stood beside him, checking the tension on her crossbow. "That is a lot of torches," Ragnar noted calmly. "More than I calculated for a simple assassination attempt." "Einar has liquidated his assets," Jida said, doing the mental math. "He must have hired every outcast in Northumbria." "Brute force," Ragnar sighed. He turned to Bjorn, who had just hauled a breathless Leif onto the balcony. "Report," Ragnar said to the panting thief. 2,000, Leif wheezed. Maybe more, berserkers, mercenaries, and they are drunk on gold and rage. They want to burn the factory. Ragnar nodded. He looked at his own forces. The industrial core was awake, but they were engineers and craftsmen. They had the weapons, but did they have the will to fight a horde of frothing madmen? General Bjorn, Ragnar said, activate the public address system. The megaphone, Bjorn asked. No, Ragnar said. The big one? He pointed to the church tower where he had installed a massive bronze bell and a series of acoustic funnels. Wake the city, Ragnar ordered, and tell the Huskarls, tell them their pension is under attack. Ragnar looked at the oncoming horde. They want the old ways, Ragnar whispered, touching the steel ring on his finger. Fine. We will show them exactly why the old ways went extinct. He turned to Jida. Load the canister shot, he said. The scatter bolts, we are aiming for crowd control. Jida smiled. I love crowd control. The red flare had faded from the sky, but the alarm bells were still ringing. Ragnar stood in the hallway of the governor's palace. He had ordered the palace staff, the armed broken men, to barricade the lower floors. Now he needed to check on the most critical component of his machine. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom, which doubled as the archives. He expected to find Princess Jida packing. He expected to see her hiding gold or burning sensitive documents. Instead, he found her sitting on the floor, surrounded by small canvas bags. She was calmly measuring out black powder with a brass scale. Scoop, wait. Poor Jida, Ragnar said, stepping over a pile of crossbow bolts. The mob is at the gates. Einar has brought an army. Jida didn't look up. I know. The vibration from their marching is rattling the windows. It is annoying. She tied off a bag of powder and placed it in a crate marked high velocity. Are you making bombs? Ragnar asked, a mixture of horror and admiration in his voice. I am balancing the accounts, Jida corrected, standing up and wiping residue from her hands. Einar wants to steal our assets. I am preparing a liquidation strategy. She walked over to him. She wasn't wearing her usual wool dress. She had donned a full set of boiled leather armor, dyed black with the Valkyrie's sting strapped to her thigh. She looked less like a wife and more like a Spec Ops commander. Ragnar looked at her. In the reference stories from his past life, this was the moment where the wife would cry and ask if they were going to be okay. Jida did not cry. She reached out and grabbed the lapels of his tunic, pulling him down to her eye level. Ragnar, she said, her voice steady as a metronome. Do not die. I don't plan to, Ragnar stammered. Good, she continued. Because if you die, I have to explain to my father why the industrial empire collapsed, and I hate explaining failure. She reached onto the table and picked up his helmet. It wasn't a horned Viking helmet. It was a smooth, rounded sallet helm made of tempered steel, a design Ragnar had stolen from the 15th century. She placed it on his head, buckling the strap under his chin. The metal was cold against his skin. Your helmet is polished, she noted, tapping the steel. Try not to dent it. Then she did something unexpected. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, a fierce, quick pressure on his lips that tasted of gunpowder and tea. Go to the wall, director, she whispered. I will secure the palace. If they get past you, they will find that the mistress of the ledger is very expensive to fight. Ragnar looked at her. He felt a surge of emotion that had nothing to do with engineering. This woman was the steel spine of his operation. I will hold the line, Ragnar promised. He turned and walked out of the room. He knew that if he did, he might stay to help her pack the explosives, and he was needed on the ramparts. The walls of York. Ragnar climbed the stone steps to the main gatehouse. The wind whipped his cloak around his legs. General Bjorn was waiting for him. The giant was leaning on the battlements, eating a turkey leg. You look calm, Ragnar noted, joining him at the edge. I am hungry, Bjorn shrugged. Fighting makes me hungry. And Einar. Bjorn pointed a greasy finger into the darkness. Einar has brought a lot of food. Ragnar looked out. The sight was terrifying. The tree line to the north was alive with fire. Thousands of torches bobbed in the darkness like a river of lava flowing toward the city. How many? Ragnar asked. 2,000, maybe more, Bjorn estimated, tossing the turkey bone over the wall. Wolf skins, berserkers, and a lot of Saxon mercenaries. They are drunk, they are angry, and they are shouting about old ways. Ragnar nodded. 2,000 men. The industrial core had 500 active combatants plus the Huskarls. The Huskarls? Ragnar asked. Are they loyal? They are loyal to the winning side, Bjorn grunted. Right now they are standing with us because we have the walls, but if Einar breaches the gate, they might remember that they used to drink with him. It was a fragile defense. If the line broke, the Huskarls would flip, and the Industrial Revolution would end in a massacre. We cannot let them touch the gate, Ragnar decided. He looked at the defensive line. The torsion spikes were mounted on swivel bases. The broken men stood by their machines, their faces pale but determined. They knew what Einar would do to them if he won. There was no mercy for a thrall who dared to hold a weapon. As the torchlight drew closer, the mob halted about 300 meters from the wall, just outside standard bow range. Well within torsion spike range, a figure rode forward on a black horse. He carried a white shield illuminated by a torchbearer. It was Hakon, Einar's second in command. "I bring words," Hakon screamed, his voice carrying over the wind. "From Jarl Einar, the true lord of the north." Ragnar picked up his birch bark megaphone. "Speak." Hakon cleared his throat. He looked arrogant, backed by the sea of torches. "The Jarl offers you a choice," Hakon bellowed. "Surrender the city, surrender the machine sorcery, hand over the bastard builder and the witch Jida." Ragnar raised an eyebrow. "Witch, that's a new one." "If you do this," Hakon continued, "the Jarl promises mercy. The thralls will be returned to their masters, the schools will be burned, and we will return to the favor of Odin. And if we refuse," Ragnar shouted back, "then we will skin you alive." Hakon laughed. "We have the numbers, we have the rage, you are hiding behind stone skirts." Ragnar lowered the megaphone. He looked at Bjorn. "They want to return the thralls to their masters," Ragnar repeated. He turned to the crew of the nearest torsion spike. The gunner was a one-eyed man named Leif the Left. He had been a slave in a mine until Ragnar gave him a job. "Leif," Ragnar asked softly, "do you want to go back to the mine?" Leif looked at his machine, he looked at his uniform, he looked at the torchlight reflecting in his single eye. "No, Director," Leif whispered. "I like my pension." "Good," Ragnar said. He lifted the megaphone again. "Hakon," Ragnar shouted, "I have a counter-offer." Hakon paused, looking confused. You have terms. I offer you a severance package," Ragnar yelled. "Turn around now and you keep your lives. Step 1 foot closer and your employment is terminated, permanently." Hakon laughed. The mob behind him roared with laughter. They slapped their shields. "Severance package? What kind of wizard talk was that? You are mad," Hakon screamed. "We are coming in." Hakon turned his horse and waved his sword. The sea of torches surged forward. "Charge!" The ground shook. 2,000 men began to run. They screamed the names of old gods. They didn't have siege towers or ladders. They just had raw, suicidal momentum. They intended to storm the gate by sheer weight of bodies. Bjorn looked at Ragnar. "They are fast." "Physics is faster," Ragnar said. He raised his hand. "Aegis protocol, engage," Ragnar ordered calmly. "Scatter shot. Zone 1. Bjorn blew his whistle. On the walls, 20 torsion spikes swiveled downward. These weren't loaded with single armor-piercing bolts. They were loaded with the broom, a canister Ragnar had designed, filled with scrap iron nails and broken glass. It was a giant shotgun. "Fire!" Bjorn roared. 20 canisters flew into the darkness. They hit the optimal range of 100 meters and disintegrated. A cloud of shrapnel, thousands of jagged pieces of iron slammed into the charging mob. The front row of the berserkers simply evaporated. Men fell mid-scream, their wooden shields shredded like paper. The charge faltered as the ground became slick with blood. "Reload!" Leif the Left shouted, cranking his winch with the speed of a man fighting for his life. Zone 2, elevation down. The mob hesitated. They had expected arrows. They could block arrows. They couldn't block a wall of flying nails. "They are stopping," Bjorn cheered. "Look at them, they are confused." "They are rebooting," Ragnar muttered. "They don't understand the data." But Einar wasn't done. From the back of the lines, Einar's voice roared. "Forward, IT is magic tricks. They cannot reload fast enough. Get to the blind spot." Einar knew that the torsion spikes had a slow rate of fire. If they could close the distance while the machines were cranking, they could get under the angle of the guns. "They are pushing again," Bjorn warned. "They are sprinting." Ragnar watched the wave of men surge over their fallen comrades. They were getting closer, 80 meters, 50 meters. "They are entering the dead zone," Ragnar realized. "The spikes can't depress that low." He looked at the gate. If they reached the wood, they would start chopping. "Bjorn," Ragnar said, his voice cold, "activate the public relations campaign." "The PR campaign?" Bjorn blinked. "The barrels," Ragnar clarified. "Drop the barrels." Bjorn grinned, a wicked, nasty grin. "Squad 4, Bjorn shouted to the men waiting above the gate arch. "Release the PR." 4 men tipped massive barrels over the edge. They smashed onto the cobblestones in front of the gate. They split open, spilling a thick, black, viscous liquid, bitumen, tar, mixed with the last of the whale oil. The charging berserkers slipped. They slid. They piled up against the gate, covered in sticky black slime. "What is this?" Hakon screamed, trying to wipe the tar from his eyes. Mud, is it mud? Ragnar leaned over the battlement. He held a lit torch in his hand. It is not mud, Ragnar said, looking down at the confused, tar-covered mob. It is fuel. He dropped the torch. It fell in slow motion, tumbling end over end. When it hit the black pool, the world turned orange. A wall of fire erupted in front of the gate. The bitumen burned hot and fast. The berserkers trapped in the dead zone scrambled back, screaming as the heat hit them. Fall back, Einar screamed from the rear. Fall back. The mob broke. The wolf skins turned into frightened puppies, scrambling over each other to get away from the wall of fire and the flying nails. Ragnar watched them run. Assessment, Ragnar asked Bjorn. They are routed, Bjorn said, watching the retreat, but they aren't dead. Einar is pulling them back to the woods. He will try again. Let him, Ragnar said, turning away from the flames. Now we know where he is. He looked at the industrial core. They were cheering. They were hugging their machines. Don't celebrate yet, Ragnar ordered. Reload, inspect your gears. The shift isn't over. He looked toward the governor's palace. He saw a candle flickering in the window. Jida was watching. I told you, Ragnar whispered to the distant light. I plan to balance the budget. He turned to Bjorn. Get the huskarls ready. Einar thinks he's safe in the woods. Tomorrow morning, we go hunting. The walls of York, Don Ragnar stood on the battlements, gripping the cold stone. The night before the public relations campaign, the massive bitumen fire had turned the area in front of the gate into a hellscape. Now the fire was out, leaving behind a thick, oily black sludge and the charred remains of the berserker charge. Urg. Ragnar leaned over the side and emptied his stomach. The contents of his dinner, porridge and stress, splashed onto the stones below. You have a weak stomach, Director. A voice boomed beside him. General Bjorn stood there, munching on a piece of hardtack. He looked out at the carnage with the casual interest of a man inspecting a garden. It's efficient, Bjorn noted, pointing a crumb-covered finger at the field. The broom canisters shredded the front line. The tar trapped the second line. We achieved a 90% casualty rate in the kill zone. Ragnar wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his face pale. In his past life, he had designed systems. He dealt with numbers, blueprints, and safety regulations. He had never seen what happens when industrial efficiency is applied to human biology. It's not efficient, Bjorn, Ragnar muttered, standing up straight. It's a butcher shop. It's victory, Bjorn shrugged. The wolf does not mourn the sheep. Eat some bread, you look green. Ragnar pushed the bread away. He looked down at the industrial core. The broken men were walking among the dead, but they weren't looting in the traditional sense. They were reclaiming assets. Squad 4 retrieved the bolts. A one-legged captain shouted, Iron is expensive, pull them out. They were scavenging ammunition from the bodies. It was gruesome, but Ragnar had drilled the cost of production into their heads so deeply that they saw a reusable bolt before they saw a corpse. Is it over? Ragnar asked, looking at the distant tree line where the survivors had fled. The mob is broken, Bjorn agreed. Einar's army of the unemployed has filed for bankruptcy. Ragnar nodded. He should have felt relieved. The severance package had been delivered. The factory was safe, but something felt wrong. Prepare the advance, Ragnar ordered, his voice rasping. Bjorn stopped chewing. Advance, we hold the walls, we have the advantage. We need to confirm the liquidation, Ragnar said, channeling his inner CEO to hide his nausea. We need to find Einar. If we don't catch him, he will just hire more mercenaries. I want to close this account today. Bjorn grinned. He liked the sound of hunting. Standard formation. Bjorn asked. No, Ragnar said. Execute Phase 2, the mobile fortress. 10 minutes later, the gates of York opened, but the Vikings didn't charge out screaming. They rolled out. The Huskarls Ivar's elite warriors marched in a tight, rectangular formation. Their shields were locked together, creating a solid wall of oak and iron. Inside this box of shields walked the industrial core. They carried their repeating crossbows and portable torsion spikes mounted on wheelbarrows. Forward, Eric the Lame shouted from inside the formation. Keep the pace, left, left. Ragnar rode on a horse in the center of the square, flanked by his father, Ulf. Ulf looked at the formation with a mixture of confusion and pride. It is slow, Ulf grunted, watching the Huskarls struggle to keep step. It lacks spirit. Spirit gets you killed, father, Ragnar replied, scanning the tree line. Discipline gets you home. They moved across the battlefield, the wheels of the torsion spikes crunching over the debris of the night's battle. They reached the edge of the woods where Einar had gathered his forces. Ragnar raised his hand. Halt! The formation stopped with a clatter of shields. Deploy the scouts, Ragnar ordered. A squad of tech thralls ran forward, not with swords but with long poles to check for traps. The woods were silent. Ragnar rode forward. He expected an ambush. He expected a last stand. Instead, he found a ghost town. The ancient longhouse where the conspirators had met was empty. The fire was dead. There were discarded weapons, empty ale casks, and a few bodies of mercenaries who had died of their wounds. But there was no Einar, no Jarl Sigurd, no Father Wilfred. "Where are they?" Ragnar whispered. Ulf rode up beside him. The old chieftain sniffed the air. He looked at the tracks in the mud. "Director," Ulf said, his voice losing its usual jovial tone, "something is wrong." "They ran away," Ragnar said hopefully. "They saw the fire and ran." "No," Ulf shook his head. "Look at the bodies on the field. Who are they?" Ragnar looked back at the carnage near the city walls. "Berserkers, wolf skins, mercenaries." "Exactly," Ulf growled. "Expendable men, the trash. But where are the huskarls who swore loyalty to Einar? Where are the jarls? I don't see any noble corpses." Ragnar felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the English winter. "You think this was a diversion?" "I think Einar is old-fashioned, but he is not stupid," Ulf said, gripping his axe. "He fed the mob to your machines. He let you waste your broom shots and your tar on the pawns." Ulf pointed to the ground. There were tracks, heavy tracks, leading away from the city. But then they circled back. "There were no scouts," Ulf noted. "When we marched out, no one fired at us. No one watched us. That means their eyes are looking somewhere else." Ragnar's mind raced. He thought about the map Father Wilfred had shown the nobles, the map the weasel had warned him about, the sewers. "The governor's palace," Ragnar whispered. He had left Jida there. He had told her to secure the archives. He had thought the walls were the only entry point. "Oh no," Ragnar breathed. He had been so proud of his Aegis protocol, his walls, his machines. He had treated war like a tower defense game. He had forgotten that in the real world rats don't attack the wall, they go under it. "I am an idiot," Ragnar cursed, turning his horse around. "I engineered a fortress and left the drain plug open." "What is it?" Bjorn asked, seeing Ragnar's panic. "The sewers," Ragnar screamed. "They aren't in the woods, they are under the city, they are going for the palace." The governor's palace, York, minutes earlier. Princess Jida sat in the archives, her feet propped up on the desk. She was bored. The sounds of battle had faded hours ago. She picked up a small glass vial of sulfuric acid. "I wonder if this can dissolve a lock," she mused to herself. A sound came from the scullery, not a knock. Not a footstep. It sounded like stone grinding on stone. Jida froze. She gently placed the acid on the table. She picked up the Valkyrie's sting. She moved silently to the door of the archive. She listened. Wet footsteps, many of them. The drains, Jida realized. Her eyes widened. She was furious. "They are tracking filth onto my clean floors," she hissed. She retreated into the archive room. She looked at the crates of black powder she had been organizing. Liquidation strategy, she had called it. She grabbed a heavy bag of powder. She grabbed a coil of slow match fuse. The door handle to the hallway turned slowly. "Director Ragnar is not here." Jida whispered to the door, cocking her crossbow. "But the auditor is in." Back on the field, turn the formation. Ragnar roared, double time, back to the city. The industrial corps tried to turn, but a formation of 500 men locked in shields is not a sports car. It is a barge. It turned slowly, clumsily. "Forget the formation," Ragnar shouted, abandoning his own doctrine. "Bjorn, take the huskarls, run." "What about the machines?" Eric the Lame cried. "Leave them," Ragnar yelled, kicking his horse into a gallop. "If Einar gets to the palace, there won't be an industry left to protect." He rode hard, mud flying from the hooves. He watched the distant tower of the governor's palace. He prayed to Odin, he prayed to Thor, and for good measure he prayed to the patron saint of structural integrity. "Please let the floorboards hold," Ragnar thought, "and please let Jida have enough ammo." As he neared the city gates, he saw it. A plume of white smoke erupted from the upper windows of the palace. The sound rolled over the city. Ragnar's heart stopped. That wasn't a torsion spike, that was black powder. "She blew the budget," Ragnar whispered. He spurred his horse faster. "Hang on, Jida," he shouted into the wind. "The cavalry is coming." The forest clearing. 2 miles south of York, in a small clearing surrounded by ancient pines. Jarl Einar had set up his temporary headquarters. It was a simple tent made of wolf skins, pitched hastily in the mud. Maps of York were pinned to a wooden board with knives. A scout one of the mercenaries Father Wilfred had hired burst into the clearing, panting heavily. He was covered in black soot and smelled like burnt tar. "Report," Einar barked, standing up from his folding stool. "Did the berserkers breach the gate? Is the city burning?" The scout leaned against a tree, gasping for air. It was a slaughter, Jarl Einar, a massacre. What do you mean? Einar demanded. We had 2,000 men. We have 500 cripples. The cripples have machines, the scout wheezed. They have guns that shoot clouds of nails. They dropped black oil on us and lit it. The first wave, they melted. The second wave broke before they even reached the wall. The scout shuddered, remembering the sound of the broom canisters firing. And the survivors? Einar asked, his face darkening. Routed, the scout said. Ragnar marched out with a box of shields, a moving fortress. Our men saw it and ran. They said it was unnatural. The news hit the assembled traditionalists like a physical blow. Jarl Sigurd slumped onto a log, putting his head in his hands. It is over, Sigurd moaned. The old ways are dead. We cannot fight wizards. We are not fighting wizards. Einar roared, kicking a bucket of water over. We are fighting mechanics, and mechanics bleed. He turned to the scout. You said the army marched out? Yes, the scout nodded. Ragnar, his father Ulf, and the giant Bjorn, they took the main force to hunt the survivors. A slow, cruel smile spread across Einar's face. So the director is out of the office, Einar whispered, and the governor's palace is unguarded. Unguarded? Sigurd asked, looking up. What about the wife, the witch of the ledger? She is one woman, Father Wilfred said smoothly. Stepping out of the shadows. One woman with a crossbow, and we have the map. Wilfred unrolled the parchment showing the sewer tunnels. The frontal assault was a distraction, Wilfred explained, his voice like silk over steel. Ragnar took the bait. He chased the pawns into the woods, but the king is unprotected. If we take the palace now, we take the head of the snake. Einar grabbed his axe. The desperation in his eyes was replaced by a cold, predatory focus. We don't need an army to kill a woman and a king, Einar said. We need a team, a strike force. He looked at the remaining jarls, 10 men who had stuck. With him, hard men, desperate men. We go through the drain, Einar ordered. We come up in the scullery, we kill the witch, we kill King Horik, and when Ragnar returns, we close the gates and crush him with his own walls. The jarls stood up. It was a desperate plan, a rat's plan, but it was the only one they had left. To the sewers, Sigurd agreed, drawing his sword. For the old ways. The governor's palace, York Ragnar sat in his saddle 3 miles away, staring at the empty woods. It's a trap, he whispered. Ulf was right, they aren't here. He turned his horse around so fast it nearly reared. Back to the city, Ragnar screamed. Ignore the formation, run. Meanwhile, inside the palace, King Horik was in the great hall eating a roasted pheasant. He was oblivious to the danger. He thought the battle was won. Excellent bird, Horik mumbled, wiping grease on his beard. The builders' new ovens cook meat evenly. Upstairs in the archives, Jida was not eating, she was pacing. The vibration in the floor had stopped. The sounds of battle had faded, but something felt wrong. The air was too still. She heard it again, faintly, from the scullery below. Jida grabbed the Valkyrie's sting. She didn't call for the guards. Most of the guards were with Ragnar. The palace defense consisted of her, a few tech thralls, and the king's personal bodyguards who were currently drunk on victory wine. She moved to the door. Down the hallway she saw a figure. It was a palace maid, a young girl named Helga who worked in the kitchens. Helga was walking toward the stairs, carrying a tray of wine. Helga, Jida called out softly, "Stop." Helga turned, smiling. "Mistress, I am bringing wine for the king." Suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the darkness behind Helga. It moved with terrifying speed. A hand clamped over Helga's mouth. A knife flashed. No, Jida screamed, raising her crossbow, but she was too late. The blade crossed Helga's throat. The girl dropped the tray. The sound of shattering pottery echoed through the silent palace. Helga slumped to the floor, blood pooling on the stone. Behind her stood Jarl Einar. He was covered in sewer muck, his eyes wild with adrenaline. Behind him, more men poured out of the servants' stairwell, wet, smelling of filth and armed to the teeth. The witch, Einar roared, pointing his axe at Jida. "Kill her." Jida didn't hesitate. She fired the Valkyrie's sting. The bolts hit the man behind Einar in the eye. He dropped without a sound. Jida turned and ran. "Alert!" she shouted, her voice echoing down the corridor. "Breach, level 4 breach." She didn't run to the king. She ran to the safe room, the heavy stone chamber where Ragnar kept the blueprints and the prototype explosives. She slammed the iron door shut and threw the heavy bolt. An axe hit the wood a second later. "Open it, witch!" Einar screamed from the other side. "There's nowhere to go, we have the hallway." Jida backed away from the door. She looked at the room. It was filled with crates of black powder, fuses, and experimental granado pots. She was trapped. But she was trapped in an armory. "You want in, Einar?" Jida whispered, her hands shaking slightly as she grabbed a flint and steel. "Come in, I'll show you the severance package." Ragnar galloped through the city gates, his horse foaming at the mouth. "Where are they?" Ragnar yelled at the gate guards. "Who, director?" the guard asked, confused. "It is quiet." "The sewers," Ragnar screamed. "Check the palace." He rode through the streets, scattering civilians. As he neared the governor's palace, he saw it. Not fire, not smoke, but the front doors were open, and there were no guards. Ragnar leaped off his horse before it fully stopped. "Bjorn Erik with me," they stormed the entrance. The great hall was a scene of chaos. King Horik was cowering behind his throne, holding a table knife. 2 of his bodyguards lay dead on the floor. Jarl Sigurd and Father Wilfred stood over the king. "Sign the abdication." Wilfred was shouting, holding a parchment. "Sign it and you live." Ragnar didn't ask questions. He didn't negotiate. He raised the typewriter. 3 bolts flew. 1 hit Wilfred in the shoulder, sending him spinning. 1 hit Sigurd in the leg. The 3rd hit a mercenary in the chest. "Director," Horik sobbed, dropping the knife. "They came from the floor. They smell like poo." "Where is Jida?" Ragnar demanded, stepping over a body. "Upstairs," Horik pointed. Einar went upstairs. Ragnar's blood ran cold. He sprinted up the stone steps, taking them 2 at a time. He heard the hacking of axes against wood. He reached the landing. The hallway was filled with Einar's men. They were chopping at the heavy door of the safe room. "Almost through," Einar yelled, swinging his axe. "Break it down." "Hey!" Einar turned. He saw the director standing at the end of the hall, covered in mud, holding a strange, boxy crossbow. The builder, Einar, sneered. "You are too late. Your wife is trapped. Your city is mine." "You broke my door," Ragnar said. He pulled the trigger. The typewriter clicked empty. He had fired his last bolts downstairs. Einar laughed. "Out of ammo, wizard. Now you die like a man." Einar charged. Ragnar reached into his belt pouch. He pulled out a small, spherical clay pot with a short fuse. He lit it with a match, a sulfur-tipped stick he had invented the week before. "Catch," Ragnar said. He tossed the pot. Einar stopped. He tried to bat it away with his axe. The grenade exploded in the confined hallway. It wasn't a huge explosion, but the concussive force in the stone corridor was devastating. Einar was thrown backward into his men. Smoke filled the air. Ears rang. Ragnar drew his sword, not a Viking sword, but a short, heavy falchion designed for close quarters. He charged through the smoke. He was an engineer, but he knew where to hit to cause structural failure in a human body. He stepped over Einar, who was groaning on the floor, clutching his face. Ragnar reached the door of the safe room. "Jida," he shouted, pounding on the splintered wood. "It's me, don't blow the powder." The bolt slid back. The door opened. Jida stood there, holding a lit torch over an open barrel of gunpowder. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. She looked at Ragnar. She looked at the carnage in the hallway. She blew out the torch. "You took your time," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Ragnar dropped his sword. He grabbed her and pulled her into a hug that cracked ribs. "I had to calculate the arrival time," he gasped into her hair. "You miscalculated by 2 minutes," she whispered, burying her face in his smoky tunic. "I was about to liquidate the assets." Behind them, Einar groaned. He tried to stand up. Jida pulled away from Ragnar. She walked over to the fallen jarl. She looked down at him with the cold eyes of an auditor finding a discrepancy. "You killed Helga," she said. She raised the Valkyrie's sting. Request denied. The bolt hit Einar in the chest. The jarl of the old ways slumped back against the wall, dead. Ragnar watched her. He didn't stop her. Ragnar walked over to the window. He looked out at the city. Bjorn and the industrial corps were rounding up the remaining rebels in the courtyard. He turned back to Jida. "Are we safe?" he asked. "For now," Jida said, reloading her crossbow, "but we need a better door." Ragnar smiled weakly. "I'll design one, steel reinforced, time lock." He slumped against the wall, sliding down until he hit the floor. The adrenaline was fading, leaving him shaking. "Jida," he said, "I think I need a vacation." "No vacation," Jida said, sitting down beside him among the debris. "Tomorrow is payroll." Ragnar laughed. It was a hysterical, exhausted sound. "I love you," he said. "I know," she replied, resting her head on his shoulder. Jarl Einar lay dead. His ambitions ended by a bolt from the Valkyrie's sting. Ragnar stood over Einar's body, his chest heaving. Jida was reloading her crossbow with methodical, terrifying precision. "We aren't done," Ragnar rasped, wiping soot from his face. "Einar has an army in the sewers. If they break into the palace, we lose the city." General Bjorn burst into the hallway, his sword dripping with blood. "Director, the courtyard is secure. We caught the stragglers, but the scouts report movement in the tunnels, a lot of movement. They are coming up," Ragnar realized, "thousands of them." He looked at the narrow stone staircase leading down to the scullery, the only exit point for the sewer network. inside the palace. It's a bottleneck, Jida said, her eyes narrowing. They have to come out single file. Exactly, Ragnar nodded, and we are going to make sure they regret it. He turned to the palace staff, the tech thralls who had fought with mops and pans. They looked terrified but energized by their victory. Eric, Ragnar shouted to the one-legged cleaner. Get the oil, all of it, the cooking oil, the lamp oil, even the grease from the kitchen. Yes, director, Eric saluted with his mop. Bjorn, Ragnar ordered. Get the huskarls. Barricade the scullery door, but leave it unlocked. We want them to think they can push through. He turned to Jida. Mistress of the ledger, Ragnar said grimly. We need to close the account. The sewers of York beneath the city in the ancient Roman drains, Jarl Sigurd was leading 2,000 men through knee-deep filth. The smell was atrocious. But the promise of gold and vengeance kept them moving. Faster, Sigurd hissed, holding a torch high. Einar has cleared the way, the palace is ours. They reached the junction leading to the governor's scullery. The air here was fresher. They could hear the sounds of shouting from above. They are fighting, a mercenary whispered. Einar is engaging the builder, Sigurd grinned. Then we strike from behind. He signaled the advance. The mob surged forward, jamming into the narrow tunnel leading to the surface. They were packed tight, shoulder to shoulder, shield to shield. It was the perfect trap, they just didn't know it yet. The door to the scullery shook. Hold, Bjorn roared, bracing his shoulder against a stack of crates piled in front of the door. Behind him, the huskarls stood in a semicircle, shields raised, spears ready. Ragnar stood on a table overlooking the door. Beside him were 3 barrels of oil. Jida stood ready with a lit torch. Let them push, Ragnar shouted. Wait for the pressure. The door splintered. An axe blade punched through, then another. With a final splintering crash, the door gave way. The mob poured in. Death to the builder, Sigurd screamed, charging into the room. He expected to find a few frightened servants. Instead, he found a wall of huskarl shields, and then it rained. Now, Ragnar yelled. Eric and the tech thralls tipped the barrels. Gallons of oil cascaded onto the attackers. It soaked their furs. It slicked the floor. It covered their shields. Sigurd slipped, crashing into the man behind him. The entire front rank went down like bowling pins sliding on the grease. What is this? Sigurd sputtered, wiping oil from his eyes. Ignition, Ragnar commanded. Jida threw the torch. The scullery turned into an oven. The oil caught instantly. The fire didn't just burn, it roared, fed by the draft from the open sewer tunnel. The mob screamed. The men in the front tried to retreat, but the men behind them was still pushing forward, unaware of the inferno. Back, Sigurd shrieked, batting at his burning cloak. Go back to the tunnel, the mob turned. They trampled each other in their haste to escape the fire. They fled back down into the dark, damp safety of the sewers. Ragnar watched from the table, the heat warming his face. Phase 1 complete, Ragnar said, coughing in the smoke. Now for Phase 2. He looked at Bjorn. Seal the door, Ragnar ordered. And then bring the cement. Cement? Bjorn asked. Quicklime mortar, Ragnar corrected. We are going to do some renovations. Meanwhile, outside the city, the remnants of Einar's army, the ones who hadn't entered the sewers, were regrouping in the woods. Father Wilfred was trying to rally them. The palace hasn't fallen, Wilfred shouted. We must attack the walls again. Suddenly, a horn blew. Came from the west. Wilfred turned. Emerging from the morning mist was a column of riders. They were the Dublin Brigade. Floki of the Green rode at the front, flanked by 500 Irish Galloglass mercenaries armed with massive 2-handed axes. The builder sends his regards. Floki laughed, waving a contract. And he pays better, the Dubliners charged. Caught between the walls of York and the Irish heavy infantry, the rebel army broke. It wasn't a battle, it was a cleanup operation. An hour later, the fighting was over. Ragnar stood in the courtyard of the palace. The fire in the scullery had been extinguished mostly. The sewer entrance had been sealed with stone and mortar, trapping any survivors in the dark until they surrendered or starved. Captured rebels were being lined up against the wall. They looked wet, burned, and terrified. Jarl Sigurd was dragged forward by Bjorn. He was covered in soot and smelled of burnt hair. Director, Sigurd gasped, falling to his knees. Mercy, I was misled. Einar forced me. Ragnar looked down at him. He didn't look angry. He looked tired. You tried to burn my factory, Ragnar said softly. You tried to kill my wife. You tried to destroy the future because you were afraid of a book. He turned to Jida. What is the penalty for industrial sabotage? Jida opened her ledger. It was charred at the edges but legible. Termination, she said simply. Ragnar nodded. He looked at the assembled huskarls, the tech thralls, the monks, and the Irish mercenaries. We are building a new world, Ragnar announced. In this world we do not kill for glory, we do not kill for revenge, we kill to protect the asset. He pointed to Sigurd. This man is a liability. Bjorn stepped forward. He raised his axe. Ragnar turned away. He walked over to Jida. She was wiping a spot of blood from her cheek. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am fine," she said, "but the scullery is ruined. We will need a new floor." "I'll design it," Ragnar promised. "Stone, fireproof." He looked at the city of York. Smoke rose from the chimneys, but it wasn't the smoke of war anymore. It was the smoke of the foundry starting up again. "The rebellion is over," Ragnar said. "Now we have a country to run." He took Jida's hand. "And I think," he added, a small smile appearing, "I finally earned that vacation." Jida squeezed his hand. 2 days, she negotiated. "Then we have to balance the books. Deal." The royal palace, Tamworth, capital of Mercia, King Burgred of Mercia, sat in his private solar. Heavy silver goblet in his hand. Across from him stood a man who looked like he had crawled through a swamp to get there. It was one of the few surviving assassins from the York operation. "How did it go?" Burgred asked, his voice low and dangerous. He swirled the wine in his cup. "Did the builder fall? Is the factory burning?" The assassin flinched. He was missing an ear, a souvenir from a close encounter with a broom canister. "Your Highness," the assassin stammered, sweat dripping onto the expensive rug. "It was a catastrophe." The builder knew he had traps inside the traps. He dropped fire on the berserkers. He used machines that spit iron like rain. Burgred just stared at the man. "And the gold?" Burgred asked. "The chest of pennies I sent to Jarl Einar." "Lost, sire. Einar is dead, the builder's wife. She shot him. They say she keeps the books better than she keeps mercy." A heavy silence hung in the room. The assassin trembled, waiting for the guards to drag him away. "Get out," Burgred finally whispered. The assassin didn't wait to be told twice. He scrambled backward and fled the room, happy to be alive and unemployed. Burgred drained his cup. He stood up and walked to the window, looking north. "Builds schools," Burgred muttered to himself. "He builds furnaces, and now he crushes coops with plumbing." He rang a small bell on his desk. His chief ealdorman entered. "My king, double the patrols on the border," Burgred commanded, his voice turning icy, "and send riders to Wessex. Tell King Ethelred that the heathens aren't just raiding anymore. They are industrializing." Burgred crushed the silver cup in his hand. The city of York today was a significant day in the corporate calendar of Jernheim. It was audit day. The news of the failed coup had rippled through the city like a shockwave. The traditionalists, the men who had longed for the old ways, were terrified. They had expected Ragnar to be weak without his army. Instead, he had crushed a rebellion of 2,000 men using nothing but boiling oil, quicklime, and a very angry wife. The common folk, however, were ecstatic. For the thralls, the broken men, and the new tech thralls, Ragnar gave them salaries. He gave them shoes. He gave them a reason to wake up that wasn't just avoiding a beating. Long live the director, long live the industry. The chants echoed through the streets as the crowds gathered in the main square. The broken men acted as ushers, directing traffic with their colored flags. However, there was another group that wasn't cheering. The remaining jarls, the ones who hadn't joined Einar but hadn't helped Ragnar either, stood in the back, sweating. They realized that the era of might makes right was over. The era of compliance makes right had begun. In the center of the square, a wooden structure had been erected. It wasn't a traditional execution block. It was a scaffold with a complex system of pulleys and counterweights. Ragnar stood on the balcony of the governor's palace, looking down at the scene. He wore his steel sallet helmet and a clean tunic. Beside him stood Jida holding the ledger. "Are you sure about this?" Jida asked quietly. "A public execution is old-fashioned." "It is necessary," Ragnar replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "We are not killing men, Jida. We are killing an idea, the idea that you can disrupt the workflow and get away with it." He looked at the prisoners being led out. There were 10 of them, the surviving ringleaders of the sewer assault. At the front, limping heavily from a bolt wound in his shoulder, was Father Wilfred. Ragnar felt no pity. If Wilfred had succeeded, Jida would be dead. The school would be ash, the future would be cancelled. "Bring them up," Ragnar ordered. The crowd jeered as the prisoners were marched up the wooden steps. "Traitor, saboteur!" A rotten turnip hit Father Wilfred in the face. He stumbled, but the guards' tech thralls armed with heavy batons pushed him forward. Wilfred looked up at the balcony. He saw Ragnar. He saw the cold, mathematical stare of the engineer. "You cannot do this," Wilfred shouted, his voice cracking. "I am a man of God. I am an envoy of Mercia. This is an act of war." Ragnar leaned over the railing. He picked up his birch bark megaphone. You are not a man of God today, Wilfred, Ragnar's voice boomed across the square. You took Mercian gold, Ragnar continued, reading from a sheet of paper Jida handed him. You hired mercenaries, you tried to destroy the governor's palace, you violated Article 2 of the York Industrial Act, sabotage of critical infrastructure. Ragnar looked at the crowd. What is the penalty for sabotage? Liquidation, the crowd roared back. It was terrifying how quickly they had adopted the corporate terminology. Wilfred looked around wildly. I demand a trial. I demand a duel. Your trial was the explosion in my hallway, Ragnar said coldly. And you lost. He signaled to Eric the Lame, who was standing by the lever of the gallows. Eric, Ragnar said, close the account. Eric grinned. He didn't hate the priest because he was Christian. He hated him because the priest had tried to burn down the place that gave Eric a pension. Processing, Eric grunted. He pulled the lever. Ragnar had designed a drop hatch system. The floor dropped out from under the 10 men simultaneously. The rope snapped tight. The crows, which had been circling the towers of York since the siege began, descended. They didn't care about politics. They only cared that the feast had been served. Ragnar watched the body sway gently in the wind. He didn't feel triumph. He felt a grim satisfaction. The bottleneck had been removed. He turned to Jida. Send the head of the priest back to King Burgred, Ragnar ordered calmly. Put it in a box with a bill for the damage to the palace doors. A bill? Jida raised an eyebrow. Yes. Itemize the cost of the wood, the oil, and the labor required to clean the blood, Ragnar said. Let him know that war with us is expensive. Jida smiled. It was a sharp, dangerous smile. I will add a surcharge for emotional distress, she said, making a note in her ledger. Ragnar looked out at the city. The Huskarls were patrolling the streets. The factory smoke was rising again. The school bell was ringing. Now, Ragnar said, taking off his helmet, we have a kingdom to stabilize, and I have an idea for a new project. Oh no, Jida sighed, though she took his arm. What is it now? Agriculture, Ragnar said, looking at the fertile fields beyond the walls. The famine is coming in winter. We need to industrialize the farms. He looked at the swaying bodies one last time, then turned his back on death to focus on life. Bjorn, Ragnar shouted. Get the shovel, we're going farming. The cleanup of the attempted coup was lucrative. Ragnar sat in the great hall, staring at a ledger that Jida had placed in front of him. The liquidation of Jern Einar and his conspirators had yielded unexpected dividends. 40,000 silver pennies, Jida recited, tapping the page with her quill. 10 tons of raw iron stockpiled in Einar's secret barn. And, interestingly, a hidden cache of Mercian gold that Father Wilfred had been using to pay the mercenaries. Ragnar whistled. That covers the cost of the siege and the wedding. It covers the fiscal year, Jida corrected, if we don't spend it on something stupid. Ragnar looked at the pile of wealth. In his previous life, he knew that the Soviet Union and other regimes had consolidated power by seizing the assets of the old nobility. He was doing the same, but with less ideology and more accounting. He looked around the room. The leaders of his industrial corps were gathered. They looked tired, smelling of soot and victory. Bjorn, security. Leif, foundry. Eric the Lame, broken men. Brother Osric, education. Ethelwulf, the weasel, trade. They were a motley crew. A giant, a smith, a cripple, a monk, and a con artist. But they were loyal. Gentlemen, Ragnar began, standing up. We have conquered a city. We have crushed a rebellion. Now we have a bigger problem. Saxons? Bjorn asked, reaching for his axe. No, Ragnar sighed. He pointed to the stack of unread reports on the table. I cannot run a blast furnace in a city at the same time, Ragnar explained. I need to delegate. The industrial core was a good start, but we are a government now. We need ministries. The men looked confused. Ministry sounded like something a priest did. A government, Ragnar clarified, is a machine, and like any machine it needs specialized parts. You are the gears. He picked up a piece of charcoal and walked to a large slate board he had set up. Jida, Ragnar said first. You are already doing the job, but let's make it official. You are the Prime Minister. Jida raised an eyebrow. I prefer Mistress of the Ledger. Prime Minister sounds more terrifying to the Saxons, Ragnar argued. You manage the other ministers, you audit them. If they steal, you liquidate them. Jida nodded slowly. Acceptable. Ragnar turned to Bjorn. You are the Minister of Defense. You control the Huskarls, the torsion spikes, and the walls. Your job is to make sure no one interrupts my work. Bjorn grinned. I like the title. Ragnar moved down the line. Leif, he pointed to the soot-stained smith. You are the Minister of Industry. You manage the foundry, the mines, and the production of standard bolts. If a bolt doesn't fit the hole of truth, it's your fault. Leif saluted with a hammer. I will keep the iron flowing, Director. Eric the Lame, Ragnar continued. You represent the broken men. You are now the Minister of Labor and Welfare. Your job is to ensure the workforce is fed, paid, and housing is adequate. You also manage the pension fund. Eric straightened his crutch. He looked proud. Brother Osric, Ragnar said to the monk. You are the Minister of Education and Propaganda. Keep the school running and print more pamphlets about how great we are. I want every Saxon peasant to know that life is better under the Industrial Act. Osric bowed nervously. I shall spread the good news, my lord. Finally, Ragnar turned to Ethelwulf the Weasel. And you, Ragnar sighed, you are the Minister of Trade. You sell the skillets, you sell the bad swords to Mercia, you buy the saltpeter from Dublin. Just try not to steal too much from us. Ethelwulf winked. Ragnar stepped back. This is the cabinet, he announced. We are not just a raiding party anymore. We are a state. You answer to me and I answer to the ledger. With the government formed, Ragnar moved to the next item on the agenda. Now, Ragnar said, rolling out a map of the farmlands around York. We have gold. We have iron. We have a winter coming, and the Saxon farming methods are primitive. He pointed to the fields. They were using the two-field system, planting half the land and leaving half fallow to recover. It wasted 50% of the land every year. If we starve, the factory stops, Ragnar said. So, we are going to industrialize the food. How do you industrialize a turnip? Bjorn asked, genuinely puzzled. Chemistry, Ragnar smiled, and geometry. He drew a square divided into 4 parts. We are going to implement the 4-field system, Ragnar explained. Field 1, wheat for bread. Field 2, turnips for cattle feed. Field 3, barley for ale. Field 4, clover. Clover, Eric asked. We can't eat clover. The sheep eat it, Ragnar said. But more importantly, clover puts nitrogen back into the soil. It recharges the land. No more fallow fields. We use 100% of the land every year. He looked at Ethelwulf. Weasel, I need you to import clover seeds, tons of them. And turnips are boring, Ethelwulf complained. Turnips keep the cows alive in winter, Ragnar countered. If the cows live, we have fresh meat in January. If we have meat, the men are happy. If the men are happy, they don't revolt. And the plows, Ragnar added, turning to Leif. The Saxons use wooden plows. They scratch the dirt. I want you to cast iron moldboard plows. An iron plow digs deep, Ragnar explained, miming the motion. It turns the soil over, it kills the weeds, it brings up the nutrients. Leif nodded, his eyes lighting up. I can cast those. Do it, Ragnar ordered. We are going to turn York into the breadbasket of the north. The next morning, the Ministry of Agriculture issued the decree. The town criers, part of the Ministry of Propaganda, stood on the street corners. Hear ye, by order of the Director. 1. All farmers must plant clover in the 4th field. 2. Wooden plows are banned. Exchange them for iron plows at the foundry. 3. Manure is state property. Do not waste it. It goes on the fields. The Saxon peasants were confused. They had expected the Vikings to steal their food. Instead, the Vikings were yelling at them about soil pH and nitrogen cycles. Why do they care about my turnips? A peasant asked his neighbor. I don't know, the neighbor replied, holding a shiny new iron plow. But this thing cuts through clay like butter. It took months, but the results were undeniable. While the rest of England struggled with a poor harvest, the fields around York were lush. The clover fed the sheep, which produced more wool for the textile mill, Ragnar's next project. The turnips kept the cattle fat. The wheat grew tall and thick. Ragnar stood on the walls of York, looking out at the green grid of the 4-field system. It works, he whispered. Of course it works, Jida said, appearing beside him. You engineered it. She handed him a report. The surplus is huge, she noted. We have enough grain to feed the army for 2 years, and the Weasel is selling the extra turnips to the Scots for a profit. Good, Ragnar said. Because we are going to need that food. He pointed south. King Burgred knows we are here, he knows we are rich, and soon he will come for us with an army. Let him come, Jida said, touching the Valkyrie's sting. We have iron, we have bread, and we have a government. Ragnar laughed. The schools were full of grumbling Vikings learning the alphabet. The fields were being plowed by the new iron moldboards. Ragnar sat in his office, staring at a report from Ethelwulf the Weasel. The report detailed a skirmish near the Mercian border where a shipment of brittle swords had been intercepted, not by Mercians, but by a group of bandits who seemed to know exactly when the wagon was coming. We have spies. Ragnar muttered, tapping the paper. He looked across the desk at Princess Jida, the Prime Minister. She was currently auditing the monthly expenses for Dragon Fire, the Greek fire mixture. "We need an intelligence agency," Ragnar said. "A real one. Not just Bjorn asking people if they are suspicious." Jida didn't look up. Being a spy is dishonorable. Vikings prefer to look their enemy in the eye before they kill them. "That is why Vikings keep getting ambushed in swamps," Ragnar countered. "We need eyes in the dark." He stood up and walked to the window. "I need someone who understands secrets," Ragnar mused. "Someone who can find a needle in a haystack, someone who isn't afraid to get their hands dirty, but is smart enough to wash them afterward." Jida paused her writing. She looked thoughtful. "There is one person," she said slowly. "A man who impressed me during the siege. He found the path through the woods when everyone else was lost, and he was the one who warned us about Einar's army." Ragnar turned. "Leif the Lesser? The thief," Jida nodded. "He survived the rugby match. He survived the woods. He has a talent for being invisible." Ragnar considered it. Leif was small, quick, and had a moral compass that pointed directly to survival. He was perfect. "Bring him in," Ragnar ordered. Leif the Lesser was currently working in the Ministry of Logistics, counting sacks of turnips. It was boring, honest work, and he hated it. He missed the thrill of the steel. He missed the adrenaline. But he liked the salary and the fact that no one was trying to cut off his hands. "Leif," a booming voice made him jump. General Bjorn stood in the doorway, blocking out the sun. "Director wants you," Bjorn grunted. "Top floor." Leif swallowed. Top floor meant the director's office. Usually people went up there to get promoted or executed. He followed Bjorn up the stairs, wiping turnip dust from his hands. When he entered the office, he saw Ragnar and Jida sitting behind a desk piled high with papers. They looked like two predators deciding which sheep to eat. "Leif," Ragnar said, gesturing to a chair. "Sit." Leif sat on the edge of the chair, ready to bolt. "I didn't steal the extra salt, Director." Ragnar smiled. "I don't care about the salt, I care about your extracurricular skills." Ragnar leaned forward. "I need you to build an organization, a department that doesn't exist on the official books. I need you to know everything, every whisper in the market, every rumor in the alehouse, every secret letter sent by a Mercian priest." Leif blinked. "You want me to be a spy? I want you to be the director," Ragnar corrected. "Or, as we will call it for accounting purposes, the quality control department." Leif's mind raced. Director, that meant a pay raise. Meant power, but it also meant danger. "Director," Leif said carefully, "spying costs money, bribing guards isn't cheap." Ragnar waved his hand dismissively. "Budget is not an issue. You will have a discretionary fund from the Black Ledger. Jida will manage it." Jida opened a small, black-bound book. She pushed a heavy bag of silver across the table. "Startup capital," she said. "Don't lose the receipt." Leif looked at the bag. He looked at the steel ring on Ragnar's finger. He realized he was being offered a chance to stop being a lesser and start being a master. "I accept," Leif said, grabbing the bag. "When do I start?" "Yesterday," Ragnar said. "I need you to go to Mercia, find out what King Burgred is planning, and find out why my wagons keep getting hit." "Consider it done," Leif grinned. "I'll be a ghost." Leif wasted no time. He moved his office to the back of a tavern near the docks, a place called the Rusty Anchor. It was noisy, smelly, and perfect for listening. He didn't recruit huskarls or warriors. They were too loud. Instead, he recruited the invisible people. Barmaids who heard drunken confessions, street urchins who could crawl into vents, beggars who sat by the city gates and counted every wagon that entered. He called them the Whisperers. Within weeks, the network began to hum. Information flowed into the Rusty Anchor like water. Leif organized it, filtered it, and sent the best bits to the palace. One evening, a young beggar boy ran into the tavern. "Master Leif," the boy panted. "I saw a man, a monk. He was buying carrier pigeons, lots of them." Leif narrowed his eyes. "Monks usually send letters by runner. Pigeons are for urgent news." "He had a tattoo," the boy added, "on his wrist, a serpent eating its tail." Leif froze, the mark of the Mercian Special Operations. "Good work," Leif said, tossing the boy a silver coin. "Keep watching him." Leif wrote a report on a scrap of paper, sealed it with plain wax, and sent it to the palace. Back at the Praetorium, Ragnar was staring at a wall covered in strings and notes. He was trying to map the supply chain for the blast furnace. Jida entered, holding Leif's report. "The Quality Control Department has filed a memo," she said, handing it to him. Ragnar read it. His eyes went cold. "Carrier pigeons," he muttered. "They are communicating faster than we thought." He looked at the map of Mercia. "King Burgred is building a network," Ragnar realized. "He's trying to copy our signal corps. But instead of flags, he uses birds. We can shoot them." Jida noted pragmatically. No, Ragnar smiled. If we shoot them, they know we need to intercept them and replace the messages. He turned to Jida. Budget authorization for Project Falcon. Authorized, Jida said, by the Hawks. A week later, the skies over the borderlands became a battleground. Ragnar's new falconry unit began patrolling the air. Every time a Mercian pigeon flew north, a Viking hawk was there to meet it. The intercepted messages were fascinating. The Vikings are building a stone road to the coast. The blast furnace runs day and night. The director eats porridge for breakfast. They are obsessed with your breakfast, Jida noted, reading a captured scroll. It shows attention to detail. Ragnar shrugged. Now write the fake reply. Ragnar dictated a new message. The Vikings are starving, the furnace is broken, the director has dysentery, attack now. They tied the fake message to the pigeon and released it. Disinformation, Ragnar said, watching the bird fly south. The most powerful weapon in the world. Leif didn't stop at Mercia. He sent agents to Scotland. He sent spies to Wales. He even sent a man to Francia to see what the emperor was doing. The quality control department grew. It wasn't the CIA or MI6. It was a collection of gossips, thieves, and bribed servants, but it worked. One day Leif came to the palace himself. He looked serious. Director, Leif said, we have a problem in the west. Dublin? Ragnar asked. No, Leif shook his head. Wales, the kingdom of Gwynedd. My agent says they are massing troops on the border. They think we are distracted by Mercia. Ragnar looked at the map. Wales was rich in copper. He needed copper for bronze fittings. Excellent, Ragnar said. If they are massing, they are clustered. If they are clustered, they are a target. He turned to Bjorn. General, prepare. You're going on a business trip to Wales. And the Mercians? Bjorn asked. The Mercians think I have dysentery, Ragnar grinned. They will wait for me to die. That gives us 2 weeks to secure the copper mines. Leif watched the director plot the campaign. One more thing, director, Leif added. My agent in Wales, he says they have a new weapon. Long bows, very long. Made of you, Ragnar paused, the Welsh longbow. In history, it was the weapon that destroyed French chivalry. Get me one, Ragnar ordered. Steal it, buy it. I don't care, I need to reverse engineer it. Consider it acquired, Leif said, bowing. Ragnar looked out the window. Let's go see about this Welsh copper. Ragnar decided it was time to leave the smoke of the foundry and see the sun. He ordered his horse and rode out to inspect the agricultural sector. He expected to see mud and misery. That was the standard for 9th century English farming. But the fields outside York were no longer a chaotic patchwork of weeds and half-starved crops. They were divided into neat, 4-square grids. A farmer named Stig was guiding a team of oxen. He was using one of Leif's cast iron moldboard plows. The heavy iron blades sliced through the wet clay soil with a satisfying tearing sound, turning the earth over completely. Ragnar pulled up his horse. Stig, he called out. How is the yield? Stig stopped the oxen. He wiped sweat from his brow. Director, Stig grinned, pointing to a pile of turnips. Look at these bastards, they are the size of a man's head. The cows are eating better than the king. And the wheat, double the yield from last year, Stig beamed. The clover trick is magic. Ragnar nodded, satisfied. Keep the rotation strict. If you skip the clover, I audit your farm. I wouldn't dream of it, Stig laughed. As Ragnar rode on, he saw something else. A group of tech thralls, former slaves who had passed the aptitude test, were measuring a plot of land with ropes and stakes. They were arguing about property lines using a Pythagorean triplet. 3, 4, 5, one thrall shouted. The corner must be square, Ragnar smiled. The feudal system was dying, killed by the desire for straight lines. Perhaps it was the favor of Odin, or perhaps it was just the law of probability, but the Merit Act produced its first miracle that afternoon. Deep in the hills north of the city, a mining team was scouting for iron ore. The team was led by a provisional freeman named Gorm. Gorm had been a slave 2 months ago, belonging to the late Jarl Einar. Now, he was a prospector with a salary. Gorm was digging near a riverbank when his pickaxe hit something black. It wasn't the crumbly, sea coal they gathered from the beaches. It was hard, shiny, anthracite. Gorm froze. He knew the director offered a bounty for new resources. In the old days, if a thrall found gold, the master took it and beat the thrall for hiding it. Gorm looked at his team. They looked at him. We go to the palace, Gorm decided. When Gorm arrived at the governor's palace covered in black dust, he was terrified. He was ushered into the great hall where Ragnar and Jida were reviewing the weekly coal consumption charts. Director, Gorm stammered, holding out a sack. I found the deep fire. Ragnar opened the sack. He took out a chunk of the high-grade coal. He lit a match to it. It burned with a clean, hot blue flame. Anthracite, Ragnar whispered. This burns hot enough to melt steel. Where? 3 miles north, Gorm said, a whole seam of it. Ragnar looked at Jida. Write the check, Ragnar ordered. Jida opened the ledger. She pulled out a heavy bag of silver 50 coins, a fortune for a peasant. Gorm, Ragnar said, handing him the bag. You are no longer a provisional freeman. You are the mine superintendent. You hire the men, you meet the quota, you keep 5% of the profit. Gorm fell to his knees, weeping. Thank you, Lord Builder, thank you. Don't thank me, Ragnar said, pulling him up. Just keep the furnace fed. Thus, the Gorm Mining Company was born, and the news spread like wildfire. The director pays. The director keeps his word. The next day, Ragnar decided to inspect the city itself. Jida accompanied him, claiming she needed to verify the asset depreciation. They walked through the streets of York. It wasn't the muddy, chaotic Viking camp a few months ago. It was paved. Using the surplus stone from the ruined walls and the Roman cement Ragnar had reinvented, the industrial core had paved the main thoroughfares. There were drainage ditches on the sides. The smell of sewage was gone, replaced by the smell of baking bread and coal smoke. It smells less like death, Jida admitted, stepping over a clean puddle. I approve. They passed the Department of Public Safety. Outside, a squad of Huskarls was changing shifts. They were wearing standardized uniforms, dark blue tunics with the iron gear sigil of Jernheim and identical steel helmets. They carried heavy batons instead of axes. As they walked, the citizens stopped to bow. Director, Prime Minister. They reached the University of York, formerly the church. The sound of chanting drifted out. A BCD. Ragnar peeked inside. The pews were gone, replaced by long tables. Sitting side by side were the sons of jarls and the sons of thralls. They were all wearing simple gray tunics. At the front, Brother Osric was pointing to a chalkboard. If I have 3 axes and I throw one at a Saxon, Osric asked. How many axes do I have left? A young boy raised his hand. 2 axes, brother. Incorrect, shouted a girl next to him, the daughter of a jarl. You have 2 axes in your hand and 1 axe in the Saxon. Conservation of mass. Excellent, Helga, Osric beamed. Physics applies even in combat. Ragnar chuckled. They are learning. Look at them. The jarl's daughter isn't looking down on the smith's son. She's trying to outsmart him. You have replaced blood feuds with academic rivalry. It's safer, Ragnar said. And it produces better engineers. They walked out of the school and toward the river. The water wheels of the paper mill were churning steadily. The blast furnace roared in the distance. Ragnar leaned against the stone railing of the bridge, looking at his creation. We have done it, Jida, he said softly. We have a civilization. She looked at the river. But we are still just a city, she warned. A city surrounded by kingdoms that want to burn us down, and sooner or later they will realize that we are too dangerous to exist. Ragnar nodded. He knew she was right. Agriculture and law were the foundation. But to survive the coming storm, he needed to scale up. He needed an economy that could outproduce an entire continent. We need to expand, Ragnar said, his eyes locking onto a flock of sheep grazing on the hillside. More land? Jida asked. No, Ragnar said. More value. He pointed to the sheep. Right now we shear the sheep, we spin the wool by hand, and we weave it on slow looms. It takes a woman a week to make a tunic. He grabbed a piece of charcoal from his pouch and sketched on the stone railing. If we build a machine that spins 100 threads at once, driven by the river, we could clothe the world, Jida finished his thought, her eyes widening at the profit margins. Or at least clothe an army in uniform. Textiles, Ragnar declared, the engine of the Industrial Revolution. We are going to turn that wool into gold. He turned to Jida. I need carpenters, I need gears, and I need a lot of sheep. Consider it done, Jida smiled. Jida, the Prime Minister and mistress of the ledger, sat at her desk. She was peeling an apple with a dagger that had ended the life of a jarl 3 days ago. What is failing now? She asked, slicing a piece of fruit. The furnace is hot, the harvest is good. The weasel is selling turnips to the Scots at a 200% markup. We are profitable. I am the failure, Ragnar sighed, collapsing into his chair. I am the CEO, the chief engineer, the city planner, and the head of HR. I can't scale, Jida. I'm trying to implement a 5-year plan with a one-man brain. He referenced the history books in his head. The Soviet Union, for all its flaws, had a massive bureaucracy to force industrialization. The British Empire had a civil service. Ragnar had. Bjorn is great at hitting things, Ragnar continued. And Leif is a wizard with molten iron, but I need more. I need a minister of chemistry to stop the soap factory from blowing up. I need a minister of textiles to run the new looms. I need a minister of infrastructure because the roads are turning into mud soup. So hire them, Jida said simply. From where? Ragnar gestured to the window. The talent pool is shallow, Jida. The Huskarls only know how to kill. The peasants only know how to dig. I need savants. I need the weirdos. I need the people who count roof tiles for fun. Jida chewed her apple thoughtfully. Then stop looking for Vikings, she said. Cast a wider net. Issue a decree, make it a contest. If there is one thing our people love, it is a competition. Ragnar's eyes lit up. A national enrollment, he whispered. A job fair, but with more mead. The next morning, the Ministry of Propaganda, Brother Osric and 3 loud monks spread the word. They rode to the villages, the mines, and even the borders of Mercia. They nailed parchments to trees and shouted in market squares. Are you tired of dying in a shield wall? Do you like counting things? Do you know why mixing urine and ash makes clothes clean? The director of industry seeks. Master of mixtures, chemistry, must be able to distill spirits without going blind. Master of weaves, textiles, must hate hand spinning. Master of roads, infrastructure, must know how to make mud hard. Prize, a salary in silver, a house in the city, protection from the draft. Warning, incompetence will be mocked publicly. 2 days later, the gates of York were gridlocked. They came from the countryside. They came from the coast. Thralls who had bought their freedom, second sons of minor jarls who were bad at fighting, Saxon refugees who heard the Vikings were hiring. The city of York, already bursting with the new industrial population, groaned under the weight. Ragnar stood on the balcony watching the chaos. Carts were jammed wheel to wheel, people were sleeping in the streets. The traffic is inefficient, Ragnar noted, scribbling in his notebook. We need traffic lights or at least a roundabout. The inns are full, Jida said, standing beside him. The weasel has tripled the price of ale. The economy is booming just from the tourism. It's not tourism, Ragnar corrected. It's a labor market shock. Look at them. He pointed to a group of men arguing over a wagon wheel. Somewhere in that mess is my cabinet, Ragnar said. We just have to filter out the idiots. Ragnar didn't use a written exam. Literacy was still too rare. Instead, he set up the gauntlet in the main square. It was a series of tents, each containing a specific nightmare test designed to weed out the pretenders. Tent 1, the chemistry test. Inside, Ragnar had placed 5 jars of clear liquid, water, vinegar, strong alcohol, ammonia, stale urine. Sulfuric acid diluted. Identify them, Ragnar ordered the line of hopefuls, without dying. Most applicants sniffed the ammonia and passed out. One tried to drink the vinegar and vomited. But then a short, stout woman with red cheeks stepped up. She was a brewer's daughter named Helga. She didn't sniff. She wafted the scent toward her nose with her hand, a safety technique Ragnar hadn't even taught yet. Water, she pointed. Sour wine, good spirits. She pointed to the ammonia, cleaning fluid. She looked at the acid. She dipped a small stick into it and watched the wood blacken. And dragon spit, dangerous. Ragnar, sitting behind a desk, marked a check on his paper. You're hired, he said. Report to the soap factory. Don't drink the dragon spit. Tent 2. The infrastructure test. This test was simple. A patch of mud, pile of stones, a pile of sand, a pile of gravel. Build a road, Ragnar told the applicants. You have 10 minutes, then I drive a cart over it. Most men just threw the big stones in the mud. When the cart rolled over them, the stones sank and the wheels got stuck. Then came a man named Cedric. He was a Saxon, a former thrall who had worked on Roman ruins. He didn't start with the big stones. He laid the sand first, then the gravel, then the stones on top, locking them together like a puzzle. Drainage, Cedric mumbled, packing the dirt. If water stays, road dies. Ragnar signaled the cart driver, Bjorn. The heavy cart rolled over Cedric's patch. Rolled smooth. You, Ragnar pointed. You are the minister of potholes. Get a vest. Tent 3, the textile test. This was the hardest. Ragnar placed a tangled mess of wool, a broken loom, and a diagram of a gear system on a table. Fix it, Ragnar said. Dozens of weavers failed. They tried to untangle the wool by hand. They ignored the gears. Then a young man walked in. He was skinny, with long, delicate fingers. His name was Torbjorn. He was known in his village as Torbjorn the Slow because he hated farm work. Torbjorn looked at the loom. He looked at the gears. He took it apart. He rearranged the gears. He used the wool as a drive belt. It spins faster if you don't use your hands, Torbjorn whispered almost to himself. Ragnar felt a tear come to his eye. A kindred spirit, Ragnar whispered to Jida. He hates manual labor so much he invented automation. By sunset, the square was empty. The failures had been sent home, or hired as general laborers. The factory always needed muscle. 3 people stood in the great hall looking terrified. They were the survivors. Helga the brewer, minister of chemistry. Cedric the Saxon, minister of infrastructure. Torbjorn the Slow, minister of textiles. They stood before King Horik, who was sitting on his throne looking confused. "Why is there a Saxon in my court?" Horik whispered to Ragnar, "and a woman who smells like yeast." "This is the future government, my king," Ragnar announced. "These are the people who will make you richer than the Emperor of Francia." Ragnar turned to his new hires. "Welcome to the ministry," Ragnar said, pacing in front of them like a shark in a suit. "You have no noble blood, you have no land, you have nothing but your brains. That is why you are dangerous," Jida added. Stepping out from the shadows, she dropped a heavy ledger on the table. Thump. "Helga," Ragnar commanded. "I need soap that doesn't burn the skin and gunpowder that explodes on time. You have the budget of a small kingdom, don't blow up the city." Helga nodded, eyes wide. "Yes, director." Cedric, Ragnar continued. "The streets of York are a disgrace. I want cobblestones, I want drainage. And I want a road to the coast that can support a 10-ton wagon. Can you do it?" "Give me the stone, lord," Cedric said, his voice gaining strength. "I will pave the world." Torbjorn, Ragnar finished. "The sheep are waiting. I want a machine that spins 50 threads at once. I want every Viking in this army wearing a uniform that is warm, waterproof, and identical." Torbjorn looked at his hands. "I need gears, lots of gears, and brass." "You will have them," Ragnar promised. He turned to the king. "My king, the cabinet is full, the government is operational." Horik scratched his beard. "Does this mean I can go hunting?" "Yes," Ragnar smiled. "Go hunting, we will handle the civilization." Later that night, Ragnar stood on the balcony with Jida. The city was quieting down, but the energy was different. It wasn't just the tension of war anymore. It was the hum of productivity. "We have the people," Ragnar said, "but we have a problem." "What problem?" Jida asked, checking her list of new tax revenues. "York," Ragnar said, looking at the crowded streets below. "It's too small. The walls are constraining us. The river is too narrow for the new ships I want to build." He pulled out a map of England. Jernheim was the prototype, Ragnar whispered. York was the beta test. He pointed to a spot further south, a place where the coal seams ran deep, the rivers were wide, and the land was flat enough for massive factories. "If we are going to build an empire," Ragnar said, his ambition expanding like gas in a cylinder, "we need a capital designed for industry." Out of Roman ruin we patched up. Jida looked at the map. She looked at the cost estimates in her head. "It will cost millions," she warned. "It will make billions," Ragnar countered. He looked at the 3 new ministers leaving the palace, talking excitedly about road grades and fermentation ratios. "The machine is building itself now, Jida," Ragnar smiled. "I just have to keep it oiled." "Tomorrow," Ragnar said, "we start the textile revolution." The courtyard of the governor's palace. York Ragnar stood on the balcony, watching the chaos below. Day was day 2 of the great Jernheim talent search. Having filled the positions for chemistry, infrastructure, and textiles, Ragnar now faced the 2 most critical bottlenecks in his supply chain: logistics, transportation, and communication. "We are bleeding efficiency," Ragnar muttered, looking at a wagon stuck in the mud near the gate. "We mine the coal, but it takes 2 days to get to the furnace. We spot a Mercian scout, but it takes a day for the report to reach my desk. It's unacceptable." Jida, the prime minister, stood beside him. She was eating a piece of dried venison with the precision of a surgeon. "The Huskarls say the mud is a test from the gods," she noted dryly. "They say if you cannot pull the cart, you are weak." "The mud is a friction coefficient," Ragnar corrected, "and I am going to solve it." He pointed to the courtyard. "Bring in the candidates for the Ministry of Logistics." In the reference chapter of Ragnar's memory from his past life, a wise king had asked candidates to build a road. But Ragnar already had Cedric for roads. Ragnar needed someone who understood movement. 3 men stood in the courtyard. They were burly, scarred, and looked like they could wrestle a bear. Olaf the Ox, a man whose neck was wider than his head. Sven the Strong, a former raider known for carrying 2 sheep at once. Kari the Cartwright, a smaller man with grease-stained hands and a permanent squint. Ragnar walked down the steps, followed by Jida holding the ledger and Bjorn holding a large stick to prevent cheating. "Gentlemen," Ragnar began. "Long live the industry. Long live the industry," the candidates grunted, though they looked confused by the slogan. "Your task is simple," Ragnar said. He pointed to 3 massive crates sitting on the far side of the courtyard. Each crate was filled with lead ingots. They weighed roughly 500 pounds each. "I need those crates moved to the gate." Ragnar pointed to the exit, about 50 meters away. You have 10 minutes, speed is good, not dying of a hernia is better. Begin, Bjorn shouted. Olaf the ox didn't hesitate. He spat on his hands, grabbed the first crate and roared. Hrarag. Veins bulged in his neck. He lifted the crate 3 inches off the ground and began to waddle forward, his face turning purple. Sven the Strong tried a different tactic. He tied a rope around the crate and began to drag it. The wooden bottom of the crate ground against the cobblestones with a screeching sound that made Jida wince. Scrarab. Friction was winning. Sven was sweating buckets after 5 meters. Kari the cartwright didn't touch the crate. He walked over to a pile of firewood stacked near the kitchen. He grabbed 4 round logs, each about the thickness of a man's arm. He tipped the crate up with a pry bar, kicked the first log under it, then the second. He pushed. The crate rolled forward on the logs. As the back log came free, he ran around and put it in the front. It was the principle of the wheel. It was the reduction of friction. While Olaf was hyperventilating at the 10-meter mark and Sven was cursing the gods of friction, Kari was whistling as he rolled his 500-pound load across the finish line. Time, Ragnar shouted. Olaf dropped his crate with a thud that cracked a paving stone. Sven collapsed, gasping. Kari dusted off his hands. Why carry the weight, Kari shrugged, when the ground can carry it for you? Ragnar looked at Jida. Hired, Ragnar said. Kari, you are the minister of logistics. I want you to design a wagon that doesn't get stuck. I want ball bearings. I want axles that don't snap. Kari grinned, revealing a missing tooth. I need grease, director, lots of pig fat. You'll get it, Ragnar promised. With the heavy lifting settled, Ragnar moved to the Great Hall for the final interviews, the Ministry of Communication. This was trickier. The Quality Control Department, Leif Spies, handled secrets. Ragnar needed a public system, a post office. He needed to send orders, tax receipts, and love letters, audit reports across the empire swiftly and securely. The candidates entered. Arn the Screamer, a man with a lung capacity that could shatter glass. Egil the Runner, a wiry youth who claimed he could outrun a horse he couldn't. Hilda the Hostess, a stern-looking woman who ran the largest network of inns in Northumbria. Ragnar sat on his throne, which was actually an ergonomic office chair he had custom-built. Welcome, Ragnar said. You are here because you claim to know how to move words. He looked at them. I need a network. My question is this. How do I send a message from York to the Scottish border a distance of 150 miles in less than 24 hours? A horse can only run 30 miles before it dies. Arn the Screamer stepped forward. I would set up a chain of men on the hilltops. I would shout to the next man. He would shout to the next. And if it is a secret, Ragnar asked, or a complex tax document, can you shout a spreadsheet? Arn blinked. I can shout numbers very loudly. Dismissed, Ragnar said. Inefficient. High packet loss. Egil the Runner stepped up. I would use fresh horses, Lord. I would ride until the horse collapsed, then steal another. That is theft, Jida noted, writing something in her ledger. And horses are expensive assets. We do not waste assets. Egil shrank back. Then Hilda the Hostess stepped forward. Your Highness, Hilda said, her voice calm. The problem is not the horse. The problem is the rider. Ragnar leaned forward. Explain. A rider gets tired, Hilda said. A horse gets tired, but the road does not get tired. She pulled out a piece of charcoal and drew a line on the floor. We establish stations, Hilda explained. Marking dots on the line. Every 20 miles. At each station there are fresh horses and fresh riders waiting. Relays, Ragnar nodded, go on. The messenger arrives, Hilda continued. He does not rest. He tosses the bag to the next rider. The next rider is already mounted. He goes. The message never stops moving. It flows like water. The Pony Express, Ragnar whispered in English. I call it the Raven Flight, Hilda corrected. But there is a flaw. What flaw? Ragnar asked. Hilda frowned. She looked stuck. Security. If the rider is attacked or if he steals the message, the chain breaks. I do not know how to secure the package without sending an army with every letter. Ragnar watched her. She had the concept. The beats of the reference material were playing out. But she needed the final piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, a voice spoke from the back of the room. You don't secure the rider, the voice said. Ragnar looked up. Leif the Lesser was leaning against a pillar, peeling an orange. Leif, Ragnar asked, do you have a suggestion? I do, Leif grinned. Locks. Leif walked forward, tossing the orange peel to a goat that wandered into the hall. Hilda is right about the stations, Leif said. But to fix the security, you use locked leather satchels. The station master at York has a key. The station master at the border has a key. The riders, they don't have keys, they are just engines. Leif looked at Hilda. And you create a paper trail. Every time a bag reaches a station, the station master stamps a logbook. Time in, time out. If a bag goes missing between Station A and Station B, we know exactly which rider stole it. Ragnar looked from Hilda to Leif. Hilda, Ragnar said, you have the infrastructure, you know the inns, you know the roads. Leif, Ragnar continued, you know the security. You know the locks. Hilda, you are the postmaster general, Ragnar declared. I want a station every 20 miles from here to the wall. I want fresh horses. I want riders who are light, fast, and sober. Hilda curtsied deeply. It will be done, director. And Leif, Ragnar added, your quality control agents will spot-check the bags if a letter is opened. Liquidating the rider is authorized. That evening, Ragnar stood in the war room. The walls were covered in new maps. He placed wooden tokens on the board. Helga chemistry, producing gunpowder and soap. Cedric infrastructure, paving the road to the coast. Torbjorn textiles, building the water frames for the wool. Kari logistics, putting ball bearings on the supply wagons. Hilda communication, setting up the relay stations. The cabinet was complete. The 5-year plan finally had the manpower to execute it. It is beautiful, Ragnar whispered. It is expensive, Jida corrected, looking at the final tally. The initial outlay for the horses alone is 4,000 silver pennies. Investment, Jida, Ragnar smiled, touching the steel ring on his finger. We are building the nervous system of an empire. He looked at the map. To the south lay Mercia, to the west the Welsh copper mines. We have the body, Ragnar said, clenching his fist. We have the brain, and now we have the nerves. Suddenly, the doors to the war room banged open. Bjorn strode in, his face serious. He wasn't holding a turkey leg this time. He was holding a broken arrow. Director, Bjorn rumbled. A rider from the south just arrived. He bypassed the blockade. A Mercian? No, Bjorn shook his head. A Dane from the great army in East Anglia from Guthrum. Ragnar stiffened. Guthrum was the other major Viking warlord in England, a rival, a traditionalist. What does Guthrum want? Ragnar asked. Bjorn placed the broken arrow on the table. It wasn't broken by impact. It was snapped intentionally, a Viking declaration of a broken truce. He heard about the execution of Jarl Einar, Bjorn said grimly. He says you are killing Norsemen to please a machine. He calls you a thrall lover. Bjorn paused. He says he is coming to York. Not to trade, but to purify the north. Ragnar looked at the arrow. He looked at his cabinet of misfits, cripples, and intellectuals. He didn't feel fear. He felt the cold, hard logic of industry. Guthrum is coming? Ragnar asked. With 3,000 men, Bjorn confirmed. Ragnar turned to Jida. Prime Minister, Ragnar said calmly. Approve the budget for Project Vulcan. Vulcan? Jida asked. We haven't tested it. Guthrum is the test, Ragnar said. He picked up the broken arrow and threw it into the fireplace. He wants to purify us. Ragnar watched the wood burn. Then we shall introduce him to the purifying power of napalm. The interviews continued. Ragnar, the director of industry, sat behind his desk, rubbing his temples. The great Jernheim talent search had yielded excellent results for chemistry and infrastructure, but the final critical ministry was proving to be a headache. The Ministry of Public Health. Why do we need a Minister of Health? General Bjorn asked, leaning against the wall and picking his teeth with a splinter. If a man dies, he goes to Valhalla. If he lives, he works. It is a simple system. It is an inefficient system, Ragnar corrected, looking at the mortality charts Jida had prepared. We are losing 15% of our workforce to camp fever, dysentery, and lung rot pneumonia. A dead worker cannot pay taxes, Bjorn, and a sick worker produces 40% less iron. Ragnar pointed to the door. Send in the finalists. 2 people entered the room. They couldn't have been more different. The first was Halfdan the Carver. He was a battlefield barber surgeon, a massive man with arms stained permanently red, or maybe it was henna, Ragnar hoped. He wore an apron made of thick leather and carried a terrifying array of saws and knives on his belt. He smelled of strong alcohol and old blood. The second was Ira of the Woods. She was a small, wiry woman with wild hair stuck full of twigs. She was a wise woman, the kind usually accused of witchcraft by the church. She carried a basket of moss, dried frogs, and pungent herbs. She smelled of earth and mold. Welcome, Ragnar said. Kneel. Long live the industry, Halfdan bellowed, dropping to one knee with a thud. Ira hesitated, looking at the strange, clean room before curtsying awkwardly. Good health to the director. Ragnar gestured for them to rise. I have a problem, Ragnar began, channeling the vibe of a corporate crisis meeting. My city is growing, but my people are rotting. The latrines are overflowing. The wounds from the factory are getting infected. I need a system to keep the biological assets functioning. He pointed to a table where a patient lay. It was actually a side of pork with a deep, festering gash cut into it, rubbed with dirt to simulate gangrene. "This is a worker," Ragnar said. He cut his leg on a rusty gear. "It is turning black, what do you do?" Halfdan the carver stepped forward immediately. He pulled a rusted saw from his belt. "I cut it off," Halfdan shouted confidently. "I cut above the rot, then I sear the stump with a hot iron. The man lives, he has one leg but he lives. I can do it in 30 seconds. Efficiency." Ragnar nodded slowly. It was the standard Viking medical procedure, fast, brutal, and survivable mostly. "And you?" Ragnar asked Ira. Ira crept forward. She didn't look at the leg, she looked at the dirt rubbed into the wound. "The leg is not the problem," Ira whispered. "The problem is the invisible devils." Bjorn snorted. "Devils? Tiny beasts," Ira insisted, waving her hands. "They live in the dirt, they live in the bad water. If you wash the wound with the stinging water, alcohol, and sew it shut with silk dipped in honey, the devils cannot eat the flesh. The leg stays." Halfdan laughed. "Honey silk, you want to make the leg pretty. While you are sewing, the rot spreads. Chop it off, I say." "If you chop it off," Ira countered, her voice gaining strength, "he cannot work the treadle wheel. A one-legged man is half a man. A healed man is a whole asset." Ragnar watched them. Halfdan was the logistics manager. He understood the brutal reality of triage. He had the stomach to make hard calls. He was the engineer. Ira was the researcher. She understood the theory even if she called bacteria invisible devils. She was the scientist. Ragnar smiled. He had found his team. "Halfdan," Ragnar said. "Yes, director, shall I chop the pig?" "No," Ragnar said. "I appoint you as the Minister of Public Health. You have the authority. You have the voice. If a man refuses to wash his hands, you have my permission to threaten him with the saw." Halfdan puffed out his chest, looking like he had just been crowned king. "I will saw the filth away, director." Rira's shoulders slumped. She gripped her basket of moss. She had expected this. Men always chose the knife over the herb. She turned to leave, her eyes downcast. "Ira," Ragnar called out. She froze. "You are hereby appointed as the Surgeon General and head of research," Ragnar announced. "You are the brain, Halfdan is the hand. He does not cut until you say cut. He does not burn until you say burn. You will teach him about the invisible devils." Ira looked up stunned. You believe me, about the tiny beasts?" "I do," Ragnar said seriously. "I call them bacteria, but devils works for the marketing campaign." Ira's face lit up with a terrifying intensity. It was the look of a fanatic who had finally found a patron. She bowed so low her nose touched the floor. "I will kill them all, director," she hissed. "I will boil the water, I will scrub the world." Ragnar wasn't done. He stood up and walked around the desk. "Halfdan, Ira, come here." He reached into his drawer and pulled out 2 items. They were books, bound in the thick new paper from the Jernheim mill with leather covers. Ragnar had spent the last 3 nights writing them from memory, translating 21st century medical science into 9th century Old Norse. "This," Ragnar said, handing a thick volume to Halfdan, "is the standard operating procedure for sanitation. It details how to build a latrine that doesn't poison the well. It details how to quarantine the sick. It is not a suggestion, it is law." Halfdan took the book with trembling hands. He couldn't read well, but the diagrams of latrine trenches were self-explanatory. "And this," Ragnar handed a smaller, denser book to Ira, "is the Codex of the Flesh. It contains the secrets of the body," Ragnar whispered. "The circulation of blood, the theory of germs, the recipe for penicillin, or at least how to find the right mold on bread." Ira clutched the book to her chest like it was a holy relic. She could read. She had learned from the monks to better understand herbal texts. "Why?" Ira asked, tears welling in her eyes. "I am a peasant, he is a butcher. Why give us these secrets?" Ragnar looked at them. He saw the same hunger he had seen in the tech thralls, the hunger to be more than what the world said they were. "Because the jarls think sickness is a punishment from the gods," Ragnar said quietly. "They pray when they get a fever. I don't want prayers, I want hygiene." He placed a hand on Halfdan's massive shoulder and the other on Ira's bony one. "You are not high-born. You do not have ancestors to brag about. That is why I chose you. The jarls are too proud to wash their hands. You're used to the muck. Now go clean my empire." As they left the room, Halfdan was already looking at the book's pictures, muttering about strategic latrine placement, while Ira was practically vibrating with the desire to go find some moldy bread. Ragnar watched them go. He felt a drain on his mental stamina. Writing the textbooks had exhausted him, but it was the only way to upload the knowledge to his civilization. "Productivity will increase by 20% if we stop the diarrhea," Ragnar muttered to himself, marking a checkbox in his notebook. Just as the door closed, Jida entered from the side room. She looked grim. "The cabinet is full," she said, placing the ledger on the desk. "Health, transport, industry, war, intelligence. We have a government." "We do," Ragnar nodded, leaning back. "We are ready for the 5-year plan." "You might need a 5-day plan," Jida said, dropping a scroll onto the desk. It was a message from Leif the Lesser. The seal was broken. "What is it?" Ragnar asked. "Guthrum," Jida said. "The Raven flight just delivered this. Guthrum isn't just coming with 3,000 men, he has formed a coalition." Ragnar picked up the scroll. "To the thrall lover of York. I bring the jarls of East Anglia. I bring the Danes of the 5 boroughs. We do not come to trade, we come to erase your ink." Ragnar read the numbers. 5,000 men, a massive host by Viking standards. "He is moving fast," Ragnar noted. "He wants to hit us before we can fully mobilize the new recruits." "He thinks we are soft," Jida said, sharpening her dagger. "He thinks because we build schools we have forgotten how to fight." Ragnar stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at his city. "Guthrum is right," Ragnar said softly. "We have forgotten how to fight like Vikings." He turned to Jida, a cold, industrial light in his eyes. "We don't fight like Vikings anymore." He grabbed his helmet. "Summon the cabinet. Tell Helga to double the production of dragon fire. Tell Torbjorn I need 5,000 uniforms by Tuesday." The great hall of Thetford. East Anglia King Guthrum of the Danelaw sat on his high seat, tearing into a leg of roasted boar. Unlike the fasting baron in the stories of old, Guthrum believed a leader should eat enough for 3 men to show his vitality. He was a traditionalist. He believed in the axe, the shield wall, and the favor of Odin. He did not believe in reading, washing his hands to kill invisible devils, or filling out forms. "The north has gone soft," Guthrum grunted, wiping grease onto his beard. "I hear they are farming clover like sheep." His jarls laughed, banging their cups on the table. "They say the builder makes his men wear matching clothes." Jarl Hrolf sneered. "Like little dolls. We will strip those dolls and take their iron," Guthrum declared. The heavy oak doors of the hall creaked open. A man stumbled in. He was a messenger Guthrum had sent to York 3 days ago to deliver the broken arrow, the declaration of war. The messenger looked pale. He wasn't injured, but he looked confused. "Speak," Guthrum commanded. Did the builder tremble? Did he beg for mercy? The messenger swallowed hard. He walked forward and placed a small, polished wooden box on the table. He gave me a receipt, King Guthrum." "A what?" "A receipt. And a bill." Guthrum frowned. He smashed the box open with the pommel of his dagger. Inside was a scroll of high-quality paper rolled tightly. Guthrum couldn't read well, but he recognized the neat, angular script of the industrial core. He shoved it at his advisor, a captured Saxon scribe. "Read it," Guthrum growled. The scribe's hands shook as he unrolled the paper. "To the management of the East Anglian army," the scribe read, his voice trembling. "Regarding unsolicited hostility and breach of contract. Item 1, you have broken the peace. This has caused a disruption in our projected Q3 earnings. Item 2, by marching on York, you are violating the territorial sovereignty of the industrial zone. Item 3, failure to cease and desist will result in the immediate liquidation of your assets, your army, and your person." The scribe paused. "And there is a total at the bottom, my lord." "A total?" Guthrum roared. "It says, estimated cost of funeral services for 5,000 Danes, 0 silver." Silence filled the hall. Guthrum stood up, his face turning a shade of purple that matched the bruises on a corpse. "He mocks us," Guthrum screamed, overturning the table. The roast boar hit the floor. "He sends me a paper shield. He threatens to liquidate me like I am a barrel of ale." He grabbed his axe and swung it around. "This Ragnar thinks war is a trade," Guthrum bellowed to his men. "He thinks he can buy victory with insults. He has forgotten that iron is not for counting. Iron is for killing." He looked at his jarls. "Muster the host, every Dane, every mercenary, every man who can hold a spear. We march at dawn. We will burn his paper mill, we will smash his furnaces, and I will shove this receipt down his throat." "Skål," the jarls roared, eager for the blood of the soft northerners. Guthrum sat back down, breathing heavily. He didn't know what Q3 earnings were, but he knew they sounded weak. He would show the builder what real strength looked like. The border of Northumbria, 2 days later the morning mist clung to the ground, thick and gray. Ragnar sat on a crate of standardized bolt, Type A, near a smokeless campfire. He was cleaning his helmet not with spit, but with a rag dipped in Helga's new chemical polishing compound. The full might of the industrial core had deployed to the border overnight. It was a terrifying sight. Traditionally, a Viking army was a chaotic mob of individuals. Everyone brought their own weapons, their own armor, and their own lucky charms. This was not that. Ragnar looked out at his creation. 5,000 men stood in perfect grid formation. Thanks to Torbjorn, they were all wearing identical uniforms, thick gray wool tunics reinforced with boiled leather pads on the shoulders and knees. On their chests, the white stencil of the iron gear was painted. General Bjorn approached Ragnar. He was wearing the new officer's coat, a long, heavy wool trench coat with brass buttons. He looked less like a Viking chieftain and more like a 19th-century colonel who had gotten lost in the Dark Ages. "The men are rested, Director," Bjorn reported, consulting a pocket ledger. "Breakfast rations were consumed at 600 hours. Morale is holding steady at 85%. Ragnar nodded, putting his helmet on. "And the equipment check completed," Bjorn grinned. "Leif's foundry delivered the new shipment last night. The pike and shot doctrine, well, without the shot, is ready." Ragnar stood up. He walked toward the lines. This army was a hybrid, a mix of medieval ferocity and industrial standardization. The front 3 rows were the heavy assets. These were the Huskarls. They were holding standard-issue pikes, 12-foot ash poles tipped with a razor-sharp steel bodkin point. Behind them stood the range department. These were the tech thralls and broken men, armed with the repeating crossbows and the portable torsion spikes mounted on wheelbarrows, and behind them all, the Project Vulcan team guarding barrels of a thick gelatinous substance that smelled of pitch. Ragnar stopped in front of a young soldier. The boy couldn't have been more than 16. He was nervous, fidgeting with his pike. "Name?" Ragnar asked. "Sven, sir." "Son of Olaf." "Do not fidget, Sven," Ragnar said calmly. "That pike was cast in a mold. It is identical to the man's next to you. If you stand together, you are a porcupine. A wolf cannot eat a porcupine. Do you understand?" "Yes, Director." Sven straightened up. Ragnar turned to Bjorn. "We march into Mercian territory to meet Guthrum in the open field," Ragnar announced. "But before we go, we need to clarify the rules of engagement." He climbed onto the ammo crate so the men could see him. "Listen to me," Ragnar shouted. His voice carried over the silent ranks. "We are going to war, but we are not going raiding." A murmur went through the ranks. Vikings live to raid. "Guthrum fights for loot," Ragnar continued. "He fights to steal cows and burn houses. That is inefficient. It destroys value." Ragnar pointed south. "We are not here to burn Mercia. We are here to acquire it. When we win, those villages will be our customers. Those fields will be our supply chain. Those peasants will be our employees." He looked them in the eye. "Therefore, no raping, no burning of infrastructure, no killing of civilians." "But Director," a grizzled Huskarl shouted from the back. "What about the spoils? If we cannot take the gold, why fight?" "You fight for the bonus structure," Ragnar yelled back. He held up a heavy bag of silver. "Every enemy soldier you kill is worth 2 silver pennies. Every captain is worth 10. You bring me their badges, I pay you in cash. You don't need to steal a chicken to get rich. You just need to be efficient at your job." The men cheered. It made sense. Stealing a cow was hard work. You had to drag it home. Getting paid silver for stabbing a Dane was much easier logistics. "Anyone caught burning a house without a work order will be court-martialed." Ragnar finished. "Am I understood?" "Yes, Director." 5,000 voices roared in unison. Ragnar stepped down. "Bjorn," he said quietly, "prepare the napalm wagons. Guthrum is bringing a mob. I want to show him what happens when a mob meets an industrial accident." Bjorn's eyes gleamed. "Project Vulcan is primed. The pumps are greased." "Good," Ragnar said, looking south toward the rising sun. "Let's go finalize this merger." The army began to move. There was no screaming, no clashing of swords on shields. There was only the sound of 5,000 boots hitting the earth in unison and the squeak of well-greased wagon wheels. Ragnar rode at the front on Calculus. Beside him rode Jida, wearing her blackened leather armor and checking the inventory list of the baggage train. "We will need to secure a food source by Tuesday," she noted. "Guthrum has a supply train," Ragnar said, staring at the horizon. "We will liquidate his inventory." Jida smiled. "I love it when you talk like that." Ragnar touched the steel ring on his finger. "The Middle Ages end today, Jida," he whispered. "Guthrum is bringing an axe to a chemical warfare fight." The sound of a steam whistle shrieked across the borderlands. Ragnar, director of industry, was already awake. He stood inside his command tent, running a cloth over the flank of his horse. The horse was a massive, sullen beast named Calculus. Unlike the nimble ponies the Vikings favored, Calculus was a draft horse mixed with a destrier, a creature built for torque, not speed. "Stand still," Ragnar murmured, tightening the buckles on the horse's barding. The horse wore a suit of segmented, tempered steel plates, painted a matte gray to prevent rust. "We have a schedule to keep," Ragnar told the horse. He climbed into the saddle. He didn't wear the traditional chainmail. He wore the executive armor, a breastplate of high carbon steel, polished to a mirror finish, with a high collar to protect against stray arrows. On his hip sat the typewriter, his repeating crossbow, and a pouch of sulfur matches. He rode out of the tent. The industrial corps was already mustered. It was a sight that would have made a traditional jarl vomit with rage. 5,000 men stood in perfect silence. They were arranged in a grid. The front 10 rows were the pike division. These were the converted huskarls. They wore heavy plate armor on their chests and held 12-foot ash pikes tipped with steel bodkins. They looked like a forest of metal. Behind them stood the range department. 2,000 tech thralls and broken men, armed with the repeating crossbows. And on the flanks, the Project Vulcan wagons, large, reinforced carts carrying barrels of a thick black substance with hand pumps and brass nozzles attached. General Bjorn rode up on his own massive steed. He was checking a clipboard. "Morning attendance is 100%, Bjorn reported, chewing on a piece of dried beef. "The men are nervous, Director. Guthrum has more axes. Axes rely on kinetic energy delivered by a human arm," Ragnar said, adjusting his gloves. "We rely on stored potential energy delivered by a machine." "Physics wins, Bjorn. I hope physics can take a hit," Bjorn grunted, because Guthrum looks angry. Across the valley, about 2 kilometers away, the great army of East Anglia was waking up. It was a chaotic sea of noise. Drums beat erratically. Men screamed insults at the sky to psyche themselves up. They sharpened axes on rocks and drank ale for breakfast. King Guthrum sat on his horse, Bone Crusher, watching the silent gray square of Ragnar's army. "Look at them," Guthrum laughed, pointing with his axe. "They stand like statues. They are afraid to move. They look like sheep waiting for the butcher." Jarl Hrolf sneered. "They hold sticks, long sticks. What kind of Viking fights with a stick?" "They have forgotten the joy of the charge," Guthrum declared. "We will remind them." Guthrum raised his axe. "Form the wedge, we punch through the center, we shatter their sticks and take their iron." "Valhalla," the Danes roared. The sheer volume of the shout shook the leaves on the trees. It was the sound of 5,000 predators ready to feed. Back on the industrial line, the noise washed over them. A few of the younger pikemen trembled. "Hold," Bjorn bellowed, riding down the line. "Do not break formation. The man who steps back loses his pension." Ragnar watched the enemy massing. Didn't feel fear. He felt the cold detachment of an engineer watching a stress test. "Artillery," Ragnar said calmly. "Elevation 15 degrees. Load the broom canisters." Leif the Lesser, director of intelligence, currently acting as artillery commander, signaled the wheelbarrow teams. 50 portable torsion spikes were wheeled to the front gaps in the pike line. They weren't loaded with single bolts. They were loaded with leather canisters packed with scrap iron, nails, and broken glass. "Range?" Leif asked. "Wait for the whites of their eyes," Ragnar said. "Or at least the yellow of their teeth." Across the field, Guthrum blew the horn. "Biwa, apt charge." The Danish army surged forward. They ran screaming, a tidal wave of fur, steel, and rage. They covered the ground fast, fueled by adrenaline and the desire to smash the dolls of York. Ragnar watched them come. 800 meters, 500 meters. "They are fast," Bjorn noted. "They are exhausted," Ragnar corrected. "Running in chainmail burns energy. By the time they hit us, they will be panting." 300 meters. "Artillery," Ragnar said. "Fire." Leif dropped his hand. 50 torsion spikes fired at once. The sound was like a giant carpet being beaten. The leather canisters flew through the air. They hit the optimal range of 100 meters right in the face of the charging wedge and disintegrated. A cloud of shrapnel shredded the air. It was catastrophic. The front ranks of Guthrum's army simply ceased to exist. Nails punched through wooden shields. Scrap iron tore through chainmail. The charge didn't stop, it evaporated. "Reload," Leif screamed. 10 seconds. The Danes stumbled over the bodies of their comrades. The momentum was broken. The screams of rage turned into screams of pain. "What sorcery is this?" Guthrum shouted, wiping blood from his cheek. Nail had grazed him. "They throw garbage. Keep moving," Jarl Hrolf yelled. "Getting close, their sticks are useless up close." The Danes pushed forward, stepping over the dead. They were Vikings. They didn't stop for casualties. They hit the 50-meter mark. "Pikes," Ragnar ordered. "Brace." The front 3 rows of the industrial corps dropped their pikes. The butts of the ash poles were slammed into the earth, braced by the heavy boots of the huskarls. The steel points lowered, creating a hedgehog of death. The Danes crashed into the wall. The Danes tried to swing their axes, but the pikes were too long. They were skewered before they could get within striking distance. The Huscarls held firm, their heavy plate armor absorbing the few throwing axes that made it through. Push! Guthrum screamed from the back. Push them over! The mass of the Danish army pressed against the pikes. The wood groaned. A few pikes snapped. They are bunching up, Ragnar observed. Density is increasing. This was the moment. The enemy was stalled. They were packed tight, pushing against the wall, unable to move forward or backward. Project Vulcan, Ragnar said into his megaphone. Open the valves. On the flanks, the wagons rolled forward. The tech thralls began to pump the handles. From the brass nozzles, a stream of thick black liquid arched over the heads of the pike men. It sprayed onto the struggling mass of Danes. Oil, Guthrum spat slick with the stuff. They tried to grease us. Ragnar lit a sulfur match. He touched it to an arrow held by a nearby archer. Illuminate the problem, Ragnar ordered. The archer fired. The burning arrow arched gracefully through the air. It hit the oil-soaked center of the Danish wedge. The napalm, a sticky mix of bitumen, pine resin, and whale oil caught instantly. Wall of orange flame erupted 30 feet high. The screams changed pitch. The Danes in the front tried to run back, but the Danes in the back were still pushing forward. They were trapped in the oven. Heat output is optimal, Helga noted, watching from a safe distance with a clipboard. It's horrifying, Bjorn whispered, watching men turn into torches. It's war, Ragnar said coldly, and the war is over. He raised his sword. Counter-charge, Ragnar bellowed, pikes up, advance. The Huscarls lifted their pikes. They stepped forward in unison. The surviving Danes, burned, bleeding, and terrified, took one look at the advancing wall of gray-clad demons and broke. Run, Jarl Trolf screamed, throwing down his shield. The gods have left us. Cowards, Guthrum roared, trying to rally them. Stand and fight. But then Ragnar signaled the cavalry. From the side, 500 riders appeared. They were light cavalry armed with the typewriter crossbows. They rode alongside the fleeing Danes, firing bolts into their flanks. They just mowed them down like wheat. Guthrum watched his army dissolve. He looked at the wall of fire. He looked at the gray square marching relentlessly forward. Guthrum turned Bone Crusher around and fled. Ragnar rode Calculus through the smoking remains of the battlefield. He stopped near a pile of discarded Danish shields. Casualty report, Ragnar asked. Bjorn checked his list. We lost 12 men, mostly from a pike snapping back and hitting them in the face. 300 minor injuries from the heat. And the enemy, total liquidation, Bjorn said grimly. We have 2,000 prisoners, the rest are carbon. Ragnar nodded. He looked at the horizon. The road to Mercia was open. Gather the prisoners, Ragnar ordered. We need labor for the new coal mines. Offer them the standard tech thrall contract. 5 years of service, then citizenship. You want to hire the men who just tried to kill us? Bjorn asked, incredulous. I don't want to hire them, Ragnar said, watching the smoke rise. I want to acquire them. A dead Viking is useless. A live Viking can dig coal. He turned Calculus back toward the city. Send a message to King Burgred, Ragnar added. What should it say? Ragnar smiled, a cold, sharp smile that matched his steel armor. Tell him the merger with East Anglia is complete, and tell him. Ragnar paused, looking at the devastation. Tell him I'm coming to audit his books. The industrial corps stood in their grid formation. A gray block of discipline amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The front line of Huscarls knelt, bracing the butts of their 12-foot ash pikes against the earth. Behind them, the range department, composed of tech thralls and broken men, worked the levers of their machines. 50 torsion spikes fired in unison. The broom canisters disintegrated mid-air, turning into a cloud of shrapnel that shredded the oncoming Danish wedge. The Danish armor was designed to stop a swinging sword. It was useless against high-velocity scrap metal moving at terminal velocity. Reload! Leif the Lesser screamed, his voice cracking with the strain. Maintain the cycle, 10 seconds. As the tech thralls furiously cranked the winches, the Huscarls in the front row tightened their grip on the pikes. They were the Aegis. Their job was to ensure the machine kept running. The surviving Danes, maddened by pain and confusion, threw themselves at the pike wall. They were brave men. They were legends in their own villages. But bravery has no coefficient in physics. One massive Dane, his face painted with woad and blood, managed to bat aside 2 pikes with his great axe. He roared, stepping into the gap, raising his weapon to split the skull of a reloading tech thrall. Die, wizard, the Dane screamed. The tech thrall didn't even look up from his winch. Beside him, a security consultant stepped forward. He thrust a short, triangular-bladed stabbing sword standard issue, sidearm type B directly into the Dane's armpit, bypassing the armor entirely. The Dane collapsed, choking on his own blood. "Clear the obstruction," Toke grunted, kicking the body away. The machine must cycle. Scenes like this played out all along the line. The Danes tried to be heroes. The industrial core tried to be efficient. Efficiency was winning. Before long, the torsion spikes were reset. The tech thralls locked the mechanisms. "Battery ready," Leif shouted. Fire, another cloud of iron hail swept the field. The Danish second wave, which had been hesitating, simply evaporated. Men dropped their shields and clutched their faces. The morale, which had been forged in 100 raids, shattered under the weight of industrial superiority. King Guthrum, sitting on his horse bone crusher 500 meters away, watched in horror. His berserkers were burning in the pools of napalm. His elite huscarls were pinned to the ground by bolts thick enough to kill a horse. "They do not fight," Guthrum whispered, his hand shaking on his axe handle. "They just stand there." "My king," Jarl Hrolf screamed, riding up. His horse was bleeding from 3 different wounds. "We must pull back. The men won't advance. They say the air bites them." Guthrum looked at the gray square of the industrial core. It hadn't moved an inch. It was an immovable object that spat fire. "Retreat," Guthrum choked out the order. "Back to the camp, back to the wagons." He turned his horse, but even as he fled, the sound of Ragnar's voice, amplified by the birch bark megaphone, rolled across the field like thunder. "Liquidate the assets." On the Viking line, the order changed everything. The tech thralls stopped cranking. The pike men lifted their weapons. From the flanks, the mobile division emerged. 500 light cavalry, riding the new, lighter horses Ragnar had imported from the continent. They carried the typewriter, the handheld repeating crossbows. Ragnar rode at the front on calculus, his heavy destrier thundering against the turf. "Do not let them regroup," Ragnar shouted, his voice cold and hard. "A routed enemy is just inventory waiting to be collected. Chase them down." The cavalry swept forward in a pincer movement. They didn't charge into the melee. They rode parallel to the fleeing Danes, firing bolts into the mass of running men. The Danes were exhausted, burnt, and terrified. They dropped their weapons to run faster. They cast aside their armor, but you cannot outrun a horse and you cannot outrun a bolt. Ragnar drew his falchion. A Danish captain turned to fight him, raising a sword. He pulled the trigger on the typewriter mounted to his saddle. The captain took a bolt to the chest and fell backward. The enemy forces were encircled. The pikes closed in from the front, the cavalry from the sides. "Mercy," a Dane screamed, throwing himself into the mud. "I yield." "Processing," Bjorn roared, riding up. "Throw down your weapons, hands on your heads, move to the collection point." The battle, if it could be called, that was over in less than an hour. The field was a mess of bodies, broken shields, and burning pools of napalm, but the industrial core had barely taken a scratch. The men of the industrial core stood amidst the carnage, looking at their handiwork. They were stunned. These were veterans. They were used to losing half their friends in a shield wall. They were used to the red fog of battle where you hacked until your arm went numb. But today, they weren't even out of breath. It is too easy," a young pikeman whispered, looking at the pile of Danish dead. "I didn't even draw my knife." "It is the power of the gear," an older huscarl said, patting his standardized pike. The director was right. The machine fights for us. A cheer started low in the ranks, then swelled. It wasn't the wild, bloodthirsty scream of a Viking raid. It was the deep, satisfied roar of a job well done. Long live the industry. Long live the director. Ragnar rode back to the center of the line. He reloaded his saddle crossbow, his face impassive behind the steel sallet helm. General Bjorn rode up, grinning like a wolf who had found an open sheep pen. "Total liquidation, Director," Bjorn reported. "Guthrum has fled with maybe 100 men. The rest are dead or in the holding pen. We have acquired 3,000 prisoners. 3,000 new miners," Ragnar corrected. "Excellent." He looked at the fleeing dust cloud on the horizon. "We won the battle," Ragnar said, wiping a speck of soot from his polished armor. "But the merger isn't complete until we sign the papers." "Sir, get the army moving," Ragnar ordered. "We don't stop for celebration. We march on Guthrum's main camp." "Now?" Bjorn asked, surprised. "The men are hungry. The men can eat while they walk," Ragnar said. "Guthrum is terrified. Terror has a half-life. If we wait, he recovers. If we strike now while he is still shaking." Ragnar pointed his sword toward the south. "We take East Anglia by sunset." "Pack the wagons," Ragnar commanded. "The hostile takeover continues." As the steam whistle blew again, signaling the end of the combat shift and the start of the transit shift, the industrial army fell into step. The great hall of Thetford. East Anglia King Guthrum stumbled into his own fortress, his boots leaving muddy. Bloody prints on the rush-covered floor. He didn't look like the warlord who had promised to purify the north 3 days ago. His surviving jarls followed him, silent and grim. They were missing helmets. They were missing shields. Some were missing the will to live. "My king," a steward gasped, running up with a goblet of wine. "What happened? Where is the great army?" Guthrum knocked the goblet away. "The army is gone." He collapsed onto his throne, staring at the wooden beams of the roof. "They didn't fight us," Guthrum whispered, his voice trembling. "They stood in a box, they pointed sticks at us, and then the sky rained iron and fire, liquid fire." The steward looked confused. "But they are just Northmen, sire, like us." "They are not like us," Guthrum roared, suddenly sitting up. "They are gray demons. They don't scream, they don't chant, they just crank handles and people die." He looked around the hall. The reality of his situation crashed down on him. They were a machine that couldn't be tired, couldn't be bargained with, and wouldn't stop until the job was done. "Close the gates," Guthrum ordered, panic rising in his chest. "Get every man on the walls. Every thrall, every farmer, every woman who can throw a rock. If they have a pulse, put a spear in their hand." "But sire," the steward stammered, "the harvest." "Forget the harvest," Guthrum screamed. "If we don't hold the walls, we will be the harvest." The steward ran to obey. Guthrum gripped the arms of his throne. He hoped the wooden walls of Thetford were strong enough. He hoped the old gods were watching. But deep down, he knew the old gods didn't have a defense against napalm. Ragnar rode calculus through the muddy streets of the outer village. The town of Thetford lay ahead, dominated by a large wooden fortress on a motte and bailey hill. The local villagers were cowering in their huts, peeking out through cracks in the wattle and daub. They expected the Vikings to do what Vikings always did: kick down the doors, steal the pigs, and burn the roof. Instead, the industrial corps marched in perfect silence. 5,000 pairs of standardized boots hit the ground in unison. The soldiers looked straight ahead, ignoring the terrified locals. Young pikeman, excited by the victory, broke formation and headed toward a wandering goat. "Sven!" Ragnar's voice cut through the air like a whip. The boy froze. "That goat is an asset," Ragnar said calmly, riding over. "It belongs to the future tax base of East Anglia. If you steal it, you are stealing from the company." "Do you want to be audited?" Sven paled. "No, director. Get back in line," Ragnar ordered. "We are here to acquire the kingdom, not the livestock." Ragnar turned to General Bjorn, who was riding beside him eating a raw turnip. "Set up the perimeter," Ragnar commanded. "I want the camp established by 18:00 hours, latrines first. Hygiene is non-negotiable." "And the siege lines?" Bjorn asked, pointing at the fortress on the hill. "Thetford is wood, director. We could storm it now, the men are eager." Ragnar shook his head. "We have the technology to make them surrender without scratching the paint." He looked at the fortress. It was a classic designs, a wooden palisade, a ditch, and a keep, strong against swords, weak against physics. "Deploy the range department," Ragnar said. "Find the sweet spot." It took 2 hours to set up the siege camp. To the Saxon defenders watching from the walls, it was baffling. The Vikings didn't run at the ditch screaming. They didn't build ladders. Instead, men in gray tunics walked around with strange triangular instruments, surveyors' levels, and long ropes. They measured the distance from the wall. They stuck flags in the ground. They argued about angles. "What are they doing?" Guthrum asked his jarls, peering over the wooden parapet. "Are they praying?" "They are measuring us," a jarl whispered. Finally, Ragnar found his spot. It was a small rise about 400 meters from the walls. "Here," Ragnar said, planting a stake. "This is the office." Bjorn looked at the distance. "Director, this is far. Our bows can't reach." "Their bows can't reach," Ragnar corrected, "which means we can work in peace." He signaled the heavy wagons. "Unpack the god hammer." It was a counterweight trebuchet, but optimized with modern mechanics. Used a hinged counterweight bucket filled with lead ingots and a throwing arm made of laminated oak. While standard siege engines were lucky to hit a barn at 200 meters, the god hammer, with its perfectly calculated pivot point and lubricated axle, could lob a 200-pound stone over 400 meters with terrifying accuracy. "And the spikes," Ragnar added. The tech thralls wheeled out 20 heavy torsion spikes. These were the siege model's massive ballistae anchored to the ground. "Effective range of a Saxon longbow, 200 meters, Ragnar recited, checking his notebook. "Effective range of the siege spike, 500 meters. We have a 300-meter buffer zone," where we are gods. By dusk, the camp was fortified. A trench was dug, sanitation first. The tents were pitched in neat rows. The smell of stew wafted toward the starving defenders. Ragnar sat in his command tent sipping a cup of herbal tea prepared by Helga. The assets are in position, Ragnar said to his cabinet. We begin the night shift. Darkness fell over Thetford. The defenders on the walls were shivering, clutching their spears, waiting for the attack. They expected torches. They expected screams. Instead, they heard a mechanical groan. A dark shape soared through the night sky. It was a barrel. It crashed into the wooden palisade. It just smashed open. What was that? Guthrum shouted. Stones. It smells, a guard gagged. It smells like the demon piss they used on the battlefield. It was napalm, or rather the thick, tarry precursor Ragnar called dragon sludge. Reload. Ragnar's voice drifted up from the darkness, calm and amplified by his megaphone. Adjust azimuth 2 degrees left. Another barrel hit the main gate, splashing the black goo everywhere. They are painting us, Guthrum realized with horror. They are priming the wood. For an hour, the god hammer worked rhythmically. Covered the front of the fortress in flammable sludge. The defenders cowered. They couldn't fight back. Their arrows fell short, landing harmlessly in the mud 200 meters from Ragnar's camp. It is time to close the deal, Ragnar said, putting down his tea. He signaled the torsion spikes. Incendiary bolts, volley fire. The tech thralls loaded heavy bolts wrapped in oil-soaked rags. They lit them. Fire. 20 streaks of fire zipped through the night air. They flew straight and true, burying themselves in the sludge-covered wood of the fort. The reaction was instantaneous. The wooden walls, soaked in bitumen and whale oil, erupted into a wall of flame 50 feet high. The heat was intense enough to be felt back at the siege camp. Get water, Guthrum screamed, backing away as the gatehouse turned into a torch. Put it out. Water does nothing, a jarl yelled. It floats, the fire floats. Inside the fortress, panic set in. The conscripted army, the farmers and thralls Guthrum had forced onto the walls, threw down their spears and ran. They weren't going to burn for a king who had already lost. Ragnar watched from his folding chair, his face illuminated by the distant orange glow. Thermal output is within predicted parameters. Ragnar noted. It is beautiful, Jida said, standing beside him. She was cleaning her nails with a dagger, in a terrifying way. It is persuasion, Ragnar said. We aren't burning the whole town, just the gate, just enough to show them the eviction notice. He picked up his megaphone. King Guthrum, Ragnar's voice boomed over the crackling fire. Your walls are gone, your army is liquidated, your insurance does not cover acts of industry. The sound of his voice, amplified and distorted, terrified the remaining defenders more than the fire. I offer you a merger. Ragnar shouted. Surrender now, and you retain your life as a junior partner. Refuse and we move to hostile takeover. Inside the burning keep, Guthrum coughed in the smoke. His jarls were looking at him, their faces were black with soot. We cannot fight fire with axes, Atrolf choked out. The wall is gone, if we stay we cook. Guthrum looked at his legendary axe, Bone Crusher. It seemed small and useless now. He looked at the fire eating his kingdom. He realized that the age of heroes was over. The age of the accountant had begun. Open what is left of the gate, Guthrum whispered. Wave the white flag. The next morning, the sun rose over a smoldering, but largely intact Thetford. The fire had been contained to the outer defenses, thanks to the precise targeting of the god hammer. Ragnar rode calculus up the hill. The industrial corps marched behind him, pikes upright. Guthrum stood in the mud, surrounded by his defeated jarls. He looked broken. Ragnar dismounted. He didn't gloat. He didn't chop off heads. He walked up to Guthrum and handed him a document. What is this? Guthrum asked weakly. The Articles of Incorporation, Ragnar said. You are no longer king of East Anglia. You are now the regional manager of the East Anglian branch. Guthrum blinked. I live, you live, Ragnar nodded. You know the land, you know the people. I need a manager, but you answer to the board of directors in York. You pay taxes to Jernheim and you adopt the industrial code. Ragnar pointed to the fields. No more raiding, you will plant clover, you will build roads, you will send your iron to my foundries. Guthrum looked at the document. He couldn't read it, but he understood the power dynamic. He had been bought. And if I refuse, Ragnar gestured to the god hammer, which was currently being reloaded by the tech thralls. Then you are fired, Ragnar said. Literally. Guthrum signed. Or rather, he pressed his thumb into the wax. Excellent, Ragnar smiled, rolling up the scroll. Welcome to the company, Guthrum. He turned to Jida. Acquisition complete. East Anglia is ours. That brings our total arable land to 200,000 acres, Jida calculated instantly, and adds 3 ports to our logistics network. Good, Ragnar said, looking south again, because Wessex is next, and King Ethelred is not going to sign as easily. Sir, Bjorn shouted, running up from the rear. We found something in Guthrum's cellar, not gold. What is it? Well, Bjorn grinned. Tons of it. High-quality English wool. Ragnar's eyes lit up. Torbjorn, he shouted for his minister of textiles. Get the looms ready. We just cornered the market on winter coats.